grew worse, yet everyone thought he was a madman. I believe this kind of madness is not appropriate. Most importantly, we don't know if we can bear this cost. Joa, I know you have an extraordinary love for research, but you need to see the situation clearly. Though they tried to persuade the director patiently, his expression remained unchanged, merely turning his mouth up in a sneer. He put away his notebook. Today's symposium ends here. There's nothing more to discuss when our thoughts differ. Ulrich turned around and walked away in big strides. Behind him, everyone exchanged glances, sighing, unsure if there was something wrong with them. Nyla sitting on the chair had a smile on her lips. She could imagine that Kelly would suffer infinitely more after this. The darkness in her eyes gradually solidified. These people still thought that removing the evil aura would solve everything, unaware that she had long understood how to cultivate evil aura without a soul. Though slow, drop by drop water wears away a stone. Nyla would eventually leave this damned place and take revenge on those despicable people. Chapter 448, Sharing the Travel. The Research Institute had already reported to its superiors that Kelly was a deity. Indeed, the government had no intention of making this public and would not subject her to experiments. Upon hearing this news, the director nearly went mad. Why? Why does no one want to take the risk? If you all had courage like mine, we would surely win. But what you have is only stupidity and weakness. Ulrich kept muttering to himself, and other members of the institute sighed helplessly, unsure of how to respond. They all knew the director's personality well. He could sacrifice everything, including himself, for the sake of achieving experimental goals. He was indeed brave. But everyone genuinely disagreed with him because they were ordinary people. While they loved scientific research, they were far from reaching this level of dedication. Joa, don't overthink it. No matter what, we can't bypass the state's authority. Our most important task now is to follow all the instructions from the government, someone reminded him, unable to hold back any longer. Ulrich's face darkened upon hearing this. He glared at him coldly without saying a word, which made the person break out in goosebumps. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to say anything more. Ulrich let out a cold snort, then began reviewing the investigation report he had compiled over the past few days, deep in thought. If not crazy for experiments, then die for them, this was his sole truth. Therefore, he would never give up easily. Meanwhile, Kelly had already decided on her travel route, just as promised, it was to Jiangnan. She and Hassan had informed their fan group about live streaming during their trip. To make the journey more interesting, the two chose to travel by train. Kelly had never seen such a mode of transportation before and found it very interesting. The train moved at a leisurely pace, allowing passengers to enjoy the scenery outside. Moreover, an amiable older sister sitting opposite them gave the couple several handfuls of sunflower seeds immediately after boarding. Kelly felt incredibly happy and said, "Let's start the live stream so our fans can see the environment inside the train and the view outside." Hassan nodded. Okay. He took out his phone and started the live stream. Fans who had been waiting eagerly flooded into the live room to greet the couple. Sugar Candy CP is finally live. The recent events on the variety show made me think you two were done for. Do you know how much pain I've been through? I almost cried. I understand you upstairs. It's so hard to really like a CP, and then things turn out this way. At least we're lucky. The CP we love is still together. People, does anyone get the feeling that crying under these circumstances would be embarrassing? Seeing everyone's comments, Kelly sincerely felt that she had overstepped during this period, but she had no choice as informing the fans earlier might have led to discovery in those circumstances. Don't worry, our relationship has always been good. Even during the time when you misunderstood us, it remained the same, she said. Kelly glanced back at Hassan, her eyes filled with affection. If nothing unexpected happens, we will stay together forever. Please rest assured. By unexpected, I mean death, not separation. The fans in the live stream were practically overwhelmed by the sweetness. Ah, only death, not separation. Who can resist this? The way you two look at each other, it's pure love. How can you be so sweet? Should I just throw myself into the mix to add some excitement? You two, upstairs. Feeling the same way. People date such cool guys, while I end up with nothing. Why am I the only one stuck here? Actually, looks aren't the priority. What matters most is having good character and being good to you. Hope everyone can find someone who consistently loves them. Kelly nodded, agreeing with the comment, then turned the camera to show the scenery outside, occasionally asking Hassan about something she saw. He answered with a gentle smile. Initially uninterested in these details, the live stream viewers were now melting from Kelly's heartfelt sharing. It felt like having a big star as a close friend, with no distance at all. Additionally, since only their fans were informed, there wasn't a single troll in the live chat, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, when the fans shared the videos on social media, many haters flooded in. Especially the followers of Adrian, whose fandom had recently crumbled, went berserk. After being all lovey-dovey with our little fairy, this man turns around and goes on a vacation with his ex-girlfriend. Which woman is he actually dating? It turns out Kelly is the one. This shameless sugar candy CP. I'm just returning some people's words. Sometimes, I feel like these fans in the entertainment circle are just outrageous. How can they obsess over such cult-like CPs? Do they have any shame? Ah, Kelly and Hassan are so sweet together, right? Our little fairy has no shame, doesn't she? In fact, I think the most shameless person in this world is Kelly, and her brain-damaged fans. Don't argue with me, arguing means you're wrong. At this moment, Kelly, who had been chatting all the way, turned the camera back to face herself and began reading the comments from netizens. She hadn't expected to see so many aggressive and insulting remarks and found it truly amusing. Kelly could tell from these words that those who wrote them were not living well. Her fans were also defending her, but the black fans were too hostile and didn't care about anything when they insulted. Don't worry about me. These comments won't affect me at all, and I understand them, Kelly said. A smile curled on her lips. After a while, you will understand why I say I understand them. This shocked the livestream viewers even more. Thinking of Holly's arrogant reaction, they started guessing that Adrian was really finished. Could the fairy fans be so powerful that they could send someone to jail in the entertainment industry? Kelly had no idea that at this moment, two people were stealthily sitting not far behind her, wearing glasses and masks for full coverage. Our goal this time is to absolutely prevent that man from getting close to Tyra. Not completely avoiding contact either, but definitely not crossing boundaries, especially staying in the same hotel or something. Todd and Gregor exchanged glances. Just thinking about the possibility of Tyra encountering the situation where only one room was left in a movie plot made them furious, purely out of anger. Excuse me, handsome, I've been noticing you for a while. I wonder if we can get acquainted. The sweet and pleasant female voice rang out, and both brothers turned their heads, instantly freezing in shock. Chapter 449, Dangerous Element. A woman wearing thick black-rimmed glasses that obscured most of her face and a military overcoat, looking quite bloated, was smiling. Her gaze fell on Hugo, seemingly very interested in him. Seeing his lack of response, Moxie tilted her head to remind him, hello? Hugo just realized and, afraid of drawing Kelly's attention, hurriedly replied, sure. He promptly took out his phone, showing the contact QR code for her to scan. The woman felt around in her pockets and sighed, I seem to have forgotten my phone. She fidgeted shyly. Can you come with me for a moment? Hugo frowned, wanting to refuse, but Gregor nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to follow Moxie. All right, Hugo reluctantly got up. The woman walked ahead briskly, leading the way. The further they went, the more deserted it became. Hugo stopped. Which seat are you in? Don't tell me you're the Dayton. Hearing this, Moxie turned back and smiled at him. Then she forcefully grabbed his arm, causing him to stagger several steps, forcing him to follow her forward. What are you doing? Hugo wriggled to free himself. I should be the one asking what you were doing. You two seemed suspicious just now, Moxie said coldly. After saying that, she pulled out a police ID from her pocket. All Hugo's anger choked in his throat, then he swallowed it hard. I'm not a dangerous element, he gritted his teeth to defend himself. The woman snorted and directly pulled out handcuffs from her pocket, cuffing his hands together. Every criminal says that. We'll find out if you're a dangerous element at the police station. Hearing this, Hugo was almost desperate. If he left, how would Hassan dare to do anything to Tyra? Take a good look at my face, he removed his mask. I am pianist Hugo. You can search related entries about me on Baidu. And I acted suspiciously just now because I was watching my sister Kelly. She came out traveling alone with her career friend, and I couldn't rest easy. Hugo explained. The woman paused, pulled out her phone, and checked Baidu. Sure enough, the picture matched perfectly. She pursed her lips and unlocked the handcuffs with a key. Sorry, it was my mistake. Hugo sighed deeply, rotating his sore wrists. Forget it, I guess my disguise was too striking, attracting attention. As a police officer, ensuring public safety is your duty, and I can understand. Upon hearing this, Moxie looked at him with twinkling eyes, seemingly surprised by his words. Even Hugo himself was a bit surprised. He hadn't been this understanding before. It seemed since becoming closer to Tyra, he had become much calmer. Could this be the power of kinship? Thank you for your understanding, Moxie said sincerely. Hugo waved his hand and straightened his back under her gaze as he left. In his heart, he was a little puzzled. Why did only he get treated as a dangerous element while second brother faced no trouble despite both acting suspiciously? However, he didn't have the nerve to ask. Back at his seat, seeing the empty space beside him, Hugo couldn't help but chuckle. Turned out Gregor hadn't escaped either, it was just that the two were caught differently. They were indeed two brothers in adversity, rather amusing. Shortly after, Gregor finally returned to his seat. Sensing the chill emanating from him, Hugo couldn't help but say sarcastically in a low voice, how did it go? You're not any better, Gregor said irritably. Looking at each other, the two brothers felt even more speechless than before. Inside the research institute, experts continued conducting various experiments on Adrian. Besides electric shocks, they would cut her skin to observe if her healing time differed from an ordinary person. Tortured and suffering immensely, she was on the verge of collapse. All right, all of you leave. I need to conduct a 4-person study on her, the director said to the remaining experts. They exchanged glances and quietly tidied up their things, for who could defy the director's orders? Left alone with her, the director opened the one-way glass. Enduring pain, Adrian panted and looked up at him. Seeing the rows of chairs and scattered items outside, she screamed. We are all humans, why do you tie me here and experiment on me? Are you still human? You're just a bunch of cold-blooded devils. Adrian tried to provoke the man in front of her, but the director remained expressionless, without any change in emotion. Having conducted so many studies in the institute, he had long become indifferent to anger from both humans and animals. I give you a chance to cooperate. Although I can't release you, I can make your enemy miserable, the director said. Enemy naturally referred to Kelly. Adrian's emotions gradually stabilized as she stared at him intently. What do you want to do? Of course, I want to study the legendary deity, the director said. He crossed one leg over the other, his gaze fiercely aggressive. As long as I make initial progress on this project, the higher-ups will definitely approve and agree. What I want to ask now is, how can we control her so that she willingly serves my purpose? Sensing the greed in the director's emotions, Adrian curled her lips, emitting a deadly aura from her fingertips that an ordinary person couldn't see. It was slowly seeping into the director's nostrils and body. She intended to use this to manipulate and control him, escaping this cursed place. As long as there were greedy or malevolent emotions, they could be easily swayed. She has an actor friend named Hassan. You've seen her variety shows, so you should know their relationship is good. As long as we control that man, Kelly will behave obediently. During the research process, it's unavoidable that Kelly and Hassan will suffer some harm, don't you think? Adrian asked softly. In the silent space, her voice sounded seductive and eerie, making the director's eyes gradually turn vacant. He nodded in agreement. You're right. Then go ahead. If you have any questions, you can always ask me, I'll tell you everything I know. Adrian revealed a bizarre smile. Due to excessive excitement, adrenaline was secreted, significantly reducing her current pain. Ulrich stood up, holding the research notebook, and quickly left, clearly eager to get started. Kelly, you have put me through this torment, and I will never let you off, Adrian muttered. Her eyes were gradually overshadowed by black mist, the murderous aura around her almost taking physical form, resembling a vengeful ghost risen from hell. The train had arrived at the station. Kelly and Hassan needed to transfer. Todd and Gregor followed closely behind them, not leaving their side for even a moment. I always feel like someone is watching us. Kelly glanced back but only saw hurried pedestrians. She frowned and told Hassan. He nodded. I feel the same way. Chapter 450, Catching the Stalker Fans. Hassan's expression was very serious. It could be stalker fans. Both of them were quite famous now, so it was normal to have stalker fans following them around. However, such radical fans were disliked by any celebrity. Let's shake them off, Hassan said. He reached out and held Kelly, suddenly quickening his pace into the crowd. Seeing this, Halston and Gregor hurriedly sped up to catch up, but they fell behind a few steps. In the blink of an eye, the two figures in front had vanished without a trace. We lost them. That damned brat Hassan must have done it on purpose. What is he going to do to Isabeline? Halston clenched his fists angrily. He really wanted to disassemble that Corey's legs and arms. Gregor's face turned very ugly. Find them. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Kelly and Hassan were now live streaming. Sitting in a coffee shop not far from the train station, both wore grave expressions. This journey is our private trip. We wanted to make it up to the fans due to some issues on variety shows recently, but I didn't expect stalker fans would follow us, Hassan explained. He sighed, his expression softening slightly. Actually, leaving aside the fan spotlight, Kelly and I are just ordinary people. The fans who like us are friends. At least on this private journey, it is like this. I sincerely ask, or even beg everyone, can you give us some personal space, allowing us to share and travel properly? The fans in the live stream were deeply moved by these words. Who's shameless enough to stalk their schedule? Stalker fans, are you asking for trouble? If I catch you, you're in for a bad time. He uses ask and beg. I feel so sorry for them, they just want to have a nice date, yet it's so hard. There's a saying online that if you can't stand others' attention and don't want to expose your private life, then don't be a star. But I think this sentence has a bias. Stars are also professions. It's fine being noticed while working, but should this apply privately? Whether you're stalker fans or paparazzi, I'll say this, bullying celebrities like this, I will never read your reports and will blacklist you with negative reviews. Stalker fans, every time I see you, you'll get what you deserve. Seeing the fans all united against them, Hassan and Kelly were deeply moved and decided to extend the live stream, interacting more with the fans. Suddenly, comments flooded the live stream. Those two people outside the door are acting suspiciously, they seem abnormal. Are they stalker fans following brother and sister? From their clothing, they definitely have ulterior motives. Quickly catch them and expose their appearance on the live stream, then we report them. Yes, since they don't respect others, we won't respect them either. The fans were stirred up, one after another becoming excited and nervous. Without turning around, Kelly and Hassan tilted the camera lens, making the two people's figures clearer. Hassan frowned slightly, unsure why they gave him a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Should we catch them? Kelly asked in a low voice. After a brief internal struggle, Hassan nodded. Catching stalker fans today would set a precedent within the circle. Outside the door, Halston and Gregor searched everywhere nearby and finally found them here, heaving a huge sigh of relief. Completely unaware of being exposed, they entered the shop leisurely, ordering 2 cups of coffee. To avoid standing out too much, they even removed their glasses. After the waiter brought the coffees, they didn't take off their masks but instead stuck straws through them. This made them look even stranger, drawing curious glances from other customers who couldn't understand what these attention seekers were doing. Yet they felt themselves very clever. Hassan kept filming the two with the live stream camera. Initially furious, the fans now felt amused, finding the situation absurd. Come on, these two remind me of the clumsy and cranky characters. Don't you know drinking coffee like that looks silly? No wonder brother and sister found the stalker fans. I'm dying laughing. Who understands this? I've never seen such embarrassing stalker fans. Go catch those idiots quickly, let's see what they look like. Prompted by the fans, Kelly and Hassan started to act. Halston stirred the coffee with a straw and commented, "Brother, this cafe seems not good, the coffee beans don't appear to be original. Look at this latte art, not beautiful at all. But this is a small city, so it's normal." Hearing his words, Gregor, who had been paying attention to Kelly and Hassan, lowered his head and agreed after a serious look, "Yes, it's indeed not good. If you don't like the taste, you can choose not to drink it," Kelly said. Todd clicked his tongue and subconsciously replied, "Since Tyra is here, we definitely have to drink here as well. I really don't understand her taste. Next time, I should take her to a good coffee shop to appreciate it." After saying this, Todd and Gregor immediately realized something was wrong, but they both kept their heads low, too guilty to raise them. Kelly and Hassan exchanged a glance and couldn't help laughing in spite of being angry. They originally thought these were ignorant stalker fans, but they hadn't expected it to be this situation. The fans in the live stream were all looking forward to seeing brother and sister handle the stalker fans. What they didn't expect was that Kelly would sit right across from them and appeared very intimate with them. What's going on? Do stalker fans get such good treatment? Sister, shouldn't you scold them and pour the coffee on their heads? My sister, don't be too nice, otherwise, we fans will be mad. Does anyone know what's happening? Is there someone who can go to the scene to slap these stalker fans? These two are so mean to such good people. Sorry for making everyone confused. They are not stalker fans, Kelly said. This only made the fans more baffled. Hassan tapped the table hard and said to the two who were acting like cowards, "Take off your masks and let everyone see who you are." Gregor and Todd gritted their teeth in anger, but since they had already been exposed, there was no need to pretend anymore. They silently took off their masks and lifted their faces to face the camera. The fans in the live stream immediately burst into sharp screams, never expecting this. No way, how could it be you two? Sometimes I really find this world funny. So, the two of you sneaking around, were you here to guard against your brother-in-law? Hassan, you guys are really impressive. Chapter 451, Unconscious. The biggest misunderstanding of the year was successfully born at this moment. Say hello to the live stream viewers, Kelly said. Hugo and Gregor took a deep breath. The two of them would rather bury their heads in the ground than greet anyone, but how could they possibly want to? But, the person who spoke was their little sister. Reluctantly, Hugo had no choice but to lift his head first, waving his hand, "Hello everyone, I'm Tyra's third brother." Gregor gritted his teeth and followed, "I'm second brother." The two of them stared at the barrage of comments from the fans in the live stream laughing heartily. How old is your little sister? You two still watch over her like that, not letting her have a normal romance? I want to ask, are you two feeling embarrassed right now? How embarrassed are you? I think the brothers are great. If I had brothers who cared and considered things for me like this, I'd be super touched. Don't talk about being touched yet, the two brothers don't dare move now. The netizens were right, and Gregor and Hugo knew they were in the wrong. Alright, since the stalker fans have been taken care of, let's start the live stream again when we get to our destination, Hassan said. Under the gaze of the fans, he closed the live stream and then glanced at the two future brothers-in-law before him. Not bad, he said sarcastically. The two brothers ignored him, watching Kelly nervously. Hugo declared his loyalty, "Tyra, this rascal grew up with us since childhood. We know he has the most tricks up his sleeve. We're just afraid he might bully you, there's no other intention." Yes, and you two haven't officially become engaged yet. Spending so much time alone together as a man and woman, if he doesn't marry you in the future, it will definitely affect your reputation, Gregor added. These words appeared to be an apology on the surface, but they were actually pressuring Hassan, trying to make him look bad in front of Kelly. They had mastered the art of language. Hassan rolled his eyes, sincerely saying, "Tyra, no matter what your two brothers say, I want to tell you this. From the beginning, I've been with you with marriage in mind. Before this, I haven't dated anyone else. In my impression, once I recognize someone, that means spending the rest of my life together." Flattering words, anyone can say. True intentions change in an instant. Who knows if you can always love Tyra as much as you do now? Hugo sneered. Why can't I? Hassan countered. Hugo was speechless after being challenged, and Gregor took over, then tell me why you can. Can you really know what you'll think in the future? The three of them glared at each other, tension filling the air. Kelly felt quite helpless at this moment, fully experiencing the feeling of being caught in the middle like a sandwich. If you two are worried, you can openly follow us. It will be lively with more people during the trip, she suggested. Hassan frowned deeply, instinctively wanting to refuse, but for her sake, he remained silent. Deep down, he wasn't very comfortable. He had looked forward to this trip for so long, only for it to end up like this. No one would be happy with this outcome. Fine. Hugo agreed immediately, and Gregor nodded, pleased with the arrangement. Thus, the subsequent trip involved all three of them. Kelly became the complete middle slice of the sandwich, bitterly regretting her decision. However, live streaming and chatting with fans, eating and drinking with her family and career friend, was pretty wonderful. None of them realized that an unseen danger was lurking around them. Seeing Kelly squeezed between the two Flynn brothers, the dean seemed thoughtful. If they were to take action, taking away the three who were close to her would be the safest bet. Evening arrived, and the four needed to choose a hotel to rest. Hugo and Gregor's radar instantly went off. They wouldn't let Hassan take advantage of their sister. Therefore, they chose to inquire online first and book the rooms before going there. To keep an eye on Hassan, they booked 2 presidential suites, 1 suite for the 3 brothers, and 1 suite for Kelly alone. This arrangement was unexpectedly familiar, as if they had experienced something similar before. After Kelly returned to her room, Hassan, under the intense gaze of the 2 brothers, had no choice but to return to his room as well. At the Flynn residence, Alea was playing back the live stream on the TV. Seeing the young couple go on a trip alone, her face lit up with a bright smile. However, she never expected to see her eldest and youngest sons in such circumstances. No wonder they were gone. How did you manage this? Can't even control your own sons. They're so anxious because others went on a trip. Furious, Alea asked Farrell through clenched teeth, completely unaware that her dear husband had a part in this. After all, Hugo and Gregor weren't bold enough to act on their own. Farrell chuckled, walking behind his wife and massaging her shoulders to relax her, hoping to soothe her mood and make himself feel better too. Our sons are grown up, I can't discipline them like when they were kids. Besides, Tyra is your daughter too. How can you be completely at ease leaving her alone with another man? Hearing this, Alea, who was enjoying the moment, slapped away Farrell's hand. The Hope family is our business partner and friends in life. They have an upright family style and good character. Leaving Tyra to Arden makes me very satisfied and reassured. And those 2 kids will definitely get married in the future, so don't make things too ugly. Upon hearing the word marriage, Farrell's lips twitched. Don't even think about that. They're not even officially engaged yet. He grumbled. Alea's eyes immediately turned sharp, and Farrell, pretending nothing happened. Just call them back quickly. Following their sister around all day, what kind of behavior is that? Alea said fiercely. Farrell nodded in agreement, but his eyes were darting around. He had no intention of doing so. After all, his wife couldn't personally take charge of everything. As long as he kept things stable for now, it would be fine. As for how the Coreys would be punished when they got home, that wasn't his concern. At the hotel, Hugo and Gregor inexplicably felt a burning sensation in their ears, as if someone was talking about them. Then, a chill ran down their spines, and both of them had a strong sense of foreboding. The doorbell rang, and Hugo stood up immediately. We didn't order room service. Could it be Tyra looking for Arden? Gregor said, go check it out quickly. They opened the door, coinciding exactly with Hassan who was about to come out. When they locked eyes, sparks seemed to fly between the 3 of them. Hugo rushed forward to open the door. Just as he was about to speak, he smelled a strong, pungent odor. His eyes rolled up, and he collapsed weakly on the ground. As a doctor, Gregor knew immediately that this was ethanol. He tried to turn and run but accidentally collided with Hassan, sending both of them to the ground. The pungent smell filled their nostrils, and both of them lost consciousness. Chapter 452, the praying mantis stalking the cicada, the clam and the fish hawk in conflict. The next day, Kelly, who had slept soundly through the night, opened her eyes. She first gazed blankly at the ceiling before recalling her current identity. Yawning, she picked up her phone to send a message to Hassan, asking if he was awake yet. After sending the message with no response for a long time, Kelly frowned but didn't think much of it, getting up and readying herself. Ding. Her phone beeped and Kelly picked it up to check, expecting a reply from Hassan, only to find an unfamiliar number. Your most important people are in my hands, do as I say. Then, another message popped up, a picture. In the photo, Hassan, Todd, and Gregor were tied up and tossed on the ground, unconscious. If you dare to call the police or tell anyone this news, I will kill them immediately. This reminded Kelly. She immediately switched to the background and started typing 3 numbers. Don't be so optimistic, I've been monitoring your phone. You're trying to dial 110, right? Kelly was startled, realizing her phone was compromised. She canceled the numbers. Now, start a live stream and tell your fans that you won't be appearing publicly for a while due to some matters. The kidnapper's strategy was clever. By starting the live stream, they could stabilize not only netizens but also family and friends. Even if Kelly et al. Didn't contact them, people would subconsciously think they were just too busy playing and resting. With no choice, she turned on the live stream. Fans quickly flooded in. Wow, such an early stream today. Planning something fun this morning? Why are you alone? Lucky I woke up early today, otherwise, I'd miss your stream. Thank you, me, for waking up early. It's become more interesting with 2 new members lately. Travel is indeed more fun with more people. Tyra looks unhappy. Did someone bully you? Bullying seems unlikely. If it happened, those 2 brothers wouldn't let it slide. Seeing the mixed comments, Kelly adjusted her expression and smiled, shaking her head. Don't worry, I haven't been bullied. Today, I'm streaming alone because they're still sleeping. I apologize for changing plans, but traveling and streaming simultaneously has been exhausting lately. The upcoming schedule is tight, so I can't stream as usual. Please understand. To show her sincerity, Kelly stepped back, showing her whole body on screen, and bowed deeply. Fans felt sad but understood. I was looking forward to seeing the couple, but I get it. Travel should be enjoyable, we understand. Can you make it up to us later? Maybe more variety shows featuring the Brook-Jing couple. We ask for so little, just wanting to see you often. Do any bold directors want to create CP-themed variety shows to satisfy our desire for sweet moments? Your comments have been noted. If there's a suitable show, I'll consider it, Kelly said. She waved at the camera, then closed the stream amidst heartfelt farewell comments from fans. As the screen went black, Kelly's smile faded completely. She waited tensely for further instructions. You did well. Kelly, knowing you're a god, meeting you would put me at a disadvantage. So, I'll communicate online to ensure you meet my demands. Upon seeing this, Kelly thought of Adrian. Besides her with inherited memories, no one else knew about this. Surprisingly, even after being taken by the police for murder, Adrian managed to cause trouble again. Now, find a container and place your power inside. Kelly replied affirmatively, aware her phone was monitored. She opened a small group chat with Hayward and Audrey, normally asking if they had a container that could hold high-pressure forces like lightning. Both replied with question marks, which suited her plan to invite them. Just as she sent out the invitation, Cliff called. Kelly answered. Not good. Research Institute reports Adrian and the director have disappeared together, likely abducted by the director. They're already searching. Be cautious. Kelly sighed inwardly, feeling too late to change things. Her myriad thoughts coalesced into a single word, fine. After hanging up, more messages arrived. I didn't expect the police station to notify you. I won't beat around the bush either, Kelly, I won't let you off, just wait. This message was so typical of Adrian. Kelly turned off her phone and leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Her mind was a bit chaotic at this moment. She would discuss how to handle the situation with Hayward and Audrey when they arrived. Meanwhile, in a dark underground room. Putting down her phone, Adrian had an ugly and terrifying look on her face. Only after taking a deep breath did she calm down slightly. She truly hated Kelly to death now, wanting to kill her immediately. Can she really willingly follow our instructions? The Stanley couldn't help but ask. Adrian frowned and glared at him, disliking his weak appearance very much. If I say she can, then she can. What are you worried about? Besides, even if it doesn't work out, there's still me. If Kelly refuses to cooperate, I have plenty of ways to deal with her. You just need to wait and focus on your research. Hearing the word research, the Stanley nodded vigorously. All right, I'll follow your lead in everything. Adrian curled her lips, but there was nothing but cold mockery in her eyes. She genuinely looked down on such a despicable person as the Stanley. All right, I'm going to check on my career friend. He has been traveling with Kelly these days, surely trying to rescue me. She stood up. Her memories were still from filming the variety show. Adrian genuinely believed Hassan loved her deeply. If not to manipulate Kelly, she wouldn't bear to tie him up. As Adrian was about to leave the room, the Stanley hurriedly said, Be careful, don't let those men escape. I know, no need for your reminders, she left with arrogance. In the empty room, only the Stanley remained. Looking at the door, he wore a sinister smile. What a great opportunity for research was right in front of him. How could he not seize it? Actually, someone who could pass multiple tests to become the Stanley of the Institute and the top expert, how could he be an ordinary person? If not intentionally misled, how could Adrian's petty tricks control him? The mantis stalking the cicada, the clam and the fish hawk in conflict, the Stanley murmured. In his eyes, Kelly and Adrian were the mantis and the cicada, the fish hawk and the clam, waiting for him to harvest. Chapter 453 Psychological Issues. Adrian entered another room and completely ignored the 2 Flynn brothers. She lightly nudged Hassan a couple of times. Still half asleep, he dazedly opened his eyes. Upon seeing her, his pupils instantly dilated in disbelief. However, Adrian mistook his shock for surprise and delight, stifling a shy laugh behind her lips. Brother Arden, I was falsely accused and misunderstood a few days ago and ended up in jail. I'm out now. Are you okay? Have you been thinking about me so much that you couldn't eat or sleep? The words felt overly sweet even to her, sending shivers down Hassan's spine. But his quick reflexes kept him from reacting negatively, Instead, he nodded and looked around himself in confusion. Xiao Hopi, where are we? Why am I tied up? While pretending to look around, Hassan spotted the two Flynn brothers nearby but saw no sign of Kelly. Relief washed over him knowing she must be fine. Adrian said gently, Brother Arden, I brought you here because I need your help with something. The other two are just here for show. I know you've been forced to stay by Kelly's side these past few days, and it must have been tough for you, all for my sake. After our research is done, and she has no more value, we'll kill her to get revenge for you, okay? Throughout this speech, Adrian's gaze remained fixed on Hassan. If he showed any reluctance, she would think he sided with Kelly. Yet, he simply nodded, showing no care at all. Adrian felt deeply satisfied. Brother Arden still belonged to her. Even during her absence, that bitch Kelly hadn't lured him away. With their fate line severed, Hassan's reaction proved how genuinely he liked Adrian. Though binding him here made her feel extremely guilty and uneasy, defeating Kelly left her no choice. Do you want anything to eat or drink? There's a convenience store nearby, and I can buy some things for you, Adrian offered. Hassan shook his head, not really hungry. Looking down at his bound body, he feigned resignation. Xiao Hopi, do you really need to tie me up so tightly? Sorry, Brother Arden. I don't want to, but there's no other way, Adrian pouted pitifully. All right. Hassan acted indulgently though inside he felt disgusted. Adrian was thrilled, casting a glance at the still unconscious Flynn brothers on the ground. Her smile gradually faded. Just thinking about them betraying her to love Kelly, their biological sister, made her want to murder them. But killing more people right now wasn't advisable, especially since the dean wouldn't approve, so she gritted her teeth and held back. I'll wake them up, Adrian declared. She walked over to the two brothers and, under Hassan's complicated gaze, kicked each one hard. Awake in an instant due to excruciating pain, Todd mumbled, Who kicked me? Big brother? Realizing they weren't sharing a bed, he snapped open his eyes. Wait, we're not sleeping in the same bed, did you crawl onto mine? Seeing the ghost-like sinister stare of Adrian and recognizing the surroundings, Todd blurted out a string of profanities, fuck. Gregor said nothing, coldly watching this absurd scene, piecing together events leading up to his blackout. You probably didn't expect to see me again, did you? Adrian asked. Her smile never reached her eyes, making her appear even more chilling. Pity, your wish won't come true. I didn't rot in prison, I walked out proudly. Isn't that infuriating? Sad. Laughing maniacally, her face contorted. Just wait, I'll make every member of the Flynn family regret their decisions. To abandon me means being brave enough to face the consequences. It wasn't us who abandoned you, you abandoned us, Gregor retorted. Having confirmed Kelly's safety, he felt emboldened to speak freely. Adrian, you set traps for me, framed Todd, and even tried to tarnish brother's reputation to marry you. The Flynn family nurtured you for years, yet you turned against us like an ungrateful wolf, now accusing us of abandoning you. Don't you find it funny? Gregor challenged. Adrian's face contorted even more upon hearing these words. Knowing their truth only fueled her anger. What do you know? In a few strides, she raised her hand and slapped Gregor hard across the face. You actually dared to hit second brother. Todd struggled to get up and lunge at her. Adrian turned and gave him a cold stare. Forgot you were still here. She quickly walked over to him, and another slap landed on his face. Now, Todd's left cheek was red while Gregor's right cheek matched it perfectly, an ironic symmetry between the two brothers. Seeing them endure her strikes without retaliating, Adrian felt somewhat satisfied. She laughed. If you hadn't insisted on bringing Kelly back home, would I have done this to you? Between her and me, we can never coexist. Don't you understand that? You do understand, but your choice was her, not me. Each word from Adrian's mouth carried heavy weight, as if she had been deeply wronged by the family. Yet, Todd and Gregor felt an icy chill within, finally grasping the true meaning of those words. A white-eyed wolf could never be tamed. Having completely lost hope in Adrian, the two brothers chose not to speak further and closed their eyes, unwilling to look at her. All past sibling affection had become nothing more than fleeting clouds, drifting away into the unknown. What is the meaning of this? Adrian roared angrily. Their indifference only made her angrier. Think I've betrayed the Flynn family? But do you know, Kelly, that bitch has brought me to this. In a frenzy, Adrian kicked and beat the two Flynn brothers, venting her fury without caring about her image before Hassan. Right now, she just wanted to release her pent-up frustration. However, no matter how hard they were beaten, the two brothers remained silent, showing admirable fortitude. Fine, you all bully me. Adrian panted, exhausted, and sneered coldly. She bit her lip, I'll make you regret it. Not wanting to stay any longer, Adrian turned and ran off sobbing, looking like the one who had been wronged. Every part of his body ached, and Todd couldn't help but curse, is she crazy? Yes, she has severe psychological issues now, verging on being fractured, Gregor affirmed. He had taken psychology as a minor course and could see through it clearly. Chapter 454, Ruined. So, what's the situation now? Why are we locked up? Hugo asked. Due to being bound with tape for a long time, he felt pain all over his body. There wasn't a single part that didn't hurt. I have no idea, Gregor sighed, showing helplessness toward this current situation. After these words were said, both brothers looked at Hassan, who hadn't voiced any opinion yet. Compared to their messy states, he was relatively neat. What's more, there was even a cushion under him where he sat. Sure, you used your charm quite effectively, bewitching that idiot Adrian completely, cloud and mist. Just by looking at you, one can tell your morality isn't good. Who knows how many women you've secretly hooked up with behind closed doors. Hugo gritted his teeth in disdain. He definitely wasn't jealous. Hassan raised his brows, an even more devilish expression on his face. Oh, I sometimes think I'm too popular myself, but what can I do about it? Should I pull away those who like me and tell them not to like me anymore? He sighed as if very troubled. Shameless, Hugo commented sharply. My face cannot be without, after all, it's my meal ticket, Hassan replied calmly. Seeing the verbal sparring between these two, Gregor genuinely had a headache. He doubted that he was dealing with two adults and not two elementary school kids. Can you two shut up for a while and focus on our situation? He asked. Upon hearing this, Hassan and Hugo exchanged looks, both displaying identical disdain. With the two of you as teammates, leaving this place is probably just a pipe dream, Gregor remarked. He really couldn't believe it. On the other side, Kelly had already met with Hayward and Audrey. Knowing her phone contained listening and monitoring devices, she placed it in the bathroom with the exhaust fan turned on. I called you here because I wanted to tell you that Adrian has contacted me after coming out. She has also kidnapped Hassan, my second brother, and third brother, Kelly stated. Originally puzzled, the two widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing this news. What? How did they get kidnapped so suddenly? What happened? Heaven, Dr. Flynn won't be fine, will he? That woman Adrian is crazy. To seek revenge, she might go too far and could even cripple Dr. Flynn's hands. What should we do? Compared to Hayward, Audrey appeared extremely worried, as if she was thinking of her own family. Both Kelly and Hayward silently watched her, deep thoughts crossing their minds. Audrey immediately felt her face flush red to her neck, quickly waving her hands. I absolutely don't have those feelings for Dr. Flynn. I am merely worried. After all, he saved my mother, he's our great benefactor. If Louisa finds out that Dr. Flynn's hand is crippled, she would surely be concerned, so I'm considering ahead of time for her sake. When people feel guilty, they often babble nonsense, and Audrey was just like that. Her logic didn't make sense at all, yet she believed herself to be very reasonable and nodded after speaking. Hayward opened his mouth to tease her, but Kelly gave him a look, making him swallow his words back, coughing uncomfortably. I'm also worried. Adrian is indeed too dangerous, Kelly expressed. Audrey nodded in agreement, then asked curiously, but why did the Stanley agree to take her out? He clearly knew the consequences, but still did it resolutely. Did she give him some sort of love potion? They sent us a message asking me to find a container to hold my ability, presumably for research purposes, Kelly mentioned. Audrey and Hayward sucked in cold air. They were from the police department and naturally knew that the Stanley had a reputation for being obsessed with research. However, when it came to researching someone with special abilities, there were plenty of such individuals in the mystic department. Why specifically target Kelly? Most importantly, doing so would definitely raise objections from higher authorities, and even if he wanted to be reinstated in the future, it wouldn't be possible. This move truly meant losing everything. Sister Brooke, what are you going to do now? No matter what, I'll cooperate, Audrey said. Me too, Hayward quickly added. Kelly sighed. She felt somewhat lost too, following what they say. Should I first find a container to store my ability? Hayward frowned. If it were our abilities, an ordinary container might work. But since you're the strongest in the mystic department, I doubt any ordinary container would suffice. Maybe we should throw this problem back at them and see how they solve it. Agreed, Kelly nodded. She walked into the room, took out her phone, and relayed the question about the container verbatim to them. The reply to the text message came swiftly. I do have a solution here, but you need to buy an industrial-grade diamond that can be used to create the container. You'll need to find someone to hollow it out and make it into a transparent box. While this item is quite expensive on the market, as a celebrity, you should have enough money to afford it, right? Upon seeing this message, Audrey couldn't hold back her frustration and blurted out two choice words in her native tongue, feeling that the other side was shameless. Do you really think celebrities are just walking piles of money? A diamond that big would bankrupt anyone no matter how much money they have, she couldn't help but say. Another message popped up immediately. When it comes to choosing between money and your family or career friend, it's all about what you value more. I'm not forcing you to make a decision. Everything depends on your conscience. This statement made Audrey feel genuinely disgusted. She covered her mouth, almost unable to refrain from another comment. I understand, Kelly replied directly into the phone. The other side didn't send any further messages. Sister Brooke, even if we had the money, such a large diamond would be incredibly hard to acquire. What do you plan to do? Audrey asked. Kelly sighed. I'll have to find some connections. She felt a throbbing headache coming on, wave after wave. Audrey gritted her teeth. If circumstances allowed, she would definitely lash out at the shameless person on the other end of the phone. But with Dr. Flynn in their hands, she really couldn't take the risk. Actually, my family has a business in mining. If I handle it, the price should be much lower than on the market. Sister Brooke, if you need it, I can ask around, Hayward said, pulling out his phone. Audrey stared at him, speechless. Mining business? So, your family deals in diamond mines? Diamonds of good color, high purity, and significant size could fetch millions. Doing such business meant coming from a wealthy family. Hayward scratched his head. Yeah. Damn, you're so rich yet you still made me treat you to jianbingguizi when you came over. Have you no shame? Give me back the money I spent on your meal. Audrey placed her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with a worker's anger towards capitalists. It was too much. Chapter 455, Billionaire Young Master Xia. Hayward rolled his eyes at Audrey, complaining about her, we're friends. Do you have to be so meticulous? Upon hearing this, she directly hugged his arm and shook it wildly, looking like she wouldn't give up until she got the money. After this commotion, Kelly watched with a smile, her mood easing somewhat. Alright, let's go and see, she said. Since Kelly had spoken, Audrey could only reluctantly let go of Hayward, even rolling her eyes at him. He sighed inwardly for having such a tricky friend. Today at noon, I'll treat you both to lunch, feel free to order whatever expensive dishes you want, he said. Only then did a smile reappear on Audrey's face, her expression sly and mischievous. She intended to indulge in top-notch steaks and that legendary 82 fight. The more extravagant, the better. Oh right, Sister Brooke, Hayward seemed to suddenly think of something. He glanced around, lowered his voice, and whispered in Kelly's ear, should we call the police and get some people from there to assist us in the rescue? She thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. In Kelly's plan, she would infuse divine power into the diamond box. When Adrian and the Dean opened it, the divine power would explode and harm them. That would be the perfect opportunity to apprehend them. With people from the police station involved, it would be safer. Hayward deliberately said into his phone, I'm going to the bathroom first. He turned to leave as Audrey remarked, this guy is just like the lazy donkey who defecates a lot when saddled. Sister Brooke, I'm much more reliable, right? Kelly helplessly patted her head. Yes. Having won favor, Audrey felt extremely pleased. Meanwhile, Hayward went to the restroom and called the local police, informing them of the current situation without realizing that he had been teased. He nodded at Kelly, signaling that he was done. The three of them hailed a ride-hailing car and headed to the largest shopping mall in town, Ginza. Inside was a famous jewelry store named Dafu Jewels, which belonged to the Xia family business. In the car, Kelly kept a firm grip on her phone, occasionally lowering her head to check for new messages, fearing that the Flynn brothers and Hassan might be in danger. Sister Brooke, everything will be fine, Audrey whispered comfortingly. Kelly nodded but couldn't shake off her worries. Arriving at their destination, the three walked into Ginza and headed straight for Dafu Jewels. Just nearby, they saw a circle of employees standing outside as if waiting for someone. Upon seeing Hayward, the chief manager's eyes lit up. Good day, young Master Xia. Welcome, young Master Xia, please come for an inspection. The manager's voice was loud, and the employees behind him followed suit, all examining Hayward curiously. Before this, Hayward had lived secluded on a mountain and never concerned himself with worldly matters, thus he had never visited the store before. It was no wonder everyone was curious about this Xia young master, who appeared out of nowhere like a stone from a mountain. Well, rich people sure are different with such grand receptions, Audrey teased. Hayward's face turned red instantly. He hadn't expected this reception from the offline shop. Seeing people filming him with their phones, he quickly waved at the manager. That's enough. Don't waste time on formalities, let everyone get back to work, he ordered. The manager's face turned serious. Yes. He instructed the employees, did you hear the young master? Everyone back inside now. These words were also loudly delivered, and Hayward heard the murmurings and laughter of passers-by in the mall. He hurriedly entered the store, embarrassed beyond measure. Audrey was laughing so hard she couldn't stand straight, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. She said to Kelly, who would have thought the welcome ceremony at the Xia family store would be so amusing. If it were me being welcomed, I'd probably laugh myself to death here. Ha ha ha, from now on, I'll call you young Master Xia zi how ha ha ha. Kelly helplessly remarked, if you really do that, he might not talk to you. Who cares, I'll be happy, Audrey replied. She could say this because they always had a great relationship. She knew Hayward would never get angry. Alright, let's go in and take a look, Kelly said. At this point, videos of Hayward were already circulating online. Initially, everyone wondered whose young master it was, but recognizing his familiar face, they all understood. Darn, Hayward comes from such a wealthy family. Isn't he just a handsome commoner? How does this make sense? Dafu Jewels is a well-known chain, rumored to have earned nearly $1 billion in net profit last year. The capital behind its owner is vast beyond ordinary imagination. Hayward, why does your face suddenly seem handsomer? Why does fate favor you so? Heaven, from now on, I'm no longer your granddaughter. Why are there so many rich people in the world, but you didn't make me one more of them? How can you be so unfair? After Hayward's identity was revealed, there were those playing with memes and others feeling overwhelmed. There are always people who envy the rich, and overnight, he gained many haters. Of course, this had no impact on him. After all, Hayward never intended to enter the entertainment circle. He was busy handling matters at the Hopian department, and learning more profound secret skills from Kelly. Young master, these are all our uncut raw stones. According to your needs, I picked out these 2 suitable ones, but they are large in volume and not as pure as other raw stones. Please see if they can be used. If not, I will inquire from other shops for you, the manager said respectfully. At this moment, 4 large, translucent raw stones were placed before Kelly, Audrey, and Hayward. At first glance, they looked no different from glass or plastic. But these few stones were priceless. Audrey barely held back a scream, mainly because she didn't want to embarrass young Master Hayward. Indeed, Hayward had seen it all. He showed no shock, only saying, "You go out first. I'll discuss with my friends, and we'll call you in later." The manager nodded and left. After the door closed, Audrey couldn't help but whisper scream and approached the raw stones, touching them. "Huh, they do seem just like glass," she remarked. Hayward nodded. Originally, they are not worth much. The market is guided by capital, which makes them so expensive. In my eyes, diamonds, moissanite, and glass are all the same. Indeed, a statement worthy of a wealthy young master. Audrey let go of the stone, pouting, "Your family is part of that capital, yet you criticize even your own family?" "I'm just stating the truth," Hayward replied. This made Audrey think of one word, pretentious. But considering he would treat them to lunch, she decided not to comment further. "What are the prices for these 4 raw stones?" Kelly asked. Hayward shook his head. "Sister Brooke, given our relationship, it wouldn't be right for me to charge you. You can take whatever you need directly. Even if you take all 4, I have no objections." Audrey raised an eyebrow. She wished she could speak to Sister Brooke like that too, but her financial situation didn't allow it. Chapter 456, Diamond Customized Box. "I appreciate your kindness, but things should be what they are. I can accept a discount from you, but not for free," Kelly said seriously. If Hayward were not her good friend, she would have rejected even the discount. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Accepting someone's kindness means owing them something in return. Thus, to avoid owing anyone anything, Kelly always kept finances very clear. Seeing her insistence, Hayward sighed. "Then I'll call the manager and ask." He dialed the manager on his phone, and soon the manager came in. "Master, the prices of these 4 pieces of raw stones from left to right are 2 for 10 million each and 2 for 13 million each. If your friend is buying, apart from assisting with cutting, we offer a 50% discount. The diamond industry is inherently highly profitable, so even at half price, the Sia family still makes a profit. In that case, I'll buy 1 for 10 million and 1 for 13 million, Kelly said. She bought 2 because she mainly wanted to test whether diamonds could hold his divine power successfully. If they could, she had other plans. "Alright, please follow me to complete the payment. After purchasing these 2 raw stones, you will become a VIP member of Dafu Jewelry. Since your master's guest, we'll give you a black card level, which is the highest tier," the manager said. Kelly didn't care much about these perks. She nodded and followed him to make the payment. After spending money on diamonds, the balance in her account plummeted drastically, leaving her with little cash. It seemed after this matter was over, she'd need to appear on more variety shows to earn enough money for decorating her villa. Fitzroy mentioned a few days ago that the Luklin Mountain Villa needed more funds, so he had prepaid it. Kelly wanted the most advanced and exquisite decoration, which naturally came at a high cost. "Miss Sue, what kind of jewelry would you like to create using the raw stones?" the manager asked with a smile. "A box," Kelly replied. Hearing these words, the manager's smile faded, and he raised an eyebrow in confusion, clearly thinking he had misunderstood. Rich people usually bought large pieces of raw stones to custom-make unique sets of jewelry or polish them into smaller diamonds for resale. Creating a diamond box was unheard of. "Are you sure? Did I hear wrong?" the manager swallowed, unable to resist asking again. "You didn't hear wrong, I'm sure," Kelly said. Hearing this, the manager could only look helplessly at Hayward, clearly wondering if his friend was mentally sound. "Don't worry, just do as my master says," Hayward replied. The manager nodded dazedly, feeling like the world had turned upside down. Was their perspective as ordinary people too outdated? Were diamond boxes going to be the next trend in the market? Oh my, how many people could afford such a thing? "I think he's questioning his life now," Audrey remarked. Kelly nodded. "Normal. We were also surprised when we first heard about creating a diamond box." She only appeared calm on the surface but was actually lamenting the lost money and contemplating whether the country could compensate her. After all, earning money was quite difficult, even for celebrities who were known to earn easily. They still had to pay taxes, which were incredibly high. Of course, Kelly didn't find any issue with this. She was just reluctant to part with those tens of millions. "Since Ginza has many upscale restaurants upstairs, shall we go up for some food?" Hayward asked Audrey. Mentioning something she liked, she immediately nodded and started searching for the most expensive options on her phone. She did this openly in front of Hayward, making him speechless. "Look at you, acting like this isn't just one meal. If you crave something delicious, just tell me. You won't run out of my money in this lifetime," he complained. Audrey paused her scrolling, looked up at him, and blushed. I already have someone I like, don't get the wrong idea about me. Hayward. He twitched his lips and smacked the back of her head, telling her not to think useless thoughts. Don't worry, I feel absolutely nothing for you, and never will, he said. Audrey rubbed her sore head and pouted, internally complaining that this guy was not acting like a man at all. She huffed, fine, then stop hitting me. Anyway, I'm definitely going to take advantage of you today. The two started bickering again, like a pair of squabbling lovers. Kelly stopped watching them and whispered into her phone, the box customization has started. Where are you? How can I deliver the box containing divine power to you? The reply message arrived quickly. Why are you in such a hurry? We'll discuss this issue after the box is customized. Do you want to pry out our location in advance? Tisk, Kelly, you really are cunning. Don't treat everyone else as fools while thinking only you're smart. Kelly felt puzzled by the anger in these messages. She had merely asked casually and truly didn't have those peculiar thoughts. Realizing communication was impossible with them, she put her phone back in her pocket. Her stomach growled, signaling she was hungry. Have you chosen a restaurant? Kelly asked. Audrey nodded. A Western restaurant on the 3rd floor has great reviews, most importantly, it's expensive. A conservative estimate would be 6 figures per meal, and that's for one person. I'm very satisfied with this place. Anyway, Hayward has boasted that we can't eat him out of house and home, so we can eat however we want. All right. Kelly smiled and nodded, also feeling somewhat excited. The three came to the 3rd floor and entered the Western restaurant. The waiters immediately set down 2 glasses of lemon water and helped the ladies change into dining gowns carefully. What would the 3 of you like to order? Audrey looked at the menu and selected the most expensive items she had searched online earlier. These are what we want, she said. Kelly and Hayward each ordered a set meal. The waiter left with the menus. Audrey sighed to Hayward, sometimes I really wish I could eat as much as you do, but unfortunately, my stomach just can't handle it. He nodded, you obviously eat so little, yet I feel your weight isn't much different from mine. Your body seems to have more muscle than mine. How can this be? Don't you exercise regularly? Audrey nearly choked on hearing this, wondering who taught him how to talk to girls properly. Hayward, has anyone ever told you that you really deserve a good beating, especially, she said, raising her fist. He shook his head, people have said I'm special, but never that I deserve a beating. It must be because you're a capitalist, nobody dares to tell you the truth, Audrey gritted her teeth. Chapter 457, See you at midnight. Hayward was speechless at Audrey's attempt to attribute everything to the capitalists. Capitalists aren't omnipotent, he said. Audrey pouted in protest, but money is. Kelly agreed, that's true. If possible, she also wanted to earn more money. With both women agreeing, Hayward found himself unable to argue further. It wasn't his fault for having money. The dishes arrived one after another. Indeed, money could buy quality. Audrey savored her meal, remarking how different this steakhouse was from what she usually ate. Kelly cut her food into small pieces and enjoyed it meticulously. Delicious food always made one happy. She ate slowly and gracefully, causing Hayward to comment, Audrey, can't you learn from Master? Look at how others eat, not like you without an ounce of ladylike manners. What do you care? Audrey rolled her eyes. Daphne was naturally elegant. If observed closely, one would find that she didn't eat any slower than others but carried herself beautifully. Audrey normally paid attention to her image, especially in front of those she liked. Though Hayward was a man, they were just ordinary friends, and she didn't need to be graceful around him. After lunch, the store manager informed them that the box had been completed. Hollowing out the raw stone into a box shape didn't require intricate design or polishing, hence the quick turnaround. When Kelly received the box, it still looked much like a transparent container to her. In the staff lounge, she opened the box and attempted to infuse divine power into it. Golden divine power coalesced into a small mass within the box. Kelly quickly closed the lid, and the divine power moved around inside, seemingly confused, trying to escape. However, the adamantium was too sturdy, eventually stabilizing it. I didn't expect Daphne's power to be golden, looks so noble, definitely different from us common folk, Hayward remarked. He simultaneously channeled his spiritual energy, revealing an impressive Bhagwad disc behind him. Can you stop showing off? For someone like me who only has an abnormal hand, it's really frustrating, Audrey complained. Jealousy brewed within her, everyone had superpowers, yet others seemed much more impressive while hers felt useless. Hayward smiled and withdrew the Bhagwad disc, reminding Kelly, you can ask where to deliver the box. Kelly nodded and sent a text message instead of speaking directly to the phone. The recipient didn't reply promptly, which made her grip her phone tightly, feeling anxious. Inside the basement. The phone lay on the table, the room empty except for the next chamber where everyone else was. Nyla chose to feed Hassan, leaving the Flynn brothers in the care of the warden. During feeding, peace was far from achieved. Under the loving gaze of Nyla, Hassan felt increasingly nauseous with every bite, as if chewing fatty meat. He almost couldn't hold back from vomiting. One hang brother, I made this myself, doesn't it taste good? Nyla fluttered her eyes flirtatiously. Hassan stared at the tomato and egg dish in the bowl. This was something anyone could cook well. He forced a pleasant expression. So, you cooked this yourself? His eyes showed surprise. You weren't that skilled when we were on the show. It tastes so good now. Engsub, you've truly impressed me. Nyla blushed shyly. It's not as good as you say, probably because I tried harder knowing it was for someone I love. As long as one hang brother likes it, I'll cook for you tomorrow. After we deal with Kelly, I'll cook for you every day. Hearing Kelly's name, Hassan involuntarily clenched his fists, struggling not to reveal his emotions. All right, he replied. Nyla happily continued to feed him bite by bite while Hassan pretended to enjoy it. On the other side, the Flynn brothers were close to throwing up. The warden handled their feeding roughly, especially with braised pork belly, packed leftovers that tasted terrible. The lean meat had a fishy smell, and the fatty part was worse. Ugh. Todd, who had never liked fatty meat, couldn't hold back and vomited out the food in his mouth. The warden wrinkled his nose in disgust, while Nyla glanced over, hastily shielding Hassan's view. She had a cold expression. If he doesn't want to eat, just let him starve. If a wild boar can't appreciate fine grain, it deserves to starve to death. Upon hearing this, Todd clenched his teeth and retorted, clearly, this stuff is too terrible to eat. Can't you even buy proper food for humans? Are you sick? Gregor watched his indignant look and silently closed his eyes, knowing he was about to get beaten again. Despite being tied up, how could he still not control that mouth of his? Slap. The warden put down the plate and slapped Todd across the face. What do you mean you can't buy proper food for humans? I just ate from this bowl of braised pork belly. You will eat it too, or I'll kill you. Dazed from the blow, Todd was forced to take another bite of greasy braised pork. This time, he didn't dare to spit it out and swallowed with a gray face. His stomach churned, but he forced it down. At that moment, Todd swore that if he ever got free, he would never forgive these two. He would beat them up badly. Of course, heroes don't rush recklessly. After feeding them, Nyla and the warden returned to the basement and saw the message on the phone. I didn't expect her to be so efficient. It seems those three people really mean a lot to her, said the warden. Nyla nodded. I told you before. Now reply quickly to lure her here. They had already set up a web for Kelly. If she dared to come, she wouldn't return. From the beginning, the warden wanted her person, not her divine power. With a better subject right in front of him, why would he settle for less? The warden replied to the message. Come to Jinkong Park. Hand over the item to me at midnight. I look forward to meeting you. Midnight? They sure picked their time well. Audrey's first reaction to seeing the text was that something was definitely off. Kelly knew this too. She replied with an okay and put the phone back in the bathroom. Master, we've contacted the local police. 6 officers are now on the floor below our hotel room, Hayward said. Chapter 458, taken away under threat. What police? What have you two been preparing behind my back? Audrey looked at the two curiously, feeling oddly uneasy. Clearly, they were all together. Why would they make decisions without her? Did she come off as unreliable to Sister Brooke? This time, Audrey was truly hurt. She was always an open book, and Kelly and Hayward could clearly see her expressions. The two sighed. Kelly explained, that's because you weren't there at the time. If you were, we would definitely have told you. And the situation was urgent, leaving no time to wait. Only then did Audrey feel better, her face lighting up with a smile as she nodded. Such a big girl, yet you're still jealous. Are you really okay with that? Hayward teased. Those words made Audrey's face flush instantly, gnashing her teeth in anger as she raised her fist at him. None of your business. At least when I get jealous, Sister Brooke is willing to explain to me. Not so for some people. There was no denying that those words deeply wounded Hayward. He knew no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Audrey's place in Kelly's heart. After all, they had met each other first, and he was just the third party in their mentor-student relationship. So, he stubbornly shook his head. I wouldn't be jealous. I'm not a kid anymore. Audrey raised an eyebrow, feeling rather pleased. All right, you two stop messing around, Kelly said helplessly. Her words always carried weight, and both their expressions immediately became serious as they considered what to do tonight. Ultimately, they decided that Kelly would go to the park alone as instructed by the dean to drop off the box and see if anything happened, while the rest would keep watch from a distance. Ideally, they could catch those two tonight. Night fell. After dinner, it was finally 11:30. Kelly set out with the diamond-made box. Messages kept popping up on her phone. I warn you not to bring anyone else. Your closest people are in my hands. You don't want them to be in danger, do you? Once you arrive at the park, place the box on the trash can to the far left and leave immediately. Stay 1 minute longer, and your career friend will be dead. Seeing this message, Kelly clenched her teeth in frustration. Having a weak point truly wasn't a good feeling. But, she felt a bit lost. Did those two only want the divine power in the box? With caution, Kelly arrived at the park and placed the box on the trash can, then turned to leave. Another message popped up on her phone. You've done well. Proving that you genuinely care about your brothers and career friend. So now, let's move on to the next step. Kelly, I'm not a fool. I can find out you contacted local authorities, and my 2 friends are also waiting nearby. I'm stronger and more connected than you can imagine, so don't play those silly tricks on me. Now, return to the trash can, pick up the box, walk 30 meters forward, and enter the restroom. Reading these messages, Kelly felt a chill down her spine. She glanced back, but the buzzing of her phone served as a warning. Reluctantly, she picked up the box from the trash can and followed the instructions. What is Sister Brooke doing? Shouldn't she come back after dropping off the item? Hayward scratched his head, puzzled. I think something's wrong. Sister Brooke is likely being threatened again, Audrey said worriedly. Her expression was grim, filled with anxiety over Kelly potentially getting into trouble out of their sight. The police immediately moved toward the restroom. Kelly entered the restroom, and someone yanked her forcefully from behind. The familiar pungent smell returned, and the box fell to the ground with a thud. She vanished without a trace. When the others reached the restroom, it was too late. What happened? How could such a large person disappear instantly? Hayward looked around. In all the ancient books and magic arts he had seen at the Mystic Department, none had described the ability to instantly teleport. Therefore, Kelly's disappearance must have been due to modern technology. Search the entire restroom quickly, the short-haired policewoman hurriedly ordered. The police immediately sprang into action. Audrey and Hayward, knowing nothing, backed away to avoid hindering them. Both their faces were now very grim, filled with guilt and self-blame. If they had known this would happen, they would never have let Sister Brooke put herself in harm's way alone. Adrian is a deranged lunatic. If Sister Brooke falls into her hands, there will be no good outcome, Audrey gritted her teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Hayward nodded, but we had no choice. We could only wait for the result. The 2 hung their heads as the policemen who had not yet finished searching the restroom came out one by one. Audrey looked at them expectantly. The short-haired female police officer leading them shook her head. Sorry, after we went in, we didn't see anything. But a person can't just disappear for no reason. We will secure this area. Audrey nodded, and Hayward pursed his lips without saying a word. At this moment, both of them felt an unprecedented level of regret. Kelly regained consciousness again in a basement. She was not confined with the Flynn brothers and Hassan but was locked alone in a room filled with various instruments, all newly purchased by the Dean over the past few days for research. He spent a huge sum, almost all the money he had earned from years of service and investment, so this research had to yield something significant. Kelly's body was connected with numerous tubes, just like when Adrian had woken up in the institute. Her eyes stared coldly at the Dean, this Merrill who looked serious and kind. I didn't expect you to regain consciousness so quickly. You're indeed different from ordinary people. The other 3 only woke up after almost 10 hours. From what I know, this body is still under its original owner. So, just based on your soul, you can make the body this strong. If I had such ability, wouldn't I be able to stay longer in my scientific career? As the Dean spoke, the look in his eyes grew more intense. He was truly impatient. Kelly said nothing, just staring at him coldly, feeling deeply sorry. She had already figured out that the Dean's time was limited. Because of dedicating all his time to research day and night, he had developed stomach cancer from untreated gastritis. He hadn't done much wrong in his life and had contributed greatly to the country. So, for someone like him, she couldn't feel hatred, only pity and sorrow. Just as the Dean, who was about to start the research button, froze. Chapter 459, Appreciation and Regret. What kind of expression is that? You look very pitying towards me, the Stanley said. Kelly shook her head. It's not pity, but admiration. The Stanley was baffled by this response. He treated her this way, she should hate him. He picked up the notebook beside him and asked seriously, Are all your gods like this? In human terms, you're a bit of a saint. Besides you, are there other gods in this world? Where are they? The Stanley asked these questions without any ill intention. Everything was merely for research. Kelly shook her head and answered sincerely, Apart from me, there are no other gods in this world. They're all gone. As for whether we're saints or not, I don't think so. However, we have a natural fondness for humans and a higher tolerance. The Stanley nodded. This answer was what he expected. But privately, he had something else to ask as well, so he closed the notebook, his expression turning indignant. Since you are the god of our country, I would like to ask you, where were you when our country was invaded and countless citizens were slaughtered in the past? Do you think that appearing in this peaceful era could achieve anything? Are you genuinely here to help us? Kelly fell into silence at these words. After entering human society, she had read history and watched related films and understood how difficult those years had been for the Chinese people. So, she felt very distressed and wondered why she hadn't awakened during that time. My waking and sleeping aren't under my control. So I'm very sorry and feel guilty about this question, but there's nothing I can do. Regarding my awakening in this era, it's an accident. I don't know why I ended up in this body either. Perhaps it was destined, Kelly said. Hearing this, the Stanley looked at her face, confirmed she wasn't lying, and his anger subsided. He picked up the notebook again to continue his research. I'm going to activate the equipment now. When you reach your limit, you can tell me, he said. Kelly didn't say anything, just quietly watched him. Suddenly, the Stanley felt uneasy under her gaze. Because, in their conversation, causes and effects were intertwined. Now, Kelly saw deeper and knew more. The Stanley wasn't entirely selfless, this research was also for himself. She understood. Since that's the case, she could temporarily cooperate. Without mercy, the Stanley pulled the lever, and Kelly immediately felt an indescribable sensation within her body, as if waves of pain were coursing through her, but to her, these pains were like tickles. Seeing no change in her expression, the Stanley curled his lips, and increased the force on his hand. Kelly's breathing remained steady, even her heart rate showed no reaction. Even at the maximum setting, it was still the same. He watched in amazement, such a high voltage yet her body could withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would probably be reduced to a pile of charred remains. A body inhabited by a god is indeed different. Heaven, you're practically not human anymore, the Stanley exclaimed in shock. He couldn't imagine that if humans had such strong bodies, diseases or other afflictions wouldn't be able to defeat them. They would become the dominant species on Earth. And he wanted to become such a person first, then find a way to kill Kelly, and dominate this world, gaining the right to speak. The Stanley's eyes grew brighter with greed, and Kelly looked coldly, her emotions complicated. It's a pity that this machine isn't suitable for you. I'll replace it and buy one that truly suits you. During this time, I'll treat you well, the Stanley regretfully said. Given the current level of human technology, you're far from qualified to study me, Kelly suddenly spoke. The Stanley who was about to leave stopped, looking at her. Why do you say that? He seemed interested, but also furious, questioning her. Because I don't want to waste your time. That's the truth, Kelly said. Rather than spending time on me, you might as well go to the hospital for treatment. You might live a few more years. Her advice was sincere, but the Stanley's expression turned uglier, angrily shouting, how do you know I can't do it? I hate it most when others say I can't. My teachers used to say that before, but so what? I still worked hard and became the dean of this institute, better than all my classmates. So, I will definitely succeed. Biting out these words, the Stanley turned and left. Kelly sighed deeply, knowing that good advice rarely works on stubborn fools. She used her divine power to shatter the handcuffs, such things could never restrict her. She twisted her slightly uncomfortable joints. She had already sensed where those three were earlier, and now she could just go and take them away. Unfortunately, there was an unwelcome guest. Kelly paused her steps as she prepared to move forward, lifting her eyes to look at the doorway. Adrian stormed in angrily, still cursing under her breath. You promised cooperation, but the old man actually dared to hide it from me and secretly send a text message. With Kelly's abilities, how could he control her all by himself? Adrian had made preparations in advance, but they were all ruined by the Stanley acting on his own. How could she not be furious? Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Kelly was already standing right before her. What you said is indeed correct. The Stanley can't control me, and neither can you, Kelly said. Adrian's legs turned weak instinctively. She was about to speak when she felt a tight grip around her neck. Kelly squeezed her throat, gradually increasing her strength. Sometimes I really find you annoying. If I weren't a god, would have killed you immediately to vent my anger. But even after living among humans for so long, the divine essence within me still exists. You should feel fortunate. After saying that, Kelly threw Adrian to the ground and looked at her coldly. Divine essence, do you think you've done well? Adrian laughed bitterly, glaring at Kelly with hatred. If it weren't for you taking over her body, I wouldn't be like this. All of this is your fault, and now you're putting on an act with me. Since you're a god, you should go back to where you belong instead of indulging in the human world. A strand of divine power struck Adrian's temple, causing her to collapse limply on the ground. If she could, Kelly would also want to return to her divine position, back to Mount Luklingshan. Compared to the noise of the human world, she preferred the innocence and cuteness of animals. Unfortunately, the power of faith was still far from enough. Everything seemed destined. Chapter 460, Genuine or Feigned Amnesia. Liza sighed and opened the door to the next room. The two Flynn brothers and Hassan never expected her to come at this time, thinking it would definitely be the director or Adrian. The expressions on their faces were all terrible. Todd cursed, I'm in so much pain. I tell you guys, you can't kill me. When I get out of here someday, I'll absolutely finish you off. After swearing and complaining, he then realized the person standing in the doorway was actually his sister. He immediately gaped in astonishment. Gregor scrutinized Liza from head to toe. Once he confirmed she was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared they didn't have too hard a time rescuing him and his brother. Actually, whether or not they could leave didn't matter much as long as she herself was safe. After glancing at the three men, Liza ultimately decided to first untie her two older brothers, because both of them were very prone to jealousy. Isabel, you don't know how much I've suffered lately. They had the guts to hit me. Look what they did to this handsome face of mine. I look like an ugly prick, Todd said with a pained expression, hugging his sister and wailing like a baby without any trace of being the elder brother. Liza's face betrayed no disgust, she even touched his head gently while Hassan was still tied up. Third brother, can we talk about this later? Can I untie Arden first? She asked. Hearing these words, Todd's face stiffened slightly, remembering that there was another person present. He nodded. Helplessly watching his own sister untie some other man, it suddenly occurred to him that he could move now. He hurriedly rushed forward anxiously. Isabel, I'll untie him for you. You must be tired from saving us. Rest yourself here. Gregor also nodded and watched as Todd rather roughly freed Hassan. Why should they be blamed when that guy enjoyed himself during their mistreatment? Isabel, you wouldn't believe what happened these past few days. Hassan actually ate the food made by Adrian and acted all lovey-dovey with her, which thoroughly disgusted both of us, Todd explained with apparent seriousness. He shot a look at Gregor, who nodded immediately in agreement. Honestly, sometimes we shouldn't be blamed for disliking him. It's just that his actions are too excessive. Ah, your career friend has a fickle heart. Anyway, watch out for him. Hassan stood right there, yet the two dared to speak such nonsense about him. He really wondered what ridiculous lies they could concoct behind his back. Isabel, I had no other intentions. I was just trying to play along. If you don't believe me, you can check my heart if you want, Hassan declared seriously. This statement was quite sappy, causing the two Flynn brothers to roll their eyes repeatedly. Checking his heart? Everyone here is a law-abiding citizen. Why do something illegal and end up in jail? Isabel, I think he wants you to go to jail, Todd commented. Liza waved her hand, smiling helplessly. All right, stop talking nonsense. I trust Arden, he once saved my life. She spoke genuinely, but the two Flynn brothers didn't believe a word, finding it absurd. Saved her life? How was that possible? If Isabel needed anything, the two brothers would always rush over faster than anyone else. Hassan looked deeply at Liza, taking her hand gently and asked quietly, You must have been quite worried these past few days since we were kidnapped. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, I was worried. But seeing you both safe and sound makes everything all right. She was always so naive and lovable. Hassan sighed, wanting to say more but was pushed aside by the two Flynn brothers surrounding Liza to profess their loyalty. Being elders, of course, they couldn't be outdone by an outsider. Hassan could only watch, unable to push his way through. Ulrich had been taken down by Adrian, who had been dealt with by Liza. The Flynn brothers each bundled up one person. After leaving, they handed both villains over to the police for proper handling. In the car, Liza made a call to report safety. Audrey and Hayward exhaled a deep breath upon knowing she was unharmed. They decided to go directly to meet up with local police to take control of these two dangerous individuals. In the car, Hassan held on to Liza, refusing to let go. The Flynn brothers, due to having to manage the other two people, could only watch helplessly, unable to separate the couple. Halfway through the journey, Adrian opened her eyes first. She felt the motion and heard the voices of the Flynn brothers. She was confused. Just moments ago everything was fine, why was she now in a car? Aren't you awake already? Todd asked menacingly. Looking at this younger sister whom she used to adore the most, her mind was a mix of emotions. She didn't know when Adrian had turned into this ghostly mess. Third brother, where are we? Adrian asked. The dark expression in her eyes disappeared, replaced by purity and innocence. I remember you said you were going to give me a big teddy bear as a reward for my first movie role. Where's the teddy bear you promised? Why am I tied up? Is this some kind of game? Adrian blinked and asked. Her attitude was very sharp, as if nothing had ever happened between her and Todd. Gregor looked at Adrian seriously, feeling an overwhelming urge to laugh. Feigning amnesia was indeed quite desperate of her. However, their sister's acting wasn't very convincing, even in life-or-death situations, it was still fake. Who is sitting in front? Arden brother, why are you holding hands with her? Is she your girlfriend? Adrian asked in shock, with a flash of, wrong word here, no direct translation for, that fits naturally, and jealousy in her eyes. This scoundrel, who clearly said he liked her in the basement, was now holding hands with another woman. What could he possibly be thinking? Could he really be so fickle-minded? Stop pretending. The things you've done can't be erased even if you pretend to lose your memory. Todd frowned. He was filled with frustration, not understanding how he had been fooled by such poor acting before. Was he a fool? But then he thought, besides him, everyone else in the Flynn family had also been fooled, so his anger subsided somewhat. Third brother, what are you talking about? What have I done wrong? I was just focusing on filming my movie. Is there something wrong with that? Adrian blinked her large eyes innocently. Todd felt goosebumps all over his body, especially remembering how she once wanted to be the wife of his elder brother. Could she have designs on him now? He scooted towards the car door, feeling weak and helpless. Stay away from me. Todd warned. Adrian's expression froze. Chapter 461, returning to the Flynn family, physically and mentally exhausted. Seeing Todd's disdainful expression and his eagerness to avoid her, Adrian's face was filled with pain. Third brother, she asked in disbelief. Todd quickly waved his hand. I'm not your third brother. Don't call me that. After saying this, he turned his head to look out the window, clearly refusing any further conversation. Adrian could only look at Gregor hopefully, but he ignored her from start to finish. She could only grit her teeth silently. She had thought they would let up based on their past friendship, but never imagined they'd be so heartless. Indeed, no one in the Flynn family had ever truly valued her. The car stopped in front of the local police station, and Adrian, along with the now-awake director, was escorted inside. Before entering, she looked back at the two Flynn brothers hopefully, wishing they would save her. However, it was all for nothing. "That woman seems familiar, as if I've met her somewhere before," said Todd, pointing to the short-haired policewoman. She seemed to feel his attention and turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Todd realized they had met before, on the train. "What?" Gregor asked. Todd hurriedly laughed and shook his head. "Haha, my mistake." His overeagerness aroused Gregor's suspicion. This guy was still too inexperienced at scheming. However, he didn't have the energy to deal with such matters right now. "Should we continue our trip?" Hassan asked Kelly. This journey had drained him mentally more than he had expected. He hadn't thought a simple trip could encounter so many difficulties. Kelly shook her head. "Not for now. We can come back when we have time next time." "All right," Hassan agreed softly. The two Flynn brothers also sighed in relief. They were indeed exhausted too. On the way back, they didn't take the train but chose the faster option, a plane. It only took 5 hours to reach their destination. Hassan returned home, while the three siblings went back to the Flynn residence. When they rang the doorbell, the maid who opened the door looked incredulous. "Weren't you guys supposed to be on a trip?" she asked reflexively. Upon hearing this, Todd drooped his head and sighed, looking like a wilted flower. "Don't even mention it. I hope I never have to deal with this kind of trip again," he said. Gregor nodded in agreement. Kelly smiled. "They're already in jail, rest assured, she won't be getting out this time." Having learned from their mistakes, the police would definitely tighten security. The two Flynn brothers nodded, agreeing that Adrian got what she deserved. The maid, clueless about their cryptic remarks, simply smiled and ushered them in, closing the door behind them. When Alea saw the three children, she was pleasantly surprised. Ignoring her sons, she came straight to Kelly and embraced her. "Look at our Tyra. You've lost so much weight after this trip. Were you trying out that tough soldier-style travel that college students do?" In our family, money isn't an issue. If you want to ride in luxury or eat gourmet food, go ahead. Absolutely don't try to save us money. If you need to, you can even spend your brother's shares." Gregor and Todd exchanged glances, feeling bittersweet despite being willing to spend on their sister. It hurt to hear their own mother say that. Moreover, it wasn't Kelly who had lost weight, it was them. Comparatively, Gregor was calmer and didn't express his frustration verbally. Todd, however, couldn't wait and ran to Alea, turning around in a circle. "Tamara, look at your favorite son. Haven't you noticed how much weight I've lost? My face looks even sharper and handsomer." He pointed a finger gun at his own face, laughing foolishly. Alea rolled her eyes. "You haven't gotten handsomer, you've just gotten sillier. Having a son like you is quite embarrassing." Hearing this, Todd's smile slowly faded. Sometimes, he really wished someone could rein in his mom. But what could he do? His father was a complete pushover for his wife. Forget it. "Anyway, Tamara, your taste has always been questionable, so there's no point arguing," Todd muttered. As soon as these words left his mouth, he received a stern glare from Alea, who warned, "You're talking nonsense. Wait until your father comes back, he'll teach you a lesson." Todd shrank back, feeling utterly defeated. His father cared only for his wife and wouldn't bother about his sons. Sighing, he felt terribly unlucky. Gregor, watching his despondent brother, gently patted him on the shoulder. "We've been through so many years, haven't you gotten used to Tamara's bias by now? Try not to provoke her, and I think she's actually making some valid points," Gregor added. Todd was taken aback for a moment, then realized that his second brother was also being sarcastic with him. I thought our brotherly affection was good." "It turns out I misunderstood it," he said, pretending to be angry. After saying this, he quickly turned around and left, as if deeply hurt. "Tamara, take third brother to our hospital for a brain scan after some time," Gregor suggested. Alea nodded in agreement. "Okay." Fortunately, Todd left quickly, otherwise, hearing these words would have made him furious. Kelly sighed helplessly. "Tamara, second brother, you should be nicer to third brother." Gregor and Alea exchanged glances, both smiling slyly. After chatting with Alea downstairs for a while, Kelly returned to her room and opened Weibo. Instantly, a flood of fan messages appeared. She checked the top few comments first. "Isabeline, have you been having a great time on your recent trip? Sniff sniff, you unfeeling one, you actually didn't care about us. Every day without your live stream, I miss you. I heard from friends that wishing upon you is very effective, so I hope this wish comes true, to pass the exam. It must come true. Isabeline, this is my 60th day of checking in here. I hope you'll see my comment one day. You don't need to reply either. Once you've read it, it will show as read, and that will make me very happy. Recently, there have been frequent disruptions by black fans in the super topic. I wonder if Isabeline will notice. But don't worry, we fans will definitely help you repel those enemies." The fans' every word and action were filled with sincerity. Kelly felt warm in her heart knowing so many people liked her and genuinely wished her well. What positive influence could she bring to her fans? Thinking of the dean's question, Kelly felt heavy-hearted and made a decision in her mind. She logged out of Weibo and called Cliff. I have something for you. Yes, I'll be there right away. Just wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Kelly took out the diamond box from her backpack. Chapter 462, The Taxi Driver's Advice. Kelly did not inform the rest of the Flynn family. She hailed a taxi and went to the police station. Cliff should have been notified in advance, because she was taken directly to his office as soon as she entered. Kelly took out the diamond box from her bag. I don't know if you are aware of my identity, but please pass this item up the chain of command. You don't need to ask any more questions. Those who know my identity will understand how to handle it. Cliff was bewildered by her words and stared blankly at the glass box before him. He saw the golden yellow glowing object inside and was quite puzzled, wondering if it were some kind of special effect in the box. All right, I will inform my superiors, Cliff said. Because of trust, even though he had never seen such a thing before, he did not doubt Kelly. Are there any cases that need my help lately? She asked. Cliff waved his hand with a smile. Those complicated cases hardly ever appear now. As for other cases, we can't always rely on you since you aren't available all the time. Besides, we aren't useless either. They needed to hone their skills. Kelly nodded in agreement with Cliff's thoughts. Well, I'll be going then, she said. After leaving the police station, Kelly didn't particularly want to go home. Too many things had happened recently, so she wanted to find a quiet place to sit for a while, preferably somewhere with fresh air. She randomly hailed a taxi by the roadside and asked once in, driver, could you take me to a park where there are few people? Hearing such a request for the first time, the Zachariah was stunned for a moment but then nodded, sure. During the drive, he glanced at Kelly through the rearview mirror from time to time. Seeing her expressionless face, like someone completely disappointed with society and the world, he couldn't help but feel concerned. At her prime age, she shouldn't be wasting her life. Many young people nowadays attempt suicide because they can't get over certain things, hence the Dayton's concern. He slowed down as much as he could, trying to think of a way to persuade her. That girl, have you encountered something troubling you recently? Kelly shook her head, no, just a little tired. So, what is making you so tired? The Dayton asked, genuinely wanting to comfort her. Feeling his sincerity, Kelly thought for a moment, maybe it's the burdens on me. I always feel like I should do something for society but don't know what to do. In fact, I think I am pretty useless person. The Dayton hadn't expected her concerns to be so altruistic. He laughed, so, you mean doing good deeds? Yes, you can put it that way, Kelly replied. The Zachariah's smile widened, then that's easy. We are all small people, but small people have their ways to contribute. For instance, you can donate money online to children in poor mountainous areas or buy a bottle of water for hard-working street workers in a store. These are also good deeds. Actually, as long as you live, you are already doing good things. After all, the money we earn pays taxes, and the money we spend circulates currency. Don't you think it's very useful? Though exaggerated, the Zachariah's words made Kelly feel better because of his positive attitude. She nodded, thank you, I see things clearer now. As long as she does what she believes is good within her capabilities, it counts. So, are we still going to a deserted place? The Zachariah cautiously asked. With a completely calm heart, Kelly shook her head, no, I'll go home. The Zachariah sighed, feeling like he saved a life which was worth building 7 levels of a pagoda, and he was very pleased. So, everyone can do good deeds without realizing it, just like him now, right? Thinking about it, the Zachariah stepped on the gas pedal faster. The car's speed slowly decreased. The Zachariah was puzzled as he stared at the tail lights of the cars ahead. Why is it so congested up ahead without traffic lights? He honked, and the car in front honked back, creating a constant noise. Just then, a roar broke through the sky. Can you leave me alone? My death has nothing to do with you. Gallivanting in this world is meaningless. A man shouted loudly, his tone filled with boundless indignation. Other cars rolled down their windows, continuously yelling insults. Is it you who should leave me alone? I'm rushing to punch in at work. You're making me lose money, are you going to compensate me? Encountering someone like you on the bridge is terrible. Never heard of jumping off a bridge to commit suicide. You might as well crash into a car, which would at least let your family claim some compensation. People like him are just a waste of air while alive and a waste of land when dead. Can't you just die faster? You're so annoying. The Zachariah was quite shocked to hear these words. He couldn't believe he encountered 2 people who wanted to commit suicide in one day. Could he be the chosen one? No, he should be the son of death. Kelly leaned out to look and immediately spotted the man on the bridge. His hair was messy, and his clothes were peculiar, as if he were a homeless person. At that moment, he was waving his hands frantically, trying to keep the firefighters from getting close to him, ready to jump but hesitating because a soft mat had already been prepared below. I beg you, I really have no other way but to commit suicide. If there were any possibility for me to live, I wouldn't do this. Please grant my wish and let me die in peace. For me, every second of living in this world is agony and pain. I haven't done anything wrong, so why do those people keep harassing me? Now you even refuse to let me die. What more do you want from me? The man became more frantic as he continued speaking, scratching at his hair and shouting to the sky. The firefighters were talking to him, but it was clear they were trying to persuade him. Kelly's gaze scanned around the man and noticed something astonishing, several ghosts floating in the air around him. It seemed the man was not talking to the firefighters but to those ghosts. They surrounded him, clearly not intending to harm him, and harboring no resentment. "Driver, how much for the ride?" "I'm going to check it out," Kelly said. The Zachariah stared at her intently, fearing she might be contemplating the same fate. He hurriedly said, "Miss, life only comes once. Don't follow his example." Kelly was taken aback by his words, her expression puzzled. "Why would I follow him? I just want to see if there's a way to save him." The Zachariah breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, it's 20 yuan. Here's the QR code." Chapter 463, Rescuing the Man. Since the other vehicles were unable to move anyway, Kelly knew she was in no danger getting out of her car. She walked past the row of cars and approached the man underneath. With a snap of her fingers, several ghosts involuntarily drifted around her. Even as they did so, they pleaded. "We're not trying to haunt you, we just want your help, and we mean no harm. If we could, we would handle this ourselves, but as you can see, we are now spirits, and you are our only hope. Among all the people in the world, we can only communicate with you. For the sake of justice, could you please reconsider living?" Hearing these words, the corners of Kelly's mouth twitched. She always thought she wasn't good with words, but these ghosts were even worse. If she were in the position of being haunted, she'd feel like she had no reason to live at all. Noticing something amiss, the Aline blinked in confusion as they circled Kelly. How did we end up down here? Wow, what a beautiful woman. Even prettier than the celebrities I used to see. As I said, true beauty always appears unexpectedly. I hope she doesn't experience what we did." Upon hearing their words, Kelly's eyes flickered. What exactly happened to them? She whispered, "I can see you, but please don't speak for now. Let me persuade the man above to come down." The Aline eyes widened in disbelief, but they instinctively obeyed, remaining silent. Kelly looked up at the now calmer man and called out, "I can help you." Her voice was piercingly clear, reaching his ears loudly. He glanced around in confusion, realizing it was indeed her speaking, along with those annoying Aline hovering around her. He was startled. "I can help you get rid of them," Kelly added. At that moment, the man realized that this woman was truly his savior, and he instantly trusted her without hesitation, rushing into the arms of the firefighters. The firefighters were speechless. They had spent so long persuading him, to no avail, as he insisted on taking his own life. But it only took a few words from a pretty girl, and he willingly came down. People can be so double-standard. Noticing the firefighters' teasing looks, the man didn't try to defend himself, trembling with emotion. Finally, he could be free from those ghosts. The vehicles below started moving again, Datons grumbling under their breath. "If I had the guts, I'd definitely get out and kick you in the butt to show you that dying isn't so easy. I think you didn't really want to die. Someone who wanted to die would have jumped long ago. Hanging around the bridge for so long and then coming down because of a beautiful woman is ridiculous." Pfft, I had my phone ready, thinking I'd witness a big scene. Fortunately, the man couldn't hear the Daton's comments, otherwise, he might have been pushed over the edge once more, given his fragile emotional state. If it weren't for Kelly's promise to deal with the Aline, he wouldn't have come down no matter what. After the man came down, the firefighters' faces turned serious. "You absolutely cannot do this again. You've already tried 3 times this week. Do you really think this is appropriate? And our response wastes a lot of manpower. If someone dies or gets hurt because of you during one of these incidents, how will you justify that?" The man looked very remorseful. "I know you might not believe me, but I truly wanted to die. However, now I see hope in living. After this, no matter what, I won't try again. I'll live well and honor your wishes." With a joyful expression, the man ran towards Kelly, completely unaware that the firefighters saw him as someone obsessed with women. "Forget it, let's chalk it up to bad luck," one firefighter sighed. As the man approached Kelly, she gestured for the Aline to back off so as not to disturb him. Seeing her powerful ability, the man's eyes widened, feeling even more hopeful. "Master, can you help me exorcise these ghosts? These 5 have been haunting me for some reason, even though I never knew them before. You don't understand how I've lived through the past few days. I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly. Not only do they haunt me during the day, but they also appear in my dreams at night, always asking me to help them seek justice. But the problem is that they didn't tell me what injustice they suffered. Even if I wanted to help, I don't know what to do." As he said this, the man also shed tears as he really felt more like dying. Especially when people around him couldn't understand him. Whenever the man tried to commit suicide, the firefighters would patiently advise him against it, but then those Aline would repeatedly remind him again. "They found you because there must be some connection between you and them. It's not appropriate to discuss this on the street," Kelly said. She took out her phone and searched the surroundings on a group buying platform, finally finding a coffee shop with private rooms. "Would it be okay to talk there?" she asked. The man nodded. He didn't want to do anything now, only follow this woman. So, the two walked ahead while the 5 ghosts were forced to follow behind, making the scene look quite ridiculous. The man occasionally glanced back, feeling genuinely happy as he realized the ghosts were struggling to catch up. Once at the coffee shop, after ordering 2 coffees, they entered a private room. Can I ask them to come over and talk in detail? Kelly asked. Although the man's face was still uneasy, he nodded in agreement, knowing this issue needed to be resolved. Kelly snapped her fingers, and the 5 Aline approached. They felt a bit scared of this strange woman who could control them, instinctively wanting to rush toward the man for comfort. However, there seemed to be an invisible wall around the man, forcing them to just watch helplessly. Now, why are you following him? Kelly asked. The Aline pouted and spoke together in unison. Of course, it's because he can help us. And his aura is very peaceful, making us feel comfortable. He's a good person. Only he can help us. Whom else should we follow? Please help us seek justice. We've been through so much. Wah, is there any law in this world? Not just the man, even Kelly felt uncomfortable with their constant whining. Chapter 464, The Grievances of the Female Ghosts. Remaining ghosts, shut your mouths. You, speak up. Kelly pointed at the female ghost in red standing at the front. The other ghosts wanted to ask why it wasn't them, but found they couldn't speak. Instantly, their eyes were filled with even more fear as they looked at this woman. The red-clothed female ghost swallowed and pointed at the man, saying shakily, our deaths have grievances. Only he can see us and talk to us, so we've been staying by his side. We absolutely had no ill intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained unharmed for such a long time. Kelly nodded, agreeing with this logic. However, the man curled his lips, feeling much braver due to the presence of a master beside him. You almost scared me to death, yet you claim you had no bad intentions? Hearing this, the red-clothed female ghost pouted with grievance, her eyes filled with tears. Her words are indeed true. If they wished to harm you, they could have drained your energy. Now, you're merely mentally exhausted, but not physically weak, Kelly said. The man sighed. He knew it was true, but he still felt uncomfortable. Anyone who had been haunted by ghosts for such a long time would feel terrible. Kelly shifted her gaze to the red-clothed female ghost. I can help you. Tell me about your grievances. We were all students at Rome College, the red-clothed female ghost replied. At the mention of this, her eyes flashed with anger, seeming furious. I thought entering college would bring a new life, but never imagined that the teachers and leaders here were beasts. They forced us, treated us worse than animals, used us for their own amusement, and even falsified scenes after we died, claiming we killed each other. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, almost hating enough to drip blood from her eyes. Oh, the man exclaimed. Is this the case where the female students of dormitory 302 at Rome College fought to death? He asked. Kelly frowned. You know about it? The man nodded and quickly pulled out his phone. I'm Jeffrey, the journalist who reported on this case. I conducted interviews on site before. Here is my report. He showed the news article to Kelly, which described how the girls in room 302 didn't get along, bullying each other constantly. On a night 3 years ago, they suddenly turned on one another, drugging and beating each other until none survived. This news spread widely online, leading many to comment on how chaotic girls' dormitories could be. Only 5 people, yet forming countless cliques. It was terrifying. So you were the first to defame us. The red-clothed female ghost's voice turned sinister, her anger and resentment nearly palpable. Jeffrey shrank back. I only recorded what the school leaders told me during interviews. Though her eyes remained angry, her index finger began to elongate slowly. Kelly gently tapped her forehead, restoring her aura to normal. Control your emotions or you will become an evil spirit, and I won't be able to save you, Kelly warned. The red-clothed female ghost took a deep breath, feeling slightly better. The truth is entirely different from what the news reported. She opened up painfully. In room 302, we 5 girls were preparing for our art exams. We spent most of our time practicing dance or studying. There was no time for petty jealousy. And besides, our relationships weren't terrible. The reason we were killed is... She clenched her fists tightly, seemingly unable to say more. Jeffrey watched curiously. Taking a deep breath, the female ghost said, we were violated. On that night, after returning from the dance studio to our dorm, we were drugged. The rest was easy to guess. Were they the school officials? Jeffrey asked. The red-clothed female ghost ignored him, addressing Kelly, the vice principal Daniel, head teacher Zhai Deng, and math teacher Govind Mingxian. They were devils. The other 4 ghosts were already in tears, appearing pitiful. Jeffrey never imagined he made such erroneous reports, explaining why the 5 ghosts had been haunting him. If he had been slandered even after death, he wouldn't have tolerated it either. Beasts. Jeffrey clenched his fist and cursed. If they aren't your true killers, why did you follow him? Kelly pointed at him, asking. The red-clothed female ghost shook her head, puzzled. I don't know. It seemed like a voice guided me to follow him, thinking he could help. The others felt the same. Kelly nodded thoughtfully. These Aline must be bound by cause and effect. But as a journalist, Jeffrey did not investigate cases, and the information he knew came from what those school leaders described. Alright, you can leave now. Kelly looked at Jeffrey. I will help them next, and they won't appear by your side anymore. He breathed a sigh of relief but looked very hesitant. Ultimately, it was his fault. As a journalist, he should have reported the truth, even though he had retired. But once in that profession, one must adhere to journalistic ethics for life. Jeffrey's gaze became resolute. I'll go with you. I want to rewrite the news. They are not like that. They shouldn't bear such slanders. I need to expose those beasts. At this moment, Kelly understood why the Aline trusted him. Fine, she said. Did they start bothering you recently? Kelly asked again. Jeffrey nodded. 3 months ago. And where were you before that time? Kelly asked the red-clothed female ghost. She blinked her eyes and shook her head. I don't know either. Since I had memory, we've been following him. This explained why they hadn't woken up during these 3 years. Let's go to Rongda University, Kelly said. Jeffrey nodded, checked his phone's battery, and relaxed when he confirmed there was enough power. Luckily, he hadn't played on his phone much lately, so the battery was mostly around 80%. Looking at the Aline who seemed to have something to say, Jeffrey felt sympathetic. Master, can you let them speak? It seems like they have something important to tell us, he said. Hearing this, Kelly snapped her fingers, and the 4 Aline immediately surrounded the 2 of them. You wrote such false reports to defame us. Is there anyone in the underworld to manage this? I'm going to report you. Ah. My lifelong reputation is ruined, and after death, I turned into a fool who fought with roommates. That's too unfair. I'll drain all your essence and show you the consequences of fabricating lies. Wait for it. Prepare to die. Chapter 465, Entering Rongda. Faced with Jeffrey's made-up story, the Aline were evidently very angry, each of them wanting to strangle him with their own hands. Kelly watched from the side, knowing they wouldn't succeed. Jeffrey, after learning about these Aline tragic pasts, he gradually felt that they weren't as scary as before. Moreover, he was genuinely remorseful. I'm sorry. As a journalist, I should have conducted more thorough investigations back then before jumping to conclusions about your cases. Returning to Rongda with Master this time, I will definitely prove your innocence. Please trust me. After saying this, Jeffrey bowed deeply to the Aline, his face full of sincerity. Seeing his sincere demeanor, the anger and resentment of the Aline diminished considerably, and they nodded at him. Passers-by, however, looked at Jeffrey askance, not understanding why this young man suddenly bowed to them. Could he be mentally unstable? Thinking this, everyone kept their distance silently. However, Jeffrey didn't notice anything amiss. At this moment, his eyes were slightly moistened by the forgiveness of these lovely Aline. Despite suffering such great injustice, they were still so kind. It was truly regrettable. Looking at them, he could imagine the brilliance they must have exuded on stage. Such wonderful girls, why did they have to go through something like that? How could the world be so cruel? As these thoughts surfaced, Jeffrey's eyes gradually filled with tears, feeling increasingly distressed until he couldn't help but cry. The passers-by became even more terrified and tried to avoid him, retreating as far as possible. Kelly also distanced herself a bit, wary of being seen together with him, mainly because it was somewhat embarrassing. The Aline, on the other hand, were deeply moved. At first, we thought you were just another person who likes to talk nonsense, but we didn't expect you to realize your mistakes and be so sincere. Now, we aren't angry at all. Sigh, after so long, apart from resentment, what we feel most intensely is powerlessness. We wondered if our parents miss us. They spent so much money raising us, yet we never had a chance to repay them. I miss my mom. The dumplings at home are so delicious. Once you eat them, you can never forget them. My mom used to joke that if she didn't have to support me, she would have saved up to open a dumpling shop. In our lifetimes, if we could see our families again and speak to them, it would be enough. The Aline sighed, their eyes reddening. Kelly could sense that when they recalled their families, the resentment around them slowly dissipated. This showed that in life, they must have been very kind, obedient, and well-behaved. Don't worry, after this matter is resolved, I will fulfill your last wishes, she said. Upon hearing this, the Aline looked at her with bright eyes, unexpectedly encountering such a miraculous person. Moreover, this older sister was so beautiful. Thus, the Aline decisively abandoned Jeffrey and surrounded Kelly, eagerly asking her about her identity, thinking she must be a shining star. Jeffrey watched as Kelly was surrounded by the ghosts, inexplicably feeling a bit sour inside. He had previously wanted these ghosts to go away, but now his feelings were completely different. Truly strange. Walking along, talking among themselves, they arrived at Rongda University. Since the university was open to the public, they entered smoothly. Every student they encountered was vibrant, radiating youthful energy. Yet Jeffrey, looking at these children, especially the prettier girls, couldn't help but worry, fearing they might be harmed by those beasts. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze only made the girls feel more terrified, whispering among themselves that a pervert had come to school. Students often browsed the internet, so many recognized Kelly. But they were shy and didn't dare approach her directly, instead secretly taking photos and uploading them online. These photos caused significant trouble for Kelly. Jeffrey hadn't taken care of himself lately, though he looked a bit better now, he still appeared quite disheveled. So, the sensationalists added a line when reposting the photos. Hashtag Kelly with a homeless man, suspected of falling hashtag. Fans' comments below were furious, while haters seized the opportunity. Why write that our sister is with a homeless man? Stop spreading rumors about her. Is it really necessary? Just because two people walk together doesn't mean they are a couple, right? Sometimes I really feel this society is crazy. And don't forget who Kelly's career friend is. How could she leave such a handsome guy for a homeless man? Who knows what your sister is thinking? Kelly has never been a good person, we all know this. Compared to her, our little fairy is still the best. Why hasn't she appeared recently? I miss her so much. If you want to see the little fairy, please get out of this comment section. You guys are just plain annoying. Adrian's fans were notorious for their nasty behavior and competition with other fans, which was quite disgusting. But the most important thing was that these fans didn't even realize there was a problem. Instead, they felt proud, thinking others were just jealous of their little fairy. Hassan immediately called Kelly after seeing the sensationalist's photos, not because he thought she had cheated but because he was curious about why she went to Rome University. However, the call went unanswered, and he had no choice but to wait. At this moment, Kelly had arrived at the former girls' dormitory and finally understood why these girls could now come out. Something in the previous dormitory had been suppressed, allowing these girls' spirits to rest in peace. But now that the dormitory was being renovated, those things were dug up. It seemed that those people thought the time had passed long enough and the girls wouldn't cause any trouble anymore. This is where we used to be. I remember we danced here together. Many Coreys watched us then, and some even confessed their love to me. Yes, thinking back, school life was pretty good. Unfortunately, we encountered those scums and couldn't live perfect lives. What I hope most now is that no other girls will go through what we've been through. As long as everyone can be safe, it's fine. I saw several pretty young girls just now. I agree. The feeling of youth is truly beautiful. Chapter 466, recorded a video. Hearing these girls' words, Jeffrey couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten again. He thought that girls were simply the most beautiful creatures in this world. They had clearly suffered injustice and even lost their lives because of it, yet they were still thinking about others now. How could they be so wonderful? In comparison, as a man himself, Jeffrey felt very embarrassed and ashamed. Next, we'll go see the vice principal to confirm if these teachers are still around, Kelly said. Jeffrey nodded, quickly taking photos to prepare for posting them online when he restarts the search for the truth later. The two arrived at the vice principal's office. Just as they knocked on the door, it opened to reveal a Meryl with a harsh face and unfriendly eyes. His impatience vanished instantly upon seeing Kelly, replaced by a full smile as he sized her up and down. Hello, young lady. Are you considering transferring to our school? Our Rhonda school is top-notch in terms of faculty and atmosphere. The admission threshold is also very high. If you choose our school, that would be absolutely wonderful. Looking at your appearance, I assume you might be interested in the arts. We have suitable teachers here. The vice principal kept recommending enthusiastically. What he didn't know was that the five Aline began screaming and cursing the moment they saw him. That stinking Baldy. I will never forget him. Sister, you must not be deceived by this Baldy, he just likes to say sweet things to fool girls. Now, whenever I see him, I really want to strangle him with my hands. No matter how many times I look at his face, it's always disgusting, and it made me feel like vomiting during school days. Jeffrey twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth after hearing the ghost's words, eventually shifting his gaze elsewhere, pretending he heard and saw nothing. In contrast, Kelly remained particularly calm. She shook her head. I have no interest in your school, but I do have some thoughts about you. Gerhard wiped his cheek upon hearing this, feeling very surprised. He never expected his charm to be so great that even middle-aged men could attract such a top-tier beauty. However, a woman had recently said that even with his bald head, he still looked quite charming, and his head shone under the light, looking very handsome. Now, having a gorgeous beauty take an interest in him was quite normal. Thinking about this, Gerhard became increasingly confident, nodding with a sly smile he wasn't even aware of. What does this beautiful lady want to talk about? Do you want to date me? To be honest, I just broke up with my ex-girlfriend. She was too materialistic. After only being together for a month, she wanted me to buy her a 500 yuan bag. Of course, she didn't look good, so carrying a nice bag was just for show. But if it's for you, this beautiful lady, I would be more than willing to take you shopping right away, Gerhard said. After hearing this, Jeffrey couldn't hold back and rolled his eyes multiple times, secretly scolding the old guy for being lustful but unwilling to spend money. Would someone like Kelly fall for such cheap tricks? I wonder if you remember those 5 girls. I came here for them, Kelly said. The smile on Gerhard's face froze, his expression turning unbearably ugly, his whole face darkening. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're not here to apply for admission, then I have no time to waste here with you. With that, he slammed the door shut in a clear sign of unwelcoming, but inside, he was torn with regret. It was such a pity to meet such a beautiful girl who wasn't there to study or start a relationship with him but instead came for past matters. But Gerhard wasn't worried that the past would be dug up. After all, it had been a long time, and any evidence should be long gone. What else could they possibly find? Gerhard sneered, thinking Kelly was likely a relative of one of the girls. Those girls were quite pretty and smelled nice. Unfortunately, they were too hot-tempered, and their bad characters were indeed not a good thing. Hadn't they ended up harming themselves? Recalling the past, Gerhard walked to his computer, opened a hard drive, entered a password, and clicked on a video. He watched intently, unaware that the 5 Aline were watching him from behind. They saw the entire process and knew the password. Seeing the content of the video, they clenched their teeth in anger. Who would have thought this scumbag recorded such things? But on the bright side, by recording this, he only harms himself. We can tell sister the password and let her take the video. But the people in the video are us. If our parents see it, they will surely be hurt, and our former friends will definitely see it too. You silly, if sister gets the video, she will immediately report it to the police. It won't be leaked. And even if it leaks out, what does it matter? We are already dead, and our parents would be glad that the real culprit is caught. Yes, stop worrying too much. In this new era, no one puts up chastity arches for women anymore. The truly injured ones are us, and everyone will only feel heartbroken when they see it. The 5 Aline comforted each other, their gazes becoming increasingly resolute. Yet, each of them was still afraid inside, but so what? As long as they could bring the bad guys to justice, it would be worth it. And sister said they could let them meet their families once. They could then explain everything to their families, which would be great. So, the 5 ghosts who had made up their minds floated outside and mentioned the video and password. They have gone too far. Jeffrey clenched his teeth and glared angrily at the door in front of him, wishing he could rush in and punch Gerhard in the nose several times. Why should such scumbags live in this world? Let's check on the other teachers first. I'll bring you back tonight to get the video, Kelly said. Jeffrey nodded, wanting to ask how they would get the video but didn't say anything. Because he knew that a master must be different from ordinary people. If the master says it can be done, it definitely can. The two walked along the hallway, with the 5 Aline sighing that the office area looked exactly the same as before, making it easy to find their way. They stopped outside an office, peering through the glass window. 4 middle-aged men with serious expressions and decent looks were seated on chairs. Standing in front of them was a young girl with red-rimmed eyes, looking timid like a frightened little rabbit. Teacher, I'm sorry. I really have been studying hard, but I just can't understand it. I know I've wasted educational resources and disappointed my parents who paid for my tuition, but I can't help it. Sob, my mind always wanders during class. Chapter 467, The 5 Ghosts Tease the Math Teacher. Milagros was crying pitifully, sobbing and heaving. The man's face remained very stern, but from Kelly and Jeffrey's perspective, they could see a hint of a smile on his lips. As if his wicked plan had succeeded. He used to manipulate me like this too. I can't believe he's still using this trick, it's too much. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a teacher at all. How is he still alive? There's a saying that truly applies here, a scoundrel will haunt for 1,000 years. Big sister, please save that girl. Don't let her go through what we did before. The 5 Aline were very anxious, pacing back and forth in place. Do you want to scare him? Kelly asked. Hearing this, the Aline eyes lit up, and they looked at her expectantly. Jeffrey gaped, never expecting such a turn of events. Kelly smiled and snapped her fingers, first blindfolding the girl in the office to prevent her from being scared by what was about to happen. The crying girl stopped mid-sentence, looking around bewildered, her expression panicked. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I see anything? She anxiously asked, Teacher, am I blind? Upon hearing this, math teacher Zhai Deng furrowed his brow, waving his hand in front of her eyes in confusion. Milagros's gaze remained blank, not reacting at all. Teacher, can you call my parents so they can take me to the hospital? The girl pleaded hurriedly. Zhai Deng pursed his lips, looking quite annoyed. He said, wait a moment, while secretly taking out his phone and sending some messages in a group chat. Alright, you can proceed. I've put a restriction on you, so you cannot hurt anyone, only scare them, Kelly said. The 5 Aline nodded eagerly upon hearing this. They understood that their elder sister was doing this for their own good. As long as they didn't become vengeful spirits, there would still be a chance for reincarnation. The Aline entered the office one by one, floating behind Zhai Deng who, feeling a chill, immediately stopped typing and turned around. Seeing the eerily familiar Aline, his shocked expression quickly turned into panic and confusion. How are you here? That's not right, aren't you all dead? Yes, teacher, it was you who strangled me to death, the red-dressed ghost said with a grin. Her mouth stretched unnaturally wide, revealing all her teeth, a terrifying sight. The other ghosts gathered around Zhai Deng and spoke up. Teacher, it's so cold down there, and we have grievances. Can you come with us? Wah, teacher, such a kind person should surely agree to our request. I remember when you told me I had talent but wasn't focusing on the right path. Teacher, tell me now, what is the right path? Are you on the right path yourself? Teacher. The voices of the Aline were loud, making Zhai Deng, already troubled by guilt, break out in cold sweat, unsure of how to react. He had never imagined that such paranormal events could actually happen in real life. Beside him, the blinded girl kept asking why the teacher wasn't responding, stumbling forward to find someone to help her call her parents. But Kelly had placed a restriction on her, so no matter how long she walked, she would remain in place, unable to hear or touch anything. This was to protect the girl. You. I didn't mean to kill you then, Zhai Deng swallowed hard, trying to defend himself. The red-dressed ghost nodded. Then why did you strangle me? At this, Zhai Deng was speechless, his face turning even uglier. Would he be taken away by these ghosts today? Would anyone come to save him? The five Aline surrounded Zhai Deng tightly, shifting forms constantly. He had gone from initial shock to a expression, completely dazed. Jeffrey quietly averted his gaze. Even as an outsider, he found the scene terrifying. However, Zhai Deng deserved this. It would be best if these ghosts frightened him into insanity. That's enough, come back, Kelly snapped her fingers. The Aline, having had their fill, returned to her side, giggling merrily. Scaring their murderer like this felt incredibly satisfying. By the way, can a bad person like him become a ghost after death? The red-dressed ghost pointed at Zhai Deng, asking curiously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If a ghost kills a ghost, wouldn't it stop becoming a vengeful spirit? Isn't there a saying, survival of the fittest? Kelly understood the red-dressed ghost's thoughts and raised an eyebrow, nodding. Yes, do whatever you want after that. Given the crimes committed by Zhai Deng and his ilk, the day the truth comes out will mark the countdown to their lives. Execution, there would be no escape from it. The five Aline became very agitated at the thought. Having existed for so long, they were definitely stronger than new ghosts. At that time, they could easily tear one apart with a single hand. It would be incredibly exhilarating. Most importantly, they could take revenge on their enemies themselves. How satisfying. How come I feel that their current aura is very terrifying, Jeffrey muttered under his breath. Fortunately, the five Aline didn't hear him, otherwise, they would have surrounded him to get to the bottom of it. Alright, let's find a place to rest first, and we'll come back tonight, Kelly said. The white-dressed ghost, who hadn't spoken much, immediately stepped forward. I know of an internet cafe nearby the school with private rooms. I can take you there. She lowered her voice. There are a lot of handsome guys in that cafe, all college students. From her expression, it was clear she wasn't just offering directions but was eager to see the handsome guys. Jeffrey touched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. As soon as the two people and five ghosts entered the internet cafe, the temperature seemed to drop significantly. The college students playing games in short sleeves rubbed the goosebumps on their arms. What's going on? Boss, can you turn up the heat? At this temperature, it feels like you're trying to freeze us to death. Ho, my hands aren't even moving smoothly. I just died once and betrayed my teammates. The boss also felt puzzled. While setting up the private room for the two, he turned up the heat. The five Aline floated among the handsome guys, the strong positive energy making them feel afraid. Their reason told them to leave immediately, but they couldn't move. Seeing so many handsome guys gathered together, the scene was truly beautiful. And as ghosts, they could zip right up to the faces of these handsome guys and examine their features closely. The happiest thing in the world couldn't compare to this. Jeffrey, watching the embarrassing behavior of the five ghosts, covered his face and entered the private room. It was too unbearable to watch. Kelly only realized her phone was dead when she turned on the computer. She frowned and pursed her lips. Is there a charger here? I saw some power banks just now. I'll go grab one right away. Please wait a moment, master, Jeffrey replied immediately. He hurried out of the room, eager to serve the master. It didn't take long for him to return with a power bank, which Kelly plugged in to charge her phone. Chapter 468 Hugo's Wild Messages. The phone finally had enough charge to turn on. As soon as Kelly opened it, she saw many missed calls and messages. The messages were all from Hugo, while Gregor and Adonis each had one message for her. Kelly frowned and opened the messages from Hugo, only to see various complaints. Isabeline, what's going on between you and that man on the hot search? You're not really with him, are you? Although Hassan is a bit unbearable to me, he's still infinitely better than that man. Isabeline, can you use your eyes? Third brother doesn't want to see a swan paired with a toad. Actually, whatever you like is fine, but infidelity is never advisable. Tamara is very anxious at home, unsure if you and that man's relationship is true or not. Isabeline, call me when you see this message. Can we talk about it in detail or have a heart-to-heart? Third brother's handsome face should be able to make you forget that man, right? Puzzled, Kelly backed out of the messages and went to open the other two brothers. Gregor, Isabeline, ignore your third brother, he's gone crazy. Adonis, let us know if you need help managing the public opinion online. What public opinion? Confused, Kelly opened Weibo and was immediately greeted by large photos of herself and Jeffrey. Well then, marketing accounts directly wrote them up as a couple. Now Kelly understood why Hugo had been so frantic earlier. Mainly because Jeffrey's current image was terrible, almost indistinguishable from a homeless person. The comments below were quite interesting. Kelly isn't a good person either. Fans actually have the nerve to criticize people from the South. If this man wants her, it must mean her ancestors accumulated immense virtue. So, since she rejected a great man like Hassan for this homeless guy, could you leave the good man for our little fairy? I've always thought our little fairy and Hassan were a perfect match. They look so sweet together, it's obvious they have feelings for each other. But Kelly is the third wheel. Sometimes I really think you fans are delusional. Who is the third wheel? Don't you remember what happened a while ago? Our Way hasn't even confirmed any relationship with this man. Why do fairies fans like spreading rumors about other female stars? Watching the arguments between fans and anti-fans, Kelly turned off her phone and looked at Jeffrey, who was happily playing games nearby. Do you know there's gossip about you and me? She asked. Jeffrey turned around quickly upon hearing this. Throughout the whole time, he didn't know that this person before his eyes was a big star. What kind of gossip? Master, do you guys still say such things in your circle? He asked, stunned. Kelly opened her phone again and handed it to him to see. Jeffrey froze instantly. He never expected this master to be a female celebrity, and such a popular one at that. Most importantly, he had never seen a female star so approachable. She was much prettier in real life than on the internet. This hot search isn't something I bought. Master, I respect you deeply and would never dare to have any inappropriate thoughts. Jeffrey said this while raising his hands above his head, looking very sincere, afraid of being misunderstood. Kelly nodded. I'll call my girlfriend first and discuss how to clarify. Sure, I'll cooperate however you need, Jeffrey replied. After saying that, he closed his phone and sneakily glanced at Kelly. Actually, Jeffrey felt a bit pleased inside. He'd made headlines with a celebrity, and he really wanted to see what those fans were saying. Did they think the two were somewhat compatible? Thinking this, Jeffrey searched for Kelly on his phone but was immediately confronted with his own disheveled appearance next to her glamorous self. At that moment, he felt that the gossip was utterly ridiculous. The two of them were worlds apart. What resemblance did they have as a couple? Opening the comments section, Jeffrey saw various negative reviews, especially the merciless ridicule from Adrian's fans, making his lips twitch slightly. He felt he shouldn't deserve this treatment. Was it necessary to speak of him like that? He just looked shabby, ugly, and poor. Just thinking about it, Jeffrey felt he deserved to die. Kelly had already dialed Hassan's video call. Seeing the aggrieved expression on his handsome face, she felt a twinge in her heart. The things online are false. I'm with him because I saw him ready to jump off the bridge, surrounded by several Aline, and learned some insider information. She explained. After finishing her explanation, Kelly pointed the camera at Jeffrey. Jeffrey had been a reporter for years but had never met Hassan. After all, the latter was indeed a major celebrity. He was extremely embarrassed at that moment, scratching his head, not knowing what to say, especially under the circumstances of being involved in a scandal with someone else's girlfriend. Meeting the rumor girlfriend and the real girlfriend was just too awkward. It's okay. Hassan nodded, his tone gentle. Jeffrey's embarrassment instantly dissipated, and he smiled, saying, Hello, Jeff. I've seen many of your works, actually, I'm your fan. I recently rewatched Green Sparrow. You performed brilliantly in that spy thriller. So many years have passed, but it remains fresh in my memory. And it was from when you had just debuted. You're truly a born actor, and I deeply admire you. Jeffrey couldn't stop talking once he started since this was a rare chance to see his idol. Seeing his ungraceful appearance, Kelly's lips twitched slightly as she quickly redirected the camera back to herself. Thank him for me, Hassan smiled. Jeffrey immediately felt his face flush red, wishing he were a woman so he could pursue Jeff fiercely. How do you plan to handle the online rumors? Hassan asked. Kelly pondered, why don't we just do a live stream? I have something to tell the fans anyway, to warn them about some things. Alright, then we can link up during the live stream, Hassan said. Kelly nodded and ended the video call. Seeing his idol disappear, Jeffrey felt a bit down, wondering how many times he might ever see Jeff in person. Maybe he should try to get along well with the master? At that moment, the 5 Aline slipped into the room, successfully lowering the temperature significantly. Sister, I saw your picture on Akori's phone screensaver. Are you an internet celebrity or a star? The red-dressed ghost asked curiously. The other ghosts also stared at Kelly, their faces filled with surprise. She's a star, and a top-tier one at that, Jeffrey replied for her. Not as extreme as he says, Kelly said helplessly. The 5 ghosts let out surprised screams. No wonder you're so beautiful, you're really a star. Chapter 469, starting a gallant stream to clarify. Pity I'm in a ghost state now and can't take a picture with you, sister. Sister, I know you've seen a lot. Is there any way for us to appear together in a photo? Sniffle, I really like you, sister, I wish to imprint you forever in my soul. Each of the Aline spoke sweet words. These endearing remarks made Jeffrey's bones feel like jelly. How could girls be so good at being coy? In fact, he also wanted a photo. And as a human, it would be easy for him. But Jeffrey dared not. Actually, there was a photo of them together, which was taken by the marketing accounts just now. However, he felt that he looked too awful in it. While Jeffrey was lost in thought, Kelly had already calmed down the eager Aline, simply telling them to shut up. These young ladies were indeed cute, even after becoming ghosts they remained obedient, but they were just a bit too annoying. Their constant chatter was giving people headaches. The Aline looked at Kelly pitifully, but none of them got angry. They didn't have the courage, they feared being killed instantly. Kelly said, there is no way for me to appear with you all on one piece of paper. My head hurts a little, and I need to handle other things now. Will you please not make so much noise after I release you? The Aline nodded pitifully and waved their hands. By agreeing to suit them, Kelly was showing her absolute fondness for them. Being loved by sister, this must be sheer happiness. Alright, now I'll start a live stream. Just sit next to me without saying anything. Kelly instructed. Jeffrey opened his mouth as if to speak but held back, feeling awkward. What do you want to say? Kelly asked. Jeffrey then said, can I piggyback on your popularity to promote myself? In fact, I didn't leave journalism because I didn't want to be a journalist. No one hired me, especially after reporting on the girl dorm case, and then I got fired. At the time, I wondered why, but now I finally understand. It must have been those scoundrels. Speaking of this, Jeffrey clenched his teeth. He was also a victim. The Aline looked at him disdainfully, actually thinking he deserved it. How could he not check the reason for being blacklisted? How could he be so careless? Fine, as long as you don't cause trouble, it's all okay, Kelly said. Her queen-like words made Jeffrey completely surrender. Sniffle, he wanted to stay with Kelly to work, but he wasn't interested in being a manager or assistant. She was so popular now, she surely wouldn't lack dedicated reporters. Sigh, such an opportunity slipping away right in front of him. Kelly started the live stream on her phone. Soon, a few people flooded into the live room, sending mean comments. Oh, look, cheating sis is live streaming with her homeless career friend. What's up? Do you want him to walk the flower road with you? Kinda funny, Kelly, you're really blind. Disgusting. Because a homeless man is beside her, I find her looking utterly foul now. Facing those mean comments, Kelly had no thoughts at all, while Jeffrey blushed. Was he really that bad? To be spoken of like this. He had been complimented before for being handsome. It was just that lately he hadn't had time to groom himself. The Aline faces showed intense anger. How can they talk about sister like that? If possible, I'd jump into the phone to find them. They barely spoke a few sentences when Kelly gave them a faint look, and they immediately shut up. More and more people joined the live room, and gradually fans began controlling the comments. Kelly said, regarding the homeless career friend issue, I want to clarify something now. He was saved by me on the bridge, planning to commit suicide. Due to certain reasons, we ended up at Rhonda University. Jeffrey nodded, mentioning his suicide attempt made him feel embarrassed. Anyone with eyes can see we are sitting far apart and are quite unfamiliar. There's nothing between us. Just then, Hassan sent a call request, and Kelly accepted it. His handsome face appeared, washing everyone's eyes clean. Isabel and I have always had great feelings. She has never cheated, please don't misunderstand, he said. Fans in the chat started screaming happily. Seeing the couple interacting was delightful. Help. The career friend proving the girlfriend's innocence, this ship is real. You two are so stable. If you can't convince, how about a kiss on the screen? Fans of the Candy Sweet CP, don't be too naive. I think they still have mutual interests, so they say this. They look like they are only united in appearance. The person above is really off the mark. You can tell you don't want these two young lovers to be together. The fans and haters were hyped up once again. Kelly turned to look at Jeffrey. Now say what you enjoyed earlier. Weren't you going to advertise yourself just now? He looked a little embarrassed, mainly because he didn't expect her to put it so plainly. Jeffrey waved at the camera. I don't know if there's any boss hiring reporters. If there is, you can check me out. Actually, I'm really reliable, and I don't need too much salary. I genuinely love this profession. Of course, that was just for show. After Jeffrey couldn't work as a reporter anymore, he did other jobs, all of which wore him out and barely earned him enough money. Looking back now, being a reporter was still more enjoyable. The Aline clearly knew what Jeffrey was thinking and looked at him with disdain. So next is my time, Kelly said. She didn't cut off the call. Hassan's gaze on the other end was gentle and devout, listening carefully, which made the fans scream how much he loved her. Kelly said earnestly, I hope everyone watching knows that you are the best. There are many paths in this world, and all roads lead to Rome. So, when faced with others' PUA, pick up artistry, don't get angry, and protect yourselves in daily life. This society is full of dangers everywhere. Even people close to you, except parents and family members, should be guarded against. Remember these words, they could save your life in critical moments. On the live chat, everyone was sending question marks, not understanding why she suddenly became so serious. Jeffrey sighed, knowing that after the re-exposure of the girl dorm case, these people would understand. Kelly waved her hand. I sincerely wish everyone, whether fans or those who attack me, can live well and safely. Remember what I said just now, goodbye. With that, Kelly waved and ended the call, closing the live stream. Chapter 470, Caught while copying videos. A celebrity as bold as Kelly truly made Gervais think he'd seen it all. Even during his years as a journalist, he had never encountered someone like her. Are you not planning to manage those trolls in your live stream? Unable to hold back, Gervais blurted out the question. There's no need, and I don't have the time for that, Kelly replied calmly. The five Aline, hearing this cool response, already began to glow with admiration, continuously exclaiming, wow. Gervais silently gave her a thumbs up. He really admired her. Kelly ignored them and casually opened a game app, starting her own little session. Seeing her serious expression, Gervais thought she was playing some strategy game, but upon closer inspection, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A dress-up game for girls? Gervais truly felt that Kelly was quite unpredictable, yet also a treasure waiting to be discovered. If he could return to his journalism job in the future, he would definitely capture more moments of her. There would be plenty of laughs. Moreover, the contrast between her tough exterior and cute side would surely be loved by fans in the Chinese entertainment industry. Gervais wouldn't admit it, but he was somewhat curious to see how Kelly would embarrass herself. Since there was nothing urgent at the moment, she put on headphones and started playing the game. Dinner consisted of 2 cups of instant noodles ordered directly from the internet cafe, both enjoying every bite. Unknowingly, it was already close to midnight, nearing 10 o'clock in the evening. He hadn't indulged in such thrilling gaming sessions for a long time, and with a beautiful woman beside him, Gervais felt like he was living the life of a winner. Of course, he only thought this in his heart, not daring to show any of it. "Let's go to Rongda University," Kelly said. About to steal something, Gervais felt an adrenaline rush, rubbing his hands with an increasingly devious expression. The 5 Aline rolled their eyes disdainfully. How did I ever think he was reliable? Wanting him to help overturn my case, what a huge mistake. Believing in him, we'll probably never clear our names in this lifetime. Our luckiest encounter was meeting you, sister. Sniffle, I love you forever and will never forget you even after reincarnation. The sarcastic comments of the Aline filled his ears, and Gervais couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to warn them to talk behind his back if they had to. Wasn't it embarrassing for him? But he didn't dare. After all, being true to oneself is the best virtue. Gervais was absolutely not a coward. He expected Kelly to have some ingenious way to enter Rongda University, perhaps using her master's mysterious powers. But he never imagined that they would simply register at the guard booth and walk right in. Even while entering, Gervais was mistaken for a parent, given only 30 minutes of visiting time, after which he had to leave immediately. "Master, is this really okay?" Gervais blinked, full of curiosity. "What's wrong with it?" Kelly asked. "Just." Gervais clicked his tongue. "Come on, they were here to commit theft today. Who does that so openly?" Kelly completely ignored him and walked straight to the principal's office. She twisted the door handle twice without success, as it was locked. "I can pick the lock." Gervais raised his hand immediately, pulling out a wire from his pocket, his most mature tool. However, just as he was about to start, Kelly twisted the handle again, and the door opened. As the clown, Gervais quietly put the wire back in his pocket, pretending nothing happened. The 5 Aline giggled behind him, unable to stop laughing. Kelly went straight to the computer and turned it on, the Aline providing the password, which she entered to access the system and start searching through files. "Who's inside?" A security guard shone a flashlight into the principal's office, illuminating the 2 of them. Gervais squinted his eyes from the brightness, feeling panic rising in his chest. Oh no, would he be taken to the police station as a thief? Instinctively, Gervais turned to look at Kelly, whose expression remained unperturbed, as if she could remain calm even when facing a collapsing mountain. He saw her wave her hand, and the security guard froze instantly, standing still, one hand holding a phone, the other holding the flashlight, his mouth wide open as if screaming. "You mean, he's really frozen like that?" Gervais gaped in astonishment. He quickly walked over to the security guard, waving his hand in front of him, but the guard's eyes didn't move at all. "Wow, this is too powerful. There's actually magic like this in the world, heaven." Gervais exclaimed in amazement, wishing he could learn it too. "Who's talking? Who are you?" Gerhard's angry voice came from the phone. Gervais noticed the call interface on the phone and froze, hanging up immediately. "Master, I think Gerhard has already discovered us. The guard just made a phone call." Gervais exclaimed in alarm. In this urgent situation, Kelly took out a USB drive and inserted it into the computer, hurriedly copying videos and various documents from the folders. These pieces of evidence would be enough to have the head teacher sentenced until he was 80. He was truly an unashamed scum. Gervais was afraid of affecting Master, so even in his panic, he could only stand by obediently, taking out his phone to snap a few photos. Actually, he didn't know what use he had in being brought here by the Master. Was it to be a mascot? "Done," Kelly said as she watched the progress bar finish. She unplugged the USB drive. "Let's leave now." Gervais nodded hastily and went to open the door, but unexpectedly saw Gerhard as soon as he looked up. "Who's got the nerve to break into my office at midnight?" "Oh, it's you too. You came here for the 302 case, right?" Gerhard's bulky body blocked Gervais directly, looking furious. Seeing that the computer was turned on, there was a flicker of panic in his eyes, but confident that the password wouldn't be cracked, his expression quickly turned back to anger. "I'm telling you, the 302 case has already been filed with the police. If you dare to cause any more trouble, don't blame me for getting rough with you." Gerhard spoke arrogantly. "I'll let you know that I indeed have someone backing me up. Even if I get rid of you too, I won't be arrested. So, be smart and submit. Let me check that you don't have anything you shouldn't, and I'll let you go." As he said this, Gerhard sized up Kelly from head to toe, his eyes filled with ill intentions. Gervais, being a man himself, naturally understood what he meant and immediately stepped in front. "Don't even think about it," he said shakily. Seeing him, who was clearly terrified but still trying to play the hero to save the beauty, Gerhard sneered and pulled out a lighter from his pocket, lighting a cigarette. You two are quite something. I admire your bravery, he said. But Gerhard then shifted gears. Chapter 471, Beating up the Stanley of Students. You two are really unlucky to be caught by me, Gerhard said. Thinking about the girls in room 302 who had died, the smile on his face became more unrestrained. Do you think those girls were innocent when I acted against them? With their great figures, they wore tight clothes and paraded around campus all day. As a man, how could I possibly control myself seeing such women? So, sigh, actually we also regretted it afterwards. Those beautiful young girls should have been kept alive for a longer time. Gerhard spoke as if he were bragging, laying out the truth without feeling any remorse. Bullshit, we wear tight clothes because we are dancers, it's convenient. The red-clothed female ghost shouted angrily. Hit him, Kelly ordered coldly. She stared at Gerhard with no expression, as if looking at an object devoid of life. Galen Munga understood what she meant but shook his head. Master, I've never fought anyone in my life. My mother taught me not to cause trouble outside. Why don't we just call the police and let them come arrest him? You can hold him still like you did the security guard. The thought of hitting someone made him genuinely scared. Kelly didn't want to waste words with Galen Munga. She approached step by step under Gerhard's mocking gaze. He didn't sense the danger, thinking she was about to frisk him voluntarily. You're quite sensible, he chuckled. In the next moment, Gerhard couldn't laugh anymore because Kelly slapped him hard, making the fat on his cheeks tremble uncontrollably. Feeling the pain on his face, he was furious. Damn it, what are you doing? Beating you, obviously, Kelly said. Then she kicked Gerhard to the ground. His body was already weak from drinking and eating excessively, so though he looked fat, he had little strength and unstable footing. Without exerting full force, Kelly rendered him helpless. What followed was a one-sided beating. The recently insulted Aline screeched in approval. Big sister is so cool, go for that ugly face, like a fatty pig. Yes, yes. Big sister must be acting on our behalf. I'm so happy. In comparison, some man is so much weaker. He shouldn't even dare to call himself a man compared to big sister. That's true. Sister looks beautiful and her movements while hitting him are so graceful, like a flower. Galen Munga, this is what true handsomeness looks like. Have you learned yet? The ridiculed Galen Munga watched Kelly with heart-shaped eyes, clenching his fists, shouting cool, crazily in his heart. He had never seen such a cool female celebrity before. He wanted to marry her directly. When Kelly finally stopped beating the nearly dead Gerhard, she asked, now do you know how to behave and speak properly? I know, Gerhard answered weakly. Aware that any further resistance would result in severe punishment, he pretended to be weak while secretly taking out his phone to call the police. This woman went too far. He would make sure she stayed in jail for several months. Just then, Kelly kicked his wrist, sending the phone flying away, causing him to look at her trembling. It's over. She saw it. Planning to call the police on me? Kelly asked. Gerhard shook his head frantically. Not at all, I just wanted to check the time. My family will worry if I stay out too late. Mentioning his wife and children, he hoped Kelly would soften up and spare him. Do you deserve them? Stepping on Gerhard's hand, Kelly sensed he had no destiny of having a wife or children. As he screamed in pain, she dialed Draper's number right in front of him. There's been a murder case at Rhondda University. Please come over, Kelly said. Draper, hearing this, quickly agreed to arrive immediately. After hanging up, Kelly snapped her fingers and used a flashlight to restore the security guard to normal. Screaming, the guard threw down the flashlight and fled the scene. Ah! There are ghosts here. Seeing his last hope disappear, Gerhard was so enraged he felt like vomiting blood. Drag him into the office, Kelly said. This time, Galen Munga didn't hesitate, silently giving Gerhard a couple of kicks. Do you want to walk yourself or be dragged? Anyway, I'm not very strong, so dragging you might scrape your skin. If you can accept that. Hearing this, Gerhard stopped pretending to be dead. Shaking, he crawled up and quietly walked into the Stanley of Students' office. This place, once glorified by him and where he had violated countless girls, now felt icy cold to him. At this moment, he truly wanted to go home. After closing the door to block out the cold wind outside, Gerhard squatted alone in the corner, trying to reduce his presence. Jeffrey kept a close eye on him, fearing that he might escape unnoticed. This man looked like someone who was good at playing tricks. The five Aline hovered around Kelly, beginning their praise. Wow, sister, you're amazing. I think I've fallen for you. Sister, don't be so rigid about gender. Girls are fine too. Don't be so strict with species either. I'm willing to be your little one. Sister, I don't want to go through reincarnation anymore. Can I stay by your side? Just let me quietly watch you. Hearing the words one after another, Kelly's head began to ache. She couldn't bear it any longer. There were many ways not to reincarnate, but these five main characters were too noisy. Keeping them would mean suffering for her. Jeffrey gloated beside her. He had been treated similarly some time ago and was nearly driven crazy. Do you want to play with Gerhard for a while until the police come? Kelly asked. The five Aline lit up immediately at this and nodded right away. Kelly snapped her fingers, and they floated in front of Gerhard. Hello, can you see us, Stanley of students? Hee hee, you just said we wore tight clothes. What do you think of the tight clothes I'm wearing now? Gerhard couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the 5 girls floating in midair, already dead. How could they still appear before him? Stay away from me. It wasn't just me who killed you. We should find others. With a look of sheer panic, Gerhard waved his hands, trying to dispel the ghosts in front of him, but to no avail. But you were one of them, and we'll find each one. Relax, Stanley of students. Do you still want to play with us? How about a game together? The 5 lean faces were full of smiles, but their eyes dripped with tears of blood. Chapter 472, You Must Not Forget Us. Gerhard, the Dean of Studies, couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed the surreal and supernatural scene before him. Why would someone who was already dead appear in front of him again? The expressions of the Aline suddenly changed, and they abruptly shattered into pieces, with some bodies disintegrating into bloody mists. Though there was no scent in the air, Gerhard inexplicably smelled blood. He screamed as he watched the fragmented bodies of the Aline gradually reassemble. He felt that the world was ending. Is this game fun? A female ghost asked him. Gerhard shook his head frantically, too terrified to speak, and the ghost's expression immediately turned hideous. Stanley finds this game not entertaining. Don't you love playing games with us? The ghost's voice was so loud it pierced his eardrums painfully. It's fun, Gerhard hurriedly replied. Tears welling up, he had no idea what to do. Was anyone going to save him? The Aline laughed maniacally. How about we transform Stanley's body into something like ours? Would that be good? Stanley is so fat, his body will surely ooze a lot of grease when it breaks apart. I really enjoy watching such scenes, it's very soothing. Why don't you agree, Stanley? Didn't you say you loved watching young girls pouting before? Gerhard scratched his head wildly. He wanted to faint but became increasingly alert after the intense stimulation. No, I don't want to play with you. I still want to live. I really don't want to die. Can you let me go? I can burn lots of paper money for you and exchange half of my wealth into paper money. You can spend it however you like. Why don't you take revenge on someone else? Even now, Gerhard was trying to shift the blame. None of these people were good. No can do, said the red-clothed female ghost. She pretended to approach Gerhard, spreading her fingers as if trying to pull something out of his body. He was so frightened that yellow liquid flowed out from under him. Though the Aline couldn't smell it, they still stepped back, repulsed. How could such an old man be so disgusting? Just then, the door to the dean's office opened, and Dunk-Ju saw Gerhard's half-dead state, drawing in a sharp breath. Didn't Kelly directly kill him? How was he supposed to explain this? Seeing the police arrive, Gerhard quickly raised his hands. Police comrades, I confess, please arrest me. Relieved to see he wasn't dead, Dunk-Ju noticed he looked a little off. Take him away, he ordered. 2 officers moved to cuff Gerhard, while Kelly handed a USB drive to Dunk-Ju. Only watch this when you're alone. Once back, immediately pixelate and release it online. Gerhard said he has powerful backers, she instructed. Her commanding tone made Gerhard glance at her. How could she talk to the chief like that? Was she not afraid for her life? Dunk-Ju's expression remained unchanged, as Kelly always spoke this way. He took the USB drive and nodded gravely. All right. As the police left, the scene quieted down again. Jeffrey, who had been hiding in the corner, jumped out, sighing deeply. Who would have thought that even an ordinary person like me could experience such extraordinary things, he muttered. The 5 Aline rolled their eyes at him. Jeffrey turned to Kelly. Master, since we've met, could you tell my future fortune while you're at it? Sure, she agreed with a nod. Jeffrey, feeling quite lucky, waited obediently as Kelly pinched her finger and raised an eyebrow. You'll be a great journalist, she said. As for what happened next, Kelly didn't reveal. Saying too much might change Jeffrey's fate. Unexpectedly, this timid man would later accomplish something earth-shattering. Jeffrey's face flushed with excitement. I knew it, I'm destined to succeed. Kelly smiled and nodded. Yes, you will. Seeing him being treated kindly by the beautiful woman, the Aline gathered around him, angrily waving their fists. Feeling cheerful, Jeffrey pretended to cooperate, acting as if he were being beaten by them. The Aline laughed heartily, enjoying their playful interaction. But none of them noticed the sadness in Jeffrey's eyes. According to usual patterns, once their grievances were resolved, the Aline wouldn't be able to stay in this world anymore. Kelly pulled out her judge's brush. If any of you want to speak to your family, I can help you send dreams. The 5 Aline, giving up on playing with Jeffrey, immediately started clamoring. They didn't stay long in the judge's brush before each of them came out with red eyes, as if they had all been through a good cry. I never thought that after my death, my parents would never forget me. They weren't disappointed in their investment in me but missed me so much. Seeing all those gray hairs on their heads made me feel really bad. After this, I hope they can live better. My only sister asked what happened when she saw me. I told her everything, and she said it wasn't my fault and was glad those scumbags got what they deserved. My mom even cooked my favorite meal for me in the dream. I had a few bites, it's been so long since I last tasted human food. Now it feels exceptionally delicious. Sniff, my mom used to be a master of terrible cooking, and I said I liked it just to make her happy. After our deaths, the ones who suffered the most were our families. My mom missed me so much that she got sick. She said that after seeing me this time, until I could reincarnate, she and Dad should have another child so I could be reborn in her belly. Why are your parents so great? My parents already have a second child, but they told my little sister my name. Even she said she misses me. After exchanging these sentiments, the 5 Aline turned their heads together towards Kelly. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and relief. Grateful for her willingness to help them and relieved to have met her. The 5 pairs of eyes met, and they bowed deeply in unison. Big sister, we all thank you, so we've decided to give you something, they said. As soon as these words were spoken, Kelly felt her faith power increase by 5%. She was surprised, never expecting these girls would be willing to transfer their merits to her. Thank you, Kelly felt her heart soften. Big sister, don't forget us. The 5 Aline seemed to sense something, waving goodbye to Kelly with evident reluctance. Their figures slowly dissipated in the air, turning into streams of light flying toward the horizon. Jeffrey's eyes were already moist. Are they leaving? Chapter 473, Slow Galen Variety Shows. Kelly wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye. The regrets have been cleared, they have left. Jeffrey nodded with a sob. He truly didn't want to part ways with those lovely girls. They were so lively and sensible, if only they could have lived. He seemed to have already envisioned the image of the girls growing up and dancing gracefully on stage in his mind. A ding sound came from their mobile phones, and both Kelly and Jeffrey opened theirs. It was a bold red push notification. To prevent any sabotage behind Gerhard's words, Dunk Bureau immediately organized the materials after arresting him and the other beasts, then published them online. The material contained a video segment which had been processed by professionals to protect privacy, concerning the 5 girls from room 302. This case had always attracted attention, and now with this shocking turn of events, everyone was bewildered, especially given its connection to Kelly. Seeing that she had been rumored about in recent days, Dunk Bureau added a paragraph stating that her involvement with Jeffrey was for investigating the case, and they were heroes who brought out the truth. Those who once criticized Kelly and even some fans' followers had somewhat consciences and came under the Weibo post to apologize. People can be really terrifying when they follow the herd. I now realize how wrong I was before. You are the real hero, sister. When I saw the words, truth revealed, my eyes really felt wet. I can't imagine how upset those girls would feel if they knew they were being defamed like this. They surely would. But fortunately, there are people like Kelly who are willing to seek the truth. Now I understand why you spoke that way during your live stream. May everyone learn to protect themselves, Corys and girls alike, and may everyone live safely and healthily to old age. The atmosphere in the comments section was getting better. Some people even went back to remind those who posted rumors recently. Some apologized, while others quietly deleted their comments. Kelly's reputation made another huge turn. It was still night, and more netizens would see this news tomorrow, causing even greater waves. After separating from Jeffrey, Kelly hailed a cab and went home. She entered the door by entering a password, and the living room light turned on instantly. Sitting on the sofa were the 3 Flynn brothers and Mr. and Verity. Why aren't you all asleep yet? Kelly asked. Upon hearing this, Adonis's face became very heavy. Tyra, the family has decided unanimously, and we have something important to tell you. From this expression and the way they sat, it reminded Kelly of today's internet rumors, thinking that the Flynn family might not have seen the clarification yet. She also wanted to know what they thought of this matter, so she silently sat down on a separate sofa facing them. Tyra, Tamara supports you doing good deeds, but you need to consider yourself too when doing so, Alea suddenly said. Her eyes were already filled with tears. I'm proud of you for helping these girls prove the truth. You're amazing. Farrell nodded, his usually stern face full of smiles. Every time I mention having a daughter like you, my old friends can't help but envy me. However, you did make a serious mistake in this matter. That is, you never told us anything throughout. We only learned what you did from the Bureau's article. Facing their words, Kelly was a bit confused. She blinked, puzzled, and looked at the 3 Flynn brothers for an explanation. Adonis sighed and said gently, we just want to tell you that next time something like this happens, you can seek help from us. Don't endanger yourself, okay? There wasn't any danger, Kelly explained. Her statement was met with collective eye rolls from the Flynn family. There was really nothing much to say about such a naive girl. Kelly found herself inexplicably baffled, but she could feel the concern from her family, making her heart warm. Alright, weren't we just waiting for Tyra to come home? I've been telling you all she's capable, she must be fine. Can we go to sleep now? Todd yawned and asked. He had been carefree all along, and seeing his lack of spirit, the rest of the Flynn family rolled their eyes in unison. Alright, let's go to sleep, Farrell said. Kelly stood up with everyone else and headed upstairs. A sweet warmth spread through her heart. She realized the family was worried about her, so they waited here. She was genuinely happy. The next day, dawn broke, and Kelly slept well. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw messages from Hassan wishing her a good morning, and she replied with a greeting. After exiting the chat, she noticed that Edison had also sent many messages. Kelly, how do you keep causing such a big stir without making a sound? I was preparing to help clear the rumors for you, but you solved it so easily on your own? Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have needed to drink with the executives of a certain platform, and my head is still dizzy from it. But you are truly amazing. Having an artist like you is indeed my lifelong luck. Today, a variety show contacted us, a slow life type. All public couples in the entertainment circle are there, and I want to ask if you and your actor want to participate. Money aside, mainly this show is quite entertaining and the topic is novel. The slow life dating variety show description intrigued Kelly. She had been busy lately and hadn't spent much time properly with Hassan. He always looked somewhat pitiful, and she felt a bit guilty. So, should they join? Kelly replied asking what Edison thought Hassan would think, and got an instant response. He's just a shameful love brain, whatever he thinks, that's what he wants. Seeing this message, Kelly shook her head helplessly with a smile and replied with a go. Edison sent several exclamation marks, celebrating the news. I'll go negotiate with the production team right away and inform you when I have results, just wait at home. The shooting should start within the next few days. They just approached us, but the other artists are already there. Let me send you their profiles. Opening the document Edison sent, Kelly carefully reviewed the participating artists in the variety show. The permanent guests included actress Alicia, who recently started dating her 15 years younger, silly cute career friend Jem. These two were called double numbers CP by fans due to both their names containing double characters. The second pair of guests was popular singer Tracy and breakout rap artist Chance, known as the Twin Gallon CP. As for the third pair, it was undecided. If Kelly and Hassan were willing to participate, it would be them. Regarding the guest stars, the production team stated they would remain confidential, even unknown to the artists themselves, which added some intrigue. Chapter 474, Stealing Boyfriends. When they heard that Kelly and Hassan were willing to participate, the production team was overjoyed. Actually, when they invited the two, they had already considered being rejected, as their show hadn't reached that level of stardom yet. But who would have thought, something like a falling pie actually happened in real life? So after completing the arrangements, the production team announced this news on their Weibo account. Wow, the production team is really awesome now. They managed to invite those two superstars. I'll definitely watch this show. Who knew? I didn't expect this couple to actually consider sending us some sweetness. Being a fan of such a CP is simply the best. Friends passing by should take a look. But these two are really too famous, and there's a lot of discussion about them. What about our double number CP? And the Shuanglin CP will definitely be overshadowed by them. It's too much for these two to join the competition despite their fame. It's also quite ugly how they act. I'm a fan of Tracy, and she became a star through this show. You people must have issues with your brains. They're just participating in a show. Suddenly, fans from 3 different sides started arguing. The other 2 groups believed Kelly and Hassan shouldn't join and were demanding the production team replace them. The production team found this bizarre and directly changed their Weibo name to Absolutely Won't Replace Guests. Tracy's fans were instantly laughed at because most of those celebrating on the square basically followed her. Even passers-by traced back to her Weibo page and began to mock her sarcastically. Come on, it's your fans who shouted to replace those guests. Aren't you too big of a deal? You're making mountains out of molehills, right? Your statement is off. Compared to those two, this sister doesn't have any clout to speak of. Can't you control your own fans? Please stop being a tumor in the entertainment circle like Alice fans. Kelly and Hassan are indeed popular and sweet together. Sister, aren't you secretly jealous of the couple? Did you tell your fans that, or why do they hate the couple so much? Hee, no matter how much you dislike someone as famous as them, you still can't compare to the other two. How pitiful. Kelly and Hassan had such an enormous fan base that when their fans initiated the war, almost no rival could match them in the entertainment circle. Thus, Tracy's comments section was completely overwhelmed, leaving no space for her fans, who could only anxiously rush around in their fan group. Actually, both passers-by and Sugar CP fans guessed correctly. The fans were busy under the production team's post because they had been authorized by the stars themselves. Tracy gritted her teeth as she read the complaints from her fans in the group chat. She originally thought these people could help her but never expected they were so weak. Did she need to hire professional trolls? Her manager Trevor rolled his eyes. Why do you keep focusing on Kelly all day? Copying her makeup lately is one thing, but now having your fans say those immature things. Do you know how people in the industry laugh at you? Not knowing your place. Even me as your manager is mocked. I truly don't know what you're thinking. Trevor felt utterly disgusted. He previously thought Tracy was beautiful and somewhat talented, surely becoming a rising star. But unexpectedly, after all these years, she remained lukewarm, merely getting the label of famous, which the company bought through hiring professional trolls. Such a person, barely making waves, actually dared to let her ridiculous fans confront Kelly. She couldn't be serious about reviving her career this way, could she? I just hate her. Her face makes me sick all over, and she constantly lures others. Who knows what she means? Tracy gnashed her teeth. After hearing this, Trevor understood her frustration. His face showed disbelief. You're not jealous because your career friend likes her and follows her, are you? Two people who had nothing to do with each other were somehow entangled. This lovesick mind of Tracy made Trevor speechless. Kelly would likely feel bewildered if she knew about this. Yes, you guessed right, that's exactly what I think. If she hadn't lured my career friend privately, how could he be so obsessed with her? Kelly looks high-minded, but she's actually a shameless fox spirit. Every time I see such people, I want to curse, Tracy said bitterly. She looked ready to burst into flames, especially because last night her career friend Chance said that even with imitation makeup, she didn't resemble Kelly at all. It was really unfortunate. Chance had always wanted to find a girl who looked similar to his idol, but since Tracy kept her eyes on him and they ended up having a relationship after drinking, he had no choice but to be with her. But being forced together, how could he genuinely like her? I think it's really unfortunate for Kelly that she got entangled with you too. Just don't go too far with what you're doing, there's no point in me saying more. Trevor waved his hand. For this artist, he had nothing left to say or arrange, as she was visibly going to ruin herself. Tracy clenched her teeth at the announcement of Kelly's participation from the production team. At that moment, several messages came through on her phone from Chance, who had never been so enthusiastic about sending her messages before. Tracy's angry expression turned to a smile as she opened them, only to see the words she least wanted to see in her life. Baby, do you know? Kelly is also going to participate in this variety show. I originally thought this show was boring, just pretending to fall in love, but now it has completely transformed. I haven't had the courage to tell you, but I am also a fan of the Sugar CP. They are so sweet together, I'm really obsessed. If Kelly and Hassan recognize us when they come, how should we greet them? I'm really excited. What did your fans say under the production team's post? It's embarrassing. Quickly get them under control and stop their nonsense. Seeing these messages, Tracy screamed and violently threw her phone on the ground. Even from several steps away, Wang Hope could still hear this oppressive voice, and he breathed a sigh of relief that he had left quickly, otherwise, his eardrums might have burst. However, he was also quite curious about what exactly was happening with her. Kelly, you bitch, trying to steal my career friend, I will never let you off, Tracy said darkly. Chapter 475, Absolutely Need to Defend Strictly. After staying at the Flynn family's place for a few days, it was finally the day the show started filming. Kelly parted ways with the reluctant Flynn family and got into the vehicle sent by the production team. This time the show was being broadcast live, so as soon as the netizens saw the sister they wanted to see, they began screaming. My goodness, Kelly's face is simply the epitome of female artists in my heart. Each time I see her, I'm greatly stunned, wondering how there can be such a perfect woman. The floor above and I have the same thought. If only I could be born with this face in the next life, I'm really jealous. Trivia, when a girl says she envies someone, it indicates that the person is truly very beautiful. Although I find your trivia annoying, you did pretty well with this one. While chatting on the phone with Hassan, the photographer asked Kelly for permission before taking a picture, and immediately netizens began fangirling. Their chat was unremarkable, just like everyday conversations between couples. But it was precisely this ordinary interaction that made people feel it was real, especially with their faces in mind. The romance was incredibly sweet. Miss Sue, could you describe your career friend in your own words? The photographer, receiving instructions from the director, smiled and asked. Kelly squinted her eyes and thought carefully before replying. He is gentle yet determined, patient, and almost perfect. Upon hearing such a serious response, the photographer gave a small exclamation. Had he not been carrying the camera on his shoulder, he would have definitely screamed on the spot because he was also a fan of the sugar couple. Fans immediately burst into laughter. On the other side, Hassan was also asked this question. He replied, she may seem aloof and hard to approach on the surface, but in reality, she's quite simple-minded, sometimes adorably silly, yet most of the time calm and wise. In truth, I've always felt I don't deserve Tyra. All the beautiful words can be used to describe her. The cameraman on this side couldn't hold back either, trembling while holding the camera and screaming aloud. Hassan looked at him curiously, and he quickly defended himself. I don't have any mental illness. I'm just a CP fan of both of you. The two teachers are just too sweet. I hope you will always be this sweet. Fans really enjoy watching. Hassan nodded. Rest assured, I've said countless times before, if there's no accident, we will get married and walk to the end together, making everyone believe in love. This sentence directly left countless CP fans dazed. How can these two be so sweet? And their sweetness isn't even staged. Fellow fans, who understands me? I feel like every part of me is bubbling over with sweetness, sweeter than when I'm in love myself. When I'm in love, it doesn't look half as good as watching these two. As the netizens were discussing, all the guests had already arrived at the destination. Actress Kesha held hands tightly with her career friend Jem, unwilling to let go. They would even smile at each other while walking. Though they might think it's very sweet, netizens expressed they couldn't stomach it. On this couple, I sense what true staged sweetness is. Why does it look like the guy is like a son walking only when led by the girl? He even stumbles when she stops leading him. To be honest, these two really do look like mother and son, especially the loving smile on the girl's face. It's clear she's smiling at her child. I heard that the Southerners are really good at charming rich old ladies. It's evident he really doesn't want to work anymore. Kesha pulled her little career friend to sit down and patted his head, praising his obedient behavior. You did great this time. When those older siblings come over later, remember to call them by name, she instructed. Jem nodded immediately, showing he understood. Netizens truly found it nauseating, wishing they could spit on these two right now. If not for the cute couple, nobody would sacrifice their vision watching this pair perform. It really makes people feel the world has turned upside down. Next, Tracy and Chance walked along, one after another. The man walked ahead while Moxie followed behind, each carrying a suitcase. Even though Moxie struggled to walk, the man didn't seem to care at all about helping her. Fans were furious with comments flying across the screen. Is he even a man? His girlfriend is having such a hard time, and he won't help her? In fact, I read from insiders that this relationship was initiated by Moxie, and the man seems to hate her. Yeah, I saw that too. It says Moxie deliberately clung to the man after drinking, and then they ended up together. If I had a girlfriend like that, I might find it annoying too. If it was forced, then it explains why he acts this way. But no matter what, since they're already together, he should treat her properly. This girl seems genuinely in love with him. Why can't he try to get along? Regarding this couple, netizens had all kinds of opinions, but most felt sympathy for Moxie. Many men commented that if they had such a beautiful and loving girlfriend, they would shower her with affection every moment. Unfortunately, the man looked quite immature. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the last two people entered hand in hand, Kelly and Hassan. Tracy suddenly noticed the people around her getting agitated, their eyes fixed on the couple. She also turned to look at Kelly, and as soon as she saw her face, an unmistakable jealousy flashed through her eyes. How could anyone be so beautiful? Tracy clenched her fists secretly. This woman already had such a handsome career and was attractive herself, yet she still tried to seduce other men. What a shameless woman. Tracy decided she would guard her career fiercely on this show and not let him be tempted away. What Tracy didn't know was that the camera was focused on her, and netizens had seen her expression clearly. I feel like this woman's expression is off, and her cold face reminds me of those villainous second female leads in dramas. This Tracy has been known before for preventing all women from approaching her career friend. Is she treating our elder sister as her rival? If that's true, it's ridiculous. Our elder sister has such a caring career friend and a great love life. Why would she look at other men? Tracy, is it possible that your perfect career friend looks average to others? There's no need for you to act this way. You really seem incompetent. The fans started to voice their opinions. Chapter 476, Alicia's Luisa-son relationship. All the guests had arrived. The famous host in the circle, Armin, entered with a script in hand, and the guests cheered and clapped upon seeing him. Hello, my old and new friends, Armin waved to the camera lens in the live studio, beaming with a smile. The audience was also pleasantly surprised by his appearance as the host. The production team is trying to create a huge IP, they've even brought out Armin. I can't imagine what kind of A-list guests will come in the future. Anyway, investing in this variety show is worth it, it's enjoyable. After greeting the audience, Armin turned back to the guests and said, as everyone knows, our show is a slow-living variety show. So, I'll issue the first task for everyone to cooperate in thoroughly cleaning the entire two-story house. Ulrich chose a rural location not far from the city for the recording, aiming for an authentic slow-paced life atmosphere rather than using a villa within the city. What tools are we using? Alicia asked. Her young career friend, Jem, whispered beside her, I've never cleaned before. These things were usually done by parents at home. It feels so novel. Alicia chuckled helplessly yet indulgently, stroking his head. Then you should really put in effort this time and not hold us back. Jem nodded emphatically, as if giving himself a pep talk. I will try my best. This couple's interaction resembled that of a mother and son, making it hard for netizens to accept. Ew, why am I feeling so nauseous? Who gets it? I get it. One pretends while the other likes raising sons. These two are truly something else. Can you please behave normally? I used to like you. It's not that you can't date younger men, but this way of interacting is just too sickening. I came here to watch a love story between young lovers, but instead, my eyes are hurting. Unfortunately, the guests didn't have time to look at the netizen comments now. Kelly and Hassan decided on sweeping after discussing with others. They picked up brooms and dustpans and started working. Tracy and Chance were responsible for cleaning items, while Alicia and Jem took charge of changing bed sheets and duvet covers. Compared to the tasks, Sugar Crystal CP had the heaviest load, followed by Double Gallon CP, then Double Number CP. Fans had some complaints about this arrangement but didn't say much. Sugar Crystal CP fans were almost all laid back, and others felt embarrassed to comment. What everyone didn't expect was that after Sugar Crystal CP and Double Gallon CP finished their tasks, Double Number CP was still struggling. When changing sheets and pillowcases, Alicia usually tried hard while asking Jem to help by holding corners or smoothing out the sheets. But this seemingly simple task always resulted in problems for him. Even fans who initially supported this CP based on appearances couldn't tolerate it anymore. Does the Cory have a problem with coordination? He's only 15 years younger, not 15 years old. Is the Cory pretending to be cute? I feel like he's doing it, but I can't bear to see it. My little brother is 15, and he works efficiently and listens well, unlike this mess. With nothing to do, Kelly and Hassan went upstairs to check on the others, preparing to help. Chance quickly followed them upstairs, while Tracy stayed behind, looking displeased. Seeing Jem intentionally letting go of the duvet cover when shaking it out, Kelly frowned, examining his face closely. It was clearly insincere. Tracy's expression became incomprehensible. She couldn't understand why Alicia, who looked stunning and had many dashing celebrities chasing after her, would choose such a person. Was it because he could talk? If it were her, no matter how eloquent this person was, she wouldn't like someone this naive. But Alicia didn't seem to mind, showing a look of helpless tolerance. In front of everyone, she walked over and lightly tapped Jem on the forehead. I've told you countless times to hold tight when I'm shaking the duvet. Why don't you remember? Are you a little idiot? She asked. The sweet tone and gentle expression made it obvious she was soothing her mischievous son. I'll help you spread it. Tracy finally intervened, unable to bear it any longer. Alicia nodded gratefully, thank you for your trouble. Tracy hurriedly waved her hand. She felt unworthy of gratitude from the seasoned senior. They managed to change the bedding within 2 minutes, completing the task for double number CP. Jem scratched his head, looking amazed. Sister Shuang, your career friend looks quite young. How old is he this year? Tracy asked. Upon hearing this question, Alicia's face lit up with a maternal smile. He's only 20 this year, indeed very young. I hope you elders can be more tolerant of him. He might not be very good at handling things or speaking well. Tracy's lips twitched as she nodded. Kelly and Hassan exchanged glances. She tightened her grip on his hand, and he raised an eyebrow at her slightly. Everything was understood without words. I'm really about to laugh out loud. Isn't this just like a mom taking care of her child? Even asking for tolerance? He's 20, not 2. What's there to tolerate? Alicia seems to really enjoy the feeling of being a mother. She looks around 35. How come she gives off a grandma vibe? To be honest, I've always thought she looked young. This is the first time I feel my previous thoughts were absurd. Alicia joining this variety show has made her career friend disliked by countless netizens, and her own reputation is becoming precarious. They should just have their romantic relationship in private. If both are fine with it, that's okay, but why come out and annoy others? Due to Alicia and Jem's delay, the guests didn't finish their tasks until lunchtime. Somehow, the director had arranged a hot pot feast downstairs. Armin was already seated waiting for them and greeted with a smile. Ulrich said that because it's our first recording today, the production team will provide the meals. After today, however, the production team will only provide staples like rice, flour, oil, salt, and vegetables. Any meat you want to eat, the guests need to prepare themselves. Hearing this, everyone showed varied expressions. How many modern young people actually know how to cook? Relatively speaking, Kelly could cook a little bit. Everyone sat down at the dining table. Hassan immediately prepared Kelly's favorite condiments for her, and Alicia did the same for Jem. The former couple seemed sweet, while the latter evoked a sigh. Chapter 477, Love Story. The dinner was relatively dull, so Armin, upon receiving instructions from the director, immediately started to liven up the atmosphere. I'd like to ask how long everyone has known each other and how you met. The netizens would definitely love to hear your love stories, he said. Tracy spoke first, looking at Chance with eyes full of love, as if her deep affection could drown him. We met at a party. We were both performers that night. I fell in love with him at first sight and chased after his contact information. Soon after, I succeeded in winning the handsome man. Chance's expression stiffened slightly, but he still smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, I successfully became her career friend. The couple's fans started to indulge themselves in their relationship. A woman chasing a man, this kind of couple seems rare, but it feels increasingly engaging to follow. Tracy is such a proactive little son. She has always been leading Chance, who has gotten better because of her. They are each other's best options. I hope they can remain loving until they get married. Next, Alicia began speaking. She turned and gazed affectionately at Jem, who shyly averted his eyes, avoiding her gaze. Alicia's smile grew even more gentle. We naturally got to know each other through mutual friends. When we first met, he stared at me for a long time. I don't think I look stunning, but I'm glad he likes me. I really like you, and you are truly beautiful, Jem replied firmly. However, he seemed less innocent and more sly than genuine. What does it mean to stare for a long time? If one truly liked someone, they'd be too shy to make eye contact. When I had a crush on a guy, I dared to not look at him directly. Who here understands? Sometimes I really dislike watching live streams. I wish I could skip these two and go straight to the next pair. Alicia indeed looks very good, especially when she was younger. She looked perfect. But why did it feel awkward when the man complimented her? He frowned while saying, beautiful. It seems like he's working hard just to keep up with her wealth. This pair was both disgusting yet oddly fascinating. Seeing the man actively seek out a wealthy partner was a new experience. Next came the most curious couple of all, Kelly and Hassan. Since the previous pairs were introduced by the women, this pair followed suit. Kelly said, when we first met at Deer Spirit Mountain, I kissed him forcibly. After that, we naturally ended up together. Upon hearing the word kissed, Chance's eyes sparkled red, clapping incessantly, genuinely enjoying the interaction. Beside him, Tracy's face darkened. She wished she could pull Chance's hands down, but she couldn't do so on camera. It seemed she had been present during their first encounter. Tracy's eyes flickered, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips as she pretended to be confused. Tyra, I seem to recall something about your first meeting. She emphasized the word real. It was at the Elk party. You were constantly clinging to actor Hope, whispering things to him. I thought you two were already a couple then. After that, rumors about the two of you spread. At that time, you were criticized by his fans for quite a while. Then you two appeared on the reality show at Deer Spirit Mountain. After saying this, Tracy seemed to realize it was inappropriate, patting her head. Oops, did I say too much? Sorry, my mouth always runs faster than my brain. At that moment, black fans in the live stream openly ridiculed. Oh dear, your sister got caught lying. How embarrassing for her. Tracy, you're my only sister now. I admire your honesty. Kudos to you. Perhaps your sister meant the moment she fell in love with actor Hope. Regardless of what happened before, they're now happy as a couple. I agree. Sometimes I feel netizens meddle too much, making things complicated. Both parties knew exactly what Kelly meant. Hassan chuckled lightly. Actually, when you kissed me, I was already impressed and starting to like you. Hearing this, Chance went from scowling to screaming. The couple's fans also went wild with excitement. Oh my, so actor Hassan enjoys being forcefully loved. No wonder he hasn't been in a relationship for so many years. It turns out he's never met anyone as bold as my sister. Who gets this? Why do I feel like there's a power dynamic here? Is this something we should talk about? CP fans, you guys are unbelievable. But these two obviously love each other, so anti-fans should stop worrying. Your fairy shouldn't be intervening in this couple's life, especially when she's probably locked up somewhere and can't even come out. My mom asked me why I was smiling with a dry mouth. I told her it's because this couple is just too good to watch. She called me crazy, but after taking a look herself, she agreed they're really good to watch. Hassan's response successfully made the anti-fans hesitant to say more. In Nyla's fan group, everyone was in an uproar, criticizing how different he acts with their idol compared to others. They accused him of double standards. Even though the anti-fans didn't want to admit it, those two were indeed a great match. After dinner, it was time to wash the dishes. Alicia, considering herself the older one, felt she should take care of the younger ones, so she volunteered to wash the dishes. Of course, Jem, as her career friend, joined her. He followed her around like a child who couldn't leave his mother. Several times Alicia, having finished washing the dishes, was about to put them away but was interrupted by him. She could only helplessly pat his hand. Go play on your own. Don't follow me around all day. What if people think you're a wife slave? She asked, pretending to be angry. Jem smiled and nodded. Anyway, you know I like sticking to you and being with you. To me, being a wife slave is the highest praise. Alicia was immediately charmed, her smile growing wider. She nodded helplessly at him. You're really good with words. I have to admit defeat. Jem continued following her with a smirk, not showing any intention to help. The netizens were utterly disgusted. Good heavens, could they give them something decent to look at? How could these two be so sleazy and greasy? Chapter 478, Drained Sister's Wallet? Actually, I've always felt that Alicia is quite pretty, and she's the goddess in my father's heart. There was a filter, but today that filter really shattered. My family, who understands, just now when I showed my father his goddess, he immediately turned black-faced and decided to quit being a fan. It actually doesn't have much to do with Alicia, mainly it's her young career friend who is truly indescribable. He really has gold-digging rich widow written all over his face. I was already feeling a bit nauseous due to sickness, and seeing these two people made me really unable to hold back. Alicia acted affectionately, completely not realizing how repellent she appeared. At night, guests slept in their own rooms, with private spaces. Most of them immediately went online to check fans' reactions. Tracy looked coldly at the top-ranked Candy CP, finding herself far down. Her expression instantly became unbearable. Even if it had been a double CP topping the trending list, she wouldn't have reacted like this, but why should it be someone she detested? Are Kelly and Hassan really that great for fangirling? She thought they were purely industrial sugar. On the other side, Hassan was deeply satisfied, taking screenshots and sending them to Kelly. She called him, and he answered with a smile, revealing a hint of helplessness in his handsome eyes. Being so close, you still call me? Why don't you come find me? The show protected the privacy of the guests. There were no cameras in the rooms, so the guests could choose whether or not to sleep together. Except for Alicia and Jem, everyone chose to sleep alone. My eldest brother just sent me a message, saying the three brothers will keep an eye on the screen, preventing me from coming to see you late at night, Kelly said helplessly. She naturally knew what should and shouldn't be done. She wasn't a child. Hassan nodded, genuinely believing those brainless Flynn brothers would do something like this. The netizens love you and love me, and of course, they love us together even more, he said. Kelly smiled, her eyes curved. I like us together too. To the nearest whole number, it meant she liked Hassan. His heart stirred slightly, his voice unconsciously hoarse. I really want to marry you right away, but your brothers probably won't agree, and your father is a big obstacle too. Now, thinking about it, it was indeed quite difficult. However, Kelly was like a princess in Hassan's heart. Overcoming the villains to marry the princess wasn't going to be easy. You need to keep trying, she said. In another room, Alicia and Jem gathered together to read comments, also curious about how netizens viewed age gap relationships. Unexpectedly, they encountered scathing criticism. One looks not very smart, while the other appears ambitious, pretending to be stupid. Alicia seems destined to be taken advantage of. Anyway, if you can see this comment, watch out for your wallet being drained by the guy. Alicia randomly read a comment aloud, then realized what she'd said, hurriedly turning to look at Jem beside her. Sure enough, he looked at her with aggrieved eyes. Do you really think I'm capable of draining your wallet? He asked. Alicia quickly closed the comments section. She didn't understand why everyone despised her love life just because of the age gap. Couldn't true love exist in the world? She hugged Jem tightly, completely missing the flash of darkness in his eyes. Relax, we've been together for so long, I know what kind of person you are. Those netizens' words won't sway me. Besides, after being together for so long, if you wanted to scam my money, you would have had countless opportunities, but you didn't, Alicia reassured. Jem nodded unhappily, but a malicious glint passed through his eyes. He definitely wanted to take all her money, but how could he, with her agent guarding her so strictly? Every day accompanying that old woman, he had to put up pretenses. It was really annoying. In the future, let's not read those comments. We'll act as if they never existed, Alicia comforted. Jem reluctantly agreed, thinking about having to stay with this woman tonight, filled with annoyance. But among today's female guests, there was one good-looking one, his type. Unfortunately, she seemed too cold. How could he get close to her? Next morning. Because it was a slow variety show, the director did not arrange anyone to wake up the guests, but everyone set alarms to make a good impression on the netizens. In the early morning, they all woke up quickly. Alicia was the earliest to wake up. She prepared some simple breakfast for everyone, successfully becoming everyone's sister. It looks so delicious, Shuang Shuang, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted, and also handy. If I were a guy, I would definitely like a girlfriend like you, Tracy said with a smile, giving Alicia praise. She turned to look at the quiet Jem. With such a good girlfriend, you must guard her well. Be careful she doesn't get lured away by outside wolves. He immediately shook his head. If she's mine, no one can ever lure her away. I have complete confidence in our relationship. If any other guest had said this, the netizens would surely find it adorable. But as for him, isn't it that your sister's money can't be lured away? You kid, don't be too obvious. Alicia's starry eyes really make me laugh. She's obviously love-struck. Ah, who understands? I really don't want to see these two people falling in love. It feels like eating a mouthful of shit. Joa, can you please quickly get rid of this pair? There are other great couples in the industry, why must they make my eyes hurt? Ulrich, watching the comments, also looked quite helpless. He originally thought this pair of age gap lovers was pretty interesting, but didn't expect everyone to dislike them so much. Sigh, it's genuinely giving him a headache. Having already invited them, how could he ask them to leave now? More importantly, after all these years in the entertainment circle, Alicia has accumulated quite a bit of popularity, so the netizens can only bear with their discomfort. After breakfast, the sound of the doorbell rang, and everyone immediately looked toward the door. Armin smiled and went forward to open it. A girl wearing a pink dress with a bow tie collar and a sweet smile walked into the house. Everyone was surprised to see her, they hadn't expected her to come. This person is Daniela, who has a cute and sweet style. In the hearts of viewers, she has always been perfect, and there has never been any gossip about her, nor has she been unclearly involved with other male guests. Many people even consider her an internet daughter. Her appearance successfully retained the netizens who were about to leave, all shouting at the director that this time he really knew how to choose people. However, the director himself hadn't planned to invite anyone. It was Daniela who saw Kelly joining this variety show and volunteered. This move also brought some benefits to the director. Chapter 479, A Family of Three, Cooking Together. Daniela hugged Kelly's arm with a beaming smile, her eyes full of fondness and admiration as she looked at her. Brooke's sister, it's been so long since we last met. We've only chatted online. Did you miss me? Kelly smiled faintly, yes. Seeing this, Daniela visibly became happier. She even bounced a little in place, completely disregarding her status as an idol. Ooh, on dear Spirit Mountain. I ship this couple, girl is YYDS. Kelly really suits Orange, Audrey and Daniela both match perfectly, and they're also very cute. Jeff, these two are just too sweet together, we all love watching them, so bear with it. Hahaha, Jeff's face is priceless, your girlfriend might be taken away. Hassan successfully became the #1 scapegoat in domestic entertainment, for who could help it when there were too many people thinking about his girlfriend? And Daniela was one of the boldest among them, daring to dance right before him. Alright, the production team has already placed enough vegetables, meat, and some yogurt in the fridge. Everyone can take what they need, Armin said cheerfully. As a warm reminder, starting today, breakfast, lunch, and dinner will need to be prepared by yourselves, Armin added with a grin. Upon hearing that they had to cook, the atmosphere among the guests grew slightly heavy. Being a guest, Daniela couldn't do this job. I'm sorry, making breakfast would be okay, but if it comes to actually cooking dishes, I can't do it, Alicia said apologetically. Cooking definitely meant more camera time, but she didn't want to overpromise and then get laughed at if she messed up. My career friend and I know nothing about cooking, Tracy also spoke up. She shot a somewhat sarcastic look at Kelly. I've seen all the previous shows, and it seems Tyra loves eating. Usually, those who enjoy eating also like cooking, right? This statement put Kelly in a tough spot. If Kelly refused, she would definitely be criticized by her haters for being unwilling to work. Cooking isn't my strong suit, but I can manage to make something edible. It'll be fine as long as you don't mind, Kelly responded calmly. Her attitude was casual, showing no sign of agitation. We'll definitely love anything you make. Even if we don't, we'd still eat it. How could we possibly complain after enjoying plain rice? Chance quickly replied. He didn't notice that Tracy beside him was turning visibly upset, her hands clenched tightly on her lap. Kelly. Bitch. That leaves us cooking together, and you can handle washing up afterward, Hassan suggested. Alright, Alicia agreed immediately. Jem kept his eyes on Kelly thoughtfully. A flash of shrewdness crossed his gaze, caught by the live-streaming viewers. Wow, why does Alicia's career friend seem off? Is he looking in the pot while eating from his plate? Jeff, don't get jealous over Daniela for now. Look at him, he seems to have designs on your girlfriend. Nauseating, Jem clearly is a smart person, but why does he pretend to be dumb? Alicia, are you really that clueless? Can't you see where your career friend's eyes are straying? The netizens felt helpless and hoped they would lock themselves down instead of harming others further. Kelly sensed the ill intent emanating from Jem and frowned without looking at him. She wasn't the type to be bullied. If he dared to lay a hand on her, she wouldn't hold back. As lunchtime approached, Hassan and Kelly prepared to head to the kitchen to cook, with Daniela eagerly getting up to join them. Her eyes were filled with pleading. Brooke's sister, can I help you in the kitchen? I just want to stay by your side. If not, I can just stand aside, I won't get in your way. How could Kelly refuse someone as adorable as Daniela? Okay, she agreed. Hearing this, Daniela lit up instantly, while Hassan turned even greener. Wait, why did he suddenly feel like his girlfriend was being lured away by another femme fatale, and he was powerless? Illusion. It must be an illusion. In the kitchen, Daniela obediently waited on the side, ready to lend a hand whenever needed. The netizens formed new impressions of the trio. Now it feels like mom and dad are taking care of their child. How odd, Daniela, you're acting much younger than you are. Seeing this scene, I can imagine Jeff and Brooke's sister having kids. Their children would surely be happy and beautiful. The main thing is that these two have incredibly high looks. Just imagine how beautiful their child would be with the combined excellent genes. Mysteriously, netizens all started to daydream. What do you want for lunch? Hassan put on an apron and asked Kelly. She thought carefully and then recalled the food in the fridge. Let's make some shrimp, and then a spare rib soup. Alright, Hassan nodded. After he agreed, he turned back to look at Daniela. The moment their eyes met, it felt like sparks were flying between them as they were rivals in love. What do you want to eat? He asked. Daniela pouted and instinctively wanted to say she wanted to eat what Sister Brooke made, but she didn't want her to cook, so she reluctantly said, braised pork belly. Hassan nodded and noted it down. With 3 main dishes set, the next step was side dishes, just a few stir-fried vegetables would do. As for what the others wanted to eat, he didn't care much about it. If Daniela weren't there, he wouldn't have even bothered asking. Hassan started chopping the ingredients and heating up the pan. Kelly mainly stood by, assisting him. As for Daniela, she had nothing to do, so she chose to watch. It must be said, Jeff was not only handsome and good at cooking but also kind to his girlfriend and gentle in everyday life. He did seem somewhat worthy of Sister Brooke. But, just somewhat. Daniela felt that she still couldn't completely agree with this marriage. Sister Brooke belonged to all the girls. Compared to talking, cooking seemed a bit dull. Even if it was done by beloved celebrities, netizens quietly moved to the live stream outside. The two couples were chatting idly on the sofa, and the atmosphere seemed quite pleasant. Tyra doesn't seem to eat much in private, but she's quite a big eater on variety shows. We haven't seen each other for a while, I wonder if she really likes eating, Tracy said with a smile. Saying this in front of the camera, her intention was to undermine Kelly. Alicia, who wasn't very sharp, pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Nowadays many actors like to play up their personas, but I don't think it's necessary. Chapter 480, Reform and Gallant a Good Gallant. Be true to yourself, let the netizens love the real you. That's better, Alicia said. She spoke these words very seriously, and they represented what she believed to be the truth. Indeed, Senior, what you say makes perfect sense. I feel the same way, Tracy sighed with emotion. Oh, I hope those female celebrities can realize their mistakes and reform, Alicia said while glancing toward the kitchen, hinting at something. Tracy got her wish, but the corners of her lips curled into a smug smile, even as she tried to look helpless on the surface. However, the netizens were already aware of the underlying tension. Why does it feel like Tracy really dislikes Kelly, always speaking ill of her and trying to make everyone think she's not a good person? Isn't it obvious? This sister has a love-obsessed brain. Her career friend likes Kelly and is clearly a fan of the CP couple, as shown from his earlier behavior. But Kelly and Hassan have a good relationship, there's no way there's any collusion with her career friend. Besides, he ships a couple of young lovers, so why should she be upset? Just shows that many people in this world have inexplicable thoughts. Tracy is just one of them. Everyone felt sympathetic towards Kelly, especially her fans. It was absurd that she could end up making enemies just by having a romance. And now she had even become someone else's imagined rival. How ridiculous. After finishing cooking, Kelly, Hassan, and Daniela each brought dishes to the table one by one, while the other guests sat down. The aroma of the food wafted into everyone's noses, causing stomachs to rumble. Hassan's cooking skills impressed Kelly, so needless to say, others were also amazed. Wow, whose cooking is this? Sister Brooke, are you this amazing? Jem asked in shock. His eyes showed genuine admiration, while Alicia clutched her chopsticks tightly, a flash of displeasure crossing her face. At this moment, she felt the same as Tracy, thinking that there must be something wrong with Kelly. Why did she keep eyeing other people's career friends? In fact, neither of them noticed that their career friends were the ones eagerly approaching Kelly. Furthermore, Kelly wasn't eager to respond. These dishes are all cooked by me, with Tyra assisting me. Try them out. If you like them, that's enough, Hassan said calmly. There was a clear insightfulness in his eyes, and Jem's smile slowly faded as he nodded and picked up a piece of meat to eat. They really are delicious. Jeff, you're truly outstanding, worthy of being our role model, he praised. But compared to his earlier praise, it now seemed less heartfelt. Hassan nodded at the high praise, saying nothing more. The other guests began to pick up their chopsticks, tasting the delicious food, all of them pleasantly surprised. After all, given Jeff's appearance, no one would have expected him to cook so well. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Everyone enjoyed their meal thoroughly, marveling at the decision to have Jeff prepare the food. After eating, Alicia and Jem started washing the dishes, while Tracy and Chance cleaned up the garbage. None of them complained about these chores, considering they didn't want to do the cooking. Suddenly, a crash came from the kitchen, sounding like broken plates. Everyone hurried over and found Jem standing helplessly, looking pitifully at Alicia. Realizing everyone had come, he turned back with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I don't usually do housework. I don't know what happened, I was holding it just fine, but the bowl slipped. The guests exchanged speechless looks, and even Daniela, who was there as a guest, pursed her lips. Just washing a few dishes, any child could manage it. For such a grown man to claim he couldn't hold a bowl steadily sounded staged. Yet, Jem remained oblivious to everyone's disdain, putting on an exaggerated act. Alicia patted his hand helplessly, showing maternal forgiveness once again. I know you're not good at this. Just go out and watch TV or chat with your seniors. Leave this to me. Hearing this, a flash of amusement crossed Jem's eyes, though he still pretended to be reluctant. I can do it. It's just washing dishes. No problem. If I can't even wash a dish, the netizens will probably call me an idiot. He emphasized the word idiot lightly, making it sound flirtatious. Alicia playfully tapped his shoulder, her face full of indulgence. In my eyes, you'll always be a little fool, and I allow you to be one. It's okay, listen to me. With that, Jem reluctantly nodded, turning to leave the kitchen for the living room. The other guests all wore expressions as if they had seen something unbelievable, especially Daniela. She widened her eyes, looking back and forth between Alicia and Jem's backs. Unable to understand, she wondered what new type of dating method this was. Seeing the situation, the other guests had nothing much to say either. They all turned around and left, returning to the living room. Meanwhile, Alicia continued working diligently, washing dishes like a waitress. It's not that I didn't see clearly just now, Jem wasn't unable to hold the bowl at all. He intentionally dropped it on the ground. I suspect he just doesn't want to wash dishes. Is there a possibility that he didn't know there were cameras in the kitchen? Otherwise, I really can't understand why he would blatantly try to be clever. What you said makes sense. I saw Jem looking around for a long time, as if he didn't notice the camera in the corner before dropping the bowl. Alicia, can you stop being so love-struck? This man doesn't truly love you. Is finding someone who loves you going to kill you? Netizens expressed their frustration, but she herself didn't feel anything was wrong. Even while washing dishes, she wore a sweet smile, as if charmed by her young career friend. Netizens, disgusted. In the living room. Brooke's sister seems very skilled at reading faces. I wonder if you could help me take a look, Jem said. He wore a smile, not afraid at all that his ulterior motives might be noticed. After all, in his mind, face reading was fake. Kelly merely wanted to create a unique life image in the circle. Do you really want to know? Kelly asked. Jem nodded, yes, I really want to. Since he said that, Kelly, of course, satisfied him. From your facial features, you appear to be deceitful, lazy, gluttonous, and sly, with impure thoughts. Moreover, your romantic lines are very complicated, not straightforward. Additionally, your wealth is quite good, but most of this money comes from improper means, and one day it will have to be returned. For you, there's only one word of advice. Hope you repent and live a good life. Chapter 481, a fight about to break out? The more Kelly spoke, the worse Jem's expression became. There was even a fleeting look of panic in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Are you joking? He replied with a stiff smile. I'm not joking, I'm telling the truth, Kelly responded. She looked completely serious, while the corner of Jem's mouth twitched slightly, unsure of what to say next. His head hurt now. Because everything Kelly said just now was directly linked to him, making him feel as if he had been seen through. Tyra is really good at fortune-telling, and she has helped many people before. So, Alicia's little career-friend is indeed problematic. Why did you have to find this sister to do the fortune-telling? She is known for never lying and being sincere. Who else does Jem have ties with? Can we get some gossip? Kelly, aren't you going too far? Are you bullying someone just because they're an easy target? Have you no shame? Most fans believed the comments in the live stream, but there were those who didn't, finding her actions excessive. Jem turned his head toward the kitchen area, hoping Alicia would come out to break the awkward atmosphere. As if his prayers were answered, she indeed came out. Alicia wiped her hands with a napkin from the table and sat down next to Jem, only then realizing something was amiss. What's going on? She asked worriedly. Jem forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Nothing, just Sister Brooke played a joke on me earlier. Seeing his state, Alicia knew he had been bullied. She shot a sharp glance at Kelly. She could endure being bullied herself, but her little career-friend absolutely could not be made to suffer. So, what did you say to my career-friend just now? Alicia coldly demanded. Kelly, expressionless, repeated what she had said earlier. He asked me to read his fortune and to tell the truth. Alicia pursed her lips, visibly angrier. Despite being in front of the cameras, she didn't want to make things worse. She decided to deal with it after the show. Tracy's eyes rolled around as she smiled. Sister Schwang, Kelly is indeed quite skilled at reading fortunes. What she said about your career-friend today should be taken seriously. But honestly, your career-friend looks pretty reliable. Still, netizens might have their doubts. Her words were clearly stoking the fire, evident to everyone. Chance was puzzled by Tracy's behavior. After all, Kelly hadn't provoked her before, nor had they met. He didn't realize that her attitude was somehow connected to him. At this moment, Alicia couldn't hold back any longer, her gaze sharp. Kelly, don't go too far. I know you like to talk nonsense and drag others down to prove yourself. You can build whatever image you want in the industry, but targeting my career friend is crossing the line. We're all in the same circle. Why are you putting on an act here with me? The audience was shocked by these words. So, is the slow life variety show turning into a fight? Wow, this could be interesting. Alicia is the ultimate love brain, and Tracy is a master of fueling drama. Neither of them is any good. I thought this show was supposed to be warm and loving, but who would have expected such a plot twist? It's intense. I wonder what the director feels right now. At that moment, the director sitting in front of the monitor looked utterly dejected. He wanted a peaceful, slow-life variety show, but why were the guests acting this way? Was he supposed to live with this? Warn Alicia via the earpiece not to speak irresponsibly here, the director instructed the assistant director. The assistant director immediately activated her earpiece, but as soon as the words were spoken, Alicia calmly took off her earpiece, clearly ready to fight. Both the director and assistant director were anxiously pacing around. Why wouldn't she listen? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have hesitated to kick her off the show first. This is giving me a headache, the director growled. You speak. Alicia angrily stared at Kelly. Originally, she hadn't intended to escalate things, but the assistant director's words changed her mind instantly. Kelly definitely had someone backing her. Alicia detested resource grabbers who tried to take over others' resources. So, she wouldn't let Kelly off. Tracy crossed her arms, watching gleefully from the sidelines, thoroughly enjoying the disaster. The sooner they started fighting, the better. It would highlight how genuinely kind she was in comparison. Firstly, your career friend asked me to help with his facial reading. Secondly, since you don't believe me, there's no point in saying more. I'm not wasting my breath on you, Kelly said. She wouldn't try her best to persuade someone she couldn't sway. After all, everyone has their own destiny. Yes, it was me who voluntarily asked for the face reading. It has nothing to do with Sister Brooke. Let's just forget about it. You can take me as that kind of person. You just need to be wary of me from now on. Don't make things unpleasant here. Jem said softly. Seeing his appearance and forced swallowing of grievances, Alicia truly felt heartache. She now regretted not being high enough in status, not having become real capital, unable even to have the qualifications to protect her career friend. She turned and stomped upstairs, her eyes filled with tears and grievance, with Jem following. A tinge of regret flickered in Tracy's eyes. Why didn't these two fight directly? If they had fought, he could have intervened and pulled some goodwill from the netizens. Hassan looked at Kelly, his expression very helpless. In such a situation just now, it wasn't convenient for him to appear. After all, two women were talking. As for the other one, talking reason to the not-so-smart man would amount to bullying him, truly unnecessary. Upstairs. After Jem entered the room, Alicia threw herself into his arms. I brought you to participate in this variety show just to let you show your face. I really didn't expect such things to happen. Besides being scolded by netizens, you were also insulted by other guests. You've really suffered. If I had known it would be like this, I definitely wouldn't have come. It was clear that Alicia already completely believed him and wouldn't worry about what Kelly had said earlier. A sinister smile curved at the corner of Jem's lips. He gently patted her back and said with a choked voice mixed with grievance, "It's fine, as long as they're happy. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. A little grievance is nothing. Don't be sad about those things, okay?" Alicia was moved beyond measure at this moment. Love is like drinking water, only the drinker knows if it's warm or cold. They only saw that the age difference between them was large, and Jem was a bit stupid, but none knew that the one who truly embraced her was him. "Okay, with you by my side, I won't be sad anymore," she said, sobbing and leaning on his shoulder. Chapter 482, Tracy is a devious person. Jem rested his chin on Alicia's head, his face beaming with satisfaction. TSK, such a wealthy and beautiful woman following him devotedly, the keyboard warriors on the internet must have been fuming with envy. Who could blame them for not having the same luck? The angrier they got to the point of spouting nonsense, the happier Jem felt because Alicia would always try to console him then. Downstairs. Is this couple really a thing? Daniela pointed at her head with her finger, looking utterly speechless. She wasn't someone who enjoyed gossiping, but she couldn't hold back this time. Why was Alicia acting so bizarrely? You're Tyra's good friend, so of course you think Sister Shuangshuang has some issues. But in our eyes, Tyra also has problems. Let's just say none of us should be throwing stones, said Tracy with a smile, clearly trying to mediate. However, netizens were all agitated. Alicia's mind does seem to be lacking, choosing that kind of career friend, yet her character can still be tolerated. She speaks her mind and vents directly when upset. I think such people are okay. Top floor, don't you also feel that Tracy is too devious? I used to be a fan of her looks, but after watching her live streams, I immediately unfollowed. This sister seems to have a knack for stirring up trouble. People like her who love fanning flames won't end well. We'll see. Actually, her current situation is already bad enough, being disliked by so many netizens. Few like Tracy, her pitiful number of fans couldn't restore her reputation or brush off the criticism from random internet users, who now understood what kind of person she was and started showing disdain. Don't talk about her anymore. Everyone has their own blessings. We don't need to get involved in others' karma, Kelly said. Daniela nodded vigorously at these words, looking adorably receptive as if she was willing to listen to whatever elder sister Brooke had to say. Want to go for a walk this afternoon? It's pretty boring staying inside anyway, Kelly asked with a smile. Daniela's eyes lit up immediately. Can we? But didn't the production team say we can't go out? If we leave on our own, will they have anything to say about it? Hearing Daniela's question, the director told the assistant director, tell them they can go anywhere they want, just be back by nightfall, and the cameraman must follow. In truth, no one on the production side wanted the guests to split up. Ulrich felt sparks flying whenever they gathered together. If it were any other director, they'd probably be overjoyed, but this variety show director truly intended to create a slow-paced program and had emphasized it countless times to the guests. However, apparently, no one intended to listen. The assistant director relayed the news via earpiece that the celebrities were allowed to go out. Tracy sneered, her expression extremely unpleasant. Sure enough, Kelly acts like royalty, otherwise, why would the director agree so quickly? Recording a show with someone like her was simply disgusting. Moreover, Tracy was angry. Why did she happen to be born into an ordinary family without hitting the jackpot? Kelly was merely a lukewarm child star before, but after being adopted by the Flynn family, she skyrocketed instantly, showing how crucial family power was. Furthermore, to pave her way, once popular celebrity Adrian had seemingly vanished, possibly warned off by the Flynn family. Jealousy consumed Tracy, and she couldn't help but be sarcastic. Tyra is really amazing. I remember the director said we couldn't go out a few days ago, but now suddenly we can. I'm really impressed. Daniela frowned immediately, Hassan pursed his lips slightly, and even Chance looked displeased. Why do you keep targeting Kelly? When did the director ever say we couldn't go out? The contract never mentioned this, and we never asked, he retorted coldly. Tracy stared at him in disbelief, unable to believe her beloved career friend would contradict her. Chance continued, and earlier, it wasn't your business to interfere in their matter. Do you find it entertaining? After saying this, he stood up and went upstairs on his own. Left behind, Tracy watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with pain and confusion, tears falling in large drops. Admittedly, she looked quite pretty when crying, evoking pity, but the things she did were far too underhanded. Let's pack up and head out then, Daniela said promptly. She pretended not to see Tracy crying because she didn't want to stay to comfort her. And who knew if this woman was genuinely crying or putting on a show? People like her, who acted unscrupulously, naturally found no one to help them when faced with real problems. Hassan pulled Kelly up, and they exchanged a glance. He said, we don't have much to pack. If you have something, you can go get it yourself. Daniela immediately squinted her eyes and ran over to the other side, hugging Kelly's arm with both hands. Daphne, I haven't seen you in so long. Can we just walk like this? You see Hope, the Emperor of Film, all the time, right? As a man, he wouldn't compete with me for you, would he? After hearing this, Hassan couldn't help but feel embarrassed and had to grit his teeth and let go of Kelly. Daniela's eyes lit up, and she laughed very happily. None of them noticed that Tracy was watching them with a gaze that seemed filled with flames and revenge. The three left, 2 walking ahead and 1 following behind, as the netizens were frantically sending comments. Damn, what is wrong with this woman Tracy? Is she about to turn dark? Why does she look so terrifying? Help, goosebumps all over. I thought Alicia and Jem were already disgusting enough, but this one is even worse. Tracy, under the live stream lens, can you not do this? It's genuinely scary. Tonight, seeing the scene, I'll surely have nightmares. What kind of fans does this celebrity have? Do their eyes need medical attention? Amidst the criticisms from the netizens, Tracy's few remaining fans silently unfollowed her on Weibo. Mainly because they also felt a bit scared, confused why the once vibrant, lovely, lively girl they followed had now turned into someone everyone envied and feared. Damn, what a massive deception. Tracy was furious at this moment. If she had a knife, she would have stabbed without hesitation just now, but she couldn't. She needed to ask Chance why he said those things just now. Did he really not care about her at all? Even if there were issues when they first acknowledged their relationship, she had been with him for so long. Could it be he really had no feelings for her at all? If he said yes, Tracy would absolutely break down. Chapter 483, the couple turns against each other. Tracy ascended the stairs with heavy steps and knocked on Chance's door. Netizens were now worried sick about him, fearing that this mad woman might stab him to death. Especially his fans, who wished they could call the police right away. Yet false alarms would lead to detention, and they didn't dare to do so. After successfully entering the room, Tracy looked at Chance. Before she even spoke, tears fell from her eyes in large drops, clearly showing how truly upset she was. Why did you defend that other woman in front of all those cameras, and even scolded me? Do you really think I deserved it? She asked. Upon hearing these words, a very annoyed expression appeared on Chance's face, but seeing her cry, he couldn't bring himself to speak harshly again. Shouldn't I be the one asking you why you targeted Kelly so fiercely? She did nothing wrong, and you two didn't even know each other before. Do you know that such blind targeting is obvious to netizens? They can see your image online is turning bad now. I'm trying to save you, Chance said helplessly. However, not a single word of what he said penetrated Tracy's thoughts. But we are a couple. No matter what I say or do, whether it's right or wrong doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if netizens criticize me. All I want is for you to take my side, she choked out. Chance felt like he had a headache. He lowered his voice and tried to reason, but the facts can't just be ignored. If you listen obediently, once we finish the variety show, let's go on vacation by the seaside. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Usually, when he said something like this, Tracy would unconditionally follow him, willing to do as he said. But today, she unusually shook her head. Do you really think I'm easy to manipulate and easy to console? Tracy asked with a laugh. However, there was only coldness and tears in her eyes while her mouth smiled. At this moment, she had already given up on this man. I know, it was my one-sided desire to follow and love you that led to this outcome. I deserve this fate. I should have known long ago that you will never genuinely like someone like me. In your eyes, I'm just dispensable, Tracy said. Hearing this, Chance was utterly confused. Their start was indeed a misunderstanding, but after dating, he had always behaved properly and did his best for his girlfriend. Yet according to her, he sounded like a jerk. What did he do to earn so much resentment? What exactly are you talking about? Chance asked bewilderedly. Tracy laughed, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. You're still putting on an act in front of me. But I don't want to pretend anymore. Chance, I hope you seriously consider our relationship. If you don't really like me, don't waste each other's time. Let's part ways amicably. There are many handsome and good-natured male stars in the entertainment circle chasing after me, yet I didn't agree to any of them. Now, maybe it's time I think about others. After saying these almost ruthless words, Tracy turned around and left the room. She took a deep breath when opening the door, trying to stabilize her emotions so that the netizens wouldn't notice her fluctuations. Mainly, she didn't want to lose face. At this moment, Tracy hated Kelly even more. This bitch had indeed interfered with her and her girlfriend's relationship. Damn her. Seeing only Tracy come out alone, netizens were all worried. Can the production team send someone to check if Chance is alright? Didn't he get killed? Damn, when Tracy came out just now, her eyes were really fierce, making me feel like she killed her girlfriend and became a single career woman herself. I don't think the director will listen to us. After all, he didn't make Alicia's group leave the show. If you think we're making a fuss over nothing, don't cry when something happens later. Ulrich, seeing the comments, swallowed hard. Could she be that dangerous? But thinking carefully, he also felt scared. Shall we send someone to see what's going on? The director asked. The deputy director, who had been anxious all along, nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Okay, I'll go. Actually, the deputy director was secretly a fan of Chance. He was extremely excited when knowing his idol would come, but no one discovered his true identity. Until now, with his idol in danger, he simply couldn't stand idly by as a fan. So the netizens watched the deputy director enter Chance's room. Chance seemed fine except for being somewhat low-spirited. The deputy director sighed in relief, even shedding emotional tears. It's okay that you're safe. Thank goodness. Chance looked at him perplexedly, furrowing his brows. What happened? Just now, the netizens all guessed that you were. The assistant director stopped mid-sentence, realizing his mistake. He immediately closed his mouth, said nothing more, and silently turned to leave. However, although he didn't finish his sentence, Chance had already guessed what he meant. He sighed helplessly, wondering what was wrong with Tracy. She often got inexplicably jealous, but this time it was the worst. Even talking about breaking up, was she serious? Netizens burst into laughter. I didn't think the production team would actually listen to us and really send someone to check on him. I was just saying that for show. How could Tracy really kill him in front of a live stream? First time I felt these people from the production team are so naive. We should be more careful when we talk in the future. If they take us seriously again and create a misunderstanding, it won't be good. But I find this quite interesting. It's the first time I've played with the production team like this. I'd like to do this more often. But the problem is that everyone has heard the story of the boy who cried wolf. If something really happens next time and the director assumes we're just playing, it might lead to unimaginable consequences. The chat messages flew by rapidly in the live stream. Ulrich's lips twitched. He really hadn't noticed that the netizens were joking. How could these netizens be so mischievous? Ulrich felt like he had become a small, pitiful, helpless little worm. In reality, he was fat and chubby with a big belly, yet he never realized this. The poor assistant director returned to the director's room with a flushed face, feeling like he had lost all his dignity in front of his idol. He had originally planned to get an autograph at the end of the live stream and the show. Now how could he possibly face him? Ulrich thought he was feeling ashamed because of losing face. He patted him on the shoulder. You've really gone through a lot. This time you sacrificed yourself bravely for our team. I've decided to reward you $20. Don't forget to claim it from finance. Chapter 484, Best Friends Chatting with Attention to Detail. You have the nerve to say 20, do you know what I've sacrificed for this time? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone over. The assistant director gritted his teeth. Ulrich, who could have said nothing, chose to tease him with 20, which was simply too much. Other staff members in the director's room suppressed their laughter, not daring to laugh out loud. After all, the assistant director was senior to them. Being targeted by him would not be good, but everyone's mouth corners were nearly cracking from holding back laughter. Alright, I know you're a fan of Chance. You went over there just now because you wanted to see him, didn't you? Now that he's fine, you should be relieved, the director said. Hearing this, the assistant director widened his eyes, puzzled. How do you know I'm his fan? I never told you. Great, are you a worm in my stomach? Thinking about it, the assistant director thought it very likely. Ulrich looked disgusted. Ask everyone here if they haven't heard you play Chance's songs during breaks, sometimes for almost half an hour. We can almost sing along with them. The staff members nodded one after another. Chance's songs mostly have upbeat rhythms, so listening to them felt pretty good, and no one reminded the assistant director. The assistant director was even more shocked. I wore earphones while playing the songs, how could you hear them? He instantly thought of an impossible possibility, immediately took out his earphones and phone, inserted the earphones into the phone, and played the song. Ultimately, the song played from the phone speaker, and the staff members booed. The assistant director felt like crying but couldn't. He was genuinely stunned. I forgot to test the headphones when I bought them, and I didn't expect the sound to come from both ends, he said. Embarrassing the others for so long, the assistant director felt utterly humiliated. How could such things happen to him? Ulrich patted him on the shoulder. It's alright, everyone can tolerate you, and it's quite amusing. Let's continue watching the monitor. Don't talk about this anymore. If you're embarrassed later, I'll get you a signature, he said. Blushing, the assistant director nodded, feeling warmth in human relationships. The monitor showed Daniela, Kelly, and Hassan, who had already arrived at the town. This small village might be remote, but the town had everything it should, even children's arcade games. Due to being a workday, there weren't many children around. Daniela tugged at Kelly's sleeve, blinking her eyes pitifully as she looked at the rocking horse. She looked exactly like a child begging her mother for permission to ride the rocking horse. Kelly wouldn't possibly refuse, saying, riding this rocking horse seems to need coins. I'll find a vendor nearby to exchange for a coin. Wait here for me. Hearing this, Daniela immediately shook her head and pointed at Hassan beside her. Sister Brooke, don't be so protective of your friend. Sometimes these creatures need to serve a purpose. Let him go buy the coins for us, we'll wait here. Using other people's friends came naturally to her. After all, in her heart, Sister Brooke was undoubtedly one of her own. Hearing this, Hassan didn't care about Kelly's reaction and turned to exchange coins right away. He knew that even if he asked, she would still follow Daniela's suggestion. This girl was indeed the biggest stumbling block in their relationship. Hassan considered whether he should find a decent male celebrity within the industry to take Daniela off their hands. Netizens were laughing their heads off. How true, this group is like parents taking a child out, and the child likes mom more, flattering her while tricking dad. Hassan's expression when he left was like a stone tablet in the bathroom. He usually smiles at everyone, and I rarely see him make such a bitter face. But I can understand him. Hassan, anyone here understand, having a manipulative best friend around my girlfriend? Need advice desperately. Feeling helpless, since Daniela is such a master of coquetry. If I had such an adorable best friend, I'd definitely indulge her too. Kelly agreed with everyone. After all, cute girls should be cherished. Ulrich watched the comments and scenes with great satisfaction. This was the harmony he wanted. The slow variety show needed this kind of feeling. Sigh, directors in the circle all say Kelly brings a lot of surprises. I didn't quite believe it, given her temper seemed really fiery. But I didn't expect her to be so good on this variety show, the director said. The assistant director also nodded. Well, when it comes to getting signatures, could you help me get two? Kelly and Chance. After watching the monitor, I feel like I've become a fan of hers. Hearing this unambitious remark, the director rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to help. On the monitor, Daniela looked around suspiciously and, after confirming that no one was nearby, lowered her voice. Daphne, how do you think things are going with your career friend? Has anything changed over this long period of time? Is he becoming more loving or more impatient with you? Her question sounded as if she were doing something sneaky, and it was clear she had ulterior motives. Hassan would definitely interrupt if he were here, but unfortunately, he had been sent away and knew nothing about this conversation. Netizens immediately understood this was a chat between best friends. Daniela seemed satisfied with Hassan but still harbored some distrust. Our relationship is fine, we've always been good to each other, not as serious as you're implying, Kelly replied. But I think career friends should pamper their girlfriends. However, Hassan seems to lack perceptiveness. When we exchanged coins just now, he didn't take the initiative to go. Besides, although his eyes were on you all the time, you almost stepped on a rock earlier, and I had to kick it away for you. This shows that he's not up to par. Upon hearing Daniela's serious words, netizens were utterly shocked. Wait, what was she thinking? How could there be such an observant person in the world? It was evident that Daniela's future career friend would have a tough time ahead. You're not wrong, Kelly agreed. She pondered. Although she understood human emotions quite well, she certainly couldn't compare with someone who appeared so experienced like Daniela. So, does Hassan not love her? Thinking of this possibility, Kelly pursed her lips, feeling slightly upset. Daniela nodded emphatically. Right, you agree with me, which means he's being unreasonable. Chapter 485, Explanation and Revenge. Daniela's words successfully threw Kelly into a state of confusion, unsure of what to think. The live stream viewers were already laughing their heads off. Sowing discord, this girl was indeed skilled. However, everyone wasn't angry because they could tell that Daniela didn't have any ulterior motives toward anyone. She genuinely believed what she said. When Hassan returned after exchanging the tokens, he immediately sensed something was off. Kelly made eye contact with him but quickly looked away as if nothing had happened. Alright, I'm going to play. You take care of yourself, Daniela said angrily as she stepped forward. She took the tokens from Hassan's hand and sat down on the ride. Kelly stood there, staring at the ground, feeling somewhat complicated. What's going on? Hassan asked as he walked up to her side. Ignoring him, Kelly was lost in thought. Seeing her like this, Hassan's heart pounded. He reached out to grab her hand but was gently shrugged off by her. I think, it's better if we don't spend too much time together for now, Kelly said. Hassan was completely baffled. Huh? Did I do something wrong to upset you? Or are you just not in a good mood? He hurriedly asked. Kelly shook her head. Not really. It just feels like we might not be very suitable for each other. At this, Hassan truly felt a wave of panic. He gripped her hand again, looking sincere. Can you tell me where I went wrong? I can change, as long as you tell me. He was so sincere that Kelly felt a little better. She nodded and recounted everything Daniela had said earlier. Hassan's expression shifted from worry to shock, then clenched his teeth, finally glaring furiously at Daniela, who was playing on the ride. It turns out it was this troublemaker all along. Too outrageous. Tyra, I admit I wasn't very perceptive just now, but I really like you, and I've always been serious about you, Hassan explained. Looking at the camera, he added, I swear in front of all the viewers that I will love and cherish you forever, just as I do now. If there's even a half-truth in what I said, let the netizens berate me, and from now on, let them call me a scumbag. Upon hearing this, Kelly fully believed him. A smile returned to her face, and she nodded firmly. Okay. Finally relieved, Hassan held her tightly. He would need to guard against Daniela carefully, lest she say something odd again. The netizens left comments. Hope Emperor is such a composed person, but I actually saw anxiety in his eyes just now. His vow was heartfelt. If I had a career friend like him, I'd want to be with him forever. Girls watching, please don't listen to everything your best friend says. Although we aren't as handsome as Hope Emperor, we common guys go through similar experiences. Wah, I suddenly thought of my ex-girlfriend from 3 months ago. At the time, I thought he was fine, but my best friend kept complaining about him. Unknowingly, I started thinking he wasn't good enough. Imagine my surprise when those two ended up together after we broke up. Reply to the post above, being betrayed by a best friend must feel terrible. My heart goes out to you, but it also serves as a warning. Don't believe everything others say. Daniela spoke without malice, but others might not. If Tracy had said those things, she would have faced ridicule from netizens. After all, she's quite shrewd. But Daniela was completely different. She looked rather simple-minded and silly, clearly without any ill intent. Especially the way she behaved on the arcade game. Beside Daniela sat a child, and the two arcade machines were upside down. They sang a simple and pleasant children's rhyme. She laughed, showing 8 teeth, oblivious to the strange looks from the child next to her, who seemed puzzled as to why an adult was there. After using all the tokens, Daniela reluctantly got off the ride, casting envious glances at the kids still on the machine. She pondered whether she should plan a visit to the amusement park soon. It had been a while since she last went. When Daniela approached Kelly and Hassan, she sensed the latter giving her slightly unfriendly looks. She pouted and glared back. She then hugged Kelly's other arm. Under normal circumstances, Hassan would have let go by now, considering it might look funny walking with 2 women each holding an arm. But this time, he still held on tight, unwilling to let go, fearing she might blurt out more nonsense. Luckily, Kelly was easy to comfort and trusted him. If she were someone hard to pacify, they might have broken up under those circumstances. Thinking about this, Hassan felt a surge of anger rising inside him. Daniela felt puzzled. She stiffened her neck and looked up, not minding the odd looks, she just hugged them. The 3 of them entered the market entrance and were indeed watched by passers-by with strange glances. Everyone was guessing what was going on, wondering if this was how young people entertain themselves these days. Inside the market, there were many stalls selling vegetables, fruits, condiments, and tofu products, as well as small snacks sold by weight. Can we go see those snacks? Daniela pointed to the snack stall, her eyes full of anticipation and hunger. She hadn't had any delicious treats in a long time. Under the scrutiny of her agent, every time she wanted to sneak a snack, she got caught. It was as if her agent had radar in his eyes, so efficient. Kelly instinctively wanted to nod in agreement, but Hassan tugged at her arm and shook his head slightly. I ran into Daniela's agent a few days ago. He complained to me that she always thinks about sneaking snacks and doesn't care about maintaining her body shape, which is wrong for an entertainer. And she has a different status from us. Fans vote idols with real money, so they need to control themselves more, Hassan said. His words struck a chord with the fans. Daniela pursed her lips, thinking he was making a mountain out of a molehill, while Kelly nodded seriously. Then let's not eat snacks. If you want some vegetables, tell us, and we'll cook for you tonight. Be good, Lila, she cooed softly. This time, Daniela really felt cornered by Hassan. Her face was long, and her entire demeanor radiated defiance. What's going on? Why did he suddenly turn against her? The netizens already knew the truth. Hassan, you're holding a grudge. Daniela might be outsmarted by him. Haha, she's clueless and doesn't even realize she's dealing with a fox. And Hassan's comments don't offend the fans. He really knows how to talk and has such high emotional intelligence. Daniela, I'm sweating for you. Chapter 486, Alicia wants to cook. The fans were all sighing with emotion, but Daniela herself had no idea what was happening. She was still happily looking at the various items in the market. Everything seemed wonderful, but she couldn't buy too much. Most importantly, Hassan was watching her closely. Whenever Daniela was about to buy snacks or fried food, he would remind her that it wasn't healthy, and Kelly found his reasoning sensible and joined in stopping her. In the end, they bought quite a few vegetables and fruits but didn't get any snacks. To someone like Daniela who loved eating, snacks were snacks, and meals were meals, she couldn't give up either. Hassan was being completely unreasonable. She had to fight back. Usually easygoing, Daniela's eyes now blazed with anger, burning fiercely. After getting into the car, the 2 of them still sat on either side of Kelly. As the sandwiched one, she did feel a bit squeezed but was helpless about it. Forget it, let them do as they please. Old Brooke, I want to tell you something, Daniela said suddenly. She looked up at Hassan, who remained silent, her lips curling up. She intended to make this man understand just how terrifying the consequences of offending her could be. What is it? Kelly asked curiously. Daniela covered her mouth, trying to suppress her amusement. Back when Brother Arden and I were in the same cast, he was really popular. Many actresses wanted to act opposite him. And during that time, a stalker fan hid in his wardrobe. Who knows if she saw everything? Honestly, thinking about it, maybe it's better for me to be not too hot and not too cold. At least it's safer. Upon hearing this, Kelly raised an eyebrow and looked at Hassan. His face was already unusually grim. It seemed Daniela had dug up some ancient history, and it was clear she was mocking him. Hassan, of course, wouldn't take this lying down. He smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, it was dangerous at the time. But later surveillance checks confirmed that the stalker entered the wardrobe in the afternoon. After I finished shooting that night, I found her immediately. Kelly felt relieved and then heard him continue, Tyra, I also have some news for you. Hearing this, Daniela immediately narrowed her eyes, sensing it was probably about her. Sure enough, he went on, actually, being an idol is far more challenging than we actors. The night Daniela won first place after forming the group, she was apparently mobbed by a crazed male fan. Poor girl. Fans knew about this incident, although nothing serious happened, its impact was very negative. Daniela's mouth twitched slightly. Hassan really couldn't stand any provocation. Didn't he know that a close friend was practically family? Did he not fear her retaliation? Be careful in the future. It might be best to hire bodyguards for your protection, Kelly advised her. Thank you, Old Brook. Daniela smiled sweetly, resting her head on Kelly's shoulder. From a distance, they almost looked like a couple. Don't worry, Old Brook. I've already hired bodyguards. Fans and passers-by will surely understand once they know about this. After all, once bitten, twice shy. Kelly hummed in response, suddenly feeling somewhat melancholic as she noticed Hassan staring at her. For some reason, she felt a little guilty. Netizens were thrilled, exchanging information, and enjoying the drama. So that's why Daniela has bodyguards with her. I thought she was being high maintenance since she's famous now. Feeling a bit prickly about it, I hesitated to support her, but today I'll give her a try. Princess Lila has been through so much, yet she's still such a sunny and cheerful person. Only heaven knows how much sorrow she's endured. Thank you, Jeff. Though it seems like he's arguing with Princess Lila and airing secrets, he's actually explaining what happened at the time. He's truly kind-hearted. Jeff, as always, lives up to being the big shot every celebrity wants to work with. His sense of morality and broad-mindedness are truly admirable. After returning to the house arranged by the show producers, they started organizing the items they had bought and picking out ingredients for dinner. They had agreed that from now on, cooking would be Kelly's and Hassan's job. Since neither liked washing dishes, this division of labor seemed pretty good. Unexpectedly, just as they finished organizing and slicing the ingredients, the kitchen door opened, and Alicia walked in. Her expression was terrible. I want to cook today. You guys washed the dishes. Her look suggested someone had really upset her. Clearly, Alicia was still fuming over what happened. Kelly and Hassan exchanged glances. Both had good tempers and didn't say anything, quietly leaving the kitchen. Daniela rolled her eyes upward. She realized that besides the Candy CP duo, everyone else in this show seemed to have issues, not exactly smart. She wondered, as did the netizens, whether the director knew how to select participants. Alicia looked at the chopped ingredients and pursed her lips, directly dumping them all into the trash can without feeling any guilt over wasting food. Is she crazy? If the ingredients are not good enough, they could be stored in the fridge. Why did she just throw them away? Is this something a public figure should do? It's outrageous. Actually, I recently felt that Alicia's career friend is not suitable for her, but now I retract my previous opinion. She is indeed just a dumb woman. I'm really mad. Those ingredients must have cost dozens of yuan. That amount of money would allow ordinary people to order a dish at a restaurant. There's even a buffet here where lunch costs only 50 yuan, and it was wasted like this. Alicia, you crazy old lady. From today on, I will be your anti-fan. I've experienced hunger before, so I despise those who waste food. This time, even her fans couldn't find excuses to defend her. It was truly out of line. Outside, Kelly had no idea what was happening inside. She was busy searching online for tutorials on how to make candied haws. Daniela, who didn't get the snacks she wanted, remained unhappy. She thought about making some sugar-coated strawberries with the ones they bought earlier. In the kitchen, due to her anger, Alicia made a loud clattering sound while cooking, completely disregarding the noise she was creating. It was clear that she was extremely selfish. Tracy and Chance were both upstairs and hadn't come down. One was composing a song, while the other secretly wiped tears, reminiscing about the little moments of their relationship. It wasn't easy for them to walk through the ups and downs together. Why commit infidelity? Tracy really hated men who cheated. At mealtimes, she never sensed anything wrong with her career friend. The suspicion of cheating was entirely her own imagination, and her sadness was misplaced. She placed all her resentment and hatred on one person, Kelly. Now, with Daniela as a friend beside her, Tracy couldn't do much. After the guest spends the night, they would leave in the morning and be replaced by someone else. Chapter 487, Do you want to eat? At that moment, Tracy would let Kelly know the consequence of luring someone else's career friend. When it was time for dinner, she just opened the door and walked downstairs but unexpectedly ran into Chance. He opened his mouth to explain himself, but she rolled her eyes and walked past him directly. In the past, when she liked him, she always compromised in everything, believing he was the right one for her. Now they were separated, she wouldn't speak any more to him. Chance touched his nose, filled with helplessness. He didn't understand what these women were thinking nowadays. Sometimes, he really hated that he wasn't a woman, but if he were a woman, it would also be bizarre. While indulging in aimless thoughts walking downstairs, he suddenly smelled an inexplicable burning smell. Wasn't lunch delicious today? What happened? Thinking about this, Chance saw the main chefs sitting on the sofa, so they were not the ones who cooked today. So, who did? A bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart, sensing this matter wasn't simple. Sure enough, Alicia's face appeared as the kitchen door opened. With a blank expression, she placed a dish that looked black and utterly inedible on the table. Chance twisted his lips and sat farther away silently. Actually, skipping dinner tonight was fine since being a star meant controlling one's figure. If necessary, he could make himself a vegetable salad later. But something inside him felt uneasy. He thought he could eat properly, but who would have thought it would end up like this? If you don't know how to cook, why didn't you say earlier? Why did you insist on going to the kitchen and making such terrible stuff? Look at this, can anyone eat it? Daniela asked. She was very bold, completely disregarding whether the other party would get angry. It was Alicia who had bullied her first with such disgusting things. Of course, she had to fight back. After being hungry for so long without getting any snacks, Daniela now felt her resentment was greater than any ghost. If she didn't get some good food soon, she would really break down. Suddenly, tears fell from Alicia's eyes. I know I didn't do well, but why do you have to scold me like this? Can't you respect others? Or are you scolding me because someone told you to? Saying this, Alicia looked at Kelly, clearly wanting to stir up trouble again. How could Daniela stand watching someone defame her elder sister Brooke? Hands on her hips, she retorted, it's me who said it, so what? Alicia, forgetting to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes, glared at Daniela, her face turning ugly. They had no grudges or grievances, so why did she do this? Actually, she didn't feel she had any issues. Joa, is this show never ending? I came here for a slow reality show, not this mess. I'm really angry. Yes, I happily turned on the show after work today, expecting to see guests getting along amicably, but instead saw this. The product doesn't match the packaging, can we report this? Joa, if you don't believe me, I'll report you right now to let you know that the public isn't easy to provoke. Let the guests leave this toxic atmosphere. It feels like you should stop directing. The other guests seem calm, it's just Alicia dwelling on today's events, wanting to start drama. Seeing the comments, the director hurriedly nodded. He was truly innocent, if possible, he wouldn't want the guests causing trouble either. Frustrated, compared to Alicia, the director knew that slow reality shows shouldn't be like this. Since she acted this way despite knowing better, she was not giving him face, so the director decided not to give her face either. Jem descended the stairs to witness this scene. Seeing his girlfriend being bullied, how could he remain idle? What are you doing, bullying the minority because you're the majority? You think we have nothing to fight back with, so you bully us like this. Do you have any conscience left? He hugged the aggrieved Alicia tightly, glaring angrily at the show's guests. She stopped crying while being held, her face flushing red. Originally thinking he would have to stick up for his young girlfriend, he never expected Jem to display such protective behavior toward her. Speak, Jem ordered the guests. Previously, Tracy would definitely throw in sarcastic remarks to stir up conflict, but she lacked the energy now. Being upset and crying made her hungry, and seeing those strange dishes only made it worse. Upon inquiry, she learned that it was their dinner for today, nearly shocking her speechless. Damn, is this fit for human consumption? If you think your girlfriend did nothing wrong, then you should eat all the lovingly prepared dinner she made. Daniela said. Hearing this, Alicia's lips twitched slightly, instinctively trying to stop him, but Jem reacted faster. Fine, whatever my girlfriend makes, I'll gladly accept and enjoy it, regardless of what it is. Eating it won't be a problem, he declared. Daniela clapped her hands, beaming with a smile, amazing. She pointed at the blackened unknown object on the table, so you can start eating now. You must not waste a single bit of it. When his gaze fell upon the pitch-black pile on the table, Jem's lips twitched slightly in disbelief as he looked down at Alicia in his arms. She had cooked for him a few times before, although it wasn't very delicious, it certainly wasn't this terrible. What was going on today? Was she having an off day? Sorry, Alicia muttered. Her intention was to make the guests feel sick, but she never expected that her own girlfriend would have to eat it. This was awkward. The netizens were laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, I don't know why these two seem to be getting more interesting. Although Alicia's intentions are disgusting, seeing them suffer has kept my smile going all the time. Alicia and Jem are both nasty but clearly lack intelligence, so they only get bullied. Now, they've become quite entertaining. No way, I feel like these two shouldn't be kicked out. They've become my source of joy. Who could understand? Joa, please wait. Ulrich, who was about to contact Alicia's staff, had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He didn't understand how these netizens thought and if things could be handled like this. He might end up being ruined as a director, thinking about it made him want to cry. The assistant director sighed helplessly at the pitiful look on the director's face. These netizens nowadays were one nastier than the other, the director should quickly realize this and not let them sway him anymore. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jem sat down at the table and picked up a spoon. He swallowed hard, trembling as he brought the spoon to his lips. Eat or not eat? Not eating in this situation would definitely invite ridicule, so Jem steeled himself and forced the blackened lump into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing much. But, it really tasted terrible, so bad that even without chewing, he could still taste it. Chapter 488, The Herring Can in the Kitchen. The taste in his mouth was incredibly complex, sour, spicy, salty, and fishy with a hint of bitterness, as if something had fermented. Even pigs wouldn't eat this. Jem tried to hold on but couldn't bear it anymore and ended up vomiting all the food on the ground, including what he had eaten earlier. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into the pile of vomit, convulsing. Please call 911, Jem said before losing consciousness. He thought he was done for this time. The netizens would likely remember this moment for a long time, even making screenshots into memes. Jem felt disgusted by the whole thing. If given another chance, he wouldn't dare to eat such garbage. Tracy reacted the fastest. She immediately took out her phone and dialed 911, explaining the situation clearly. Alicia stood there in shock, speechless as she watched her career friend lying on the ground. She knew he did it for her but didn't want to help him up, it was too disgusting. Worse, there were undigested shrimp pieces in the vomit, covered in liquid. Jem's hair was matted with vomit, emitting an unpleasant sour smell. In the end, Alicia didn't touch him. Instead, she cried her heart out beside him, begging him to open his eyes and look at her. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought he was dead. The crew members suffered the most. With all the guests keeping their distance, the director had to send 2 people over just in case something happened. Jem was finally taken away in an ambulance, now infamous as the most nauseating gold digger. I feel like the double couple really can't work anymore. I used to like how they seemed defiant against the world's disapproval. You're being too lenient, but Alicia's expression of disdain was hilarious just now. Oh my god, who would still ship the double couple? They look like a plastic pair. Actually, I now find Jem somewhat pitiful. He genuinely wanted to stand up for his girlfriend and prove himself to the other guests, but ended up being despised. It feels so sad. Some viewers started feeling sympathy for him. As Jem was rushed to the hospital, Alicia naturally accompanied him. This left only 2 couples. Tracy and Chance didn't get along, which the netizens quickly noticed. The commotion caused by the double couple overshadowed them. What's going on with the 2-gallon couple? Are both pairs going to break up? Joa, I'm furious. Can't you keep your couples together? This is frustrating. Yeah, I thought I'd see some sweet moments between young lovers, not this drama. Seeing the comments, the director felt even worse. These couples were stable when invited, and the netizens hadn't complained before. What went wrong? Were these guests trying to sabotage his show? After careful thought, the director realized it was very possible and felt extremely frustrated. He considered himself kind to the guests. Worry. So, what should we eat tonight? Tracy asked, crossing her arms and looking at Kelly, obviously expecting her to take over the cooking. Daniela retorted angrily, ask Alicia to cook for you. You guys are good friends, aren't you? She was cooking herself just now. Now that the meal is ruined, what can we do? Let's eat out, Hopihan suggested. Though gentle by nature, he wasn't someone to be pushed around. Okay, Kelly agreed. With Tracy and Chance looking utterly defeated, the 3 got up and left the second floor, leaving them behind. Looks like they'd be eating air tonight. Chance patted his stomach, planning to make a salad in the kitchen. But as soon as he opened the door, he encountered a smell like poison gas and dry heaved. Never mind, I'm not eating anything tonight. Your belly has been getting a little round lately, let's skip dinner to keep our figures, he told Tracy. The kitchen was simply uninhabitable. Chance rushed upstairs, leaving Tracy staring at his back, upset. How could he say she was gaining weight in front of the cameras? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she became more convinced that he no longer loved her. Moreover, he didn't even ask if she wanted to eat out. Who dates like that? Tracy wiped away a few tears in front of the camera, then went upstairs. She was already filled with anger for the night. Sniff, sniff. In this relationship, I really feel bad for the girl. The guy was so casual when he spoke just now. He probably didn't realize it at the time, but girls are sensitive and can easily be hurt by offhand comments. Chance, you should open your eyes. Your girlfriend might be a bit moody, but she genuinely loves you without any reservations. Why do you have to hurt her like that? That's enough. I really feel bad for Tracy. However, Chance, who had already gone upstairs, knew nothing about these reactions. He was naturally carefree, which was completely contrary to his cold appearance. Especially in front of those close to him and people he trusted, he had no ulterior motives at all. Kelly and the others returned after having dinner at 10 o'clock at night. Daniela yawned as she went back to her room to sleep, while the other 2 came to deal with the bathroom trash. Just as they opened the door, they were hit by an unbearable stench that could wreck the world. Hopihan wrinkled his nose. He quickly pulled Kelly behind him, fearing she would vomit. How did Alicia cook? Even if she made stinky tofu, there's no way the kitchen should end up like this, Hopihan said. His tone carried some blame and anger. Kelly immediately used her powers to block her nose and his. After not smelling the foul odor, Hopihan instantly understood what was going on and nodded slightly to her, his eyes filled with gratitude. The 2 walked into the kitchen and began to clean up the mess on the table and wash the dishes. Seeing the ingredients spilled over the trash can, Kelly pursed her lips, her pretty face rising with anger. She was genuinely upset now. No matter what, food shouldn't be wasted. Alicia was really going too far. Besides those ingredients, Hopihan also saw something he never expected. He immediately understood why the kitchen smelled so terrible. He put on disposable gloves and dug out a can from the trash bin. The netizens could see clearly, it was actually a can of herring. Reputedly one of the smelliest things in the world. Where did Alicia get this from? No wonder Jem threw up so badly, he must have been overwhelmed by the stench. Chapter 489, Wasting Food? Use the judge's pen. Noticing that Hassan seemed to be in a bad mood, Kelly turned to ask him, "What's this? What's wrong with you?" He found a packaging bag and sealed the can inside it carefully, then put several new layers of bags over it. This thing is called a herring can. It's especially stinky. Alicia used it for dinner, which means... He didn't say the rest. Hassan pursed his lips. He didn't want to completely ruin her reputation on camera. Kelly understood what he meant. Looking at the multi-layered packaging, she retracted the divine power that had been sealing their noses. Although the toilet still smelled foul, it was much less than before, making it tolerable. "Indeed, that's going too far," Kelly said. A sharp coldness flashed in her eyes, as if she had something on her mind. As they continued cleaning up the kitchen, the live stream comments kept scrolling. What? Alicia actually sneaked in a herring can? Is she crazy? Jem threw up so violently. Alicia should have known there would be consequences when she made herring for dinner. Why didn't she warn him? TSK, both of them are no good. I feel sorry for the guy. Throwing away prepared ingredients, wasting food, and secretly preparing a herring can, this is Alicia's idea of being a senior. In this slow reality show, the netizens hated troublemakers the most. At the hospital right now, the doctors had finished their examination and taken appropriate measures. Jem reacted so badly because he was allergic to herring cans. Alicia felt a headache. Since it couldn't be eaten, don't eat it. She didn't want all this mess just to get some screen time. She barely got any face time on camera, and missing this opportunity would waste a lot of popularity. Because she only had a private studio, no one told her what the netizens were thinking. Jem, who wasn't a celebrity, didn't care that much either. Suddenly, Jem opened his eyes. He felt like a fish struggling to breathe just now, almost dying from suffocation. Before death, the only person he wanted to take with him was Alicia, for putting him in such a condition. Relieved upon seeing the ceiling and smelling the disinfectant, Jem realized he was still alive. Thank you, great doctors, he sincerely thought. Previously irritable, Alicia now showed a sweet smile. You're awake. I waited here for so long. Why did you have to be so foolish, protecting me without even knowing you were allergic to something in the food? Hearing this, Jem's head throbbed painfully. The food was dark and unrecognizable. How could he know what was inside? But since he had suffered such an allergic reaction, he had to make use of it. Thus, Jem showed a nonchalant expression. For you, I'd go through fire and water, let alone a little allergy. You're Moxie I love the most in my life. I absolutely cannot stand by while others bully you. The clarity in Alicia's eyes faded, replaced by growing infatuation. Her earlier irritation vanished completely. She felt incredibly happy now. To find such a loving career friend at this age was truly a blessing. Those saying they weren't affectionate must be jealous black fans, envious of her perfect love. Alicia hugged Jem tightly. He gasped in pain, wanting to shout for her to leave but couldn't speak because her head pressed against his throat. He stared in horror as blood flowed backward in his veins, turning the pale yellow liquid into red. Alicia looked deeply moved. Having a career friend like you, who cares for me so much, is the greatest happiness of my life. I hope we can stay together forever. I'll work hard to treat you well and fulfill my responsibilities as your girlfriend. After saying this, she waited a long time for Jem's reply but heard nothing. Slightly dissatisfied, she looked up at him and noticed his dire condition, gasping in shock. Call the doctor immediately. At a loss, Alicia pressed the bedside call button. Soon, doctors and nurses rushed in. Seeing most of the blood gone, they were incredulous. What happened to cause this? They immediately infused fresh blood back into Jem. His pale lips regained color, and Alicia cried like a tearful child. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to hug you and be close. If I had known this would happen to you, I would have kept my distance, Alicia sobbed. Jem was now barely breathing in, but mostly breathing out. He didn't have the strength to comfort her, staring lifelessly at the ceiling, feeling that his life was likely to end because of her. But Alicia interpreted his silence as a sign of him not forgiving her. Her red eyes revealed disgust. A grown man being so weak, she truly found it revolting. Time ticked by, with neither of them saying a word as they sat in the hospital room. Jem's breathing gradually steadied. He wasn't sure if he had fainted or fallen asleep. Alicia kept rolling her eyes and paid no attention to what was happening to her career friend. After all, his life or death had nothing to do with her. Unconsciously, Alicia's head began to droop lower. She yawned several times before finally drifting into dreamland. Meanwhile, Kelly was using the judge's pen. She originally didn't plan to use it on ordinary people, but today Alicia had indeed gone too far, and she had been facing many troubles lately. Wasting food like this let her taste the feeling of not having enough to eat. When Alicia woke up again, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by darkness. She reached out in front of her, wondering what was going on in the hospital. Had there been a massive power outage? For such a large place not to be able to pay its electricity bill, it was truly disgusting. Hey, is there any doctor or nurse around? Hurry up and pay the electricity bill. Alicia ordered, but no one responded. Then, a patch of light appeared before her eyes, and a scruffy man stood in front of her. Damn it, I didn't get any money today. If those meddling women hadn't kept reporting me, I could have earned something for you. If this keeps up, I won't even be able to afford food. It's been days since I last had a drink, and I'm uncomfortable all over. You useless brat, you should have been thrown away when you were born, saving me from feeding you. The man showered her with insults. When had Alicia ever been treated like this? She was furious. Chapter 490, Unfamiliar Environment, Unfamiliar People. Are you crazy? I don't know who you are at all. Why are you shouting here? Alicia gritted her teeth. But as she had only spoken a few sentences, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did this voice sound like that of a child's when she was clearly a woman in her 30s? Before Alicia could react, the man in front of her suddenly stood up, his face full of murderous intent. I told you to stay home recently. Did you get wild and dare to curse me? Today, I will definitely let you know who is the real king of this house. You're not allowed to eat today. You've really crossed the line. The man cursed while beating her non-stop. Alicia curled up on the ground, clutching her head in pain, but it was no use. After a long time, the man finally stopped. Alicia felt pain all over her body. She might have been injured, but seeing this man's unfriendly look, she didn't dare say anything more. Wasting energy on hitting you, but if you dare to be cheap again next time, don't blame me for laying hands on you. A bitch like you deserves to be beaten by me. It's right for all fists and kicks to be aimed at your head. In the future, when I'm free, I'll treat you like a punching bag. Anyway, you can't go out begging anymore. While cursing, the man rummaged through the pile of garbage on the ground. Suddenly, he held up a beer can with joy. I didn't expect there to still be a bottle of beer here. I probably bought it a few days ago and forgot to drink it. What a treasure. The man grinned as he opened the dirty can, completely ignoring how nasty the environment just now was and drank directly from it. Watching this scene, Alicia's face was full of horror. As a big star for so many years, everything she ate and used was top tier. Even before drinking water each time, she would make her assistant rinse the cup with mineral water and dry it carefully before pouring purified water into it. Moreover, the purified water had to be pure enough. If the taste was even slightly off, Alicia would punish her assistant, either by docking wages or scolding and hitting. She huddled in the corner, unable to understand what had happened now. This situation seemed too strange. A living person had somehow ended up in a child's body. She urgently wanted to know her current state and whether she could switch back to continue being a big star. Or would this child take over her body and cause scandals on screen? The thought made Alicia incredibly anxious. Gathering her courage, she asked, "Do you know a female star who is very pretty and has good character? Her name is Alicia. I really like her." Hearing this, the man squinted his eyes at her and burped. What, Alicia or Cherry? Are you loving some big star again? Have you been sneaking to watch TV at the neighbor's house? I've already told you to stay away from those gossipers. If I catch you sneaking around their place again, don't blame me for beating you. They all have mental problems. Why shouldn't I put bottles and boxes at home? There isn't much smell anyway, and even if there is, it has nothing to do with them. This house belongs to me. Burp, these neighbors are truly unlucky. One day I'll surely get rid of them all. The man's words grew more outrageous. Alicia stood there feeling lifeless. What was happening to her? What kind of place was this? Couldn't someone tell her? The immense fear made her shiver uncontrollably. She even felt sure that there must be a ghost, otherwise, why would such things happen? Hey, you dare not answer me? Was my beating not hard enough earlier? Are you still itching? Anger surged in the man's tone. He threw the can down forcefully and raised his leg as if to lunge forward. Knowing she wouldn't survive if she stayed, Alicia screamed and rushed out of the house, ignoring the man's angry curses and coming straight to the street. She saw passers-by with varied expressions, especially their pinched noses as if they couldn't bear to see her, and subconsciously understood that there must be something wrong with her. After sniffing herself a few times, she knew this body smelled extremely foul, like it had been fished out of a latrine. But Alicia herself loved hygiene. Now, walking and retching, she had no idea where to go. This body was too small and utterly exhausted, so she found a tree to sit under, disregarding its cleanliness. She needed to think about how to survive here. Her stomach rumbled suddenly, and Alicia touched her abdomen, her expression on the verge of tears. She was really feeling extremely hungry, as if she could eat several oxen. Poor little sister, you must not have had a meal for a long time. Look at your yellow complexion and weak muscles. This is the bread I just bought. I was going to eat it myself, but you can have it first. The gentle female voice reached her ears, and the smell of cream made Alicia look up immediately. Unexpectedly, what she saw was a big fat woman. The other person held up her phone with one hand, making it impossible to see the expression on her face. Alicia knew that this person giving things to her was just pretending, all for drawing attention online and gaining popularity. So, she directly snatched the bread and threw it hard onto the ground, even stomping on it a few times. You fatso, I wouldn't eat your bread even if I had to go hungry. If you want to do good deeds, do them secretly. Recording videos like this, it's obvious you're after something else. Don't you know I have my own right to my image? Recording this without my permission, you should die. Who knows how your parents raised such a disgusting creature? Alicia vented all her anger fiercely. Milagros holding the phone couldn't believe her head popped out, unable to understand why a child would be so vicious. Fine, I shouldn't have been cautious enough today when giving you this thing. After saying this, the girl's eyes turned red, and she turned around and left. After this incident, she might not help pitiful people anymore, fearing they might bite her back. Alicia rolled her eyes as she watched the other person leave. She really acted as if she was being bullied, it was just that Alicia exposed her true thoughts. Sitting under the tree again, Alicia completely ignored the varied gazes of the people around her. Next, she noticed that whenever someone came forward wanting to give her something, they would suddenly change their expressions and leave the scene immediately, pointing and whispering from a distance. Could it be that this body looked like hers when she was young, showing signs of being a future beauty even at this age? Thinking about this, Alicia became very happy, straightening her hair and smoothing out her clothes. Chapter 491, Alicia remains unrepentant. Time passed slowly, and Alicia's hunger grew. Looking at the food on the ground that was trampled beyond recognition, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her eyes flashing with conflicted expressions. Should I eat it? But eating such garbage might have an impact on my health, right? Alicia still couldn't accept it. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked pitifully at the passers-by, hoping they would give her some food. However, they were still pointing and gossiping, with some even taking pictures with their phones. Their voices reached her ears. It's this little beggar, someone kindly gave her food, but she trampled it, serving her right to be a beggar. Kids like her are rotten to the core. Just watch how she insulted people in the video. Now she's pretending to be pitiful, disgusting. While listening clearly to what these people said, Alicia's face turned pale, and her lips trembled as she didn't know what to do. She hadn't expected that person would eventually upload the video online and draw so many curses. Desperately wanting to return to her own body, Alicia could no longer endure these people's sharp, angry gazes. She turned and ran in an unknown direction for what seemed like forever. One word flashed in her mind, death. If this body dies, can I go back? By the time she realized it, Alicia had already reached the shore. With a determined look in her eyes, she took deep breaths and stepped forward one step at a time. Hey, little girl, what are you doing? Where are you going? Come back, don't go further, it's dangerous inside. The people behind her shouted incessantly, but mysteriously, Alicia couldn't hear a single word. She moved forward as if bewitched until the seawater engulfed her tiny body. Only when the icy, salty water entered her nostrils did she feel regret. Her hands flailed about, hoping someone would come to her rescue. The feeling of impending death was unbearable. Now, Alicia felt that living in this body was fine. Her small body rose and fell with the waves until finally, she felt a strong force grab her. Alicia immediately clung to the arm. It felt like she was being dragged upward forcefully. Eventually, she left the water. Relieved that she could live, Alicia's vision blurred, and she fainted, her head tilting to the side. In reality, a virtual screen appeared before Kelly, displaying none other than Alicia. None of this development was something Kelly had anticipated. From the beginning until now, Kelly only wanted Alicia to understand the pain of having no food. But in that situation, she discarded others' kindness like trash and wasted food again. It seems that someone like her is rotten to the core. So, let her stay for a while longer, Kelly thought. She waved her scribe pen slightly and tapped a few times on the screen, continuing the flow of content inside. When Alicia woke up again, she was in a hospital. Seeing the white surroundings, she smiled, thinking she must have really returned. I want to eat, hurry up and get me some food, she said. But after saying that, Alicia realized her voice was still that of a little girl. She looked at her hands and saw the same small hands. What's going on? How could I not be back yet? At that moment, a nurse heard the noise and entered, seeing her awake, hurriedly called for a doctor. A few doctors entered the ward. Alicia, looking at them, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar. Who told you to save me? Why did you save me? Don't you know I didn't want to live? If you had spent this effort on other patients, why waste your time on me? You're all despicable. Get lost. After Alicia screamed, she directly threw pillows at the doctors and nurses. They never expected a child to say such things, looking shocked and helpless. Saving her was a mistake. She seems to have some mental issues, the nurse remarked. Hearing this, Alicia spat on the ground, looking fierce. You're the one with mental issues, your whole family has mental issues. I'm very clear-headed. Get lost, all of you. If it weren't for you, I would have gone back long ago. It's all because of you that I'm stuck here. Alicia's emotions were truly agitated and incomprehensible. The doctors and nurses didn't know how to proceed, so they silently left the ward. What's wrong with that kid? A man sitting in the hallway asked worriedly as he stood up, dripping wet. The doctors and nurses looked exasperated. The doctor shook his head and turned away. The nurse sighed, that kid seems to have some mental issues. You should ask where her family is. If that doesn't work, call the police and let them handle it. The man nodded, a look of sympathy crossing his face. Seeing the child's ragged and dirty state, he knew she must have been treated harshly, which might have led to her psychological issues. Poor thing. With this thought, the man pushed the door open. Alicia looked up at him with a gaze as sharp as a sword, her expression turning dangerous. She wasn't a real child and understood many things. From this man's attire, he was obviously wealthy and had likely saved her. Rather than returning to that dirty and smelly place, it would be better to find a new family for herself, Alicia thought. Kelly, watching the screen, raised an eyebrow, not missing the shrewdness in Alicia's eyes. Who are you? Alicia curled up pitifully, her large eyes brimming with tears. The man felt even more sympathetic. You can just call me Uncle Galen. I saved you just now. Gallant little sister, do you know your father's phone number? I can contact him to come pick you up, the man said. Upon hearing the word father, Alicia suddenly clutched her head and screamed, throwing everything within reach onto the ground. She cleverly tore her clothes to reveal her injuries. We can't call Beck. He'll beat me to death if he knows I caused such trouble. Wah, Beck made me beg on the street, but I didn't get a single cent. What should I do? If I go home now, Beck will definitely beat me up. Alicia said this as if she were truly anguished and helpless, but her eyes were sizing up the man. Not bad, just the watch on his wrist cost several million. If he adopts her, she could continue living comfortably. Your father treats you like that? The man asked, stunned. Yes, my father is very strict. Uncle Galen, I was driven to want to die by him. I know there's a place called an orphanage. Can you send me there? Alicia said. After speaking, she tugged at her sleeves. Although children like me would surely be bullied in the orphanage, it's still much better than at home. Please, Uncle Galen. Chapter 492, Bringing an Illegitimate Daughter Home. The man's expression became very complicated after hearing Alicia's words. Could a child with a father be successfully sent to an orphanage? But the situation of this child was truly pitiful. The man couldn't just watch her return to that devouring home, but what should he do? In reality, Kelly watched this scene unfold with amusement. She suddenly wondered, after Alicia used all her schemes to get close to this man and found out that he was completely different from her imagination, what choice would she make? After careful consideration, Kelly used her divine power to lightly trace into Alicia's mind on the screen, protecting her nerves. Kelly only wanted to give her a small lesson, not drive her to mental breakdown. On the screen, the man nodded at that moment. I can take you away, but I can't send you to an orphanage. Gallant little sister, would you like to come to my home? Although my family isn't wealthy, raising a child is still manageable. At least you'll have hot meals. Alicia didn't think the man was telling the truth, only finding him modest. She nodded heavily. I'm willing. Thank you, Uncle Galen. A gratified smile spread across the man's face as he went out to discuss discharge procedures with doctors and nurses. Upon learning that he planned to take the child home, the nurse's face revealed incredulity mixed with pity, leaving the man puzzled. Indeed, Alicia had been beaten to some degree of mental distress, but this girl was obedient and attractive, making her quite endearing. Just a reminder, that child might be difficult to satisfy, so be cautious. The nurse blurted out. Actually, Kelly used the nurse's mouth to remind the man, but he barely noticed anything amiss, merely nodding with a faint flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. How could these nurses casually bully a mere child? Truly outrageous. Thus, joyfully carrying Alicia out of the hospital, he directly took a taxi waiting outside. The Dayton glanced at Alicia's dirty clothes, displaying a hint of disdain. Hold the child on your lap. If my car gets dirty, you'll need to cover the cleaning costs, he said. The man laughed and nodded, placing Alicia on his lap. Meanwhile, Alicia felt uncomfortable all over. How could this man wear such an expensive watch yet not even own a car, having to sit in a public taxi? If it were his own car, she wouldn't have been humiliated this way. Alicia pouted inwardly, believing the man must be wary of her, wanting to provide her with the best but hiding his true intentions behind a facade of acceptance, which she found nauseating. The man held his new daughter joyfully, thinking about asking his wife to bathe the little girl properly upon returning home, buying her beautiful clothes, and styling her hair fashionably. This girl seemed inherently good-looking. It must have been her previous father's neglect that caused her current condition. After reporting their destination, the taxi journey grew more secluded, eventually arriving at a rundown tenement building on the outskirts of the city. Alicia stared wide-eyed, checking the surroundings, hoping for confirmation that the man wasn't leading her to a villa. But there was nothing around except garbage and deteriorated old buildings. Stopping before one of the buildings, the man paid the fare swiftly, carried Alicia out of the taxi. The moment her feet touched the ground, she wanted to climb back in. What was this awful place? This will be our home from now on. Although it's not large, there's an empty room available, the man explained. He then guided Alicia into the building without elevators and began climbing the stairs. The little girl's expression grew increasingly unpleasant, bordering on anger, unnoticed by the oblivious man. Is this really your home? Alicia asked. The man nodded. Yes, it's quite nice, not far from the city, convenient transportation, a bus stop right at the entrance, a bus every 10 minutes. Your elementary school won't be far either, a half-hour ride. The more the man spoke, the more confused Alicia felt. How different was this from her expectations? She glanced at the man's wristwatch. This seems very expensive. Why do you wear an expensive watch yet live here? The man paused, surprised that a child would notice this. He smiled wryly and shook his head. It's a fake I bought online. As a salesman, I always need something decent looking when going out. But don't follow my example. It's called vanity. The man chuckled self-deprecatingly, but Alicia pulled her hand away from him, her little face turning cold as she didn't know what to do next. It was already dark, and the temperature outside wasn't high. A small body like hers would definitely freeze to death if left out in the cold, so she could only go home with this man and make plans for tomorrow. The man was puzzled, unsure how he had offended this little girl, so he could only take her up the stairs slowly. From start to finish, Alicia kept a stiff face, showing no interest in talking or interacting with him. When they reached the top floor, she was already panting heavily. The man looked very excited and hurriedly knocked on the door several times. Didn't I tell you before, just 3 knocks are enough? You have to act like us, people will think you have no manners. The woman's complaining voice came from inside. Disdain flashed across Alicia's face. Judging by the vulgarity of her words, it was clear this family's economic situation was average. The door opened, and Moxie suddenly froze when she saw the little girl standing there. She looked at the man with disbelief, who scratched his head awkwardly and smiled apologetically. What happened? Did you bring back a love child? Galen Dazhuang, after all these years of hard work, is this how you treat me now? Bringing a love child back isn't bad enough, you even bring her to my face? What do you plan to do, have me serve your love child? Hey, stop right there. That's not what I meant at all. Galen Dazhuang waved his hands vigorously in denial. He explained how he had saved Alicia that evening. The woman's expression improved slightly but quickly asked, how much did you pay for the medical expenses today? Do you know what kind of life we're living? You're still acting the philanthropist out there. I wish every cent could be split into 2. Now look at you, marrying me must be the worst misfortune ever. You used to promise to earn money for a big house, but I haven't seen any sign of it. Quickly send this kid back where she came from. Chapter 493, Wicked Alicia. Watching Galen Dazhuang being scolded by Moxie like a whipped puppy, Alicia felt nothing but disdain and irritation. How did she end up coming back with such a person? If only she had known earlier, staying at the hospital might have led to a richer person willing to adopt her. This poor man, Galen Dazhuang, has ruined her. Alicia's dissatisfaction almost solidified into something tangible, her expression worsening as it followed her inner turmoil. However, Galen Dazhuang assumed the child was frightened. He lowered his voice, if it doesn't work out, we can return the child tomorrow. Don't say so much in front of her now. Look at how young she is, covered in injuries, her clothes disheveled, and her hair messy. It pains me just to look at her. As he spoke, Galen Dazhuang gestured to Alicia, urging her to show Moxie her wounds. Although reluctant, she complied. Seeing this, Moxie's harsh words caught in her throat. A hint of pity appeared on her face as she sighed, come in then, you can stay for just 1 night. Galen Dazhuang eagerly nodded, flattering her. He thought to himself that his wife indeed had a kind heart and was easily moved. 1 day could turn into 2, and 2 days into 3. Anyway, this little one would finally have a home. Upon entering the room, Alicia glanced around and couldn't help but curl her lip. The place was practically a complete slum, hardly better than a beggar's hovel. Its only advantage was that it was clean. At the table, a little girl was bent over doing her homework. She looked up at them with bewildered eyes. The woman stood in front of the little girl, rapidly moving her fingers as if signing. The little girl nodded and then looked at Alicia with surprise. She ran back to her room and returned with a fox stuffed toy. She gestured towards the toy and hugged it before handing it to Alicia. Galen Dazhuang felt a warm glow inside. This is my daughter's favorite doll. She said she's afraid you won't be comfortable in the new environment and wants you to sleep with it. There's an empty room at home, but if you want, you can bathe and stay with my daughter. Looking at the mute little girl, Alicia's lips curled into a slight smile. I'd like to stay with my sister. She looks very cute. Hearing this, Moxie's expression improved. She signed something to the little girl who immediately clapped and jumped excitedly. Alicia's malevolent intent was barely concealed. She enjoyed playing with these mutes. After dinner, she was taken to the bathroom by Moxie to take a bath. Seeing her injuries, Moxie sighed deeply. As a mother herself, she couldn't bear to see children suffer, which made her heart ache. I wonder what kind of family you came from. Why are you so miserable? Didn't your parents care for you? She asked. Alicia found this annoying. Just bathe. Why must she hear all this nonsense? Wouldn't it be better to finish quickly and find the deaf-mute girl to play with? My mom is somewhere I don't know, and my dad is a beggar who makes me beg every day. If I don't bring money, he beats me, she replied flatly. Though Alicia's expression remained unchanged, Moxie felt even worse after hearing this. This poor child. She gently washed the bruised areas multiple times until they were finally clean. Finally, she dressed Alicia in her daughter's pajamas. The once grimy little girl transformed into a neat, clever, and adorable child. Indeed, the girl was pretty. The woman nodded approvingly, liking her. She also had concerns about her own daughter, who often got bullied at school because she couldn't speak or hear. If there could be another girl close in age to protect her, things might improve. Although their finances were tight, another child wouldn't really matter. You will live here from now on. I'll treat you as my own daughter. From now on, whatever my daughter has, you will have too, Moxie said. After hearing this, Alicia simply walked out without any reaction. She would definitely run away as soon as possible and not stay in this trash place a moment longer. The woman, however, thought she was overwhelmed by surprise, probably not expecting someone to really adopt her. Look at this poor child. Kelly watched Moxie on the screen. Though she seemed fierce, she was indeed a good person. It was uncertain how Alicia would act given such a warm-hearted family. If she chose to live properly, Kelly would immediately let her leave. Otherwise, it would be different. After returning to the room, Alicia saw the little girl's bright eyes, beckoning her enthusiastically. Her radiant smile indicated that she was eagerly looking forward to being with this older sister. So ugly, deaf, and mute, I really wonder why you're even living in this world. Your parents aren't any good either. Hey, can you hear me talking to you? Gallant old fool. With a smile on her face, Alicia spoke malicious words, but the little girl thought her new sister was playing with her. She pointed at her ears, then at her mouth, indicating she couldn't hear. Alicia was even happier, saying aloud, envious, right? I can speak and hear others, unlike you, little mute. If you knew where your family keeps their money, just tell me. With that money, I'd leave and find a better family tomorrow. But it's a pity that your parents are actually quite nice. They seem fit to be servants. Too bad my status is different now. Believing she was speaking to a deaf person who wouldn't hear anything, Alicia said whatever came to mind. She never imagined that the couple was standing right outside the door at that moment. Initially, they wanted to check if the two children got along, but they didn't expect to overhear Alicia's cruel words spoken in an innocent voice. Was she even human? They had brought her into their home and decided to adopt her, and this was how she repaid them. I wonder what would happen if I tricked you downstairs and killed you. Actually, thinking about it, your dad and mom are pretty good. They would likely listen to me. But the only downside is that besides me, there's still you. Though your parents say resources won't be tilted, in reality, they definitely will be. Alicia pondered as she spoke. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open. She turned back abruptly to see the couple with blackened faces. Great, I saved you from the sea and brought you back from the hospital, and this is how you repay me? You even want to kill my daughter, Galen Dajwang said gravely. I didn't, it wasn't. Alicia tried to explain. The woman stepped forward immediately, grabbing her ear. We can't keep trash like you in our house. Get out right now. In agony, Alicia screamed and stomped her feet continuously. Chapter 494, Hurley arrives. If you make me leave, I will die, and then the two of you would be murderers. Alicia yelled at the couple. Since her true colors were already exposed, there was no need for her to pretend to be obedient and sensible anymore. Galen Dajwang looked at this unfamiliar and revolting little girl in front of him, feeling that he had been too naive. From now on, he would never rescue a child like this again. But some kindness still lingered in his heart. He glanced at his wife, seeing the hesitation in her eyes. Indeed, how could such a small child survive on her own late at night? Maybe they could just get through today. As he was thinking, Galen Dajwang suddenly felt two light touches on his leg. Looking down, he saw his daughter's pleading eyes. She made several gestures, asking why they were hurting Alicia. The poor child, due to her hearing impairment, still did not know that the person she thought was pretty and adorable, who could be her sister, actually wanted to kill her. It's all because of you. If you could hear, I wouldn't have said those things. It's your fault. Alicia suddenly pointed at the little girl, speaking harshly. She reached out, clearly aiming for the little girl's face. Frightened, the little girl took several steps back, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Her chubby face showed a mix of fear and injustice. She didn't know what she had done to upset her sister. Galen Dajwang's hesitation vanished with Alicia's actions. He pushed her away directly. Even if you freeze to death or meet an accident due to lack of shelter, it has nothing to do with us. Blame your father for not providing you a good living environment, he said coldly. Finally, Alicia was driven out. Kelly watched as she wandered aimlessly on the street, eventually collapsing from exhaustion. Her breathing grew weaker and weaker. Alicia's soul had left the space created by the judge's pen, and it was time for her to return to the real world. But Kelly felt that those life experiences had taught her nothing. Perhaps some people are inherently evil. She sighed, deciding to stay away from Alicia in the future and return her soul. At the hospital. Alicia woke up abruptly, finding herself lying on a hospital bed. She quickly checked her face and hands, confirming it was indeed her body. Unable to contain her laughter, she laughed wildly. Next to her, Jem's face was full of confusion and fear, causing her to shrink back. What is she doing? Is she crazy? Although scared, Jem tried not to show it. In a trembling voice, she asked with feigned concern, Sister, what happened? Only then did Alicia regain her senses, remembering she had a career friend to take care of. She didn't understand why she had that dream but was relieved it was only a dream. A little tired, slept for a while, Alicia explained. Seeing her finally back to normal, Jem breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. Alicia nodded and asked, how about you? Jem shook her head. I'm fine now. Great, prepare yourself, we'll return to the filming site tomorrow, Alicia immediately said. She couldn't wait to reappear on screen and enjoy the thrill of being a star again. Okay, Jem agreed, but a flash of anger crossed her eyes. He had suffered so much because of her, yet she dared to continue filming the show. Clearly, she didn't care about him at all. In reality, Alicia believed she had done everything she could for her career friend. The next day, Alicia and Jem returned to the filming site. Netizens flooded them with sarcasm. How committed she must be to come back even after being hospitalized. Since the guy doesn't work in the entertainment industry, this must be arranged by Moxie. Poor guy. I thought the guy was the one deceiving her, but now it seems I was wrong. Alicia, you're quite sneaky. Initially, I thought you were just obsessed with love, but now it seems you're far from it. So what if our sister isn't obsessed with love? Are you jealous Black fans because she's smart? Of Alicia and Jem's return, Tracy was the happiest. Finally, someone else was joining her in mischief. Early that morning, Daniela was woken by an assistant sent by the director, packed up, and left the program, making way for new guests. Tracy eagerly anticipated the new guest, hoping it would be someone outspoken who also disliked Kelly, ready to give her a harsh scolding. After breakfast, the doorbell rang again. To impress everyone, Alicia got up immediately to open the door. Standing at the door was a man with short, messy hair, a high nose bridge, and deep-set eyes. His expression conveyed supreme confidence, like he believed himself to be the most handsome man in the world. He was Hurley. The moment she saw him, Tracy's eyes lit up. Due to Chance's interest in entertainment raps, she also had some knowledge and knew that this brother was the most outspoken. Wouldn't someone like Kelly, who was artificial and pretentious, get scolded terribly? Welcome, Alicia smiled. Hurley politely nodded, thank you. He dragged his suitcase into the room, and the screen quickly scrolled with fans who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Wow, why is our dear brother participating in this slow-paced variety show? Is he here for Kelly? These two did have a good relationship, I even shipped them before. Unfortunately, Hurley wasn't capable enough to win her over. Hassan's expression turned wary instantly, which I find quite amusing. Looks like there's going to be some good drama today. Under the gazes of all the guests, Hurley walked up to Kelly and greeted her with a smile and a wave. Hello, I've come to be a guest on your show. He usually had a cold expression, but his current smile truly made everyone feel like they were basking in spring warmth. Tracy's eyes were momentarily dazzled, but unfortunately, such a perfect smile was meant for Kelly. Once she realized it, all she felt was disgust. These two seemed to be very familiar with each other. What's going on? I didn't expect you would come too. Kelly stood up to shake hands with him. One of them was straightforward, while the other had a dim look in their eyes. Netizens immediately sensed something fishy. Hassan stepped forward between them, squinting his eyes to scrutinize Hurley, then forcibly pulled his hand away. Pleased to meet you, he said. Hurley immediately pursed his lips in disdain, withdrawing his hand. He didn't want to see Hassan at all. Seeing this familiar scene, Tracy's curiosity was piqued. Kelly seems not so simple, managing to keep two men hanging at once. She absolutely must expose this bitch. Will the production team arrange tasks for us today? It feels quite boring staying in the small second floor every day, Tracy said. Backstage, the director stroked his chin thoughtfully. He originally intended to give the guests enough freedom, but now it seemed that too much freedom wasn't necessarily a good thing. Chapter 495, Greedy Hewitt. Even for a slow-paced variety show, there must be content to edit later on. Therefore, the director planned to come up with an impromptu task. Do you have any ideas? He turned his head to see his assistant who seemed lost in thought beside him. The assistant nodded vigorously. Actually, I think Kelly, Hassan, and Hurley are quite entertaining. How about we group them together for a task? Ulrich's eyes lit up but soon became troubled, but to ensure fairness and impartiality, the production team definitely cannot manipulate behind the scenes. What should we do? The assistant shook his head, unable to think of anything else. I remember there's a Wong family near studio number 2. They were just preparing to transplant seedlings into their field, the director said. Because when they were scouting the location earlier, he found the Wong family to be pretty accommodating and easy to talk to, leaving an impression. He vaguely remembered saving their phone number. After rummaging through his phone, he finally found the number and called immediately. It was indeed the voice of a member from the Wong family. After confirming that the family had time and could accommodate the guests to complete the task there, the director happily added Hewitt's WeChat, the person in charge at the Wong household, and sent over a payment. To his liking, the other party was straightforward, taking the money without hesitation. Ulrich admired this kind of personality. He then sent a message to the guests via his phone. Urgent task, male guests need to walk 20 meters east, then 40 meters left, to plant seedlings on the Wong family's land. Female guests will work at the Wong family to experience rural life. Upon seeing this message, Hurley pursed his lips. He thought Tracy's suggestion was somewhat unnecessary earlier. Why didn't she let everyone rest indoors? Why did she insist on going out? However, with so many cameras around, even though he was annoyed inside, he didn't say anything out loud. If Daniela were here, she would surely passionately speak her mind. Disappointment flickered across Tracy's eyes. She had hoped the director would divide them into groups so she could witness two men competing for Kelly's attention and make some comments to belittle her. The guests set off in their respective groups. When Galen May's fans heard that he was going to engage in farm work, they felt extremely concerned. What's wrong with Tracy? Don't you know your career friend has back problems? If Galen May encounters difficulties while doing farm work, please understand. He once injured his waist ligaments during dancing and still suffers from old injuries and after effects. It feels like the world is topsy-turvy. Previously, I thought the double-gallon couple was perfect, but now it seems hard to maintain interest. Galen May, I'm so worried about you. Maybe you should try finding another girlfriend? The fans, seeing these comments, silently agreed. It was indeed a bit foolish of her to suggest such a thing knowing her career friend had health issues. The male guests arrived at the paddy fields first. Hewitt was waiting for them, and upon seeing the crowd of cameras, he immediately broke into the brightest smile, waving enthusiastically at them. Hello everyone. Your director mentioned you're here to help us farm. Actually, transplanting isn't too difficult. The hardest part is maintaining the proper spacing and feeling good when bending down. But looking at all of you fine young men, I wonder if you can handle it. Just don't waste my seedlings. Hewitt's face showed both concern and slight regret. From their attire and hands, it was clear they weren't accustomed to manual labor. The male guests exchanged glances, strangely ignited by a competitive spirit. Don't worry, we can do it. If we mess up, we'll compensate you, Hurley said. Upon hearing that there would be more money involved, Hewitt's expression changed from concern to joy. He knew celebrities made much more than ordinary people and wouldn't care much about everyday expenses. By the end, he could probably inflate the price as well. Just get started with the transplanting, Hewitt said. He grabbed a box of seedlings and thrust them into the hands of the male guests, completely disregarding that it dirted their clothes. Everyone didn't mind right now, but after receiving the seedlings and waiting for instructions that never came, their expressions soured. Since you know we've never done this before, shouldn't you teach us first? Galen May asked. Hurley and Jem nodded in agreement. Hewitt was waiting to make more money, thinking teaching them would cut into his earnings. He pursed his lips, teaching you comes at a different price. I didn't plan on working today and haven't even changed into appropriate clothing. Seeing his greedy appearance, Hurley truly felt disgusted but reluctantly scanned the WeChat QR code to transfer 200 yuan. Watching him spend 200 yuan like others would spend too, completely without remorse, Hewitt's expression grew greedier. After giving the male guests a lackluster lesson on planting seedlings, he stood aside by himself, carefully counting how many seedlings they had wasted. These were all carefully cultivated, so charging 100 for each one wasted should be fine, right? The poor male guests toiled under the scorching sun, struggling with their unskilled attempts at transplanting, their faces dark with frustration. Backstage, the director watched this Hewitt who was completely different from the one he met earlier and felt a headache coming on. How could someone who seemed fine during the initial meeting turn out like this when filming started? Didn't he know there were cameras filming him? Or did he simply not care? Ulrich felt utterly defeated. Netizens and fans were lashing out. Sometimes I really want to ask what kind of person the director found. Is tormenting our brothers entertaining to you? It seems like all he cares about is money, not helping them record the show properly. Joa, if you can't handle it, just call my grandpa. He loves acting and putting on a show in front of cameras. Bringing him over would definitely create some buzz. Bro, don't be ridiculous. This is the first time I've seen someone be so unrestrained in front of cameras. Everyone else at least tries to maintain an image. Damn. I genuinely hate this kind of attitude. Just looking at him makes me want to punch him in the face. I don't know how these male celebrities held back. It just shows they have higher class. Don't talk about male celebrities, even the female celebrities aren't much better. Joa, after this show, the guests will definitely block you. You should be aware of that. Ulrich, reading this comment, sucked in a cold breath, quickly switching to the other side surveillance feed to check what was happening with the female guests. There he saw Tracy looking miserable, Kelly with an extremely dark expression, and Alicia smiling brightly. Standing before them was a woman who looked to be around 40 or 50, with a very stern and intimidating appearance. Chapter 496, Leave this filthy place. But when facing Alicia, Moxie's smile would become warm and inviting. I never thought that a celebrity like you would come to our little place one day, even visiting my home. I've watched all the TV series you acted in, they were simply amazing. I don't know what it is with you celebrities, but every time you act, it's so lifelike as if you've completely merged with your character. I even cried for a long time when I watched them. While talking, Moxie pulled Alicia into the shade, completely ignoring the other people. Kelly's expression was gloomy because of what just happened. The woman had specially driven a tractor to pick them up, but as soon as they got in, she demanded payment, 100 yuan per person for the ride. Wei naturally refused to pay such an exorbitant price, and Tracy, with her bad temper, didn't want to give Moxie any face or be taken advantage of. In the end, Alicia helplessly paid via her phone. Upon receiving the money, Moxie beamed with joy and started being overly friendly with her. The netizens who came with the male guest knew the truth and felt extremely irked. Finally, this couple managed to get some money out of someone. They are truly more greedy than two people put together. They really don't belong in the same family. I thought Kirk was already too much, but his wife is worse. Leaving the other two out in the sun like that? Has she no shame? I wonder if the production team didn't give them money when they explained about the filming. Why are they trying so hard to extort money? Can the production team please do something? Help. Sometimes I really feel powerless, wishing I could reach through the screen. This couple successfully made countless female netizens feel their tempers rise. Even the director was holding his chest in frustration. Of course, he had given them money, but what was wrong with these two? Were they so short on cash that they couldn't discuss it privately? Ulrich wanted to contact Kirk, but then feared that after getting the money from him, he would continue to fleece the celebrities. So, he bit the bullet and held back. Kelly looked up at the scorching sun, then glanced at Tracy, who was already sweating next to her. She directly pulled Tracy into the house, heading for the shade. Tracy hadn't expected such sudden action and was momentarily stunned, forgetting how to react. Once she regained her senses, she quickly shook off Kelly. What are you doing to me? She stammered. What could I possibly be doing to you? Kelly raised an eyebrow, finding it very strange. Tracy instinctively wanted to say that Kelly wasn't a good person, but considering that Kelly was kindly leading her into the shade, she kept her mouth shut and looked away. But now, why did she feel that Kelly wasn't as before? It must be an illusion. After finishing her chat, Moxie noticed the two had already moved into the shade and her expression darkened instantly. Who told you two to come inside? You have to pay an entry fee before coming into my house. 100 yuan per person, pay up now, she said. Upon hearing this, Alicia's expression changed slightly, while Tracy immediately flared up. Did the director not give you money or what? You're charging us to enter your house? And why should we pay to be in your place anyway? A big park doesn't even charge as much for admission. Upon hearing this, Moxie immediately tried to push Tracy away, cursing loudly. Anyway, I set the rules for my house. If you don't want to pay, don't stand in my yard, wasting the fresh air here. Celebrities like you earn so much in a day. They say you make millions online. Why can't you contribute a little to us ordinary people? In my opinion, you're just stingy. My house doesn't welcome stingy people. The woman's words made the netizens laugh bitterly. Oh, so if Ma Yun makes a lot of money, should he share it with me too? How shameless can people get? In fact, I always thought I was pretty shameless, but after seeing these people, I realize I'm actually a shy and polite child. This twisted logic is driving me crazy. To be honest, my grandma thinks the same way, so my dad moved our whole family out. Hopefully, we won't see each other again. Kelly restrained Moxie's hand, her eyes flashed with slight anger, and her beautiful face turned cold. At that moment, Tracy understood what a true career friend should be like, and she felt herself blushing. Heaven. She actually had inappropriate thoughts about Moxie she hated most. What was happening to the world? We won't pay the entry fee, nor will we film the show at your place, Kelly declared. She easily shook off Moxie's hand, causing her to stumble backwards several steps, almost tripping over something and falling down. Alicia hurriedly went forward to support her, disapproving, and looked at Kelly. Even if there's a conflict, you shouldn't go as far as hurting someone. Beating people up in someone else's house, isn't that a bit too much? She acted like she was the reasonable one, which made Kelly feel both angry and amused. It was pointless trying to reason with such a fool, as it would only waste energy. So, she took Tracy by the arm, who was still in disbelief about life, and quickly left the house. This filthy place made her feel nauseous even for an extra second. Tracy watched Kelly's back, her eyes capturing the way her hair floated backward slightly due to her swift movement, unable to help but marvel how beautiful she was. Even just a silhouette could be so captivating. Help, I feel like Tracy is somewhat falling for her. Is something wrong with her eyes? Jeff, stop planting rice for a moment. Your wife is about to be taken away, and you're really funny. Is there anyone to put these gifts together? I want to use them as emojis. Some guru has already done it. It really made me laugh out loud, Tracy with shining eyes paired with Jeff working hard on planting rice. This is the first time I felt Hassan is actually a comedian. The netizens were ruthless, laughing happily, completely disregarding how Hassan would feel seeing this gif. Kelly followed where her intuition led her. As the mountain deity, she could sense natural elements, knowing which area had fresher and more comfortable air. If we just leave like this, won't the production team blame us? Tracy asked. She was still a minor celebrity, while Kelly was a major star who could do as she pleased. She couldn't. Of course not. Finding such a family was their problem. If they say anything, then we will have a good talk with them, Kelly replied. Hearing this, stars sparkled again in Tracy's eyes, thinking how cool Kelly was. She experienced the feeling of being unconditionally protected for the first time, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Ulrich's heart was pounding too, purely out of fear, as Kelly looked quite intimidating. Chapter 497, Original Form Revealed, Alicia. Kelly led Tracy further and further into a secluded area. The photographer started feeling uneasy watching the path ahead, but since the director hadn't given any objections, he couldn't stop them and could only follow. The surroundings gradually opened up into lush greenery, with small wildflowers visible by the roadside, showing just how fresh the air was. At the spot where Kelly finally stopped, there was a verdant little meadow beside a gently flowing stream. This pure natural beauty left quite an impact on everyone watching the live stream, and Tracy, who was actually there, gaped in amazement. Heaven, it's so beautiful. Tracy took a deep breath of the fresh air and turned her bright eyes to Kelly with a question. How did you find this place? Just wandering around, she said. Hearing this, Tracy was about to contradict her but then recalled that this was Kelly's first time here too, so it must have been sheer luck. Kelly's graceful eyes showed a hint of helplessness, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. Okay. The two beauties lay down on the grass side by side, causing the live stream viewers to go wild with excitement. How do they make such a good couple? I think these two beauties should just be together. Indeed, thinking about Hoping Bee, who is still transplanting rice seedlings, suddenly makes him seem unworthy of Kelly. Haha, mainly because both sisters are just too perfect for each other. Could they be more matched? I declare this will be my favorite F/F pairing in the circle. Tracy wasn't aware that the netizens were already shipping them hard. She sneaked a glance at Kelly and realized how truly beautiful this person was. Her face seemed like a masterpiece of nuance, exceptionally endowed with beauty. Such an outstanding and perfect person, no wonder she gets envied. But Kelly really had a great character. I apologize for what I said and what I did before, Tracy said suddenly. She felt embarrassed saying the words, apology, but she was someone who would admit and correct her mistakes. Why? Kelly asked in confusion. From her clear gaze, one could see that she wasn't pretending or teasing Tracy. She genuinely didn't understand what she meant. You. Tracy bit her lip and tapped Kelly's forehead, her actions filled with indulgence and helplessness. You act cold and powerful on the surface, but you're actually a harmless paper tiger inside. All those traps I set for you, and all the pitfalls I dug with my words, you didn't even notice? Upon hearing this, Kelly nodded understandingly but shook her head, looking into the distance with a relaxed smile. I don't dwell on these things. Seeing this, Tracy also looked behind her, appreciating the vast expanse of land and endless green grass. At this moment, she realized she had been too petty in the past. Instead of overthinking, she should have done more meaningful things. As for romance, it didn't seem as important to her now. After all, few people would ever impress her like Kelly did again, although Tracy certainly didn't think about being with her. It feels like Tracy has been healed somehow. That stubbornness of hers is gone, replaced by gentleness. I thought I was the only one who noticed, but apparently everyone else did too. Changes in people can happen so quickly. As a fan, I'm very satisfied with Sister now. I was thinking of unfollowing her, but now I can stick around for a few more years. Tracy has pretty good luck, meeting Kelly who is such a benefactor, while Alicia doesn't fare well at all. Just seeing her face makes me feel sick. These comments from netizens successfully redirected everyone's attention to another live stream to see what was happening. Inside the live stream, Alicia was sitting at a table with an elderly woman, munching on melon seeds from a box in front of her. She said, in my opinion, those two are really over the top. If they didn't want to work, they could have just said so. Why find other reasons? They're just bullying you ordinary people. Sigh, if you think about it carefully, what difference is there between celebrities and ordinary people? Our traffic comes from you ordinary people. It's really not right to be so arrogant. Alicia's words clearly resonated with Moxie, who spat on the ground and stomped on it fiercely. You're reasonable. Those two young people are just too inexperienced and too arrogant. Pride comes before a fall. Don't worry, those two won't get far. Who knows what might happen to them out there? Our village isn't exactly peaceful. As Moxie said this, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes, but Alicia didn't pay much attention. Her eyes were fixed on the shoe that had just stomped on the ground, filled with disdain. People in these small places are really crude. Looks like in the future she should try to stay in big cities and not come back to such small villages. If there's a program involving visiting villages, she should tell her agent early on not to accept it. Right, sister, Moxie said. Alicia snapped back to reality, smiling and nodding, while viewers in the live stream were already criticizing. Don't be so malicious, sis. They're guests you've been with for so long, yet you're hoping something happens to them? It feels like Alicia is truly terrifying, always smiling on the surface while using the name of sister to take care of you. Now that we think about it, everything she did before was just for fame. If you're going to pretend, then stick with it until the end. How can someone stop pretending halfway through? Can't the agency remind her? This affects our viewing experience. In fact, Alicia's agency was almost at its wit's end. They had warned her not to participate in this show, as anyone could see Jem's ill intentions. However, she refused to listen and even thought the agency interfered too much, threatening to quit if they didn't let her join this program. The boss and agents also have their limits. Alicia used to be just a girl from the countryside, and they spent a lot of money promoting her into a star. But now, she put down her bowl and started cursing, even going against the agency. Why bother managing her anymore? Anyway, the company has grown, with many leading actresses. They don't need this one Oscar winner. It would be best if she ruins herself on this show, leaving no room for regret. This situation today was all due to Alicia's own doing. She got what she deserved. Chapter 498, The Village Involves Human Trafficking. Alicia's agent felt that what Moxie had said just now was indeed correct. Those who are arrogant will eventually face divine retribution, which turned out to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Apart from making sarcastic comments, netizens were also speculating about the deeper meaning behind Moxie's words. What did she mean by this village not being peaceful? Could there be something that the production team hadn't discovered? At this moment, the director was drenched in sweat, feeling like he was doomed with an overwhelming premonition. Why did we just happen to choose this village previously? Could everyone inside be crazy? However, it was too late to leave now as the show had already started. All they could do was grit their teeth and pray nothing untoward would happen. After resting enough, Tracy and Kelly headed back but suddenly heard sobbing coming from ahead after taking only a few steps. It sounded like someone was crying. Kelly's brow twitched sharply as she sensed something was wrong. She immediately pulled Tracy down to squat. The cameraman followed suit instinctively when he noticed their actions. Through the grass, his lens pointed outward. Gallon Stream viewers were startled by the trio's sudden actions. What's happening? Are the two sisters about to perform a spy thriller? Why does it feel a bit eerie? Heaven. The cameraman's position is really good here. Look ahead, it seems like a woman is running towards us, and she isn't wearing any shoes. Save me. If I saw this scene at night, I'd definitely think some vengeful ghost was out to catch people to eat. Now let's not joke around, the situation is really unusual and frightening. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of live stream viewers, a disheveled woman, whose face was obscured, barefoot, and with blood dripping as she walked, ran over. Don't chase me. I only want to go home. I've already given birth to several children for you, so why won't you let me go? I beg you, you are human, and I am human too. Why do you treat me like livestock, chaining me to the house? The woman screamed with heart-wrenching cries. Upon hearing this, the director inwardly knew it wasn't good, and some live stream viewers wanted to call the police. However, making false reports was illegal, especially since they couldn't confirm exactly what was going on with Moxie. This action could also alert the culprits. The guests of the program were still in the village, and these people might panic and do something inappropriate. Therefore, everyone could only continue watching with growing anxiety. Several men wielding wooden sticks pursued Moxie, their faces looking as fierce as starving wolves ready to devour prey. There was a significant physical disparity between men and women, especially since Moxie appeared physically affected. Before she could run further, one man grabbed her by the hair. Then, Moxie was violently yanked down and fell heavily to the ground. The sound of her fall was loud, even heard by Kelly and Tracy, who were slightly farther away. The woman lay on the ground, crying helplessly, knowing that if she were caught, she would have to live in darkness and pain from then on. Given this fate, she might as well die. You men in the village are despicable, unable to find wives yourselves, you go outside and capture other women to be your wives. I curse you all to a miserable death. If you dare to take me back, I will break the limbs of those children and turn them into handicapped beings unable to take care of themselves. The woman's sharp, hateful eyes glared at the surrounding men, who raised their sticks high. Then came the sound of the sticks hitting flesh, accompanied by Moxie's agonized pleas. The men cursed through clenched teeth. How dare you, you damn bitch, curse us. Who knows where you got such nerve from? If it weren't for the shortage of women in the village, someone like you should have been beaten to death long ago. Do you know that no matter how things are counted outside, in our village, women are the lowest creatures, and only men are supreme. Resisting is wrong. Zhang Lao Si, it looks like your wife has quite a big mouth and wild ambitions. Since you haven't disciplined her properly after so long, why don't you just send her to that small house beside the school and be done with her, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone looked behind to see a short, hunched man holding a pipe, squinting at Moxie. He chuckled coldly and nodded. Fine, you must compensate me with a new wife. Didn't you say a few beautiful women arrived in the village, even celebrities? Either one would be fine. Hearing this, the villagers showed mocking expressions. You're dreaming if you think a celebrity would ever look at you. Just let us use our Galen's wife, since the village chief said those big celebrities must not be touched. If our village's affairs are discovered, we're doomed. As they spoke, they casually dragged Moxie away into the distance, treating her as if she were not a living person but merely livestock or cargo. The woman looked despondently ahead, the wind lifting her slightly disheveled hair to reveal a dirty yet strikingly beautiful face. What a pity for such a pretty girl. After they left, Tracy dared to breathe heavily again, her eyes wide open in shock. What just happened? Is human trafficking going on in this village? She asked. Kelly nodded, yes. Her eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously, then suddenly she drew a sharp breath. Camden, who had spoken earlier, was standing not far behind them. I've been watching that black hole in the grass for a while now. I didn't expect you celebrities to have such guts. Since you've exposed our village's secret, you won't be leaving. As Camden spoke, several men suddenly emerged from beside Kelly and Tracy, the same ones from before. They sized up the two beauties, their expressions dripping with desire. One of them lunged forward, snatching the camera from the cameraman and smashing it violently on the ground. These people only knew that the production team was there to film a variety show and had no idea that it was being live-streamed. Thus, they acted arrogantly, completely unaware that their every word and action were being broadcast. As the live stream went black, the the director and viewers immediately called the police. Ulrich promptly arranged for the guests and staff to leave the village, fearing other dangers. As for Kelly and Tracy, they could only wait for the police to rescue them. None of the guests knew martial arts, staying would only hold everyone back. Ulrich's mind was in turmoil. He knew that if anything happened to the two female guests, his directing career would be ruined. Chapter 499 Saving the Woman. The situation on site was not as terrifying as everyone had imagined. These men combined were no match for Kelly. She easily dodged their attacks by slightly shifting her body and stepping back a few times. Moreover, she could use their force against them, making those wielding tools taste their own medicine. Tracy's fear had turned to shock, then into enthusiasm as a little fan cheering on the side. The photographer beside her stood there dumbfounded, filled with regret. Why hadn't he held the camera steady and captured this amazing scene earlier? It would have been worshipped by thousands after being aired. Kelly was truly incredible. Before long, all the village men were sprawled out on the ground. Where did you hide that woman just now? Kelly asked. The men glared at her viciously. They never thought such a beautiful celebrity from outside would turn out to be shameless. She hurt so much and dared to hit men, it was outrageous. Seeing they weren't talking, Kelly pursed her lips, a flash of anger crossing her face. Tracy hurried over and held onto her arm, suddenly feeling incredibly safe. She laughed, sister, since they won't speak, let's deal with them using special methods. Kelly looked up at her in confusion, what method? Shall we continue with violence? Tracy asked. She quickly stepped forward to one of the men, stomping on his fingers. He roared in pain. You bitch, how dare you step on me? Do you think I won't kill you? F***K, do you really think you're so powerful? That's because I didn't use full strength. I didn't want to ruin your pretty faces. The men kept cursing, and Tracy knew they were helpless due to pain, unable to get up. So, she laughed even more. So many of you couldn't beat my sister, showing you're only good at yelling. If you don't tell us where that woman is, don't blame me for crushing your toes, she said. Pain forced the man to finally relent. He pointed shakily towards a nearby bush. The woman is tied to a tree over there. Tracy stomped twice before letting go, winking at Kelly, sister, stay here. You can control them with your strength. I'll go check. She skipped off, very anxious. Kelly sensed the change in Tracy's attitude and felt puzzled. Why did this girl seem hostile at first but now changed? The men lying on the ground stared blankly at the sky, their reputations ruined by this woman. Why did a woman need such high fighting skills? Most importantly, what a waste of a beautiful face. If it belonged to someone else, people would consider her a temptress. In fact, Kelly could hear their thoughts and wanted to punch them again. Blaming others while being useless themselves was truly laughable. Sister, can you help me support her? I can't hold her alone, Tracy's urgent voice sounded. Kelly walked over to find her supporting a barely conscious woman, her face flushed red. The woman was in such poor condition that most of her weight pressed on Tracy. For a female celebrity who usually dieted strictly, managing this was impressive. Thank you for your effort, Kelly said. She effortlessly took over Moxie, and Tracy became increasingly mesmerized. Oh, how could a woman be so beautiful and cool? She wished to marry her. With such a sister protecting her, why would she need a career friend? While supporting Moxie, Kelly used divine power through her fingertips to strengthen her spirit and life force, ensuring she could survive until rescue arrived. She wasn't afraid of retribution because she wasn't a cultivator but a true deity. A deity helping mortals wouldn't bring calamity but blessings. The woman opened her eyes and laughed when she saw the sprawled out men. I told you, you beasts would receive your retribution, she gritted her teeth. The men despised her, turning their heads away as if nothing had happened. Turning to look at those holding her, she froze upon seeing that beautiful face. Are you, the celebrity shooting the reality show in the village? Moxie asked. Kelly nodded. The woman looked incredulously at the men on the ground. Did you beat these men by yourself? Hearing this, Tracy chimed in, it has nothing to do with us. Sister did it all by herself. Didn't expect that, did you? She's not only beautiful but also so powerful. As she said this, Tracy held her head high. Anyone could see the pride in her expression. The photographer beside her was stunned. Wait, weren't these two women at odds with each other? Why did they seem so close now? The world was truly upside down, he couldn't understand it. Indeed, very impressive, Moxie said. She then looked nervously into the distance. Could you please help me call the police and then leave this cursed village immediately? They have a tradition of trafficking women. Especially for celebrities like you who are so beautiful, falling into their hands would be terrible. Even in such dire straits, her first thought was still to care for others, showing what a kind person she was, though her fate was tragically miserable. The men began to curse upon hearing her words. You bitch, are you trying to get us all killed? How shameless can you be? We've fed and treated you well for so long, and this is how you repay us? Not only did you not help us trick more female celebrities into the village, but you're doing this instead. Bitch, if I could get up right now, I'd give you hundreds of slaps to show you who's in charge here. Hearing the men's angry insults, Moxie was not afraid at all, knowing she had enough protection beside her. Don't worry, our show is live-streamed, and the netizens just saw these men's ugly faces, so they've probably already called the police, Tracy said. Upon hearing this, the village men felt hopeless. With the rise of mobile phones, almost everyone had watched borderline streamers' broadcasts, so they knew exactly what this meant. Finally able to leave this cursed place, Moxie's eyes filled with tears, and she glared fiercely at the men on the ground. Can I hit them? After being bullied for so long, she wanted revenge, making them taste the pain of being hit by her own hands. Chapter 500, Rescuing Fallon from Suicide. Kelly fully understood and endorsed Moxie's thoughts, and she nodded. Okay. Upon hearing these words, a light of surprise, excitement, and gratitude appeared in Moxie's eyes. Since she had been abducted to this village, she had never felt as relieved as she did at that moment. Kelly injected more divine power into Moxie's body, giving her strength, a silent encouragement. However, the men were unhappy. You dare to touch me? I'll skin you alive. You're such a bitch. I'm telling you, once the villagers discover these bitches, they won't have it easy either. Don't count on them really being able to save you. The threats from the men didn't frighten Moxie. As a university graduate from the city, she knew that with the live stream, as soon as these people's wicked actions were seen, the police would immediately send people over. Finally, she could be free. She no longer needed to fear them. The woman squatted down, picked up a wooden stick one of the men had thrown on the ground, and began to beat them mercilessly, her expression ferocious. Seeing the previously helpless woman transform into someone else in an instant, Tracy instinctively huddled next to Kelly for comfort but felt satisfied in her heart. Beating these men fiercely today would allow Moxie to start anew outside. It was impossible to forget what happened in this village, but at least it wouldn't be so humiliating. The men howled in pain and tried to escape, clawing at the ground, moving forward inch by inch. They probably never imagined that there would come a day when they would make such embarrassing scenes in front of women. The more Moxie beat them, the more she enjoyed it. She knew it wasn't worth going to jail for these few men, so she made sure not to seriously injure anyone. I told you not to bully me. You promised that I could leave after giving birth to your children, but each time I gave birth or miscarried, you never thought of letting me go. And you accomplices, thinking yourselves worthless, cowardly in public but bullying the abducted women in this village all the time. I can't kill you today, but the law will punish you. According to your heinous crimes, you are doomed. The woman's hoarse voice vented her anger, leaving the men fearful of the stick in her hand, too afraid to retaliate even if they were furious. For the first time, she experienced the feeling of turning the tables. It indeed felt great, yet afterwards, she felt like crying. Having vented all her pent-up frustration, Moxie threw the wooden stick aside, sat on the ground, and began to sob loudly. So many years of her youth had been wasted in this small village, and she didn't know what to do after escaping. She wondered if her parents still remembered her. Maybe they thought it would be better if their disgraced daughter had died long ago. Perhaps they already had new children. As a mother, how could she truly abandon her two children? Though they were born out of sin, they had always been sensible and protected her from being beaten. My life is ruined. What use is living when I carry such heavy pain? It's better to die, Moxie said. Immediately after saying this, she stood up forcefully and ran toward a nearby tree, intending to smash herself against it. Tracy gasped sharply, completely unprepared for Moxie's sudden action. She wanted to stop her but couldn't move fast enough. Her brain registered the situation, but her legs hadn't even taken a step. What should she do? Just as Tracy panicked, she felt a dark shadow quickly pass by her side. With her mouth wide open, she watched Kelly rush forward at incredible speed. In that split second, Kelly grabbed Moxie's arm and pulled her back forcefully, stopping her suicide attempt. Seeing that Moxie didn't die, the men's faces showed disappointment, which Tracy noticed when she turned her head. She hated them deeply. These creatures weren't even human, they were animals. Why did you save me? Why can't you just let me die? Moxie cried out. She knew the celebrity in front of her was her savior, but her emotions were uncontrollable, overwhelming her. Why do you want to die? Kelly asked. The woman covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably. I've been out of touch with society for so long. Even if I get out, I'll be useless. If my family accepts me, do I have to rely on them? If they don't accept me, why should I live? Clearly, Moxie blamed herself for everything. Their fault, not yours, Kelly said earnestly. She looked at Moxie and began to. This gesture seems context-specific and may not have a direct translation, so I will describe it as, performed a finger calculation, which might be closer to fortune-telling context. Fallon, for all these years, your parents have never given up searching for you. They've been tirelessly on the road. Kelly took out her phone and searched on Baidu, then handed the phone over. Trembling, Fallon accepted it. The first thing she saw was her parents holding a banner. They were much more weathered than in her memory, with silver hair sprouting at their temples, shedding tears into the camera. The banner read, "Desperately searching for our daughter." In this moment, Fallon felt a renewed hope surge within her. Someone still cared about her and was waiting for her. How could she think of dying? How could she face her parents who had searched for her for so long? Gallivanting in this world sometimes isn't just about oneself. Fallon returned the phone to Kelly. Thank you for saving me twice. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead now. I don't have the ability to repay you right now, but I promise that you are my benefactor, and I will do everything I can to return this favor. Then, she turned her head to look at Tracy beside her, and thank you. Tracy waved her hands. I was just here to record a show. I didn't do anything substantial. And if I were alone, I wouldn't have been able to handle the situation either. Just thank Tyra. She's amazing. I hope you can have a better future. Keep going, stay strong. Tracy energetically bent her elbow, giving a thumbs-up sign. Fallon nodded and turned back to Kelly. By the way, since I came to this village, I haven't told anyone my name. How did you know? Let's just say it's a secret, Kelly said. Of course, she figured it out, but such matters aren't easily believed by ordinary people. After experiencing so much, Fallon, now open-minded and magnanimous, wouldn't pursue it further. She simply nodded. Deep down, she felt encountering her benefactor was fortunate. Perhaps heaven saw how miserable her life had been and gave her hope. Chapter 501, Unexplained Urgent Evacuation. Now, Fallon suddenly thought of the meaning of living on. Apart from repaying her parents, she could also help more women with her efforts. She decided. Kelly watched Fallon's increasingly determined expression and breathed a sigh of relief. The dead palace was no longer gloomy. It seemed she would welcome new life ahead. She turned to look at the men lying on the ground and said, "Let's tie these people up." Kelly turned to look at the photographer. "Can you make ropes?" He was wiping away tears, moved by this scene. Upon hearing the question, he immediately nodded. "I can, and I'm especially good at it. All I need are some simple plants to make ropes." The photographer felt that this task suited him perfectly. He had loved studying how to make ropes from various plants when he was young. He never thought it would come in handy someday. Indeed, no skill is learned in vain. Confidently, the photographer walked to the side, pulled some plants, and started working. Before long, a long rope was twisted in his hands. "Good job," Kelly said. Hearing the praise from the goddess, the photographer blushed and nodded, instantly feeling invigorated. He quickly made several more for backup, though they were actually unnecessary. Kelly squatted down and controlled the men's hands, tying them all together tightly so they couldn't untie themselves. No matter what she did, the men didn't dare speak, fearing they would be hit if they said anything. Their earlier arrogance was gone. These people only bullied those who couldn't fight back, Fallon scoffed. However, this female celebrity was really impressive and cool. In an unseen place, Kelly took out the judge's brush. She certainly wouldn't let these men simply be put into jail. They would experience something far worse than anything the women went through. Kelly waved the judge's brush, her expression very serious. The previously energetic men now fell asleep one by one. Why did they suddenly fall asleep? Were they beaten? Tracy asked. Still shaken, she kicked the nearest man, but there was no response. However, his chest was still rising and falling, indicating he was breathing. "Don't worry, they'll wake up before the police arrive. Let's sit over here and rest," Kelly said. Tracy now completely trusted her. She looked around and finally found a relatively clean spot. She patted off the dust and smiled obsequiously at Kelly. "Big sister, please sit here," Tracy said. Kelly was already used to her strange behavior and calmly sat down. She glanced at the men next to her, regretting that she couldn't display the judge's brush screen to see their misery. At this moment, the men were in the space Kelly had specifically drawn for them. Upon finding themselves free in a strange place, their first reaction was that the villagers had rescued them, so they no longer had to worry about being jailed. The woman's threats were just scare tactics, the men smugly thought. "I think that woman was just trying to frighten us," one of them said, only to realize his voice was feminine. He cleared his throat, but it remained the same. Then the men looked at each other, and the room erupted with piercing screams. "Stop making such noise. If you don't stop, I'll deal with you right here in this wilderness where no one cares about you. If not for selling you at a good price, I'd definitely kill a few of you." The cruel voices sounded, and the men tried to follow the sound, but the person's heavy footsteps indicated they were walking away, ignoring them. At this point, the men didn't know they were about to enter hell. In reality, when the director told the male guests to evacuate urgently, Hassan immediately sensed something was wrong. "What about the female guests? Where are they now?" he asked. Hearing this, the other male guests stopped and looked curiously at the staff member who brought the message. Sweat dripped from the staff member's face as they hesitated between telling the truth or lying. Netizens were anxious. "Just tell us what's happening in the village. Why do you have to beat around the bush? The police will arrive soon anyway." "Joa, even I, a woman, feel you're acting too soft." I give up on you, Joa. Can't you let the male guests be heroes and save the women? That's what we the audience like to see. Don't you want to make a huge hit show? Follow our suggestions. No kidding, hurry up and let the staff explain to us clearly. I want to see which of these male guests has the biggest guts and who is truly genuine. Netizens were fueling the drama, and the director pursed his lips upon seeing the comments, inwardly criticizing their desire to make things difficult for him. If he really led the male guests to find the female guests, he would definitely be punished by his superiors. After all, this kind of negative impact was extremely serious. Just to gain traffic, they would stoop so low, which was truly disgusting and inhumane. Don't tell the male guests what happened. Directly order them to move immediately, just say it's our urgent mission, the director said into the microphone. Hearing his words, the staff member immediately repeated them, and the other male guests nodded in agreement. Only one person, Hassan, pursed his lips, not entirely convinced. If it was just an emergency, why did you hesitate so long without answering my question? What are you hiding or worrying about? Hassan's gaze was like an arrow, and his words carried a tone of pressing interrogation. The staff member was so scared that he swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. He was just a lowly worker, here only to pass on information. Wailing softly, he wished they wouldn't be so fierce. Seeing the staff member sweating profusely, opening his mouth as if wanting to say something but unable to, Hassan realized that something serious must have happened. Perhaps the female guests were in danger, otherwise, why would the director be so anxious? Having thought of this, he immediately took out his phone and opened the live stream before the staff member could react. Messages kept floating across the screen. Brother, your girlfriend is in danger now. Hurry to the small forest on the east side, she's inside. Ulrich is really being inhumane, not telling you the truth. If anything happens, can he take responsibility? Is brother reading our comments? If you can see them, set off immediately. Hassan's face suddenly changed. He turned and ran before the staff member could stop him. Chapter 502, Will it affect filming? Ulrich watched the camera feed, showing Hassan running away in the distance. His mind echoed with two words, doomed. If something happened to Jeff today, the Hope family would never let him off, nor would his fans behind him. The tearless director pounded the table twice, displaying his impotent rage. Why was he so unlucky, encountering nitpicking netizens at such a time? The assistant beside him shrank his neck, fearing that the director might notice him and give him a scolding. Even though the director usually had a good temper, the situation clearly wasn't right now, and it was highly possible. After Hassan ran into the small woods as the netizen said, the cameraman chased after and captured the scene before him. Kelly was seen holding onto a rope, with a group of men behind her, all bearing various wounds and bruises on their bodies. Judging by their appearances, they did look somewhat pitiful. Seeing this, the worried director sighed in relief. As long as nothing happened to the female guest, everything was fine. Why are you in such a hurry? Kelly asked Hassan, who was breathing heavily, out of confusion. He sized her up and down, only relaxing once he confirmed she was all right. I saw in the live chat that those netizens were saying you were in danger, so I came over to check what was happening. Ulrich also ordered an emergency evacuation for the male guests. What's going on? This question was also what the netizens were curious about. Kelly pointed to the men behind her. They're human traffickers. To put it another way, every man in this village is a trafficker. They just confessed. Those who have decent looks would post photos online to lure women out for dates and then bring them to this remote countryside. They would either be kept at home to bear children or be shared among the men in the village. As Kelly spoke these words, she clenched her teeth, clearly enraged. Hassan also tightened his fists. As a man, he found it disgusting to face such kind of people. The netizens watching the live stream were furious too. Damn, with such advanced internet nowadays, this can still happen? Don't they know human trafficking is illegal? I suggest they should all be castrated and killed. Sometimes I really feel the national law isn't enough. Can't I handle it myself? The most frightening thing is that this village is not remotely located, yet there are still cases of trafficking here. Who knows what happens in other places? When will the country take this seriously? Sigh, our country is too vast, it's difficult to reach some villages personally. But I hope there won't be any more women suffering from being trafficked, heartbreaking. While the netizens were discussing, the police arrived on the scene, took away several men, and sealed off the village. They searched house to house for any trafficked women. Under these circumstances, the live stream naturally had to be shut down. Kelly and others went with the police to investigate and found that almost every household had trafficked women. Some of them were naked, locked up in small rooms like animals, chained up with dull eyes, disheveled hair, and emitting an unpleasant smell. Others had completely assimilated with the village and angrily rejected the policemen coming to rescue them, claiming they wanted to live here for the rest of their lives, which made it even more heartbreaking. Still, some had it better because they had been trafficked recently and treated relatively well while the men still found them fresh. These women assessed the situation. When the police came, they were all excited, knowing they could finally go home and expose the evil deeds of those men. Those who commit crimes cannot hide forever, the sins they committed will eventually be discovered. The village's upright men were taken to the police station looking deflated. They knew that awaiting them were light sentences or even the end of their lives. But do they regret it? Indeed, they do. They regretted not hiding Moxie well, making her speak out when the guests came. They also regretted agreeing to let the show film in the village. Such people never reflect on their own actions. Expecting their conscience to awaken is as likely as expecting pie from the sky. Finally, things were settled, and the guests returned to the little two-story building. Alicia also came back sheepishly. Earlier, a woman, learning that her husband had been arrested due to these guests, almost tore her apart in anger. She was truly indignant. What exactly happened? Is it necessary to make such a fuss to arrest people? Just because that man offended Kelly? Alicia's questioning drew everyone's gaze upon her. Jem hung her head in embarrassment, feeling pain to have such a girlfriend. Fool, didn't she look around first before spouting nonsense here? Was she afraid she'd live too long? What do you mean those people offended Tyra? She isn't the type to arbitrarily send people to jail, and what did you do when she was saving all those women? All you do is talk sarcastically here. Tracy angrily questioned. Alicia clearly didn't expect that someone who had always been on her side would suddenly turn against her. She opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Tracy snorted coldly, feeling that she had indeed been a bit too foolish before, associating with such a person and disgracing herself. Tyra was the best, so beautiful, with such high combat skills, and most importantly, kind-hearted, simply a perfect idol. Tracy had successfully become her fan. Enough, all of you should talk less, especially Alicia, the director said gravely. Luckily, the program team's surveillance and live streaming cameras aren't on now, otherwise, if the netizens heard what you just said, they'd definitely attack you. You wouldn't know where to cry then. Alicia disdainfully curled her lips upon hearing this. She had always thought that her online reputation wasn't bad, how could the netizens bear to attack her? What really happened, she asked. This village is full of trafficked women, the number is shocking, Jem said. He looked angry as he spoke, not his usual whining self but more like a man now. How does the trafficking of women relate to us? If this goes on, can the show still continue filming? Alicia asked. Her innocent words made everyone in the production team realize that she was truly heartless and inexplicably unreasonable. Facing such an issue, even the male guests felt enraged, yet she was primarily concerned about her own interests, even thinking it had nothing to do with her, thus no need to care. Upon sensing everyone's silence, Alicia hurriedly covered her mouth. I didn't mean to just now. I only asked if filming would be affected and accidentally misspoke. Please don't take it to heart. She laughed it off, trying to bluff her way through, but everyone present could see that she had unconsciously revealed her true character just now. TSK, scary to think about it. Chapter 503, Gallantal Fangirl +1. Who would have thought that such things could happen in this era? It's truly heart-wrenching. Ulrich sighed. The impact of this incident has been too great for the production team to continue filming here. After discussion with the crew, we will soon arrange to continue filming at other locations. Everyone, please go back and rest for now. Although this event is shocking, it also highlights the severity of the issue. The attention this incident has drawn from society regarding the trafficking of women is what truly deserves everyone's reflection. Kelly looked at the village which had clearly quietened down, her eyes showing a serious expression. She hoped that no more incidents of trafficking women and children would occur in the future and wished for legal education to penetrate more deeply into people's lives. Wei Wei hit the nail right on the head. I hereby appeal to everyone to watch more legal education programs, strengthen protection for women and children, and prevent similar events from happening again. Tracy looked at Kelly with obvious admiration, directly telling everyone with her actions that she now supported all of Kelly's decisions without reservation. Alicia couldn't help rolling her eyes and clenched her fists, glaring hatefully at Kelly. She just didn't understand, was Tracy crazy? She was so bitter towards Kelly at first, but now she actually started defending her everywhere? Joa, the matters in the village have been resolved, and the danger is naturally lifted. I think the staff have worked very hard. Why don't we continue filming here? Tracy secretly glanced at Kelly. Deep down, she really didn't want to be separated from her. However, these words sounded too affectionate for her to say directly, so she could only indirectly find an excuse. Ulrich frowned, thinking for a moment before turning to ask Kelly and others, it's easier to arrange from the production team side, but I'm not sure if our guests agree. While he said this, his eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of longing. Although so much had happened in this village, what Tracy said made sense. They had already spent a significant portion of their budget, and switching locations would not only raise issues with the shooting site but also require substantial additional funding. I think continuing to film here is feasible, Kelly spoke up with determined eyes. Though this happened, those who needed to be taken away have already been removed. Besides, the local customs here still have valuable elements worth exploring and aren't entirely without merit. I agree, Jem chimed in immediately. Despite the issues in the village, this incident highlighted the seriousness of the problem of trafficking women. Filming here can attract more attention to this issue, and we can consider it as promotion. The others also expressed their opinions one after another. Seeing no objections, the director's face instantly lit up with satisfaction and relief. Since everyone agrees, let's take a break today and then continue filming here. Alicia forced a smile. Though she felt somewhat reluctant inside, seeing everyone else's attitude, she did not say anything more. On the other side, after the decision was made to stay, Chance quickly moved closer to Tracy. He looked at her with concern. Did everything go okay just now? If it were earlier, Tracy would have been both moved and excited, complaining about the revolting practices in the village. But now, she didn't even look at him, directly moving to stand in front of Kelly. Ahem, Wei Wei, weren't you too brave? Weren't you afraid those villagers might harm you just now? With the police around, even if they dared to make a move, the police wouldn't allow it. A glimmer of amusement flashed across Kelly's eyes as she replied earnestly. To be honest, she hadn't thought much about it at the time. In her mind, rescuing people was the most important thing. Wei Wei, you're amazing. Tracy surrounded Kelly like a little fangirl, her fiery gaze giving Hassan a headache. He cleared his throat, subtly squeezing past her and sticking close to Kelly's side. You've had a long day. Come, let me take you to eat something. At his words, the production staff burst out laughing. Family, who understands? The feeling of shipping couples on site was truly invigorating. Chance watched as Tracy's focus was entirely on Kelly, filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, he was happy that his girlfriend seemed less stringent in her monitoring of him. On the other, he was sad that she didn't seem to care as much about him anymore. Back at the resting area, Jem, trying hard to suppress her disgust, asked Alicia with apparent concern, "How are you? Has your mood been affected?" What an idiot, how dare she say such things in front of the crew? She really isn't afraid someone might secretly record a video and expose it. I'm fine, Alicia replied shyly, feeling extremely pleased. Even if everyone ignored her feelings, Jem still willingly hovered around her, just like before. Thinking of this, she pouted her lips and couldn't help but complain. Although nothing serious happened this time, the production team is taking those trafficked women way too seriously. If those women had any self-respect, they wouldn't have been trafficked in the first place. By doing this, the production team is simply not considering our safety. After I get back, I'll definitely find ways to ruin this show. Ulrich wants to become famous through this program? Dream on. As soon as Alicia spoke her first word, the smile on Jem's face froze. To protect himself, he discreetly turned on the voice recording function on his phone. On one hand, he didn't want to be implicated by Alicia's stupidity, and on the other hand, with this recording, he could control her whenever he wanted. The next day, the subsequent filming went smoothly. The production team set up a temporary shooting point in the village and also enhanced security measures. Apart from a few unscrupulous villagers who couldn't accept their sons being taken away, the conscientious villagers gradually recognized the severity of the issue of trafficking women under the correct guidance of the guests. They all expressed willingness to cooperate with the filming of the show. This gave Kelly some comfort. At least, human nature was inherently good, and not everyone was beyond redemption. When the show aired, netizens were agitated, and the comments flooded in. Oh my god, yesterday's situation was so thrilling, I still can't calm down. Great, great. If it were me, I would definitely prioritize my own safety first and consider calling the police after ensuring I'm safe. That's why my Daphne is so charming, Sister Brooke is awesome. Halfway through the show, the fans who rushed into the live stream and enthusiastically shipped CP started cheering for their favorite couples, among which the Brooke-Jing couple firmly took the lead. Chapter 504, Redrawing Lots and Regrouping. Next, the director personally announced the upcoming recording task, to cultivate a garden behind the small two-story building by transplanting flowers prepared by the production team. In order to stir up popularity, the director required the guests to draw lots to form new teams. Upon hearing this, netizens immediately split into two camps. One camp said that the production team had no limits in trying to create excitement. If there was nothing interesting afterward, they would stop following the show. The other camp expressed their anticipation for the future episodes, hoping that the production team would give more screen time to their favorite guests. Kelly and Hassan, among others, didn't react too much, as it was just a program, and they would fully cooperate with it. The scene of drawing team numbers was broadcast live. Alicia stepped forward arrogantly, drawing a lot without looking at anyone, number 3. Right after her, the others exchanged glances and then moved up one by one to draw their own lots. Hassan got number 2, Jem got number 3, and all eyes focused on Kelly, Tracy, and Chance, whose numbers were yet to be revealed. With a smile, Kelly showed the number in her hand, number 1. Hassan frowned, a trace of dejection flashing in his eyes. He and Tyra had drawn different numbers. What fun would the subsequent filming be? Seeing the 1 on her hand, Tracy couldn't help but beam. I also got number 1. Look! How wonderful, she was so lucky to be teamed up with Tyra. Beside her, Chance looked somewhat embarrassed, yet his gaze carried a hint of affection. No matter what, at least Maywan was genuinely happy, so it wasn't all bad. With the teams formed, the director happily announced to everyone, the garden that our guests will jointly cultivate in the future is not only a good opportunity to showcase their spirit of cooperation, but it will also become a beautiful scenery in the village. However, what interested the audience more was how the temporarily grouped guests would interact now that their couples were separated. Under everyone's anticipatory gazes, the guests started designing and constructing the garden. First, Kelly and Tracy, working together seamlessly, discussed their ideas for the garden's layout while collaborating on the design. They quickly finalized the plan and began digging soil and transplanting flowers. Despite the scorching sun, their faces remained filled with joy, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. At this moment, Hassan unexpectedly joined them. Under the guise of seeking advice, he simply joined Kelly in action, occasionally bickering with Tracy during the process. Seeing this childish scene, the live-streaming netizens burst out laughing. It's rare to see such a childlike side of actor Hope, it's just too funny. Yeah, who would have thought Brother Hope, despite all his defenses, now has to watch out for little sisters, really hilarious. The guests couldn't see the bullet comments, but Tracy was frequently stamping her feet, annoyed by Hassan's childish behavior. Do you have any end to this? Are your group's flowers all transplanted? Ugh. She finally managed to get into the same group as Tyra, and this guy wouldn't back off. Chance can handle it alone. Without raising his head, Hassan dug a small pit neatly and then naturally took over the flower from Kelly, gently placing it into the hole. Kelly smiled helplessly and poured some water into the hole. Honestly, she felt a bit embarrassed. Hesitating for a moment, she awkwardly reminded him, Hassan, we're recording a show. If you keep doing this, the netizens will have something to say. Hassan pursed his lips, a touch of sadness appearing in his deep eyes. He could ignore others' opinions, but not Tyra's. Then I'll go back. If you need help, please let me know. Kelly nodded shyly and took the small shovel from his hand. On the other side, Jem originally hoped to escape Alicia, who lacked both brains and beauty, through the lot drawing. He never expected his fate to be so cruel, even drawing lots couldn't spare him from being in the same group with her. But this didn't bother him too much. He planned to demonstrate his abilities on camera, perhaps someone would notice and appreciate him. Alicia, however, was solely intent on showcasing her virtue and gentleness. Seeing Jem's excellent capability, she promptly presented tea and water to him on camera. For a moment, the duo exuded strong chemistry, and the fans who supported this pairing became increasingly active in the bullet comments. When Hassan returned to his own group, Chance's handsome face visibly soured. Initially, he didn't want to be in the same group with Hassan either. However, since they were grouped together, he planned to complete the task well. To his surprise, Hassan brazenly ran over to Kelly's group, and seeing this, he felt like crying. But as good friends, and with the program live streaming, he couldn't express his dissatisfaction. He could only keep his head down, intending to finish the work of 2 people by himself. The moment he came back, Chance immediately shot him a sharp glare. Top actor Hope knows how to come back. Don't sass me. If it weren't for Tyra's persuasion, I wouldn't have come back. As he spoke, Hassan unconsciously raised an eyebrow. You should also reflect on yourself. Not taking care of your own girlfriend and always bothering my girlfriend. What kind of behavior is that? Chance was taken aback, his expression turning uncomfortable. I had no idea. She was fine earlier, who knew she would suddenly ignore me? He felt wronged too. Hassan rubbed his forehead irritably, then thought of something and said in a serious tone, here's what you should do. Tracy isn't paying attention to you? Then stick to her, coddle her, buy her flowers, give her gifts, take her out for delicious food, etc. In short, you need to cater to her interests and win her over as soon as possible. Winning her over would allow him to get closer to his Tyra. Hearing Hassan's suggestion, Chance widened his eyes, looking somewhat disbelieving. You mean I should stick to her? Isn't that not quite right? After all, it was being live-streamed. Who knew how people would laugh at it if it aired? Hassan shot him a glare, snapping impatiently. Given how smart you are, you should know how to seize the opportunity. This is your chance to show off. Stick to her, let her feel your care, make her understand your feelings, and she'll be devoted to you. Chance frowned, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. You're right, this is my chance to shine. Chapter 505, Newcomer Joins. On the other side, Kelly and Tracy's garden construction was progressing smoothly. The harmonious cooperation and laughter of the two attracted a lot of attention from netizens. Wow, Daphne and Tracy really have great chemistry. They look so beautiful working together. Yeah, they're like sisters. I admire their friendship so much. Didn't you notice that Hassan has been eyeing Kelly? Is there something going on between them? Huh, Jeff's gaze is too obvious. He obviously wants to go back to Tyra's team. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions of the netizens, the garden construction was nearing its end. Each group of guests had put in a lot of hard work, and their gardens were unique in their own way, forming a beautiful scenery. Finally, the director announced, through everyone's efforts, our garden construction is completed. Every group did an excellent job. Thank you for your hard work. Hassan stood beside Kelly, a hint of regret still lingering on his handsome face. If he had been in the same group as Tyra, he would have done even better. Then, the director announced dismissal and free time. However, to highlight the authenticity of the show, the director made a last-minute decision that several guests would prepare dinner together that night. Apart from Kelly and Hassan, all the guests complained bitterly. After almost a full day of work, they didn't expect to cook for themselves. Who could understand this? Alicia looked particularly displeased and muttered under her breath, I hesitated to say this before, but are we short on budget or what? Why do we have to do everything ourselves? Her voice wasn't loud, and the camera happened to focus on Chance clinging to Tracy, so the netizens didn't hear her words. But the director and staff heard it, and everyone's faces turned grim instantly. Ulrich suppressed his anger and said sternly, everyone signed contracts when joining the show. If you have any questions or concerns, feel free to communicate with me directly. There's no need to express dissatisfaction here. Alicia's face turned pale, and she immediately lowered her head without saying another word. She knew this business well. She wasn't afraid of offending the director, but she was terrified of the director making things difficult for her during filming, which would be truly counterproductive. Seeing no one else speaking up, the director finally turned away. Before leaving, he quietly instructed the staff to bring over a swing. After dinner, Kelly and Hassan, having nothing better to do, inadvertently walked over to the swing. The swing was decorated with pure white feathers, and under the evening lights, the atmosphere was enchantingly beautiful. I haven't been able to talk to you properly these past few days. I can't even concentrate on filming. Hassan steadied the swing, helped her sit down securely, then gently pushed her. A gentle breeze blew, and Kelly's heart gradually calmed down. Indeed, a lot has happened these past few days. But fortunately, those girls were saved. I hope that no one in this world suffers anymore. Standing behind her, Hassan continued pushing the swing slowly, then softly said, I'm selfish. I just want the people I love not to suffer. As for others, I don't have the time to pay attention. Kelly was stunned for a moment, her cheeks quickly turning red. She slowed down and jumped off the swing, then slowly walked up to Hassan. Hassan stood stiffly, his heart racing. He knew what might happen next, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Sure enough, the next second, Kelly stretched out her arms and hugged his neck, then lightly tiptoed and closed her eyes, kissing him. This scene fell into Hurley's eyes. With a broken heart, he closed the door to his room, feeling an indescribable bitterness. He and Kelly would likely remain fated but mismatched. Early the next morning, he left without bidding farewell to anyone. This time, Hurley truly drew a line under a love that never got started. Still, he silently wished for Kelly's eternal happiness. Not long after Hurley left, the show welcomed a new guest, Todd. As soon as he arrived at the production site, he immediately approached Kelly. Seeing him, Kelly couldn't hide her smile. Why are you here? The show invited me multiple times, and I couldn't refuse any longer, so I agreed to come see. You seem to have lost weight. What happened? Todd frowned, his eyes filled with concern. It must be because that guy Hassan didn't take good care of Tyra. Upon hearing the notification from the production team, Hassan rushed over immediately. Seeing Todd, his face darkened. That guy was always causing trouble by taking advantage of his relationship with Tyra. It was infuriating. Tyra. To raise his presence, he called out from a distance. Hassan, you call so intimately, is that appropriate? Don't you know your behavior can cause Tyra trouble? Sure enough, the moment Hassan spoke, Todd blocked him. Seeing this scene, the netizens burst into laughter. With third young Master Flynn around, there will be good shows to come. Yes, Hassan finally met his match. Todd is not someone easy to provoke. But Todd looks so handsome. If he enters the entertainment circle, I would definitely support him wholeheartedly. In front of the camera, a faint smile lingered on Todd's lips, yet his eyes revealed determination. As long as he was here, Hassan wouldn't dare covet his sister. Kelly smiled slightly, somewhat awkwardly saying, I think both of you could stop looking at each other unfavorably and insulting one another upon meeting. People who know you well understand you have a good relationship, others might think you two are enemies. A twitch occurred in the corner of Hassan's eye, a sense of helplessness stirring in his heart. But since Todd was his future brother-in-law, for Tyra's sake, he'd back down. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, seeking reconciliation. Todd, for Tyra's sake, let's reconcile. In the next few days, I won't provoke you, and you don't look for trouble either. How about it? Deal. Todd raised an eyebrow, smiling proudly. Making a concession for Tyra was acceptable. Watching them shake hands to make peace, Kelly felt warmth in her heart. She knew that both Hassan and her third brother Todd were doing it for her best interests. She cherished their care deeply. Because of the arrival of a new guest, the director did not assign any tasks for the day. The guests could freely spend their time. That afternoon, the guests gradually gathered in the garden, sitting together and discussing their experiences and feelings over the past few days. Todd's arrival brought new energy to the production crew. Laughter was continuous, and the atmosphere became particularly harmonious. Only Alicia watched everyone with a half-smile. Ignored by others, she drank water and played on her phone. Chapter 506, Everything was stolen. Hassan had always wanted to get closer to Kelly but was blocked by Galenis, who was a real party pooper. He could only feel helpless. However, lunchtime would come today eventually, and that would be the perfect time for him to take revenge. Tyra, shall I go for a walk around here? I haven't really been to such a small village, Galenis smiled. Kelly nodded, sure, if third brother wants to stroll around, I will definitely keep you company. Tracy immediately voiced her opinion beside them, then I'll join too. Galenis looked at her in surprise. During these few days of chasing variety shows, he realized this female star seemed hostile towards Tyra and tried to incite discord repeatedly. But how could everything be so different after they got on the show? Chance didn't understand why Tracy wanted to join in the fun, but for the sake of winning back his wife, he nodded as well, I'll follow along too. Hassan had no reason not to join. The remaining members were Alicia and Jem. For the sake of the show's outcome and the cameras, even though they did not want to go, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. Thus, despite having no clear destination, all the guests set out together, and the director was very satisfied with this initiative by Galenis. Actually, the surrounding area was quite pleasant. After all those disgusting elements were caught, what remained was beautiful scenery and picturesque landscapes. Galenis was like Lady Galanu entering Grandview Garden, finding everything new and interesting. City-raised children were indeed pitiable. Because he was completely unguarded, Hassan had already quietly held Kelly's hand, which made the netizens laugh. Galenis, don't just enjoy the scenery, look behind you. Your little brother-in-law and sister are holding hands and showing off their affection. So funny, it seems like Hassan, this little brother-in-law, looks quite foolish, not very smart. If the third young master of the Flynn family sees this comment, he'll surely get angry. So be careful. Haha, did the third young master of the Flynn family get mad? Netizens played with various memes, making the atmosphere in the live stream increasingly lively. The guests appeared harmonious, but in reality, there were undercurrents beneath the surface. Alicia and Jem walked at the back, somewhat unwillingly. Chance tried sticking to Tracy, much to her evident frustration. She couldn't understand what was wrong with this man. They had already broken up, yet he shamelessly clung to her. Why hadn't he treated her better before they broke up? Towards such a person, Tracy felt nothing but anger. Of course, she wasn't entirely over him either, but she needed some time to process her emotions. And she also needed to make him realize that she could do without him. After touring for half a day, the guests returned to the two-story house, all exhausted. It was then that Galenis noticed that Hassan's shameless hand had found its way onto Tyra. He hurriedly stepped between them, protecting his sister from the outsider. Hassan had been content holding her hand all the way, indifferent to whatever happened next, keeping a respectful distance behind. At this moment, Tracy shamelessly moved closer to Kelly, rubbing against her contentedly. Despite her rather sleazy expression, as a woman, Galenis had no intention of separating them. Tyra probably doesn't like girls, does she? Alicia rolled her eyes, clearly thinking Tracy wasn't sincerely trying to befriend Kelly. Instead, she was flattering her for more traffic, which was truly nauseating. Even if she herself had no traffic, she would never do something like that. When the guests reached the front door, they discovered something amiss. The door was wide open, and everything inside was gone. Without exaggeration, the two-story house was now completely empty, shocking the director into dropping his jaw. What happened? Where did all the things go? I didn't ask you to take everything away, did I? He asked. The staff exchanged glances and spread their hands to indicate they had nothing to do with it, completely unaware. Joa, what are you playing at? While we were gone, you emptied the place? Tracy asked, confused and a bit angry. Ulrich hurriedly explained through his earpiece, it wasn't me. I never told the staff to do that. Then who did? Tracy wondered. Why don't we check our rooms to see if anything's missing? Kelly suggested. Walking into the house, fortunately, their rooms remained untouched since they had locked them upon leaving. Nothing was lost. However, downstairs in the living room, all the furniture, items in the fridge, even the pots and pans in the kitchen were completely cleared out. Who did this? How could someone be so audacious? We can't have encountered a thief, right? But what use would a thief have for this furniture? And why empty the fridge of vegetables? The director muttered. The guests were thinking along the same lines. Kelly deduced, the one who stole the items is from this village and hasn't gone far. Since they took away the furniture, it proves that they live not too far from here. Should we go find them? Tracy asked. After saying this, she seemed to think of something and hurriedly ran to the back garden, immediately screaming. The rest thought something serious had happened and followed her there. Seeing the scene before them, everyone was taken aback. The flowers in the back garden had been uprooted and thrown on the ground, trampled mercilessly underfoot. The scattered branches and petals looked pitiful. They had worked so hard to plant them yesterday. Tracy gasped for breath in anger. Who did this? What shameless person? If I catch that person, I'll give them 2 black eyes for sure. Yesterday, while planting flowers, she accidentally pricked her finger on a rose thorn, and it still hurt. Kelly's beautiful eyes were filled with cold fury, clearly very angry. These many pieces of furniture couldn't have been carried away by hand. There must have been a vehicle. If there's any trace of a vehicle near the house, we can track it, Hassan suggested. Everyone immediately began searching, and Kelly finally found 2 marks heading southwest, indicating a vehicle had passed. We can follow this trail, she said. At this moment, the guests were boiling with anger, long forgetting their fatigue, all eager to find the shameless intruder who dared to steal from someone's home. So they followed the trail, and the director quickly instructed the camera crew to keep up, sending extra personnel along as well. If it was done by villagers, it could be troublesome. Sigh, if he had known this would happen, he should have chosen another location instead of saving a few dollars. They followed the trail until the marks disappeared at the main road, leaving them clueless once more. Chapter 507, Found Something. After walking for such a long time, Alicia's physical strength was gradually running out. She was, after all, an elderly person. Perhaps we should just let it be. After all, nothing is missing from our house, and we can ignore whatever is outside, she suggested. That won't do. If we don't find these people who are cultivating evil chi through artificial means, today they may only steal things, but tomorrow they might do something worse, Kelly immediately responded. Her words left Alicia confused. They were just villagers, how could they have the audacity to do something so drastic? Alicia felt that Kelly was deliberately contradicting her. Thus, she stopped on the spot with a sour expression. If you want to look, go ahead, but I have no time to waste on this and have other matters to attend to. After saying this, she tried to pull Jem to leave with her, but unexpectedly, he took a step back to avoid her hand. I also think we should continue looking. Moreover, those items aren't ours. They belong to the production team, he said. Jem couldn't understand what Alicia was thinking lately. How did she become so unreasonable? She wasn't like this before. Alicia looked at him in disbelief. She had assumed that her young career friend would follow any decision she made, but instead, he now had his own thoughts. How dare he? Do you really want to go with them? Alicia asked him with tear-filled eyes. What do you mean? We're just trying to find something, Jem replied helplessly. He gently pulled her arm, saying softly, just listen to me, if we keep going a bit further, we'll find it. His tone resembled that of someone soothing a child. For other couples, it might seem sweet, but given the significant age difference between these two, it felt more like a child comforting his mother. Alicia felt extremely furious and ignored Jem, shaking off his hand. Fine, go with them then, don't bother about me. She turned and headed back towards the small two-story building at a rapid pace. Jem was torn between following her back or continuing forward. Eventually, he decided to stay with the group to at least gain a good reputation. Why should he lose both his girlfriend and fail at his task? She's probably on her period these days, which makes her mood unstable. Our most important task now is to find those items, Jem explained. Despite his young age, he displayed leadership qualities, making him quite impressive. The main group continued forward as the netizens' comments mirrored Jem's thoughts. How does Alicia come across as so baffling? Initially, when I saw this couple, I thought the guy was problematic, but now I feel like the girl has some serious mental issues. OMG, I actually started feeling sorry for Jem. Having to pamper a rich older woman like this must be miserable. But considering his attitude earlier, it seems worth the money. Does Alicia really think she's still a capricious teenager? With all those wrinkles on her face, acting cute is just too much. When other female guests act cute, I might find it genuinely adorable, but when this sister does it, all I feel is nausea. Back at the small two-story building, Alicia returned to her room and took out her phone. Seeing the harsh criticisms online, she felt her mouth twitch in anger. How could people say such things about her? At the start of the show, they praised her as a childhood goddess, and even after all these years, her face remained unchanged. Now, suddenly, she had so many wrinkles. Without bothering to read the negative comments, she opened the original camera on her phone without any beauty filters. Even with makeup, her face appeared flawless. Clearly not ugly at all, netizens were simply too unfair. Tears welled up in Alicia's eyes as she recalled Jem's recent attitude. Had she been too lenient with him, allowing him to treat her like this? If not for her, how could he ever get close to entering the entertainment industry? As the saying goes, one shouldn't forget the well-digger while drinking water, yet Jem wanted to ditch her now? Alicia trembled with rage, determined not to let things go as he wished. Initially, she only wanted a younger career friend for appearances. Anyone would do, as long as it boosted her status. Therefore, she decided to break up with Jem. When he returned later, she would tell him to split up and part ways. Alicia stared fiercely at her phone screen, resolved in her heart. Meanwhile, the group found another clue on the road, scattered rice grains pointing ahead. Not far ahead, they returned to the dirt ground where tire tracks were still visible. Thus, everyone proceeded smoothly down the path, with Kelly occasionally calculating and guiding them in new directions. The netizens trusted her implicitly, but Alicia mainly felt bewildered. Had she really become so self-important after playing the role of a psychic for so long? She pouted and left a harsh comment on the live stream. I think Kelly seems a bit pretentious. I have a feeling they won't find the things. She's talking nonsense, doesn't look too bright to me. As soon as these words were posted, immediate comments flooded in from other netizens. Right, you're right. Only you think that. Everyone knows Kelly is impressive. Why are you being sour here? Are you a fan of Alicia? Your sister's bad reputation is all her own doing. It has nothing to do with our Tyra. Just shows how crazy some fans in the entertainment circle can be, always spouting nonsense. It's nauseating. Seeing the replies from netizens, Alicia felt terrible. What did they mean by saying her reputation was so bad? Found it. One comment made Alicia look back at the screen again. She couldn't believe that these people had actually stumbled upon the right spot, finding the truck unloading furniture. The owner of this vehicle was Kirk's wife, a fierce-looking woman. When she saw the guests, she immediately narrowed her eyes, clearly on guard. What are you doing at my house? Seeing these people, Moxie felt furious. Her husband had been sent to jail because of them. They could film their show if they wanted to, but why cause trouble in the village? These things belong to us, not you. If you return them, we'll consider it never happened. But if you don't, we'll call the police again, Tracy stated promptly. The woman rolled her eyes. You say these things are yours, but there's no name on them. They could just as well be mine. I'm telling you to scram before I sweep you away with a broomstick. Muttering curses, Moxie glared fiercely at the group. She wasn't intimidated by their numbers. After all, it's a society governed by law now. These people couldn't do anything to her. Chapter 508, The Big Man Starts Beating. In fact, Moxie had gauged that these people were all big stars, public figures whose images were very important, so they definitely wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her. Her guess was right, all of them were extremely angry but didn't know what to do for the moment. Call the police again? But asking the police for help repeatedly like this, wasn't that a bit too much? Seeing that they hadn't reacted, Moxie proceeded joyfully and ostentatiously to unload more items, muttering as she did so. These pieces of furniture are all good stuff. Even if I don't use them at home, I can sell them. Each piece could fetch several $100, especially this TV, it must be worth tens of thousands. It's like manna from heaven. Oops, I wonder how certain people will live without these things. Best they scram out of our village soon. The woman gloated over this while the director was already making phone calls to reach the village head, asking how this matter would be resolved. He had paid to film in the village, and if he had to retreat due to issues on their side, they needed to refund everything since they had signed a contract. Had he known that the villagers were such ruffians, even if it was cheaper, he absolutely wouldn't have chosen this place. Just thinking about the flowers in the backyard that had been destroyed made his stomach ache. He had found those fine materials with great effort and spent quite a lot of money. Most importantly, the director himself loved flowers. He had chosen them all because he liked them and had even hired someone in the production crew who knew how to care for them. And now, only on the second day, everything was gone. Facing such a stiff attitude from the director, the village head immediately said he would handle the matter after receiving the call, promising an explanation. Wait outside for a moment. I've called the village head, the director instructed the guests through his earpiece. Hearing this, the guests breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone could deal with this woman. Netizens were furious. Some people in our village like to take advantage, but not to this extent, nor are they this shameless. Does she even know that cameras will broadcast everything she does? She knows, but people like her usually don't care. They only want the benefits. People like her need to be beaten by someone tough. One beatdown is enough to scare her straight. But the guests can't do that. After all, they're all respectable figures. We hope someone can come and teach this woman a lesson. Can anyone from the village do it? I think that's unlikely. If you hit someone, you might end up in jail. Sometimes I hate living in a harmonious society when dealing with people like her. Netizens chimed in one after another, all wanting to rush into their phones. Kelly and Hassan stood in a corner. She had already taken out her judge's pen but knew it wasn't appropriate to use it yet. So she waited. If this continued, she might just get driven mad by this woman. Even Kelly, who usually had a good temper, couldn't bear it. Adversity breeds resilience. Today I finally understand what this means. She acts so brazenly, Hassan said. Kelly sighed and looked directly into his eyes with meaning. People who do bad things will always pay a price. Hassan understood, she was going to do something. He nodded to show he got it. Todd stood nearby, glaring at Moxie. He had no time to notice what his sister was doing. Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. Evangeline, what are you doing again? The woman unloading furniture froze, trembling all over. She looked incredulously towards the alley entrance. A robust, bearded man approached aggressively. Evangeline saw him and instinctively wanted to hide, like a rat seeing a cat. Realizing that someone capable of restraining Moxie had arrived, Todd quickly blocked the door, refusing to let her leave. Evangeline glared fiercely at him, trying to push her way in, but his strength was too much for her. She suddenly felt a hand grab the back of her collar and was pulled back several steps. I just brought some stuff home. I don't know why these people came to my door saying it's theirs, but I know I picked it up from a garbage pile. This has nothing to do with me. If you want to talk to them. I'm the victim here, Evangeline accused the furious guests. Upon hearing this, the big man slapped her hard, shocking everyone around. Had he really hit that hard? I've told you many times, don't cause trouble for me. It was not easy to get this filming crew to come to our village, and it might even be developed into a holiday resort in the future. But now everything is ruined by you and your husband. I've already warned you guys many times to return those trafficked women back home and turn yourselves into the police if needed. Instead, you've been causing me so much trouble behind my back. I've been dealing with all these mess you made over the past few days. The man got more and more angry as he kept talking, then he gave her several more slaps. The guests should have stopped him, but everyone found this woman so disgusting. So they stood still without moving, pretending they saw nothing. Evangeline was crying and trembling with fear, but she didn't know what to say. You'd better return all those things you stole and don't dare to target these guests again, or I'll flay you alive, the man ordered. But I had a hard time moving those things here. Moving them back would be too troublesome, Evangeline replied cautiously. Before she finished her sentence, she received several more slaps until she saw stars before her eyes. She didn't dare to say anything else and quickly went back inside to return the stuff she just unloaded. Her current demeanor was a far cry from her previous arrogance. Nobody knew where that version of her had gone. The guests felt relieved. The big man walked up to them and his fierce expression turned into an embarrassed smile. This woman has mental problems, please don't take her seriously. Hearing this, Evangeline opened her mouth to argue but feared another beating, so she swallowed her anger. Kelly put away her judge's pen. In reality, the status of women in this village was very low, with male dominance still prevalent. Evangeline ended up like this due to being forced into it, but she deserved the beating. As long as she returns everything, it's fine, Kelly said. The big man looked at this beautiful woman in front of him, swallowing his saliva. He had never seen such a pretty girl in the village, feeling quite itchy inside. Chapter 509, Compensation of 3,000 yuan. Sensing that the big man's gaze was off, Hugo and Hassan moved in unison to shield Kelly, their eyes cold as they met his. The big man retracted his thoughts, scratching his head sheepishly. I've just never seen such a beautiful woman before, so I couldn't help but stare a little longer. No harm intended, really, don't be tense. Tiara listened on the side with pursed lips. This guy was the least respectable in the entire village, yet he had the audacity to say such things. However, she only dared to grumble in her heart, not daring to speak a word aloud. Under the big man's indifferent stare, Tiara diligently loaded back the furniture she had unloaded from the truck, breaking into a sweat within minutes. These celebrities are truly something, can't they come to help? Finally finishing, Tiara wanted to take a moment to catch her breath. However, just as she touched the ground, the big man kicked her. Return everything to them exactly as it was, he commanded. Tiara seethed silently but could only get back into the Dayton seat and leave, driving away reluctantly. After the small car disappeared, the big man said, you can rest assured staying here in the village. No one will dare to bother you again. If there's any trouble, find me. However, the guests completely ignored him and turned to leave directly. Standing there, the big man watched Kelly's retreating figure. He placed a hand on his chin thoughtfully. City people were indeed more beautiful, especially world-renowned superstars. He had originally thought that the women hidden at his home were quite decent, but now, when the guests returned to the two-story house, they saw that Tiara had already restored all the furniture to its original positions, collapsing on the ground outside the door from exhaustion. Kelly approached and asked coldly, what about the flowers in the backyard? Upon hearing this, Tiara immediately got up. With hands on her hips, she complained loudly, it's just a few flowers. Is it really necessary for me to restore even these? Aside from that, they're already trampled beyond recognition. Even if the 8 immortals came down, they couldn't restore them. Kelly nodded, so, how do you plan to compensate us? At the mention of compensation, Tiara's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected the famous celebrity to be so miserly, demanding money for just a few flowers. No way. You've gotten my husband thrown into jail, where am I supposed to get the money? She retorted immediately. Dealing with such a belligerent woman through reasoning was obviously futile. Kelly nodded calmly, pulling out her phone and randomly tapping digits under Tiara's puzzled gaze. She said nonchalantly, if you don't pay, I'll have to call your village chief over. Tiara sucked in a breath sharply, clearly hit where it hurt. Despite her unwillingness, she could only say, how much is it? I'll pay. Kelly then put her phone away, Tracy nodding approvingly beside her. It had to be acknowledged, Kelly was formidable. How much for the flowers? Hassan asked the director while looking at the camera. Ulrich's expression was grim. Those flowers were priceless, far beyond what an ordinary villager like Tiara could earn in several lifetimes. How could they possibly compensate for that? But the guests probably didn't really want the money, they likely only wanted to teach her a lesson. After some thought, the director said, 3,000 should cover it. Just saying this amount made him feel like he was bleeding inside. Hassan repeated the director's response verbatim to Tiara, who immediately widened her eyes in shock. What? 3,000 yuan? You're just trying to scam me because I don't know much about flowers. They're just a few lousy plants, how could they possibly be worth so much? Tiara felt determined not to give up this money today, not wanting to fuel their exploitative behavior. Calling yourselves a TV production team, they seemed to her just a group of people coming to extort money from the village. Who knows what their true intentions were? We're telling you now, if you don't compensate us now, you'll end up paying more later. Ulrich asking for just a few thousand is already being merciful, Tracy scorned. Having some knowledge of flowers herself, she knew how valuable the director's flowers were. After speaking, Tracy pointed at the camera, all viewers across the country will see this program. Do you think we would swindle you in front of everyone? This time, Tiara had no reply, but how could she willingly throw away 3,000 yuan? So, she sat on the ground again, acting unruly. Why didn't you watch your precious flowers better? Accusing me just because I accidentally stepped on them? Is that even reasonable? How many crops would an ordinary farmer need to sell to make 3,000? You people from the production team are extorting us. Heaven. You might as well strip my skin off and sell it, see if you can get this much money. Tiara's cries were very pitiful. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely speak up for her. However, both the guests and the audience chose to watch coldly, mocking her. Isn't it shameful for this old woman? If she couldn't afford it, why did she destroy the flowers in the first place? My family runs a flower shop. Ulrich's few plants are worth over 20,000 yuan. Asking her to compensate with just 3,000 is already very considerate. Does she think destroying others' property comes without consequences? Everyone should be wary of this village, avoid visiting here. You might end up losing everything you have. I love visiting places where reality show guests go, but now I think staying home is better. At least I won't have to deal with people like her. I'm really angry. Can we call the village chief over and slap her a few times more? I want to see. After wailing for a while, Tiara realized no one was paying attention to her. The guests stood nearby watching the commotion with interest, and even if she had a thick skin, she felt embarrassed at this moment. How could these people be so heartless? I don't have 3,000, but I can pay half. Tiara wiped her tears and haggled. If you can't afford it, we'll call the police. But let me tell you, after calling the police, you'll owe more than just 3,000, and you'll also face charges for breaking and entering, Kelly said. She sneered. You often talk about your husband, don't you? Maybe when he's released, you two can reunite during his parole. Seeing how confident Kelly was, Tiara was startled and felt guilty immediately. I'll pay, stop talking so much. She muttered. Tiara took out her phone and opened the payment app irritably. Give me the QR code. Soon. The director sent staff to receive the payment. After several operations, the 3,000 yuan arrived. Heartbroken, Tiara rode off on her little car, wishing she hadn't come today. She didn't gain anything and lost so much. Her husband would surely scold her when he returned, maybe even beat her severely. Chapter 5:10, Still planning to break up? Thinking about the pain she endured, Evangeline's heart and liver ached with regret. The guests returned to their rooms. After all that commotion, everyone was too tired to cook, so they just made a few instant noodles to eat. However, for them, instant noodles were still a good treat. Usually, they had to be mindful of their calorie intake and only ate small portions of flavorful food. After finishing his instant noodles, Jem went upstairs, only to find the door locked from the inside. He pounded on it heavily a few times. I'm back, open the door. Inside, Alicia rolled her eyes and glared at the screen through gritted teeth. She didn't expect Jem to be so inconsiderate and not think about her even during dinner. Due to the exhaustion from earlier in the day, her stomach rumbled loudly, causing her great discomfort. Jem was already upset with her, and her long delay in opening the door only added to his agitation. He kicked the door forcefully a couple of times. Alicia was startled, her face pale as she looked toward the door, then switched her gaze back to her phone where netizens were speculating about their relationship. Oh wow, how come she isn't opening the door for her girlfriend? Isn't she supposed to love him very much? Is this couple breaking up? Actually, breaking up might be better. After all, there's such a big age gap between them. Most importantly, I feel like Alicia is somewhat strange and isn't suitable for variety shows but should stick to TV dramas. In this relationship, I really feel sorry for the man. As a younger brother, he has to work hard to please his older sister, and most importantly, it doesn't seem like he benefits much from it. Alicia, refusing to open the door for your girlfriend is brave. We fans support you, that man doesn't deserve you. I hope you can open your eyes and find someone better. Seeing these mixed comments, Alicia's face turned pale. She took a deep breath, reminding herself that it was filming time for the variety show, and it would be best not to make a fool of herself. With a forced smile, she walked to the door and opened it. She saw Jem's face black as a skillet, who shoved past her into the room without a word. Alicia stood frozen, having never been treated like this by him after being together for so long. Her smile finally crumpled, and she slammed the door shut coldly. The live stream audience was now incredibly curious, eager to see what would happen between them. Unfortunately, there was no camera inside the room. Back in the room, Alicia glared at Jem and asked angrily, "What's your problem? Do you realize there were cameras? You're putting on a show for everyone?" He didn't say anything, too exhausted from the day's events, and collapsed onto the bed. But Alicia wasn't going to let him off easily. She strode forward and grabbed his collar, her expression bordering on madness. "Do you want to break up?" He pressed his lips together. "I'm really tired today. Can you give me some time to rest? We'll talk about the rest tomorrow." "No," Alicia retorted immediately. She spat out, "Regardless of whether you intend to break up or not, I need to tell you this, we're over from now on. After this show ends, go back where you came from and stay out of the entertainment industry. I'll use my connections to completely blacklist you. I'm telling you, young men like you, I can have as many as I want. I only thought you were obedient, but who knew you'd turn out to be so wild after just a few days? It disgusts me." Realizing what she had said, Alicia noticed how terrifying Jem's expression was, glaring at her as if they shared a deep-seated hatred. She instinctively stepped back, realizing they still needed to share the same space, and she shouldn't have done that. No matter what, Jem was an adult male, and he could do something to her easily. What are you going to do?" Alicia swallowed hard. A flicker of mockery crossed Jem's eyes as he took out his phone, opened a voice recording, and played it. Alicia's angry voice echoed, causing her face to change drastically. She hadn't expected him to record this. She thought Jem was obedient enough and trusted him enough to speak frankly, never imagining he would double-cross her. "You're crazy. Delete those recordings right now," Alicia yelled. Panic outweighed her anger. If these recordings got out, she was finished. Jem sneered. "These are too precious to delete. Are you still planning to blacklist me? You set me up?" Alicia demanded through clenched teeth. "Just a few tricks," Jem said nonchalantly. Now he showed no traces of the naive facade he once wore, only cunning and indifference remained. It was clear that his feelings for Alicia were never genuine. And now, Alicia couldn't help but understand this harsh truth. Enraged and humiliated, Alicia clenched her fists. Aren't you afraid I might have someone take care of you behind the scenes? Afraid? Jem's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly finding it amusing. I have a friend who also has a copy of the recording. If anything happens to me and he can't contact me within 3 days, he'll immediately post it online. Since I was planning to outmaneuver you, how could I not prepare thoroughly? The one closest to her wanting to stab her the deepest, Alicia took a step back, breathing heavily, until her back hit the door. She now felt that Jem was a madman. He had been plotting against her all along while she had once been genuinely sincere toward him. Did you ever like me? Did you get close to me for my money? Or to get into the entertainment industry? Alicia asked, her lips trembling. Her voice was already tinged with a nasal tone, indicating her distress. Jem smiled faintly. Is it not possible that I wanted both your money and your connections in the entertainment industry? Kids make choices, but after all his efforts, he certainly wasn't just playing a prank on Alicia. Serving an old woman like you makes me feel like throwing up. Jem feigned nausea, clutching his chest. Alicia clenched her fists tighter, wanting to lunge at him, but the physical disparity between them was too great, so she had to give up. Her mind was in chaos, and she didn't want to be in the same room as Jem. She pushed open the door and went downstairs, sitting on the sofa in the living room. At this moment, Alicia suddenly recalled Kelly's prediction. She should have believed it. Why didn't she trust it back then? The live stream viewers were shocked. Why does Alicia look so miserable? Did they just argue? She looks quite heart-wrenching when she cries, but I'm more interested in what their argument was like. To me, watching other people's relationships is much more interesting. If my career friend dared to argue with me, I'd definitely be furious. Alicia got what she deserved for having such a young career friend. If the netizens knew that Jem had now turned the tables on her, they would be astounded, admiring his cunning. Chapter 511, Doing Guilty Deeds at Midnight. It's indeed quite an accomplishment for Alicia to live off Jem like this. She's definitely a talent in her own right. After cooling off downstairs for quite some time, Alicia's phone chimed with a notification. Reluctantly, she went upstairs and returned to the room. No matter what, she had to finish recording this thing first. As for the other matters, they could be discussed later. Alicia was always ruthless. She disliked being controlled by others, so if it came to that, it might as well end up in mutual destruction. She had only spoken a few inappropriate words, which, even if leaked, could be explained away as audio synthesis or manipulation by Jem under a momentary lapse of judgment. There were countless ways to explain it. She also had many loyal fans who could help smooth over any issues easily. After all, she had done this before. As long as she was alive, there would always be a way out. At night, the small 2-story building was quiet, and all the lights in the guest rooms were off. Everyone was fast asleep. No one noticed the several furtive shadows lurking by the door, and no one except the livestream viewers realized that the power had already been cut off at the small 2-story building. What's going on? Has the village lost power? Or is it just my internet acting up? I'm also black screened. But I'm sitting next to the router. It must be the power. Maybe it's because this village gives me such a bad impression. The sudden blackout feels ominous. The guests won't be in trouble, will they? This is terrifying. Amidst the online discussions, those furtive shadows began unlocking the door. Soon enough, there was a click, and the lock opened. Originally, the director had requisitioned self-built houses from the villagers, and the locks used were ordinary ones bought nearby. Anyone with basic knowledge could open them. Especially with so many capable people in the village, this was a trivial task for them. However, once the door was open, no one dared to step inside immediately. Alessio, although these celebrities are beautiful, their status is different. If we find them missing tomorrow, the production team will surely call us, won't they? Yes, and those people won't let us off easily either. Maybe we should just forget about it. Ezekiel looked coldly at these cowards beside him. Ever since he saw Kelly earlier in the day, he felt uneasy and wanted her. So, he gathered the men in the village who hadn't caused trouble yet. But he never expected that they would all be so timid. Ezekiel snorted coldly, if you don't have the guts to go up, then I'll go alone. Don't expect a share when the time comes. After saying this, he walked boldly into the house, while the others exchanged glances and followed suit. Mainly because those female celebrities were incredibly attractive, something they had never seen in the village before. Isn't it said that dying under the peony is glorious? They were determined to enjoy themselves tonight. The villagers were eagerly preparing, very excited. Ezekiel sighed with relief seeing them follow closely behind. Honestly, if he were alone, he wouldn't dare either. But with more people involved, he could conveniently shift the blame onto others. Safety in numbers, after all. Ezekiel climbed floor after floor, moving very slowly to suppress the sound of his steps. There was no light at all inside the small 2-story building. He didn't dare turn on the flashlight, so he didn't notice someone standing at the top of the stairs. This person was Kelly. She had noticed the burly man's ill intentions during the day and knew he would act tonight, so she waited early. She wanted them to know that doing evil would come at a price. Seeing the burly man almost reach the door, Kelly's judge's pen flew up and drew in the air several times. Immediately, those climbing the stairs became weak and sat down where they stood. Kelly coldly used her judge's pen to inscribe their punishment. In the world of the judge's pen, they continued to climb endlessly. How come the stairs feel endless? The burly man muttered. Although he had good stamina, he couldn't help panting heavily and sweating profusely. The villagers behind him were even worse, sitting down whenever he stopped, unwilling to continue. Chief, shall we turn on the flashlight? Climbing blindly isn't practical, suggested a villager. Having no choice, the burly man turned on the flashlight and shone it upward. Only then did he realize how extraordinary this was. Heaven. There were so many stairs, seemingly endless. They were in a regular small 2-story building, not climbing a ladder to heaven. How was this possible? The villagers were equally shocked and tried to back away. Ezekiel immediately shone the flashlight behind them, only to find the stairs extending indefinitely downward as well. They had never experienced such a spooky and bizarre scene before. Help. Somebody, help us. Is there anyone who can save us? Where are the show's guests? Where have you all gone? Oh my God, did those guests disappear already? Has this house been taken over by ghosts? The villagers became increasingly terrified, with tears and snot streaming down their faces. The big man was already annoyed, and being disturbed by them made him even more uncomfortable. He roared, "Act like men, for crying out loud. When something happens, don't act like old women." After saying this, he directly urinated forward in front of him, wetting a patch on his pants in the real world. Kelly stepped back a few steps to distance herself from him before watching the contents within the judge's pen again. The big man cursed incessantly. "I don't know where you came from, ghost, but I'll tell you this, I'm not someone you want to mess with. You better make the stairs vanish right now and remove the illusion in front of us, or else don't blame me if I get rough." An elder once said that in such situations, one must curse loudly, only righteousness can subdue a ghost. But no matter how much the big man talked, the stairs still appeared before him, showing no sign of disappearing. His expression grew increasingly worse. How could this be? "Alessio, maybe we should try going downstairs. It's easier to go down than up," a villager suggested. The big man nodded. "All right, let's do as you say." As the group started to go down, Kelly's judge's pen waved slightly again, and suddenly the stairs in front of them vanished. The person at the front quickly pulled his foot back, trembling while pointing downwards. Why did it turn into a cliff all of a sudden? "We're doomed. I told you not to do these guilty deeds late at night. Now look, we're all going to die." The hope that had risen moments ago vanished again, leaving the villagers in immense pain. Why was it so hard just to stay alive? The big man was also stunned, unsure how to face this surreal scene. Chapter 5:12, Change the shooting location. "Alessio, you led us here, so you must ensure our safety. What should we do now?" A somewhat bold villager placed a pot on the big man's head, and everyone immediately looked at him, waiting for an answer. "How would I know? It's really as if we've seen a ghost," the big man cursed. Actually, based on the current situation, the choice was very clear. They should continue to go upwards because there were no other paths below. The villagers grumbled as they moved forward, and the big man knew that while they cursed the ghosts openly, they were actually cursing him behind his back. But in this scenario, he couldn't say much. Everyone needed to work together to have any chance of getting out. However, he would remember these words in his heart and make them pay once they got out. They could only move forward again, but this time they walked very cautiously, afraid of accidentally encountering a ghost. After walking for a long time with no end in sight, their initial fear turned into a fatalistic attitude. All the villagers were panting heavily. What does this ghost mean by not showing up? Should we stop walking? Ouch, I can't take another step. My whole body is aching. I've never been this tired even when working on the farm. Exactly, it feels like something heavy is pressing on me. Breathlessly, the group stopped walking, appearing as if they couldn't possibly continue. How could Kelly let them rest? She waved her judge's pen, and the steps behind the villagers suddenly cracked and broke with a loud roar, making them turn back involuntarily. Faced with the approaching abyss, they didn't have time to speak. They hurriedly got up and ran. Those who had just claimed they had no strength were now running fast, one faster than the next. Kelly raised an eyebrow. Hadn't they reached their physical limit yet? Then keep going. In reality, it was just a matter of a few breaths, but inside the world created by the judge's pen, the villagers had already experienced much. They now deeply regretted coming to this place. Why hadn't they cherished their lives better? Why did they crave women so much? The big man also deeply regretted his actions, even beginning to suspect that Kelly he met during the day must have been a ghost. Otherwise, why did she exert such a strong attraction on him, making him unable to forget her after just one glance, and even come looking for her at night? One villager who was truly too exhausted to run lay down on the ground, while the others watched helplessly as he was swallowed by the abyss. There was nothing they could do. They had also reached their physical limits. Thus, the villagers fell into the abyss one by one, facing even harsher punishments. Tonight, they would experience the horror of hell on earth. Kelly yawned as she went upstairs, feeling a bit drowsy. She decided to sleep first. Anyway, the first person to wake up tomorrow would find the villagers collapsed on the stairs and wake them up. No need to worry about playing them too hard. As Kelly predicted, the program staff woke up first. Checking the monitor and finding no internet or power, he immediately called the director. Everyone feared for the safety of the guests and rushed into the small building. Unexpectedly, they saw the big man and the villagers already unconscious. Ulrich recognized him as the village chief, having dealt with him before, and immediately woke him up, intending to ask what happened. However, upon waking up, these people kept apologizing and confessed their intentions that were unfulfilled. Ulrich's expression was terrible. He thought only a few villagers were scum, but unexpectedly, the whole village had such thoughts about the female guest. If they hadn't fainted on the stairs and managed to succeed last night, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dizzy spells overtook the director. He said hastily, "Don't start recording today. After the guests wake up, tell them we're changing the shooting location. I can't stay in this village for another day." He suspected that if they continued filming here, both the guests and he might meet a grim fate. Glancing coldly at the big man and the villagers, the director added, "Send these people to the police station immediately and lock them all up." The staff acted immediately. The villagers were oddly cooperative throughout the process, seeming almost eager to go to the police station. They seemed a bit unhinged after last night's ordeal. After confirming they had indeed seen a ghost, they naturally believed the police station was the safest place. Even if they were locked up, it didn't matter. When the guests woke up and learned about the change in shooting location, they were all surprised. Wasn't it agreed upon already? Why did it change at the last minute? Only Kelly showed no surprise at all. Unable to resist, the director asked, "Did you do it?" Last night those people said they encountered a ghost. They were clearly awakened on the steps, but upon waking up, they claimed they had been forced to exercise all night and were extremely tired, shouting that they had seen ghosts. So, the director was sure that something was definitely wrong here. Kelly nodded, "I just gave them a little punishment." Ulrich immediately gave her a thumbs up. If it weren't for her, he would have really been in trouble. "Can you help me calculate where the program crew should shoot next?" the director asked. Kelly raised an eyebrow. "It's possible." Under the director's excited and surprised gaze, she continued, "We can talk privately, the fees are different." The thought of getting it for free was shattered, the director's smile gradually faded, and he silently nodded. "Changing the shooting location will take about a week, and we'll notify everyone after it's done," he said. Ulrich secretly decided that he must get Kelly to properly read his fortune so that he could avoid those troubles. Alicia rolled her eyes. Since there were no cameras on, what was the point of their performance? She turned and went back to pack her things, eager to get away from Jem, the vampire who demanded 10 million from her last night. Even as a big star, Alicia felt the pain of parting with that much money, especially since she was usually quite frugal. Really, she wished she could have Jem chopped into pieces and directly arrested by the police. Hugo was happy to leave because he could finally bring Isabeline home, feeling satisfied. Ulrich also posted on the official Weibo account that the show would be temporarily on hiatus, causing fans to mourn. "Next time, can you choose a suitable village? Don't pick another one filled with villains. I really want to enjoy watching this show properly. I was just getting into it when the show paused. How can the program stop updating? Joa, please hurry up and release the edited version. I need something to watch during meals." "Yeah, if we can't watch the live version, we can still watch the edited version." Let me gently urge the director too. "Editing team, hurry up and work full speed. We're really anxious. We'll ask the director to give you chicken legs when it's done." Chapter 513, Heading to Tal Town. Ulrich had no choice but to follow what the fans suggested to calm their fury, working overtime to release an edited version. The guests had already returned home. Hassan originally intended to visit the Flynn family along with them, but was sternly stopped by Todd. Todd's reason was that many people in the Flynn family were not fond of him, except for Flynn's mother. So it was best he didn't come. When Kelly returned to the Flynn residence, everyone from the Flynn family immediately welcomed her and edged Todd, who stood beside her, away. His smile gradually faded. "How come this scene feels so familiar? Tyra, how have you been these past few days? I heard that your filming location is in the countryside and there have been many cases, like human trafficking. Are you all okay? I can tell you must have lost some weight over these few days. What exactly are the director's crew doing, not letting the kids eat?" Gallensteining to the continuous expressions of concern, Kelly's smile gradually turned helpless. "Beck, Tamara, brothers, don't worry, I'm really fine," she said. "There indeed have been a few small problems in the village these past days, but they've all been perfectly resolved. Ulrich has decided to change the filming location." Hearing this, the Flynn family finally relaxed. Had Kelly mentioned even one less thing, her father would surely have proposed acquiring the program team and making massive changes. At the very least, he'd ensure the kids ate enough and kept his daughter far from those male guests. "The meal is ready," the nanny came forward to announce. Everyone in the Flynn family instantly moved towards the dining table. Knowing Kelly liked eating well tonight, dinner was prepared abundantly. As soon as she picked up her chopsticks, a mountain of food piled into her bowl. The entire Flynn family watched her earnestly, evidently hoping she would finish all the food. Feeling burdened, Kelly could only start eating reluctantly. Hardly finishing one portion, new food would come again, and repeatedly Kelly's stomach began swelling. She felt too full. She couldn't help herself when the family wanted to put more dishes on her plate, quickly pulling her bowl back. My stomach is stuffed right now, I really can't eat anything else, Kelly said. Upon hearing this, the Flynn family looked down guiltily. They focused so much on getting Tyra to eat more that they forgot about the limit of her stomach. We'll eat more tomorrow. Your mom will have the chef prepare more dishes you like, Flynn's mother said. Kelly let out a breath of relief and nodded, all right, thank you, Tamara. After chatting casually with her family, she went upstairs to her room and took a hot water bath. Having eaten too much just now made her feel slightly nauseous. Deciding to eat less in future, Kelly absolutely did not want her family to treat her this way anymore. Thinking about it, she involuntarily burped, feeling uncomfortable. Her phone rang, and Kelly wiped her hand and picked up the phone lying next to her. It was Audrey calling. Due to recent busyness, they hadn't been in contact for a long time. Answering the call, she heard a hurried voice from the other side, Daphne, it's bad, we're in danger here. What happened? Kelly asked anxiously. A while ago, citizens reported seeing a headless female corpse and taking indisputable photos. We searched at night following leads, but fell into a trap unexpectedly, Audrey said, her voice heavy as if bearing immense pain. I didn't expect this message came from the Nanjiang clan. They've always been hostile to us. Now they've cast a worm curse on us. Captain Galen and others can't speak or move. I'm about to be affected too. Daphne, we're hiding in the southern village of Tal Town. You have to come save us. Audrey yelled this sentence simultaneously as Kelly heard a crackling sound followed by a disconnected call, probably due to dropping the phone. They won't last several days if they can neither move nor speak. They must leave immediately. Kelly messaged Hayward to confirm he was safe and preparing to join her. Meanwhile, she sent a voice message to Hassan, telling him she might be busy lately and couldn't spend time with him. Without waiting for a response, Kelly left the neighborhood where Hayward had already arrived by car. In the car, she asked, how many days drive to our destination? If we minimize rest times each day, 2 days, Hayward answered. Following the navigation at top speed, Kelly nodded, what's the story between you and Nanjiang? Hayward pursed his lips, a generations-old enmity. Nanjiang loves using Gu techniques to harm people. As police officers, we naturally need to stop them. This led to the current feud. In my opinion, those people have really gone too far. They do all sorts of underhanded things yet still have the nerve to act this way. If the police who went to Tal Town all get into trouble this time, those people won't be able to escape either. The state will undoubtedly throw all its resources at them to make sure they are wiped out. Hayward was so angry when he said this that he honked the horn a few times. Actually, he could be considered a good-natured person and rarely got this worked up. Kelly pursed her lips and silently prayed with divine power for those policemen to be safe. With her help, enduring for 2 days would not be a problem at all. The two continued on their journey. If Kelly knew how to drive, they would have arrived even earlier. The temperature in Tal Town was lower. When the two arrived, they shivered uncontrollably from the cold. They had no choice but to buy some thick clothes from a local clothing store and put them on, only managing to warm up slowly. The temperature here seems off, logically it shouldn't be this cold. I came here on vacation before but didn't feel this kind of damp chill at all. I think I came during winter, Hayward murmured. Kelly opened her eyes using divine power and noticed that the entire town of Tal was shrouded in layers of black mist, with danger spreading. Did those people tell you where they were hiding? She asked. Hayward shook his head, no, did they tell you? He thought Kelly knew, which was why he hadn't even bothered to ask on the way and had driven so quickly. Their eyes met, full of confusion and wisdom. So we don't even know what direction they're in, how are we supposed to rescue them? Hayward muttered. Sometimes he really doubted there was something wrong with his brain. Kelly started calculating silently. Strange, it seemed like their location was controlled by something, preventing her from figuring it out. Is it the Nanjiang people playing tricks behind the scenes? How's it going? Hayward asked hopefully. Kelly shook her head, nothing is showing up on my end, and the results aren't good. Do you have any other methods? I've tried everything useful, but can't find them. Hayward replied. Chapter 514, Audrey Goes Berserk. However, we have a special communication app. As long as the phone is on, it will emit an alarm sound when we're near each other, Hayward said. He glanced around Tar Town with his eyes, otherwise, let's walk around the town to see if we can run into them. If not, then we'll think of other ways. Kelly nodded in agreement. The two started wandering around the entire Tar Town, passing by tourists who all had faces different from theirs. Because this place was relatively close to the west, even though these people spoke Chinese, their appearances were more akin to those with blonde hair and blue eyes. While they were walking, the locals also stared at them as if they were rare sights, since they could only see Chinese tourists during the peak tourist season. Should we just ask someone? They might remember something, Kelly suggested. Hayward shook his head, no, if there are people from Nanjing watching us and find out our intentions, they would definitely take action. With that, Kelly had no other ideas. They continued walking around the town without any results, and it was getting darker. Tyra. A familiar voice came from behind. Kelly turned around sharply and was surprised to see Hassan. She carefully confirmed it was him before running up to him. Why did you come here without telling me? Hassan shook his head helplessly. You sent me a message and I replied shortly after. It just happened that I had nothing to do these few days, so I came to look for you to see if I could be of any help. I waited for a long time without any reply from you. Your phone showed out of service when I called. I could only come here first. Just now, seeing that figure, I thought it was you, and indeed it was. Upon hearing this, Kelly felt a bit embarrassed as she waved her phone. After I got home, I didn't charge it first, and when I took a bath, my phone battery was almost dead. These past few days have been busy, so I forgot to charge it. It's fine, Hassan said gently. Even though they hadn't contacted each other for several days, he didn't mind at all. In his heart, their relationship had deepened to a point where neither would betray the other or doubt the other. Besides, Hayward, this somewhat brainless person, wouldn't dare to make a move on someone else's girlfriend. You guys must have just arrived. After such a long journey, you must be tired. I booked a place here. Would you like to come together? Hassan asked. Hayward should have realized it was improper to tag along, leaving enough space for the young couple. But he truly had no choice. It was too cold at night recently, and he hadn't booked a room in advance. So he shamelessly tagged along. Thus, the three walked together towards the room Hassan had booked. Unnoticed by them, a shadow vanished into the darkness as they left. The shadow circled through the deserted alleys and finally returned to a certain place, where many men and women dressed in strange traditional clothing with veils covering their faces gathered. There are two more outsiders in the town, but they seem to be looking for friends. After circling the whole town, they appear harmless. Why don't we kill them directly instead of tricking more of their friends over? Isn't this putting us at greater risk? Someone asked doubtfully. All eyes turned to the elderly woman with a weathered face standing at the front. Her dim eyes flickered with sharpness. We need more energy. The few we have now are not enough. Just lure a few more and drain all their energy, killing them afterward and stopping. From now on, we will live hidden away. As she finished speaking, an angry voice interrupted. Bah, old witch, your plans won't succeed. Sister Brooke is the strongest. She can see through your tricks and won't let you off easily. Audrey, locked in a cage, bared her teeth in curses. Her colleagues nearby silently gave her a thumbs up, knowing this girl had a bad temper, but never imagined it was this bad. Even at a disadvantage, she dared to insult them boldly. Audrey was nearly driven mad with rage. That day, she watched helplessly as the old witch used her voice to call for Sister Brooke's help, wishing she could kill her. If only she hadn't accidentally fallen into the trap. Should we deal with this foul-mouthed one first? Someone suggested. For the past few days, Audrey had been cursing at them every chance she got. They could hardly bear it anymore. You can go ahead and deal with me, I'm useless anyway. Once you do, Sister Brooke will definitely not forgive you. She'll flay you alive and throw you into boiling oil. The likes of you who delight in harming others will surely end up in the 18th level of hell. I'll be waiting for you down there to see if you can kill me without using any tricks. Audrey shouted even louder, as if she was afraid they wouldn't come to harm her. The woman saw her behavior and seemed thoughtful. Someone unusual like her might possess some strange abilities. Perhaps it's a case of being reborn from death? She could become stronger after dying once. The woman wouldn't let that happen as Audrey wished. Leave this one for last, don't listen to anything she says, no matter what, just ignore her. It will help you to temper your mental fortitude. Everyone's expressions were different upon hearing this, none were pleasant. Meanwhile, Audrey went on another tirade. Why don't you kill me? Are you cowards incapable of doing so? A bunch of despicable people who only know how to use cunning tricks. I really look down on all of you. The more she spoke, the worse the crowd's expression became, yet they refused to respond to her. Her colleagues were truly amazed. How could Audrey be so abstract? And most importantly, these Nanjong people were genuinely wary of her and didn't dare to make a move. Surviving by her wits until the end, she was indeed formidable. Galen Yu scolded herself hoarse, but those people didn't say a word and really started to practice their mental fortitude as Moxie instructed. She didn't want to allow these people peace, so she finally chose to remain silent, only expressing her anger through her eyes. This strategy clearly worked well. The people sitting cross-legged on the ground all stood up and ignored her completely. Captain Galen couldn't hold back and tugged at Audrey's clothes. What are you saying here? Aren't you afraid they'll lose control and kill you? Let's wait for now. Since Kelly has come, there's definitely no problem. She will definitely rescue us out. Audrey shook her head. I want them to kill me so you all can escape. The hidden skills of the Nanjong people are too powerful. Chapter 5:15, Ready to Face Death. Captain Galen was taken aback for a moment, his mind not quite reacting. Let me be clear. Audrey's eyes were resolute, her voice carrying a sense of readiness to face death. Sister Brooke can indeed save us, but the Nanchang people are cunning. If we don't make a sacrifice, Sister Brooke probably won't even be able to find us. Upon hearing this, Captain Galen was once again stunned. After realizing what she meant, he immediately opposed. No. Kelly wouldn't agree to this. Captain Galen, I know you're worried about me, but my mind is set on this. Audrey smiled gently, her tone soft. It's because I understand Sister Brooke's temperament so well that I cannot hold her back. I hope that the fluctuations in chi caused by my death can give Sister Brooke a hint, allowing her to rescue us with fewer dangers. Captain Galen fell silent after hearing this. He knew that Audrey had a stubborn character and once she made up her mind, it would be hard to change it. He also understood that Audrey did this for everyone's safety. Taking a deep breath, Captain Galen's eyes flashed with both helplessness and admiration. Since you've decided, then I will accompany you. We're a team, we live or die together. As the backbone of the team, he couldn't let Audrey face danger alone. Audrey's eyes welled up, and she nodded heavily. Afterward, Audrey began to cooperate fully with the Nanchang people's arrangements, appearing to have given up entirely. She deliberately provoked and enraged them to incite their desire to kill her. Captain Galen also fanned the flames, imitating Audrey's actions to provoke them. Soon, the Nanchang people locked them separately in a small room. What awaited them would be endless torment and pain. On the other side, Kelly and Hassan searched everywhere in town for clues, trying to pinpoint Audrey and others' location. However, the Nanchang people's hiding tactics were too sophisticated. Even after visiting every corner of the town, they didn't find any useful information. In the evening, unable to sleep, Kelly and Hassan went to a forest outside the town, hoping to find some clues. Sure enough, deep in the forest, they discovered a well-hidden manor. Exchanging glances, they felt an excitement rise within them. My gut tells me something is off here. Let's check it out. Hassan nodded and led the way into the manor. Though this manor was extremely secretive, its decoration style was just the ordinary Tarzan town style, nothing special. They tiptoed in, and upon seeing the interior, Kelly was momentarily stunned. The decoration styles of Tarzan town and Mang City are so different, she marveled at the beautifully decorated rooms and lofts. This place is like a castle. Yes, and the area covered is huge, completely different from how it looks from the outside. Hassan didn't feel particularly moved, as he was used to various sets from years of acting. Moreover, in his eyes, Kelly was the most beautiful one, and her presence would overshadow any scenery. Let's go inside and take a look. Hassan wanted to head inside, but Kelly frowned. Is this considered breaking into someone's house? Finding people was urgent, but they shouldn't break the law. It's unethical. Perhaps we should ask the owner inside if they have news of Captain Galen and the others. You're here. Hassan was startled by a sudden voice behind him and turned around to see Hayward quietly following them in. Hassan. Hayward, you scared me to death. Kelly patted her chest, still feeling shaken. Sorry, I'm here to help. Hayward's tone was indifferent, but his eyes showed a determined look. Seeing they were conducting activities without him, he followed silently. Why don't we leave and discuss things calmly? Hassan glared at Hayward unhappily and suggested to Kelly. Their three-person presence was too conspicuous, and if caught, they might be mistaken for intruders, making things more complicated. There's no other choice. Kelly glanced deeply at the brightly lit house and ultimately abandoned the idea of going inside. Captain Galen and Audrey's situation was urgent, but they couldn't proceed this way. After leaving the manor, the three strolled through the town. Hayward now clung closely to Kelly. Hassan finally lost patience and coldly said, Hayward, do you have nothing better to do? I don't understand what you're talking about. Hayward changed position, moving to Kelly's other side. I mean, can't you stop clinging to us like a sticker? Hassan was infuriated and decided to be straightforward, leaving no room for politeness. Hayward's face turned sour. No matter how much he tried to hang around, it became impossible to stay. Kelly shot Hassan an embarrassed glare but said nothing. After all, her relationship with Hayward was just that of an ordinary teacher and student. If she spoke up at this moment, it might make him feel disheartened. Hayward pouted, finally turning around and heading back to their booked room. With the annoying person gone, Hassan's expression finally improved. He naturally took Kelly's hand, smiling broadly throughout the journey. Kelly sighed helplessly and then said, You didn't have to be so harsh. We still have to see each other often, it's too awkward now. Who asked him to always stick to you? Hassan snorted coldly, not feeling he had overstepped. Let's not talk about him. Instead, I noticed you haven't eaten much these past 2 days. There's a restaurant ahead, let me take you there to get something to eat. I'm not going. I can't eat if we can't find you Xian and the others. Kelly smiled helplessly, filled with worry. Audrey would never do things that made her worried like this. But this time, she had been missing for too long. Hassan felt her pain and knew she was in low spirits. He simply pulled her by the hand and walked towards the backyard. Kelly was puzzled but followed him quietly, since it was Hassan. The moment they entered the backyard, she was instantly stunned by a vast sea of roses. She never expected to see such a large expanse of rose flowers here. I discovered it by accident this afternoon, knowing you love them. Thank you. Deeply touched, Kelly turned around and gave him a big hug. Under the moonlight, amidst the sea of roses, the young girl's features were as beautiful as a painting, and the young man looked deeply affectionate. At this moment, the scene seemed frozen in time, becoming a beautiful picture. Chapter 5:16, Falling Victim. Hassan gently patted Kelly's back to soothe her. He knew that at this moment, Kelly was filled with worry. But he also believed that they would definitely find team leader Galen and Audrey soon, and everything would be fine. After sending Kelly back to her room, Hassan left. Kelly lay on the bed for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. Unable to help it, she got up to pour herself a glass of water. Regarding Audrey's disappearance, she felt like she had overlooked something important, yet no matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. She carried the cup to the balcony and gazed outside under the bright moonlight. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Kelly hastily put down the water cup and rushed out the door, trying to catch that fleeting sense of unease. However, as soon as she stepped out, she bumped right into Hayward. "What's wrong with you?" Kelly held her arm in pain, puzzled why he wasn't sleeping so late at night. But Hayward seemed not to have heard her, his gaze vacant as he continued walking outward. At this moment, Kelly finally realized something was off. When she collided with him just now, he didn't react in pain or stagger like a normal person. Instead, his body remained stiff and he kept moving forward without any response. This was far from normal. Just as she was about to use her divine power to help Hayward, Hassan suddenly pushed the door open and came out. Noticing that Hassan's eyes also appeared somewhat vacant, Kelly frowned and immediately used her divine power to free Hassan from any interference or control. As for Hayward, after some thought, she concluded that if she and Hassan stayed close, nothing bad should happen to him. Besides, if they all regained consciousness, it might be difficult to uncover the mysterious nature of this incident. With this in mind, Kelly quickly blinked at Hassan, exchanging a meaningful look. Hassan immediately understood her intentions and silently followed behind Hayward together with her. Before long, the two of them followed Hayward onto the street. At that moment, a strange procession was moving forward. The people in the procession were murmuring to themselves, which sounded like something along the lines of souls returning from afar. Leading the way was a woman dressed in ancient attire. Apart from Kelly and Hassan, all the people joining the procession had vacant stares, as if they couldn't hear anything. Seeing Hayward about to join the procession, Kelly promptly gestured for Hassan to act. Having probably shot many martial arts scenes, Hassan's movements were fluid and decisive. He covered Hayward's mouth with one hand and pulled him back by wrapping the other around his neck. While Hayward struggled, Kelly hurriedly activated her divine power, and before long, the vacant-eyed Hayward regained consciousness. Upon seeing the magnified handsome face before him, he instinctively took a step back, ready to curse. However, Kelly leaned in. "Don't make a sound." After speaking, she motioned with her eyes toward the street. Hayward frowned and looked over, immediately widening his eyes in shock. "What's going on here?" He lowered his voice, looking slightly pale. "I don't know the exact situation yet. If we want to understand what's happening, we need to follow them." Saying this, Kelly took the lead and followed the procession. Seeing this, Hassan and Hayward followed closely behind her. Trailing at the end of the mysterious procession, they felt that its pace wasn't fast, seemingly leisurely, yet Kelly sensed a mysterious force guiding them. "Strange, I can't quite figure it out for now," Kelly replied, keeping her eyes fixed on the front of the procession. Hassan tightly held Kelly's hand, silently conveying strength and support. The three shared a silent understanding, although none of them spoke. After the procession traveled for some distance, Moxie leading it suddenly turned and looked in their direction. Kelly was startled and quickly used her divine power to hide the presence of the three of them. The woman furrowed her brow, mumbled something in confusion, and then turned back to lead the group forward. The trio exchanged heavy looks and decided to return and reconsider their next move after almost being discovered. Their spirits were somewhat dampened until they returned to their residence. Only then did Hayward speak up, his expression serious. "That group is so secretive. Could they be part of a cult?" Hassan frowned and glanced at Kelly, his vigilance increasing. If it was indeed a cult, they would need to seek help from the police. And then there was the matter of where Audrey and the others were. Was their disappearance related to those mysterious people tonight? If my guess is correct, they are conducting some kind of ritual. Recalling the incantation spoken by the people, Kelly's expression turned grave and solemn. Soul returning. That was a ritual to bring back the dead. Although she didn't fully understand, she knew that performing a soul-returning ritual that defies the natural order would require enormous energy and cost. Reflecting now on Audrey's insistence that they come here, there were many questionable points. It likely was a trap. The thought caused the expressions of all three to sour immediately. They had witnessed Hayward's condition firsthand. If Audrey had also been controlled by those people, it wasn't impossible for her to act this way. So what should we do now? Hassan frowned deeply, unsure of what to decide. To truly understand this situation, we must investigate those people. Kelly glanced deeply at both of them, then took a deep breath and softly laid out her plan. If we all go together, our target will be too big. Here's what I think, I'll go alone and find out where exactly they've taken the people. Regardless of whether I find you Xian or not, I'll return before dawn. Kelly's idea was simple. With her divine powers, concealing her presence wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, acting alone meant she wouldn't have to worry about protecting them in case of emergencies. No way. No, it's too dangerous. Hassan and Hayward spoke simultaneously, unanimously rejecting Kelly's plan. They knew she was smart, capable, and skilled, but they had seen how highly alert Moxie leading the group was. They couldn't feel at ease sending her alone. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Kelly said softly, meeting their concerned gazes. "If I sense any danger, I'll find a way to escape immediately. I won't linger." Hearing this, Hassan and Hayward exchanged glances but still shook their heads in disapproval. "Tyra, we know you're eager to save them, but it's too late now. Besides, by the time we got back, they could already be hidden anywhere. Even if you follow them, you might not find anything. Hassan analyzed objectively, his mind racing for solutions. Chapter 517, Vital Essence Extraction. There's also the fact that the situation with Audrey and the others is unclear. If we act rashly, we might mess up Audrey's plan. Hayward nodded in agreement and then gave his opinion. What Hassan said makes sense. Moreover, if even I can be deluded, there's a chance Audrey and the others encountered the same issue. If so, it would indeed be troublesome. I've already considered this possibility. Kelly's gaze turned cold, her voice filled with anger, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can find them, even if they are deluded, I can bring them back to their senses and rescue them. Hayward looked at Kelly curiously, muttering, why are you so confident? As a recognized genius of the department, I cannot guarantee rescuing Captain Galen and bringing them back safely. What you're saying seems exaggerated. Kelly chuckled softly, but her eyes betrayed no mirth, power. Hayward. Hassan snorted at him arrogantly, as if it was he who possessed such power. After some debate, they finally decided that Kelly should hold back temporarily, waiting until dawn. Then, Kelly used divine strength to set up a powerful barrier around their rooms, ensuring their safety. Only after that did they each return to their respective rooms. However, Kelly lay in bed, unable to calm down, thinking of Audrey. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Kelly got up early. Having slept restlessly last night, she woke particularly early. Downstairs, she saw Hassan cooking. She greeted him, then heard Hayward call from the dining table. Kelly, come here. Breakfast will take a bit longer. Kelly smiled helplessly and shot an equally helpless look at Hassan. Hassan had always pampered Kelly and didn't want her to enter the kitchen, so he smiled indulgently and let her be. TSK, now I understand why Kelly likes you. Men who cook are so charming. Hayward grinned, eyeing Hassan thoughtfully as he bustled in the kitchen. This kid really knows how to charm. They say to conquer a man, you have to conquer his stomach first. It looks like to win over a woman, one could use the same method. Pouting slightly, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Kelly rolled her eyes and sat down, somewhat irritably. So, does Hassan only cook to impress? She couldn't understand. He wasn't bad-looking, so why was he always so infuriating? Hassan quickly prepared breakfast and brought it out. It was obvious, though, Hayward got less food, while Kelly's plate was fuller, even featuring a heart-shaped fried egg. Hayward. Why did he get less? Thank you. Kelly blushed slightly, feeling her heart swell. Hassan was about to pat her head and tell her there was no need for such formality when everything turned white, and he plopped into the chair. What's wrong? Kelly immediately noticed something was off and frowned anxiously. Not sure, feel a bit weak. Hassan shook his head, trying to clear the dizziness from his mind, but the weakness still alarmed him. Hayward took a hearty bite, then humphed, looks like you're too frail. Look at me, I'm in peak condition. Saying that, he pulled up his sleeves and showed off his muscles in a way that begged for trouble. Get lost. Hassan, feeling unwell, wasn't in the mood for joking, so he shot back with a swear word. Instantly on edge, Hayward was ready to leap up and challenge him when Kelly glared at him. Something's not right with Hassan. Keep your mouth shut. Hayward realized Hassan wasn't faking it and became worried. How do you feel? Kelly moved closer, concern evident in her eyes. Hassan shook his head again, wanting to reassure her but finding his throat dry and his speech strained. I don't know. Maybe I didn't rest well last night. Hearing this, Kelly grew more concerned, gently holding his hand. Anything else troubling you? Hayward put down his chopsticks, looking serious. Hassan, are you okay? Should I get a doctor? Hassan frowned, feeling utterly weak, almost losing the strength to speak. He looked at Kelly in Hope's worried gazes, feeling a wave of guilt. He forced a smile and replied, really, nothing is wrong. I just feel extremely tired after waking up, as if something has been drained from me. It's fine. Kelly frowned deeply, looking at Hassan's pale face, her heart filled with worry. She gently held Hassan's hand and whispered, Arden, rest for a moment. Let me rub your head. As she spoke, she immediately channeled divine power throughout his body. Soon, she realized something was amiss, his essence seemed to be fading. She was shocked, her expression turning grim. What did you find? Hayward asked with a frown. His essence has been drained by something. Kelly's expression was grave, her eyes filled with coldness. She had clearly used divine power to create a barrier last night, yet Hassan still fell victim. She couldn't understand how those people managed to harm Hassan without alarming her. Those people last night must have done this. Hayward immediately realized, subconsciously saying, do you think they used some evil ritual to drain others' essence? But why do they need so much essence? Essence can be converted into tremendous energy. Kelly's expression was stern, her voice icy. This might very well explain why those people were walking through the streets. What they needed was the essence in people's bodies. It was possible that Audrey and the others fell victim, losing too much essence and being unable to help themselves. What should we do now? Hope asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Kelly bit her lip, thinking about their next move. First, we need to ensure our safety. Then, we We must find Elspeth and confirm their current situation as soon as possible. Will those people walking through the streets be affected? Hassan frowned, his voice weak but his concern growing for the innocent bystanders. If this continues, the ordinary residents will definitely be affected. Kelly's gaze hardened, her fists clenching unconsciously. Those people are too excessive, draining civilians' essence for their own sinister purposes. Chapter 518, temporarily secluding for a few days. Last night, those people from the southern borderlands were dangerous. Kelly could feel it. Therefore, this time, rescuing people couldn't be too aggressive, they had to rely on intelligence. Especially now, only she and Hayward understood mystic arts. Let's see the situation again tonight, Kelly said. The other two nodded solemnly, their expressions heavy. After finally waiting until nightfall, Kelly used divine power in advance to block at Hassan's room door, ensuring he wouldn't hear any sounds. She wanted to check if those people from the southern borderlands controlled others using sound. If so, she might have a way to save those ordinary people. Just as Kelly was thinking this, strange noises sounded again. She immediately left her room and bumped into Hayward, who was wandering outside dazedly. It hit her that she forgot to add a restriction at his door. She quickly delivered a palm strike to the back of his neck, making him come to his senses quickly. Hayward felt severe pain in his neck, rubbing it while looking at Kelly with an aggrieved expression. Ignoring him completely, she walked out directly, and he could only silently follow her. When the two went outside, they saw the same scene as yesterday, the southern borderlanders leading ordinary people to wander the streets, muttering the same incantations. Kelly could keenly sense that the vital essence of these ordinary people was slowly disappearing. Continuing like this would definitely affect their bodies. This time, both were more cautious than before, following silently for a long while until the group finally arrived at a temple. Then Moxie at the front clasped her hands together, eyes devoutly chanting something incomprehensible due to the low volume and distance. After she finished chanting, faint blue light spots appeared around the crowd behind her, converging toward the statue inside the temple. As the statue absorbed the light spots, dark black light flashed from its eyes, causing one's heart to shudder, a horrifying sight. Hayward's mouth dropped open. He never imagined these southern borderlanders actually intended to revive the evil god. Were they mad? Kelly, gazing into the statue's eyes, felt uncomfortable all over. She sensed a deep enmity towards this entity and could naturally guess what was happening. After Moxie finished chanting, the dazed crowd started swaying back to their homes. This time, they went by themselves while the southern borderlanders stayed behind. Kelly and Hayward hid nearby, watching to see what they would do next. Great God, please hasten your revival and bless our southern borderlands. The woman recited, and the remaining southern borderlanders repeated the words. They looked up at the god in the air with pious and passionate eyes, wishing to sacrifice their lives for him. Absolutely ridiculous. Hayward watched as the evil god actually began to gain some human aura, seemingly coming to life. His energy surge was too intense, and fearing discovery, he turned to leave, followed closely by Kelly. Back in their room, both wore grim expressions. What should we do? Once they revive the evil god, chaos will surely ensue, Hayward gritted his teeth. He hadn't believed gods could exist in this world, finding these southern borderlanders delusional. The evil god only slaughters, he doesn't care about his believers. After revival, his first action will be to devour all the southern borderlanders. They are truly foolish, Kelly remarked coolly. Her tone was indifferent, cold light flickering in her eyes. Hayward felt a chill run down his spine, wondering why her voice seemed like someone who had encountered the evil god before. Do these southern borderlanders always cause trouble? Kelly asked. Hayward nodded. Apart from the evil god, they've concocted many bizarre things in the past. Anyway, we resolved everything each time, but this issue is indeed huge and not easy to handle. Thinking about Audrey and the others, whose fates were uncertain, Hayward felt a headache brewing, hoping they were still alive. Alright, seems we need to eliminate them completely, Kelly stated. Hayward gasped, we can't kill people. In our country, killing is illegal, and this area also falls within our territory. No, I'm losing it, killing is illegal in any country. So shocked, Hayward spoke incoherently. For some reason, he felt Kelly was genuinely capable of committing such acts. Anyway, she exuded an entirely different aura from ordinary people. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a powerful figure. Relax, I won't kill them, just make them see reality, Kelly clarified. She thought about the number of people earlier. The judge's pen probably couldn't accommodate so many and required refinement. Fortunately, she didn't lack divine power, so she decided to proceed. I'll be secluding myself in the room for a few days. Help me tell Hassan to stay quietly in his room every night and not to go out running around. Same for you, Kelly said. After saying this, without caring about Hayward's reaction, she pushed the door and returned directly to her own room. Hayward scratched his head after a long while. He felt like his brain had crashed. Saving all the colleagues was clearly at imminent risk. What kind of seclusion? He asked. But before him was already empty. Kelly couldn't hear this sentence. Hayward felt like a big victim, but it couldn't be helped. He should just calmly deliver the message. Back in the room, Kelly took out the judge's pen. She gently touched the pen body, with longing and sadness flickering in her eyes. Those events from the past seemed so long ago, when she was just a child to everyone. If they were still around, dealing with such situations would have been a piece of cake. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. After that great battle, those who were severely injured became gravely weakened, and those who fell, remained fallen. Kelly raised her hand and threw the judge's pen into midair. Golden divine power floated up from her palm, enveloping the pen. The two seemed incompatible. The judge's pen trembled in the air as if trying to escape, but it couldn't. Kelly gritted her teeth and injected more divine power. The next day, Hassan woke up well-rested. He wanted to see if Tyra had woken up yet, only to find Hayward sitting outside her door. He had moved a stool to lean against the door, looking like he had fallen asleep. "Why are you here?" Hassan asked. His tone wasn't too good. After all, early in the morning, finding another man at his girlfriend's door, no one would be happy about it. Hayward was startled by him and yawned. "Sister Brooke told me last night that she would be in seclusion and asked me to tell you not to disturb her these few days. Of course, I can't disturb her either, so I waited outside in case you came looking for her this morning. Don't get any wrong ideas." Hearing this explanation, Hassan's expression improved greatly. Chapter 519, Fans got it wrong. "Doesn't she need to eat?" Hassan asked Hayward. "I don't know either. Anyway, Sister Brooke is pretty amazing. She might be different from us ordinary people and really doesn't need to eat," he replied. This clueless response was truly annoying, so Hassan ignored him and turned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for himself. He was indeed hungry after waking up. However, Hayward seemed completely oblivious to his lack of welcome and silently followed him into the kitchen. Thinking of Hassan's cooking skills, he now literally had stars in his eyes. "Brother, what are we having this morning? Can you make something with rice or noodles? Recently, eating vegetables makes my stomach feel hollow. If there could be some meat for breakfast, that would be best. I see there's bacon in the fridge, which looks quite good." Hayward babbled on and even started ordering dishes, making Hassan's expression increasingly sour. "Do you take me for a chef?" The tone clearly conveyed anger, but Hayward remained completely unaware. He hurriedly shook his head. "No chef cooks as deliciously as you do, brother. I'm not kidding. After tasting your food, I realized how awful all those meals before were." If anyone else had said such flattering words, it might have worked, but Hassan only felt annoyed by Hayward, so he rolled his eyes and didn't reply, just focused on cooking. To prevent this guy from starving, he made an extra portion, albeit a simple one. "After I finish cooking, you'll wash the dishes. You can't just come here every day without doing anything," Hassan said. Hayward nodded solemnly, indicating he could handle it. As long as there was food, he obediently returned to the dining table, waiting eagerly. After breakfast, Hassan lounged on the sofa scrolling through his phone and noticed that Edison had sent many messages at some point. "Hey, you're so capricious. Aren't you afraid your fans will all unfollow you? Shouldn't you occasionally show up in front of the princess? You and Kelly, you two are like major leaks in the entertainment industry. Clearly neither of you likes promoting yourselves, yet you have so many die-hard fans. What's your secret? Anyway, today you must do some promotion no matter what. If you don't, I'll make your wife appear." Seeing these messages and remembering Kelly's recent hiatus, Hassan replied that he would go live today and give the fans a treat. After sending it, Edison responded with an "okay." Hassan opened Weibo, clicked the live broadcast button, pointed the camera at himself, and waited for the fans. Before long, people started entering the live room. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? One day, I actually see brother being so proactive about going live. It hasn't been long since the live variety show paused. How considerate to fans now. Seeing this comment, Hassan honestly replied, it was Edison's request. Immediately, the fans in the live room began thanking him. "This must be the legendary great agent, thank you for looking out for the fans. From now on, we won't complain about you being useless anymore." Ha ha ha, when Agent Chi sees this message, he'll probably get furious. I wonder why he's so lucky to manage the two most carefree and famous artists in the entertainment industry. Not really. Kelly used to have a bad reputation, which has only improved recently. People just have different fates. Edison does indeed have this kind of luck. Can we stop talking about all this nonsense? Since brother is live, shouldn't we ask some useful questions? Looking at the lively comments in the live room, all happy, Hassan felt very satisfied. He was a bit lazy and didn't want to carefully think about how to respond to the fans, so he said, everyone can say whatever they want. Let's exchange ideas. The fans were incredibly touched. Didn't follow the wrong person. Jeff, you really have girlfriend qualities. Too bad you have a girlfriend. So, can you tell her I like her? Will Kelly come out today? Both of them have girlfriends/girlfriends now. Can they live together and live stream sweet moments for us daily? Even paying some money is fine. Actually, I also dream of that, but judging from the Flynn family's attitude, it seems temporarily impossible. Haven't you noticed they aren't very satisfied with brother? In fact, I don't think they're unsatisfied. They probably just want Kelly to stay home more after finally finding her again. They probably didn't expect her to fall in love so soon. Mentioning the Flynn family, Hassan inevitably thought of the father and two sons, which gave him a headache. Don't worry. Kelly will ultimately be my wife. Chelsea likes me a lot. Every time I visit, she wants to keep me, he said. Hearing this, the fans in the live room immediately started teasing. When the topic of having a girlfriend was mentioned, he replied rather quickly. Hayward had just finished washing the dishes and came out, noticing Hassan holding his phone doing something. He said while shaking off the water from his hands, "I've finished the dishes. Today at noon you will still cook, and I'll wash the dishes, no matter how many there are. After all, washing dishes is relatively simple, and I'm willing to do it." Washing a few dishes would get him a wonderful meal. It was a great deal. To Hassan's fans, Hayward was relatively familiar. His voice set off an explosion among the fans. "Wait, why are the two of you together? It can't be like what I think, right? I've been saying before that Kelly looks like she likes women. These two dating must have some ulterior motive. Fans didn't believe me before, but they should believe now, right? No, don't jump to conclusions yet. Brother hasn't said anything. But if he does like men, wouldn't I have a chance then? You really shouldn't be so funny. If actor Hope likes men, he definitely prefers my type. Don't even dream about it." The fans in the live room were crazily shipping them, while those who supported Hassan and Kelly as a couple were gnashing their teeth, unable to understand what was happening. Could actor Hope really be gay? Hayward, the culprit, still had no idea what happened. Out of sheer boredom, he dared to get closer to Hassan. Seeing his own face on the screen, he suddenly realized that someone was streaming live. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll go back to my room now. Fans in the live room, please don't blame me. I wasn't trying to hog the camera." By habit, after apologizing, Hayward rushed toward his room. Hassan's lips twitched slightly. He was about to explain when he didn't expect the guy to run off so fast. The comments in the live room were all over the place, and Hassan felt a headache coming on. Chapter 520, Andres emerges from the judge's brush. Hugo had nothing to do today, so he happened to click into Hassan's live stream, and unexpectedly witnessed such a shocking scene. A smile of schadenfreude arose at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, with his golden, bold nickname frame, he began typing furiously. "So what, Hassan? We've known each other for so long, yet I didn't see through your true nature. No wonder you always tried to get close to me. Did you approach my sister just because of me? Let me remind you, there's no possibility between us. I like women, not men. Galen King men isn't a big deal, but treating an innocent woman like this for a man is really going too far." After Hugo's prank, fans were utterly shocked, feeling they'd uncovered a hidden truth that they shouldn't have, making it impossible for them to view Hassan normally from now on. "That's enough, I only like Tyra. I have no interest in anyone else. Hayward and Tyra are here with me now, we have something to deal with," Hassan said. The fans in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. If he really liked women, they wouldn't know what to do. Hugo's smile slowly faded, now completely unguarded. "What? You're with Tyra? She came back home for 2 days and then ran away because of you? Are you trying to become our family's enemy?" Seeing this comment, Hassan quickly blocked him from the live stream, causing the fans inside to laugh as things finally became peaceful again. Everyone started chatting about random topics, and Hassan would join in when he found something interesting. The fans all got along well, and the atmosphere was very harmonious, without any underhanded competition. Hassan's fans were acknowledged as the most sophisticated in the entire circle. After half an hour, he smiled and waved at the audience. "Thanks everyone for being with me, but it's time to end. Hope to stream again for you next time," Hassan said. Fans expressed their reluctance. "Really? Can't you stream a little longer? My mom asked me why I was suddenly crying in front of the computer screen and thought I looked crazy. I told her my favorite brother was ending the stream, and she even cried with me after watching the screen." The comment above has some good lines, but I can't help laughing. Does the brother think you're a bit off? Wah wah wah, if embarrassing comments like these could make the brother stream a little longer, I'd say it's worth it. After all, I'm a love slave anyway. The fans in the live stream were so enthusiastic, leaving Hassan helpless. He genuinely didn't want to continue streaming. Because several messages from Sino Weibo management indicated that maintaining the live stream was exhausting for the programmers. They suggested he use another platform or reduce talking. To prevent programmers from going bald, I must say goodbye for now, but the variety show will be back soon, so please look forward to it. Hassan ruthlessly ended the stream. Ulrich, who had been spying silently, couldn't believe how thoughtful he was, still promoting the show under such circumstances. Once the variety show started, he'd definitely let the fans see the brother and sister up close. Right after ending the stream, Hassan was startled by a phone call from Hugo. Even with one thumb, he knew it wouldn't be anything nice, so he hung up right away. Then, message boxes kept popping up. This guy could only type this fast when venting anger, so Hassan turned off his phone. Ignoring both sight and sound, he found joy in frustrating others. Days passed, and Kelly felt her hunger reaching its peak. Luckily, the alchemy of the judge's brush was completed. Ignoring the rumbling in her stomach, she picked up the brush. Its black and white exterior had vanished, replaced by a golden color that appeared sacred. Kelly felt a force within it drawing her in. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, she met a familiar face. "So, who dared to refine the judge's brush?" "It's you." Never thought such a small thing could grow powerful enough to refine my brush. Andres wasn't as fierce as described in legends. Instead, he seemed kind, smiling warmly like a good person. But Kelly had seen his stern face before, and it was indeed intimidating. She sensed only a lingering remnant soul before her, which would probably vanish within moments of their conversation. But having finally met a deity, how could she let it fade away? Thus, Kelly gathered divine power in her hand again. Andres shook his head. This is futile. This fragment of soul is merely a remnant I left behind out of boredom in the past. So many years have passed, cultivating should be extremely difficult by now. You're wasting your power on me, it's really not worth it. Kelly looked at him with determination but said nothing. When she did something, she never considered whether it was worth it or not, she only cared about whether she wanted to do it. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Andres closed his mouth and stood still. Her divine power gradually ran low. Kelly gritted her teeth and summoned faith power to stabilize his spirit, so he would not fade away as quickly. If she had enough divine power in the future, she could sustain him indefinitely. Suddenly, Andres felt that this thread of his soul seemed to have become much more solid. He hadn't expected Kelly to actually be able to achieve this. Gallivanting in the world continued, but all his old friends from before were gone. Each day he had nothing to do, and he often felt bored. The yin-yang energies were completely exhausted. Looking at Andres before her, by human time standards, he could survive for another 3 months. After 3 months, she would have more divine power to make him live again. I didn't expect your divine power to be so solid, truly surprising, Andres said. Besides divine power, I also have faith power, Kelly replied. She smiled at him. You're right, cultivating divine power in this world is indeed very difficult. I was in hibernation for a long time before waking up. So what's the point of me living? But staying with you isn't bad either, perhaps you'd feel lonely if you were alone, Andres said. Hearing this, Kelly shook her head. Actually, I'm not lonely. The modern human world has become quite interesting. There's a device called a smartphone that can show you everything. To travel far distances, we don't need to use divine power or cross mountains and rivers, we can rely on various convenient means of transportation. After we return, I'll get you a smartphone, and you'll understand what I mean. Hearing these words, Andres was stunned. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to imagine such things. Oh, by the way, ordinary humans can now reach the heavens and delve into the earth, Kelly added. Chapter 521, Do Not Covet What Should Not Be Coveted. Looking at Andres' surprised expression, Kelly seemed to see a version of her former self, indeed like a country bumpkin. Next time I come in, I'll bring you a cell phone, and you'll understand everything, she said. Andres was just about to ask what a cell phone was when he saw Kelly leave the judge's pen. This body of hers was still human, and after not eating for so many days, she was too hungry. She had only been able to carry on talking earlier by relying on her divine soul. Kelly gritted her teeth, stood up and left the room, meeting Hassan's gaze who was sitting on the sofa. He stood up in pleasant surprise and walked towards her. Did you finish your retreat? The moment Kelly made physical contact with Hassan, her legs turned weak, and she quickly clung onto his arms to steady herself. He supported her, frowning and asked, What happened? My stomach is too hungry, help me get something to eat first, Kelly whispered feebly. Upon hearing this, Hassan carried her to the sofa and swiftly went into the kitchen to start cooking, regardless of how it would turn out as long as there was food for her. Hayward came out with a bag of chips, munching away while approaching the nearly fainting Kelly on the sofa. Has Sister Brooke finished her retreat? Have you found a way to deal with those people from Nanjong? Give me your chips first. Kelly sat up slightly straighter and snatched the chips from Hayward, devouring them with great speed. He hadn't even fully reacted yet, dumbfoundedly watching her. Was this the behavior expected of a female celebrity? Goodness, Hayward almost thought he was seeing a monkey rather than a star. He had known Kelly wasn't one to fuss over trivialities, but this was taking it too far. Just as he was stunned, Hassan walked out with a bowl of noodles, not going to the dining table but choosing to place it directly on the coffee table. By this time, Kelly had finished the chips and immediately picked up the bowl to start eating. Smelling the fragrant aroma, Hayward swallowed, a look of longing appearing in his eyes. Jeff, is there any noodle left in the kitchen? I want some, he said. Hopi Howe calmly sat beside Kelly, not even glancing at him, no more. Hayward's mouth twitched slightly. In his heart, he lamented that this guy prioritized women over humanity, caring only about feeding his girlfriend while ignoring everyone else. Woe is me, such an unfeeling man was actually called Gentle Emperor by netizens. Of course, Hayward only dared to think these words in his heart, silently to himself, not daring to say them aloud for fear of being beaten. After finishing a large bowl of noodles, Kelly finally felt like she had come back to life. She took a deep breath and wiped her mouth clean with a napkin. I overestimated my body's endurance. Fortunately, the refinement completed earlier than expected, otherwise, would have probably collapsed on the ground, she sighed. The other two were confused by this statement. Hassan tilted his head looking at her, while Hayward immediately asked, Sister Brooke, what did you refine? Can you show us? People from mystic sects naturally have plenty of strange and unusual tools. Kelly nodded and took out the judge's pen. The golden pen floated in her palm, looking very divine. Unknowingly, both Hayward and Hassan were entranced by it. Their eyes gradually lost focus, as if their souls were following suit. This thing now has too much energy. Don't stare at it for too long, or there might be danger, Kelly warned them, putting away the judge's pen. I also felt something odd just now. Sister Brooke, this thing is too cool, I've never seen anything like it before. Can I play with it? Hayward rubbed his hands eagerly, clearly unable to wait, while Hassan's face darkened beside him, clearly disliking the unpleasant expression Hayward directed at Kelly. She shook her head, the judge's pen is quite private and can't be lent out. Otherwise, the entity inside will get upset. After saying this, Kelly felt the judge's pen vibrate twice. It was clear that Andres was displeased. He, the chief of the Hall of Andres, was now referred to as an object, which was truly excessive. Tapping the judge's pen, Kelly smiled slyly. The name, Judge's Pen, does sound interesting, Hayward remarked. Kelly nodded, yeah, next, I'm going to use it to draw all the consciousness of those people from Nanjongin. They want to resurrect the evil deity, so I'll create a space where the evil deity exists, to let them know how miserable their end will be. Hearing this, Hayward sucked in a cold breath, looking at the judge's pen in disbelief. Such a tiny thing can draw in so many people? As he spoke, the judge's pen in Kelly's hand suddenly floated in the air, rushing towards him at high speed, hitting him heavily on the head. This sudden blow left Hayward stunned. Rubbing his sore head and wide-eyed, he watched the judge's pen return to Kelly. What happened? That thing actually hit me just now. Does it have its own consciousness? No wonder Sister Brooke said it would be upset. So, is this equivalent to a divine artifact? As Hayward spoke, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Divine artifacts were already unreachable relics for him and the people of the mystic sect, found only in classical records. He never thought Sister Brooke could have such a powerful tool. Heard that only divine artifacts can develop spirits. Kelly pondered for a moment. The judge's pen could indeed be called a divine artifact. After all, it was once used by a deity. So she nodded without saying anything more. These past few days, you probably haven't rested much. Those people only come out at night. You should go back to your room and rest a bit, Hassan said with concern. He had noticed earlier that Kelly had huge dark circles under her eyes. She usually had good skin, so having dark circles meant she was extremely tired. Alright, I didn't realize how sleepy I was until you mentioned it. Kelly yawned and returned to her room. She had forgotten to take the judge's pen, but it quietly followed her on its own. I wonder if I will ever get the chance to use a divine artifact. If I really could one day, it would be amazing. Hayward said longingly. No one from the mystic sect could resist something as powerful as the judge's pen. Hassan watched him coldly from the side. If you want one, you can obtain it yourself. If your intentions are impure and you covet others' possessions, you'll never get one. His tone was slightly cold, like he was on guard. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Hayward's face, and he quickly waved his hands to clarify. I just find it interesting, no other thoughts. How could I dare to covet Sister Brooke's things? He knew himself very well. What was he compared to Sister Brooke? She could slap him dead with just one hand. Seeing that Hayward was aware of his place, Hassan nodded and left. Watching his back, Hayward patted his chest and let out a heavy sigh. No wonder these two were a couple, their auras were equally strong. Chapter 522, The Judge's Pen Weaving Constructs. In fact, Hassan knew that Hayward could never have any other intentions toward Kelly. But for some reason, recently he had found this guy very annoying. Perhaps it was because out of the three people, only he couldn't perform mystic arts, seeming utterly useless and even holding them back. Thinking this, Hassan felt even more distressed, returning to his room where he sat gloomily on the bed. Hayward hadn't noticed anything. He looked at the empty potato chip bag in his hand and sighed in resignation before opening his phone. He wanted to see if there were any nearby stores but found none. Clearly being in China, how could the people here dislike snacks so much? The only available snack seemed to be candy. And the thing Hayward hated most was sweet things. Desserts and fruits were tolerable, but candies were simply unbearable. He closed the delivery page on his phone and chose to play a game instead, making some delicious food in it. Sometimes, Hayward considered whether he should learn to cook, but after thinking about it, he still gave up since he once blew up a kitchen. When Kelly woke up, it was already midnight. She heard the sound of bells from the Nanjong tribespeople and instantly became alert. The judge's pen beside her was buzzing, indicating that Andres had detected something amiss. He could sense the extremely dark aura, the evil god's energy. Next, I need you to construct a space for the appearance of an evil god for them, replicate the current formation so they'll fear the evil god. Kelly said. The judge's pen nodded as if Andres inside understood her words. Kelly immediately took the judge's pen outside. Before going to sleep in the afternoon, she had set up prohibitions outside Hassan and Hayward's rooms. No matter what noise was outside, they would sleep deeply and not be disturbed. After all, only minor issues needed to be dealt with tonight, and with Andres' help, Kelly didn't need Hayward. Stealthily coming outside, she saw the same scene as the past few days. A woman wearing clothes with ancient yet intricate patterns was muttering incantations. This time, she held a divine staff, with countless powers converging into the gemstone in its center. It was clear that the evil god had awakened once and now trusted this woman so much that he gave her his life-bound artifact. Seeing this scene, Kelly's breathing grew heavy. She really couldn't understand how anyone could wish for the evil god's arrival. Weren't they afraid ordinary people would be slaughtered en masse? Wait, these Nanjong people might never have considered such matters. After all, in their hearts, there was only themselves. They wanted to use the evil god to make the Nanjong thrive, no longer restrained by the police or laws. Perhaps they dreamed even bigger, aiming to turn the world into a domain exclusively under their control. These people were truly outrageous. Anger surged in Kelly, and a fierce look appeared on her beautiful face as she struggled to suppress it. The longer she stayed human, the harder it was for her to control her emotions. The judge's pen flew into the sky, and Kelly channeled divine power into it, assisting Andres in casting a vast web. With another wave of her hand, the screen of the judge's pen appeared. The Nanjong people fell limply to the ground, unaware of what happened in reality since their consciousness would momentarily be extracted in the realm of the judge's pen. Shadows of the Nanjong people appeared on the screen. Kelly watched as they continued moving forward, truly curious about what retribution they would receive. Their ultimate destination was still that familiar temple. The woman pointed the divine staff at the evil god, blue light orbs continuously gathering between his brows. I wonder when the evil god will truly awaken to help us. Now, I wish I could just kill those police directly, but it's not the right time yet. That's true. Those policemen have been acting crazy, complaining non-stop in front of us, especially that woman. If you ask me, we're too kind. Anyone else facing such captives wouldn't resist beating them. After Lord Evil God comes out, let him devour that woman immediately. Upon hearing these words, Kelly instantly knew whom they referred to. It must be Audrey. That girl had a character completely different from her appearance. She looked soft and cute but was actually very strong-willed. Knowing what these Nanjong people intended, Audrey would definitely lash out verbally. Actually, Kelly thought the girl's personality, though somewhat improper, was rather commendable. The awakening of Lord Evil God is imminent. Contribute all your strength to him, let us together assist in his awakening. The woman suddenly said these words, and the expressions of the Nanjong people immediately turned joyful and filled with longing, hurriedly clasping their hands together. Kelly listened to them recite the incantation to worship the evil god, watching as their essence slowly left their bodies. In reality, there was no evil god before them at all. After those essences left, they circled around in place for a few rounds, as if unsure where they should go, even trying to rush out of the pen of the judge's boundary. With a wave of Kelly's hand, those essences were directly concealed in the air. Actually, she had a way to return them, but she did not want to. After all, these people were reaping what they sowed. Why should she give them any face? Andre simulated the evil god's reaction after receiving the essence, making the entire divine statue begin to shine brilliantly. The woman's eyes erupted with enormous surprise, clearly feeling that the great evil god was about to be revived soon. She couldn't wait to see that scene, but unexpectedly, the divine statue of the evil god only stayed shining brilliantly without any other actions. Obviously, the essence was still not enough. But now Moxie was unwilling to wait any longer. She looked back at the people of the Nanjong tribe. Who is willing to offer themselves to the great evil god? If you are willing, from now on, your loved ones will be taken care of by me meticulously. After Moxie finished speaking, none of the Nanjong tribe responded. After all, living well was better. Who would willingly die? They were still waiting for the scene where the evil god would help them rule the world and make them superior beings. Seeing that no one was willing to sacrifice themselves, Moxie's expression was very disappointed. Do you look down upon the evil god so much? If you're unwilling, then how about we start with his children? As soon as Moxie finished speaking, someone immediately objected loudly. Why only we can offer? We think the priestess can also offer herself. After all, your ability is stronger than ours, making it more fitting for you to offer. Yes, most importantly, you're a woman. The evil god definitely prefers women. Let the priestess be the one to offer. Chapter 523, Reviving the Evil God? I think it should be up to the Irene to make the offering. After all, Great Evil God gave her that important staff, which clearly shows he trusts her. The Irene must not betray Great Evil God's trust. You should let the evil god have his fill immediately. The crowd in Nangguan got more and more enthusiastic as they spoke, completely oblivious to how pale their Irene had become. Kelly smiled and shook her head. Everyone wanted the evil god to appear, but none of them were willing to offer themselves. Even their so-called Irene was no different. Otherwise, why hadn't she contributed all her divine power to the evil god right from the start? The woman, with a twisted face, stretched out her fingers towards the nearest Nangguan tribe's person. Realizing something was wrong, this person tried to escape but was stopped by Moxie's power. Gradually, all his blood was drained, leaving just a dried-up corpse. When he died within the judgment pen, it was also the moment of his revival in reality. The man rose from the fallen crowd, looking around in confusion before touching his own face. Why is there still warmth? Didn't the Irene kill him? Stay where you are quietly, don't speak or make any noise, or I'll get angry. Kelly's icy voice entered the man's ears. He looked up and saw the beautiful celebrity, momentarily stunned. Who are you? Why are you here? What's going on? After asking these questions, Kelly's eyebrows knitted together. She was already wary of this man and found him quite tactless. She snapped her fingers, freezing him in place, unable to speak or move. The man looked at Moxie in front of him with horror. She was undeniably beautiful, but her means were devilish. Could he really have encountered a demon? Why do you let innocent people sacrifice themselves, Irene, without informing us first? What are you trying to do? An angry voice of a Nongguang tribesman sounded out. In reality, the man lifted his eyes to the screen in the sky, dumbfounded at the scene. Isn't this the scene when he died? How did it reappear? Suddenly, the man had an impossible thought, suspecting this might be the work of Moxie in front of him, or perhaps the previous scenes were illusions. Kelly watched the image of the Nongguang crowd with interest, wondering what they would do next. Would they seek revenge for the man? If so, she would consider them having some courage. The Irene glared coldly at them. Only you can serve the evil god. Who else could communicate with him after he awakens? I advise you not to talk nonsense. The evil god will soon wake up, hungry for food. Be careful not to be devoured directly. After these words, the Nongguang crowd dared not speak further, silently waiting. Fortunately, the evil god seemed not to need more nourishment. The statue glowed brightly, followed by thick black mist spreading out. Watching this scene, Kelly inwardly marveled at Andres' skills. It looked so real, absolutely convincing the Nongguang people. Sure enough, they detected nothing unusual, all praying devoutly to the evil god. The woman started chanting again, more sacrificial spells. It seemed the manual for summoning the evil god wasn't clear. Reciting such spells during its appearance marked oneself as a servant. The evil god was never lenient towards servants, eating them if possible, using them otherwise, or finding countless ways to kill those who weren't useful. Anyway, the evil god had thousands of methods to end lives. She wondered if Andres could replicate half of them. Kelly almost wanted to see these Nongguang people meet various, agonizing deaths. She felt upset after their earlier insults toward the police. The evil god finally emerged from the statue within the judgment pen, revealing his dark body with two large wings flapping behind him. The Nongguang crowd immediately kneeled, willingly submitting. Kelly saw the evil god was actually Andres, surprisingly skilled. Andres looked down at the crowd with disdain but played along. You are the mortals who awakened me. What do you want from me? Following the crowd's thoughts, Andres asked this question. The foremost woman promptly replied, we wish for great evil god to lead us against the current Hopian department. We also want to become true followers of great evil god, voluntarily following you forever, becoming your most loyal slaves. After Moxie spoke, the crowd from Nongguang also chimed in, each one more sincere than the last. Andres looked down at these people, his eyes flashing with mockery while a smile curled on his lips. I very much like your adaptability. But I'm still a bit hungry. After sleeping for so many years, it will take at least a dozen people to satisfy me. My most loyal believers, can you find me food now? Hearing this, Moxie immediately nodded. We have already prepared food for you in advance. You just need to go back with us and you'll be able to eat. She imagined that the evil god would definitely agree, but Andres furrowed his brows and roared angrily. You dare to ask me, a lowly mortal, to follow you? Why didn't you prepare the food here in advance? Are you defying me? Without giving the Nongguang people a chance to explain, Andres directly grabbed someone with his fingers and snatched him over. Seeing the fear and shock on the person's face, he smiled cruelly and opened his mouth wide, swallowing the person whole. The Nongguang tribe was stunned, not expecting the evil god to have such a large mouth, nor did they expect him to turn on them, his loyal servants. At this moment, the Nongguang people suddenly felt a bit regretful because they realized the evil god wasn't on their side. The woman stared blankly at Andres, not understanding why he did this. My lord, we are your most loyal servants. Why do you kill us? This question echoed in her mind as she voiced it aloud. Andres thought if he were truly an evil god, hearing this would mean Moxie's immediate death. But since this woman led the Nongguang tribe, he couldn't let her die too easily. So he responded with a snort. There are countless people who wish to be my servants. Do you really think you're anything special? Moreover, to be my servant means agreeing to be my food. It is an honor to be eaten by me. After saying this, Andres immediately grabbed two more people and started devouring them alive. These people revived in the real world, and to prevent them from causing trouble, Kelly snapped her fingers, freezing them in place, unable to move or speak. When the Nongguang people revived, they were confused yet delighted. Chapter 524, The Irene's Death. Inside the judging pen, those inside still had no clue that their companions hadn't truly died but instead had returned to reality. Some knelt on the spot, streaming with tears and in inconsolable grief, while others stood rooted to the ground in a daze, staring at Andres in disbelief. After all, none of them had expected the evil god they'd nurtured so painstakingly to turn out like this. The woman at the front took a deep breath. She already sensed the danger surrounding evil god. But what did it matter? As long as he could help her, anyone could be sacrificed. To be devoured by evil god would be the greatest honor for the people of Nanjong. The woman bowed respectfully to Andres. My lord. She lowered her eyes and said, there is a team called Hopinbu, whose members are rich in spiritual energy. If you wish, I can lead you to devour them first to replenish your strength. Seeing that she still harbored intentions against the police, Andres pursed his lips but nodded slightly on the surface. Fine. The sudden amiability of Evil God brought surprise and joy to Moxie's face as she hurriedly led the way. The people of Nanjong followed trembling behind, terrified of being seized and devoured. As they walked, whispers began to spread among them. Didn't the priestess say Evil God was here to help us? If he's here to help, why is he eating ordinary citizens like us? I don't think Evil God is as wonderful as the priestess described. He seems indifferent to friend or foe. We should quietly leave the group so we don't get eaten. You're right. This is terrifying. Had I known things would turn out this way, I would never have helped the priestess revive Evil God. What will happen to us now? The woman leading the way looked grim, silently cursing these fools in her heart. How could they speak so recklessly? Didn't they know Evil God could hear everything? The woman suspected trouble for those who spoke, and indeed that was what happened. Without any restraint, André stopped walking and extended his fingers, sucking in those who were whispering wildly. Their bodies rapidly dehydrated, turning into shriveled corpses. Is there anyone else who has objections? Andrés asked coldly. None of the Nanjong dared to speak now, all lowering their heads in silence. André scoffed. If you truly want to serve me, you must be prepared to make sacrifices. Don't make me repeat myself. He warned. Internally, the Nanjong people cursed bitterly, hating the priestess more than ever. Why did she revive Evil God in the first place? As they continued on, Andrés occasionally picked a few to eat, drastically reducing the number in the group until only a few remained. They were drenched in sweat, glancing around nervously, realizing that Andrés would not spare them either. The woman's steps were no longer as brisk. She could accept sacrificing a few tribespeople, but not this many. At this rate, if all the Nanjong people were dead, what use would reviving Evil God have? When Andrés struck again, Moxie hastily pleaded, My lord, please don't eat them. Andrés had been waiting for these words. His gaze turned sharp, dark aura swirling around him, looking both evil and terrifying. You don't want me to eat them? Are you offering yourself? The woman opened her mouth to protest but suddenly felt her body being uncontrollably pulled forward. In an instant, she was sucked up to Andrés. The woman never imagined Evil God would show no mercy. She hurriedly explained, My lord, I didn't mean to sacrifice myself. I am your most loyal subordinate. If you must kill, take them. The Nanjong people stared in disbelief at the priestess. She was willing to sacrifice them to save herself. Andrés had no patience for her games. To weave Audrey and the police officer's forms required more energy. So, he decided to kill her directly. He tightened his grip, feeling her power slowly draining away. Her expression became grotesque and ugly as she struggled desperately to break free from his hold. Though she was stronger than ordinary people, compared to Evil God, she was hopelessly overmatched. In a state of desperation, Moxie blurted out her thoughts. My lord, the people of Nanjong have unique bloodlines, which you've surely noticed. Devouring them will make you even more powerful. That's why I brought them to revive you. Eating me would be a waste of time and your energy. Leave me alive to help find more Nanjong people for you. Hearing such words from someone they once trusted completely, the Nanjong people couldn't bear to look at her again. A few braver ones couldn't resist cursing aloud. Great, so this was your true intention all along. From the beginning, you planned to sacrifice us. What a heartless woman you are. Lord Evil God, we are willing to be devoured by you, but please, before you eat us, make sure to consume this wicked woman first. She has too many tricks and isn't truly loyal to you. You're right. We know we won't survive, but this woman shouldn't be allowed to live either. The woman turned back to look at the Nanjong people, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity as she had never been spoken to like this before. Ridiculous, she roared angrily. However, the crowd completely ignored her, gloating as they watched her face slowly hollow out and her body become increasingly emaciated. Kelly, watching from outside, narrowed her eyes. When Andrés was absorbing the abilities of the others, it was just for show. But with this woman, he was genuinely putting in effort. Even if she left the judging pen space, her powers would never recover. She could no longer be a priestess, and she certainly wouldn't have the qualification to do such chaos anymore. Most importantly, now the Nanjong people had realized the true nature of their sacrificial leader, and they would only grow to detest her more. A powerless woman who had lost the favor of the masses naturally didn't need to be spoken of. Kelly was very much looking forward to that day. The woman gradually died within the judging pen space, her eyes bursting with intense hatred and confusion. Why was it so different from what she imagined? How could Lord Evil God do this? If there were a chance to start over, she would never choose to revive the Evil God. As she thought this, she suddenly felt the scene around her change dramatically. She stared blankly at the screen in mid-air, where the remaining Nanjong people were being killed by Andrés. She then turned to look at Kelly. As their gazes met, Moxie suddenly understood what was happening, her entire body breaking out in goosebumps. She had been deceived. Everything she experienced was fake. It must have been this beautiful woman before her who caused this. Chapter 525, Rescuing Audrey. As Moxie was in shock, the rest of the Nanjong clan members had also been released. Kelly snapped her fingers again, and the bindings on their bodies were all removed. The Nanjong people who came out later looked at themselves unscathed, all of them in disbelief. What's going on? We're actually alive? Weren't we supposed to be eaten? Good heavens, this is just too miraculous. We can continue living. We must never offer sacrifices to the evil god again. Truly, we must not. The thought of the evil god now filled the Nanjiang people with fear. Andres had left a deep impact on them. Besides the evil god, there was one person they hated most, the Irene. Before Moxie could react, she was slapped hard by a short man standing beside her. She immediately looked up at him, glaring furiously. Blasphemy. The short man rolled his eyes. The real blasphemy is from you, treating us like fools, planning from the start to make us sacrifice ourselves. Great job, becoming the most loyal follower of the evil god. From now on, you get to enjoy luxurious meals by its side. What a cunning plan. The crowd of Nanjiang people clenched their teeth when they heard these words, so angry it hurt their heads. A flash of unnaturalness quickly passed through Moxie's eyes, but she forced herself to say, no matter what, I did everything for the good of the Nanjiang clan. And I am your priestess. Treating me like this will result in punishment. As she said this, she tapped the evil god's staff in her hand, intending to use the evil god's power to deal with this overconfident citizen. But unexpectedly, nothing happened to the person in front of her, nor did the air around change. What's going on? Where are my powers? The woman, in disbelief, dropped the evil god's staff and tried to gather her abilities in her hands, but to no avail. Beside her, Kelly spoke coldly, your powers have been completely drained. From now on, you are just an ordinary person. As she said this, she closed the screen floating midair. A golden light flickered, and everyone present seemed to feel a divine presence. Walking up to Moxie, Kelly's phoenix eyes shone with divine purity and emptiness. You deliberately conspired to revive the evil god, maintaining its existence. This is a small punishment for you. After saying that, she raised her head to look at the visibly guilty Nanjiang clan members. You possess abilities that ordinary humans don't, which should be used to help others, not for committing evils or seeking shortcuts to success. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over righteousness. Those with impure motives will ultimately meet this end. Pointing at Moxie, Kelly added, her powers can be reclaimed, and so can yours. If I find any of you misbehaving, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, she waved her hand casually. The golden light struck the evil god statue, which instantly collapsed into fragments. As the sound of crumbling echoed, Moxie glanced back. All that remained in her heart was sorrow and desolation. Everything she had hoped for, everything she wanted, was now lost forever. She had become a complete joke. She clutched at her chest as tears streamed down her face, but no one present felt pity for her, only that she deserved it. Anyone who sacrifices others for their own benefit deserves death. Under the watchful eyes of the Nanjiang clan, Kelly turned and left. It took them a while to come back to their senses after her silhouette vanished. Was that woman a goddess? We couldn't even touch the edge of the evil god statue, yet she made it crumble with just a wave of her hand. She's truly amazing. If it weren't for her, we would have been tricked by this traitor, possibly sacrificed. In the real world, we wouldn't have come back to life. She doesn't deserve to be our priestess. The Nanjiang clan members looked coldly at Moxie, wishing they could tear her limb from limb. This traitor had to be taken back with them. After leaving, Kelly followed the path within the judge's pen, reaching the room where the police officers were held soon afterward. Feeling the faint power fluctuations inside, she knocked gently on the door. Is anyone in there? Daphne. You really came for us. We're inside. Audrey's urgent and joyful voice came through. Kelly pushed open the door to see the Hopian department, people trapped in a large cage. Seeing her, everyone's eyes lit up with happiness and excitement. It wasn't hard to imagine that these people had likely been captured after trying to save their grandpa like the seven-colored Calabash brothers. Kelly directly used divine power to corrode the lock, easily removing the large chain. Audrey ran to her with bright eyes. If she weren't so filthy, she would have hugged Daphne, her savior. Daphne, I knew you'd come. I've been trying to send you signals these past few days, but I didn't succeed. I thought it might take more time for you to know where we were, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. You're incredible, you're truly Moxie I admire the most. Audrey's cheeks were flushed as she praised Kelly, her heart filled with joy. She adored Daphne the most. It was a pity that she wasn't a man. If she were a man, Audrey would want to turn into a little puppy and just lean on Daphne's shoulder like this. Kelly didn't mind her being dirty at all. She took the initiative to step forward and stroked her head. You must have been scared out of your wits recently, right? Originally, Audrey thought it was nothing, but upon hearing these words, her eyes immediately reddened, nodding with a look. Yeah, I wanted to sacrifice myself so you would know where everyone was. Daphne, it's really great having you around. She couldn't help but hug Kelly, who gently patted her back in return. It's okay now, I won't let anything happen to you. Kelly's voice was soft and gentle, making Audrey even more touched. She would really fall in love with Daphne. After they finished their affectionate moment, Captain Galen stepped forward to express his gratitude. Kelly, we owe our release to you this time. I will explain the situation to the department and get them to commend you. It's fine, Kelly said. She had never cared about material things or fame, whether or not she got commended didn't matter to her. Must do, I'll personally put the wreath on Daphne's head then, Audrey added. Captain Galen smiled and nodded, looking at her affectionately. This girl might not be strong or old enough, but she had a sincere heart. Naturally, he liked children like her. And without realizing it, he had already treated her like his own daughter. The Nanchang people are still worshipping the evil god. We need to resolve this issue first, Captain Galen suddenly said. Kelly shook her head. I dealt with it before coming here. The Nanchang clan shouldn't have such dangerous thoughts anymore from now on. If they do, I will personally take care of them. As she said this, there seemed to be a flicker of sternness in Kelly's eyes, causing Captain Galen to draw a sharp breath. He hadn't expected her to achieve such feats. It was simply amazing. Chapter 526, really powerful. With all matters resolved, Captain Galen felt genuinely relaxed. However, he thought of Hayward. Those who came here shouldn't just be you, right? He asked Kelly. She nodded. Besides me, there's Hayward. But for this matter, he can't offer much help, so I didn't bring him. After hearing this, Captain Galen felt somewhat complicated. The talented person they painstakingly cultivated was deemed as not being able to provide assistance according to Kelly. Oh my god, how strong is she really? No wonder she could single-handedly take down so many people in South Border and make their schemes turn into nothing. Finding Kelly was simply an incredible stroke of luck. Captain Galen felt extremely grateful to Dunk Ju now. If not for his keen eye, such a good thing wouldn't have happened. Definitely need to invite that guy for drinks and a few good meals when we return. Alright, I'll let everyone rest properly first before heading back, said Captain Galen. After saying this, he looked at Audrey. Are you going with us or staying with Kelly? She immediately responded, I'm obviously going with the most powerful and prettiest Brooks sister in the world. This kid sure knows how to flatter. Captain Galen smiled helplessly and shook his head. Fine, you arrange it yourselves. Just rest during this time. If there's anything, I'll call you. You don't need to come to work. Audrey nodded vigorously, her face showing an especially sweet smile. She hadn't expected such good fortune. Captain Galen nodded to Kelly and left with the rest of the team. Once they were gone, Audrey grumbled, I didn't expect that guy Hayward would be so useless. I shouldn't have called him. Not entirely useless, it's mainly because there are too many people in South Border, explained Kelly. But Audrey waved her hand. Brooks' sister doesn't need to make excuses for him. He always brags about being a genius, but what kind of genius is this? Once I get back, I will definitely mock him severely. She laughed twice, already thinking of what to say. Kelly was helpless. Alright, let's head back. The two walked back to their rented house. By the time they arrived, dawn had begun to break. Kelly tried to push the door open only to find it locked. She couldn't just corrode the lock, so she reluctantly pulled out her phone and called Hassan. He answered shortly after, sounding a bit dazed from just waking up. Tyra, why are you calling so early? Are you craving something to eat? Hearing this, Kelly couldn't help but laugh. Is it only about food when I call you? Do you think I'm a pig who loves eating? Still a little sleepy, Hassan instantly woke up upon hearing these words. I didn't mean it like that, I was worried you might be hungry. Just come out and unlock the door for me, said Kelly. They hung up. Hearing their conversation, Audrey's cheeks flushed red. Seeing her favorite couple interact so sweetly made her incredibly happy. Didn't expect you two to be even sweeter in private than on variety shows. This literally gives me diabetes just watching. Audrey couldn't resist speaking out loud. Hearing her excited description, Kelly helplessly rubbed her head. Just as she was about to say something, the door opened. With Kelly's hand still resting on Audrey's head, she met eyes with Hassan. His gaze slowly moved downward, his expression turning cold. Audrey suddenly felt a foreboding sense. Was Jeff jealous? She quickly put Kelly's hand gently back down, smiling ingratiatingly. The team has dispersed, and I happen to have a few days off, so I wanted to spend some time with you too. It's great to see the chemistry between you two up close. Don't worry, Jeff, I am your biggest fan. After Audrey spoke, Hassan's expression slowly brightened. He couldn't help but be jealous, as Edison sent him several videos last night. The videos showed Kelly interacting intimately with various pretty young girls. In the Upmaster's meticulous editing, love seemed to be blooming everywhere, making it look very ambiguous. As the legitimate career friend, how could Hassan stand it? He directly complained about the video, but it didn't have any effect. Let's go inside and talk, Kelly said. Entering the house, they saw Hayward rubbing his hair, yawning widely. Upon seeing Audrey, his eyes widened instantly. Damn, am I hallucinating? How did this guy end up in the house? Hayward rushed to Audrey, looking at her in disbelief from all angles. Seeing his foolish appearance made her feel angry. She clenched her fist and punched him directly in the abdomen. Feeling the intense pain, Hayward stepped back while making a puff sound, pretending to have been knocked out of his stomach fluid. He now believed more than ever that this person in front of him was truly Audrey. Weren't you imprisoned by those people from Nangguang? How did you get out after I just slept? He asked with confusion. Audrey chuckled twice. Of course Brooks' sister got us out. If we relied on you, we might have turned into mummies by the time you got here. As she spoke, she felt some resentment towards him for not being capable enough, wishing to punch his stomach again. Why was he so useless? The countless resources and secret manuals spent on cultivating geniuses could not compare to even a single hair of her Brooke sister. Hayward, however, didn't have any awareness of his incompetence at all. He turned to look at Kelly, his eyes seemingly shining with admiration. Amazing, really powerful. I didn't expect you, Brooke's sister, to be so quick. I thought it would take a few more days. Actually, keeping Audrey in there for a few more days wouldn't be bad, it would have tempered her sharpness. These words were obviously said intentionally by Hayward, who enjoyed being petty. Audrey immediately clenched her fists, charging at him abruptly, but he had anticipated this and moved backward in advance. You can't hit me. The two of them started chasing each other around the room. Kelly and Hassan exchanged glances, both smiling. Then they sat on the sofa, watching the energetic young duo. Didn't sleep last night. Are you sleepy now? Hassan asked. Kelly shook her head, just one night won't affect me. But I did wake you up just now. Are you sleepy? Not sleepy, Hassan replied. He ignored the noise around and reached out to hold her slightly cold hand. It's great that nothing dangerous happened last night, he said. Kelly nodded with a smile, of course not with Judge Penn. Realizing something was wrong right after she finished speaking, she turned her head to see the Judge Penn standing mid-air, as if watching idly. The pen's tip kept turning, observing both Audrey and Hayward on one side, and then Kelly and Hassan on the other. Chapter 527, Buying a Phone. Looking at the obviously gossiping Judge's pen, Kelly felt quite helpless. What was wrong with Andres? After all, he was a deity. Why did he look a bit perverted now? The matter of buying this guy a phone had to be expedited, otherwise, he would only focus on watching the drama all day. Is there anywhere nearby where we can buy a phone? Kelly asked. Hayward and Audrey stopped their argument and both scratched their heads. Everyone wasn't familiar with this place except for Hassan, who spoke up, yes. Do you want to go? Kelly nodded, yes, I need to get a new phone and a new SIM card. I'll go with you, it's not far from here, said Hassan. Hayward instinctively wanted to speak up to tag along but was punched by Audrey before he could say anything. She glared at him fiercely. If he didn't have the sense to leave them alone, she would definitely beat him up. In the end, Hayward didn't say anything. Mainly because Audrey's eyes were too terrifying, and he was a bit scared. Seeing the situation, Hassan gave Audrey an understanding look before leaving with Kelly. After they left, Hayward leaned lazily on the sofa, bored. Why did you hit me just now? I was going to say let's go out together, now I have to stay home, he complained. Audrey sighed, exasperated, they are a couple, so it's fine for them to go out together. What are you? Do you want to be a third wheel? Her tone was extremely disdainful. Only then did Hayward realize, you're right. I think you lack emotional intelligence and only care about eating, Audrey rolled her eyes, criticizing him. On the other side, Hassan finally managed to be alone with Kelly, which truly made him feel very helpless. The two of them held hands, walking down a street that looked like it was out of a fairy tale. Many locals watched them, wondering where this beautiful couple came from, looking perfect together. Tyra, it seems like it's been a long time since we've spent time alone like this, said Hassan. Kelly nodded, sorry, I've been busy lately. It's okay, Hassan tightened his grip on her hand, thoroughly enjoying the leisure moment. A man with a big beard and a camera hanging from his neck approached them, speaking broken Chinese. Hello, you two are such a perfect match, the most beautiful couple I've ever seen. I'm a photographer. May I take a picture of the two of you and post it on my personal account? This blonde-eyed photographer was a foreigner, unaware that the two were celebrities. His compliment was spot on, and Hassan was inclined to agree but turned to seek Kelly's opinion. Do you mind? She asked. Not at all, replied Hassan. Kelly nodded, all right, then. Upon hearing their agreement, the photographer's face lit up with genuine joy. He immediately picked up his camera and walked to a distance, letting them look at each other. He could feel that they were truly in love. The photographer kept praising them, wow, the two of you embody the Eastern mystique I love so much, it's perfect. You have a term in the East called, Jin Tong Yu Nu, immortal couples, which describes you perfectly. Under the enthusiastic mood of the photographer, Hassan and Kelly gradually followed his lead and acted according to his instructions. Originally thinking it would take just a moment, it unexpectedly took half an hour to finish shooting. When the pictures finally appeared, both Hassan and Kelly were amazed. Can you send a copy to my phone? Asked Hassan. This was high praise for the photographer, who naturally agreed, sure, let's add each other as friends first. Getting the photos, Hassan also sent them to Kelly, and they immediately set them as wallpapers. The photographer looked at his work, smiling, you are the most beautiful and matching couple I've ever seen. Thank you for allowing me to photograph you today. Meeting you has been my greatest inspiration and luck. Foreigners tend to be straightforward and fond of giving compliments. Hassan and Kelly, after being praised for so long, were already accustomed to it. The three of them bid farewell and went their separate ways. The photographer immediately posted these photos on his private Instagram. Patty of the two stood out so much that no retouching was needed. Retouching might ruin their natural looks. Not long after posting the photos, the photographer suddenly heard a notification sound from his phone, followed by continuous pings. He looked at his phone in surprise, amazed to find that the comments were all from Chinese people. The photographer was really curious about what they were saying. Did they think his set of photos was not well shot? Thinking of this, he immediately opened a translation app. Damn, this photographer is quite impressive, actually managing to capture Hassan and Kelly. So the young couple went on a trip outside the show? I love them so much, it feels like they blend into the fairy tale-like scenery behind them, as if they stepped out of a painting. I've been following this photographer for a long time, and this is the first time I've seen him give such high praise. It can only be said that these two are truly impressive. If I could meet these two, I might be happy enough to faint. Looking at these comments, the photographer was amazed. Did he accidentally shoot some public figures? According to the names mentioned by netizens, he opened his phone and searched for information using China's internet. Soon, he saw their specific identities. The photographer was shocked. Goodness, they turned out to be such famous celebrities. They were really amazing. Indeed, he had good luck today. Hassan and Kelly didn't know they caused such a stir. They had already arrived at a phone store, bought a new phone, and got a SIM card. Since they had sufficient funds, they purchased the latest model. After leaving the phone store, Hassan asked in puzzlement, "Your phone isn't broken yet, and you don't seem to like playing with it much. Are you getting a spare phone?" Kelly shook her head, "This phone isn't for me." She took out Judge's pen and led Hassan's real body into it. Andres had already restored the environment inside to look like the underworld, making it look quite eerie. The moment they entered, he appeared before them. He looked seriously at Hassan and then turned to Kelly. "It's fine that you came to the human world, but you even got yourself a career friend?" When Andres said this, he felt it was quite remarkable because she was just a little girl in his eyes. However, the man she chose wasn't bad. He possessed great virtue and was no ordinary person. The two of them suited each other well. "Here's your phone." Kelly handed the phone over. Andres held it in his hands. In recent days, he had seen them using phones and became very curious about these devices. Chapter 528, The Sad State of the Southern Frontier Priest. Andres opened his phone but felt dazzled by the various icons on it, unable to understand what they were. "You teach him how to use it," Kelly said, choosing to delegate this responsibility to Hassan, mainly because she found it troublesome. "Who is he?" Hassan looked at Andres, who was full of confusion, and asked with bewilderment. He hadn't noticed this person when he entered the judge's brush last time. "He is Andres, also known as the King of Hell that people speak of. He appeared when I was refining the judge's brush this time, so you can consider him my senior," Kelly explained. Upon hearing this, Andres immediately became dissatisfied. "What do you mean, considered your senior? I am clearly your senior." "Fine, come over here and teach me how to use this thing quickly." Hassan helplessly stepped forward, carefully explaining the function of each app. Andres was astonished at how convenient modern humans were, able to chat with others and even see all kinds of beautiful scenes on a metal block. In the past, they could only send messages via flying cranes. This was too impressive. What interested Andres the most was the short video app. He started watching seriously without paying attention to the two people in front of him. "I feel like we shouldn't have bought him a phone," Kelly whispered. She suddenly had a premonition that Andres would likely become obsessed with his phone. Hassan smiled and shook his head. "It's better for him to play with his phone than to do nothing all day inside the judge's brush." Andres nodded in agreement, growing more satisfied with this man. Kelly sighed, waved her hand, and both of them left the judge's brush, putting it casually into her pocket. "Shall we go back now?" she asked. Hassan raised an eyebrow, with a glint in his eyes. "Not yet. I'll take you somewhere beautiful." "Okay." Kelly took his hand proactively. They looked into each other's eyes, filled with smiles and love. She followed Hassan aimlessly, and the further they walked, the more secluded the surroundings became. Buildings gradually disappeared, replaced by vast grasslands and fields. Further ahead was a large garden. Hassan led Kelly into the garden, where red roses swayed in the wind, their beauty vivid. "Beautiful?" he asked. "Yes, I love it," Kelly replied, taking a deep breath. The scent of roses filled her nose, bringing a sweet fragrance. Hassan looked at Kelly, finding her more beautiful than any rose. His throat rolled slightly. "Can I kiss you?" Kelly turned to look at him. "Sure." She tiptoed up, bringing her lips close. Hassan bent down, and a passionate kiss made both of them breathe heavily. He caressed her face. "I really want to marry you." "I want to marry you too," Kelly said. She had chosen this person and was willing to be his partner. Surprise showed in Hassan's eyes, but it wasn't the right time now. He needed to give her a proper proposal. She deserved the best in the world. The two stayed in the rose garden for a long time. If there were a house here, Hassan would have loved to live here with Kelly. But he reluctantly thought about having to meet the other two when they returned. After dinner, they had no choice but to go back. Hassan opened the door with his key, and the smell of food greeted them. Inside, Hayward and Audrey were sitting at the dining table, enjoying their food. There were many meat dishes in front of them, and they hastily wiped their hands upon seeing them return. "We ordered takeaway. I didn't expect there to be such delicious food delivered here. We've kept the remaining 2 portions in the fridge for you, just microwave them," Audrey said. As a woman, she was usually more meticulous. If Hayward had ordered the takeaway alone, he might not have thought of this step. Oh, I thought you were going to eat those things yourself later. Hayward swallowed the pig trotter in his mouth and said in surprise. Audrey rolled her eyes at him. She had been craving food for a long time after being confined by the southern frontier priests, eating mostly coarse meals. She couldn't resist anymore. Only someone like him could think of doing something so purely for the sake of satisfying hunger. At this moment, Audrey no longer believed the lies Hayward used to tell about using food for cultivation. It was nonsense. If there were truly such remarkable techniques, everyone in the world would be masters. We ate something on our way back, so we're not hungry yet, Hassan said. Hayward was thrilled to hear this, nodding vigorously in agreement. Audrey again felt he lacked dignity. She suspected that this so-called genius of the Hopian department was actually very easy to deceive. As long as a human trafficker held a pig trotter, he would eagerly follow. Now that Audrey had finished eating, she took off her gloves and approached Kelly. Sister Brooke, how is the priestess from the southern frontier tribe now? Can we see her current situation? She asked curiously. Audrey only knew that Kelly had dealt with the southern frontier tribe's priestess and people but didn't know the specifics. She was very curious about it. Kelly had been very happy in the rose garden just now. Feeling good now, she naturally wanted to fulfill Audrey's wish. She snapped her fingers, and astonishingly, a screen appeared out of nowhere. Everyone present looked over in shock, not expecting her to have such an ability. In fact, she couldn't do this before either, but after refining the judge's brush, she could now borrow Andres' energy. As a deity of the underworld, Andres naturally had the power to see everything happening in the human world. The first thing shown on the screen was a familiar cage that made Audrey grit her teeth. We were locked up here at that time. Those people were truly unreasonable. The cages were especially smelly, and they seemed to have held animals in them before. She clutched her chest, feeling nauseous at the memory of that smell, but she suppressed it. She mustn't waste all the delicious food she just ate. Although Audrey hadn't paid for the food herself, she still felt heartbroken. Then, she saw who was now in the cage, the Southern Frontier Tribe priestess. She never expected the priestess would also be locked up. It truly was karma catching up with everyone. Audrey's face turned bright red with excitement. Sister Brooke, you're amazing. You're my god. She instinctively reached out to hug Kelly but saw Hassan's somewhat ominous gaze and quickly withdrew her hand, indicating she dared not act rashly. On the screen, an iron basin appeared in front of the Southern Frontier Tribe priestess. The basin contained watery gruel, looking even less appetizing than pig feed. Audrey smirked maliciously. Oh, looks like there's some internal strife. How dare they give the esteemed priestess such food? Poor her, it's not even as good as what we used to eat. Chapter 529. What is the feeling of a pampered husband? Although she said she felt pitiful, Audrey was actually enjoying this immensely. I've been with the Southern Border Tribe for so many years. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I have at least put in a lot of effort. Is this how you repay me just because I made a mistake? The Southern Border Tribe's shaman spoke these words in anguish and glared angrily at the person delivering the food. The latter spat on the ground. TSK, you only made a mistake. You were clearly trying to destroy our entire tribe. Someone like you doesn't deserve to talk about contributions or efforts. It's already kind of us not beating you to death. The Southern Border Tribe's shaman looked extremely terrible as she watched the person leave. She touched her belly and looked down at the bowl of thin gruel on the floor. She had never eaten such things before and didn't want to eat it now. But she was too hungry. After some hesitation, the shaman still picked up the bowl. She drank the soup but placed the bowl down again and retched several times. The person who had left moments ago walked back in. Ha ha ha, did you not expect that? The stuff in the bowl isn't even food. A bitch like you can only eat our feces, do you feel great? How heavy taste, Audrey's expression was unreadable. The shaman suddenly went wild, grabbed the bars with both hands and angrily glared at those people outside. I'm going to kill you, she roared. However, they ignored her and laughed their way out. The screen shut off and Kelly said, from now on, this will be the life she'll lead. Serves her right. Yes, serves her right, Audrey nodded in agreement. She felt like she could sleep soundly tonight, feeling utterly pleased. At this moment, Kelly's phone rang. It was a call from Edison. She clicked accept. After ending the call, she looked at Hassan helplessly. Edison says that the photos of us taken by foreign photographers have gone viral. Fans are demanding that we live stream together and he can't bear the pressure. Hassan frowned slightly. Didn't I just stream recently? There's nothing we can do about it, Kelly said. As public figures, there were some things beyond their control. Audrey couldn't help but speak up after hearing them. Well, Sister Brooke, Brother Hang, as a fan, I really want you two to live stream together. Occasionally give the fans some sweets, she said. Audrey was also part of a CP fanbase and wanted to gain some benefits for everyone. She leaned closer to Hassan and said seriously, plus, it would be good to stream together more often. I see all sorts of vixens trying to tempt Sister Brooke. This would be a chance for you to prove your identity as the one and only. These words hit home, making the somewhat reluctant man immediately brighten up and agree. Why don't we just live stream then? Hassan asked. Audrey nodded repeatedly while Kelly looked at the two helplessly. Okay. Actually, Kelly wasn't against live streaming. However, the comments during the previous few streams were quite troublesome, and many fans' messages included hateful remarks. Most of them were double forest CPs or double number CPs. She didn't know if it would happen again this time. Kelly knew that as public figures, this was inevitable, but with her increasingly sensitive emotions, it naturally made her feel uncomfortable. Audrey pulled Hayward to sit at the table beside the restaurant, staring eagerly at Kelly and Hassan preparing for the live stream. This was the first time she was watching them stream live in reality. It was truly the happiest thing for CP fans. Next to her, Hayward, seeing her eyes sparkling, really couldn't understand what was going on in her mind, but holding snacks in hand, he found it pretty cool as well. Hassan and Kelly had already started the live stream, and since Edison had already teased it beforehand, the fans rushed in instantly. I can't believe Pool Manager is actually so nice and does everything he promises. From now on, I won't say that he's the most useless manager in the industry. Sniff, I wasn't satisfied just watching Jeff lately, seeing Sister made me content. Sister looks so handsome, pity she has a career friend. Floor above, our love for Sister is the same, but I think these two are perfect together. Agree. Surprisingly, there weren't any offensive comments this time, which Kelly found very satisfying. Next to her, Hassan saw the screen flooded with proposals to marry Kelly, feeling quite complex. What do you do when your girlfriend is so beloved? Hi everyone, I heard you've been eager for me to live stream, Kelly said. The fans immediately responded. The chat was now filled with requests. You two have been dating for such a long time, can you give us a kiss in front of us? This is our lifetime request. Building upon Floor Above, you're really daring. But I wish for the same thing, ha ha ha. They definitely aren't a real couple, otherwise why wouldn't they kiss in front of us? You're right, to break the rumors, brother and sister should hurry up and try harder. The online audience's comments were one more hurtful than the last. Kelly and Hassan looked at each other after reading the messages, their eyes full of helplessness. Should we do as they say? While Hassan was thinking this, he felt a gentle touch on his lips. He stared blankly at Kelly who pulled away, unable to resist touching his lips. He, just now got kissed? The live streaming room's viewers started screaming wildly. Ah, what did they just do? They really did it lightly. My oh my, I never thought in my life I'd see them kissing, they truly pamper their fans. Wah wah, they must be a real couple, and why do I feel like there's a role reversal vibe? Kelly is so impressive. Actor Hope looks so dazed, I've never seen him exude a pampered husband vibe before, but now he really does. Audrey couldn't help but grab Hayward's arm, her entire face was flushed red. Oh my god. Watching through the phone screen and watching in real life felt completely different. She now felt so happy she thought she might faint. Hayward clutched the snacks tightly, he too was about to faint from pain. You can't do this to me, I know you're excited, but please don't be this excited. If you use too much force, you'll kill me. Hayward gritted his teeth and spoke these words, trying his best to lower his voice so as not to disturb the two streaming beside them. Only then did Audrey notice his actions, somewhat embarrassed to let go of his hand. She whispered, sorry, I was really too excited earlier. The midnight snacks in the fridge are all yours tonight, can you forgive me? All right. Hayward reluctantly agreed. He knew early on that she didn't plan to eat the snacks, after all, which girl wasn't afraid of gaining weight? What's a pampered husband vibe? Looking at the live streaming comments, Kelly suddenly asked this question. Having been in this world for so long now, she still didn't understand these internet terms. Because things change too fast. Audrey took a deep breath, excited beyond measure. Chapter 530, Gregor Incident. Beside her, Hassan's face had long turned red down to his neck. Seeing the fans explain the true meaning of Jiaofu in the live stream comments, Kelly sucked in a cold breath, coughed lightly, and brought up other topics to divert everyone's attention. The live stream ended with CP fans becoming the biggest winners of the day. They recorded plenty of videos and were very happy. Of course, the happiest one was Audrey. After all, she was watching it in real life. Beside her, Hayward's arm had turned a dark bruised color from being pinched. Who knew where this woman got such strength? It hurt like hell. After closing the live stream, Kelly turned to look at Hassan, who had been in a daze ever since mentioning Jiaofu, assuming he was upset about it. Sorry, when I asked the netizens just now, I really didn't understand what that term meant. I didn't mean to embarrass you, she explained. Hearing this, Hassan shook his head. It's okay. His face was still slightly flushed, but he wasn't angry at all, rather, he was happy. Kissing on camera, in Hassan's mind, was equivalent to being marked by Kelly. From now on, those vixens could all step aside. You two are too sweet. Wah wah. Audrey leaned over, looking at them with starry eyes. She was undoubtedly their most loyal CP fan. Hayward also came over, revealing the bruise on his arm, and said painfully, this is the price of sweetness. Kelly raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. Audrey blushed and stuck out her tongue, I was just too excited and couldn't hold back. When are we going back? Hayward asked, rubbing his stomach. Thinking about it, there's more delicious food back home, and it tastes better. The braised pork here was fine, but after a while, it doesn't taste as good. Kelly nodded in agreement. She hadn't thought much of the food either. How about we leave for home tomorrow, she suggested. With Kelly saying this, Hassan naturally agreed without hesitation, nodding. Okay, let's go to bed early tonight, and I'll wake you up tomorrow. Everyone was delighted about returning home. The next morning, Hassan cooked breakfast. His mood was pretty good. Apart from him and Kelly, the other two were also present. Hayward was pleasantly surprised, and Audrey was also very happy. Only Kelly's meal had a heart-shaped fried egg. Watching such a sweet couple made her feel like the happiest person in the world. After having breakfast, they set off. Hassan and Hayward took turns driving while Kelly and the supporting actress chatted, ate snacks, and played on their phones in the back, enjoying themselves. The view outside the window gradually shifted from Western-style scenery to Chinese style. Now looking at it, the Chinese style suited everyone better. Hey, let's take a photo, Audrey said. She opened her phone's camera, moved aside so everyone fit into the frame, and snapped a picture. At this moment, Kelly's phone rang. It was a call from Todd. She answered and put it to her ear. What? Yes, I know. Everyone in the car looked at Kelly, noticing her urgency, a look they'd never seen on her before. What happened? My second brother has run into some trouble. Can we return sooner? Kelly asked. Upon hearing this, Audrey's expression immediately changed. What happened to Dr. Flynn? Is there anything I can help with? Mentioning Gregor, she became alert, as if her radar had been activated. Hayward looked at her curiously. Why did Audrey seem so off? Could she be interested in Daphne's second brother? Kelly understood this little girl's thoughts and nodded. My second brother saved a patient, but the surgery didn't meet the expectations of the patient's family. They caused a disturbance outside the hospital and beat him up. Now my second brother's hand tendons have been broken, and his condition isn't good. If you're free, you can go over to care for him. Audrey sucked in a breath. As a doctor, suffering such serious injuries was unimaginable. She couldn't even begin to think how much pain Gregor must be in. I'm free and can take care of Dr. Flynn 24 hours a day, she replied quickly. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Hayward couldn't help but remark, 24 hours, huh? Quite dedicated. If I get sick, you wouldn't even care, let alone provide such care. Without realizing it, his words sounded somewhat sour. Audrey reached out and twisted the soft part of his arm, twisting hard until he hurriedly tried to push her hand away. With Dr. Flynn in such a state, you're still talking nonsense. He saved my mom before, of course, I have to repay him, she said. You better do, Hayward said coldly, leaning forward. This time, Audrey couldn't reach him to twist his arm again. Kelly opened her phone and clicked on the link Todd sent. At the top were several glaring large characters, hashtag Kelly's second brother Todd irresponsible with human gallons, performed surgery casually due to conflict with patient, resulting in incomplete recovery hashtag. In the article below, many evil deeds that Gregor had never done were fabricated. Comments were already filled with criticisms. Kelly's second brother, a Flynn family member, obviously he's just some young master going through the motions. How could they let him be the chief surgeon? That's pretty bold. I saw the video posted by the patient. His vision had a chance of full recovery, but because of their conflict, it only recovered 80%. It's really infuriating, this kind of person doesn't deserve to be a doctor. He lacks medical ethics and is disgusting, yet Gregor has quite a reputation. Wasn't he hyped as a genius doctor before? The comment above can only mean that some things are better left untrusted. After all, his family is rich, they can buy any reputation they want. The netizens' speculations were all malicious. Kelly felt a headache seeing these comments. She knew her second brother was definitely a good doctor and could not have been irresponsible towards patients. So, this matter must have another side to it. Kelly used her fingers to calculate based on Gregor's birth details and found that he had recently been facing adversity. She had been busy rescuing the people from the Hope Andy department and hadn't paid much attention to her family. If she had calculated earlier, could she have helped her second brother avoid this? Thinking about this, Kelly felt guilty. She sighed deeply, unsure if using divine powers could restore her second brother's hand to its original condition. His hands had the potential to save thousands of patients, they couldn't be ruined like this. Throughout the journey, Kelly was very heavy-hearted and didn't continue playing with her phone. Seeing her in this state, the others remained silent, focusing on driving to get back as quickly as possible. They drove non-stop for almost a day and night, finally entering the city and heading to Fuxing Hospital. Just as they arrived at the hospital entrance, they saw a Meryl holding a banner, surrounded by many people who seemed to be angrily talking. Parking the car by the roadside, Kelly and the others got out and heard what those people were saying. This is outrageous. He must be sued. Chapter 531, Gregor's suicide. What kind of doctor is he? Get him off his post right now. Yeah, my mother was once operated on by him too. Her illness wasn't cured then either. It might be because of his incompetence that my mom suffered. Gregor comes from such a rich family, he should just have fun as a young master. Why does he still come to harm people like us common folks? TCH, I'd punch him every time I see him. Breaking his hand tendons is only a small lesson for him. Hearing their words, Kelly felt anger all over her body. She pursed her red lips and told herself not to get mad, it's not worth it. The Meryl was holding up a banner that read, #unconscientious doctor ruins my vision #. Audrey charged forward like a cannonball, pushing the Meryl off balance when she couldn't stand it any longer. The banner in his hands fell to the ground, whereupon she started stomping on it furiously. The crowd watching was stunned, looking at Audrey in confusion. Did this girl have something to do with him? Someone already took out a mobile phone to film her actions. Audrey pointed at the Meryl and shouted, "Great, you're accusing Dr. Flynn. You were blinded, and getting 80% vision back wasn't enough for you? How dare you cause trouble for him?" She turned around and glared fiercely at the onlookers. "Do you know my mom was pulled back from the brink of death by Dr. Flynn? He's a great doctor with ethics, kindness, and skills. The injury to his hand tendons means he can never hold a scalpel again, proving many people will no longer be able to get treated, indirectly costing many lives." The crowd pursed their lips and stayed silent. They didn't think much of Gregor anyway. The Meryl finally realized that Audrey was on the opposing side. He immediately rushed forward to push her, but Hayward quickly grabbed his wrist to stop him. "What are you trying to do?" he said coldly. Hayward was way too strong for the Meryl, who could only give up. "You people have gone too far. Are you reinforcements called in by Gregor?" The Meryl spat on the ground. "What kind of person is he if he dares not confront me openly and only acts like a coward?" Audrey clenched her fists in fury, wanting to punch him. But as a police officer, she absolutely could not do anything violent. Kelly walked next to Audrey. "Let's go inside first." The three entered the hospital, with Hayward letting go of the Meryl and running in after them. The Meryl sat down and started howling loudly. "These people are scaring me. What do you mean 80% and I should be satisfied? I could have regained full sight. If it weren't for that unconscientious doctor, I would be healthy and able to work anywhere. No one wants someone with 80% vision." The videos taken by the onlookers quickly went online, where many joined in the chaos. Even some of Kelly's trolls started making moves. Aren't the ones cursing Audrey? So she helps her own even when it's not right. The victims are already so pitiful. How can she act like this? I used to think she was cute. Ugh, I feel disgusted whenever I see her. What's there to love? Audrey looks really ugly doing this. I want to slap her. Anyone coming with me? Let's go to Fushing Hospital. Hashtag Audrey curses victim, angering the masses hashtag. Related topics soon became trending. As Kelly was naturally hot news material, everything related to her got everyone's attention. She was indeed too famous. Inside Fushing Hospital. The four had already reached the reception desk. Upon seeing Kelly's face, the nurse instantly knew why she was here for Gregor. He really has bad luck. Why did he have to encounter this shameless rascal? That man had no chance of vision recovery. Dr. Flynn worked hard and consulted medical texts just to operate on him. And yet, he curses his savior. I've seen many shameless people during my years working in the hospital, but never anyone as shameless as this guy. Dr. Flynn is in room 908 on the 3rd floor. You can head up directly. Thank you, Kelly nodded politely, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. The others behind her felt the same way. Being a doctor wasn't easy at all. Audrey's eyes were red with anger. She couldn't imagine how upset Dr. Flynn must be. Just outside the ward, Kelly suddenly sensed something wrong. She saw dark chi swirling outside, a sign of impending death. Could Big Brother have committed suicide? She quickly pushed open the door, and the scene inside sent shockwaves through all four of them. Gregor was half lying on the bed, his slashed wrist hanging off the edge, blood flowing profusely and pooling on the floor. His entire face was deathly pale, devoid of any vitality. Audrey rushed forward immediately. With nothing else around, she covered his wound with a blanket to stop the bleeding. Tears were already falling from her eyes. Dr. Flynn, are you okay? Why did you try to commit suicide? I know you're a good person, and so do those you've saved before. You have to live on. Her voice began to choke as she spoke, feeling the pain that was unbearable. Hassan quickly reacted by pressing the call bell. Soon enough, nurses and doctors came and carried Gregor into the emergency room. None of them had ever imagined that he would choose to end his life this way. Everyone felt very sorrowful and pitiful. Such a renowned young doctor had come to this. Kelly's mind was completely blank, sitting outside the emergency room like this. The rest of the group accompanied her, their expressions filled with great concern. Are you alright? Hassan asked. I'm fine, Kelly shook her head. But her dazed appearance clearly indicated that she wasn't in good shape. Hassan sighed, should we notify uncle and aunt? Kelly didn't know how to answer this question. She was worried that her parents would get upset, which might affect their health, but given what happened to her second brother, it didn't seem right not to tell them. While she was torn over this, suddenly there came the sound of hurried footsteps from the corridor nearby. They looked up and saw Gregor, panting and holding a food box. He ran red-eyed to Kelly. I was watching over Gregor's ward. This guy told me he wanted Galen's dumplings. Since he hadn't eaten for so long, and now finally had something in mind, I went out to buy some. But I never expected that his true purpose was actually to send me away and find a way to die. If I knew, I wouldn't have left no matter what. Todd clenched his teeth when saying these words, extremely angry at Gregor's behavior. Galen's dumplings were located in the southern part of the city, while the hospital was in the north, a distance that took about 2 hours round trip. Seeing Todd, Kelly found her backbone again. She asked with slightly red eyes, "Third brother, should we tell Tamara and Beck about second brother's suicide attempt?" He shook his head. "I arranged for Tamara and Beck and elder brother to rest at home. Their mental state isn't good right now." Chapter 532, Make Him Pay. Hugo sighed. "I cut off the internet at home. Anyway, don't let them know for now. I'm afraid they might really get sick, and we wouldn't be able to look after all of them." Kelly's nose was red, deeply worried about her family members. Only after truly getting in touch with these relatives did she realize how heavy emotions could be. "Let's deal with my second brother's issue first, then I'll go back and see them," she said. Thinking of the Merrill guarding outside the hospital, Hugo felt a heartache from anger. That person basically just wants money. "He contacted me privately yesterday. He said as long as we give him 1 million, he wouldn't cause any more trouble. But what good is it not to cause trouble now?" In other people's eyes, Gregor has already become an irresponsible, incompetent doctor. Though their relationship wasn't close due to the small age gap, Hugo still felt quite distressed about this happening to him. "He will get his comeuppance," Kelly said firmly. She wouldn't let anyone who hurt her family off easy, especially those who were already in the wrong. The judging pen flew out at this moment, like Andres eagerly wanting to act, ready to punish. Kelly understood its intention and nodded to the pen. "When the time comes, make sure you're prepared." Andres, content, flew back into her pocket and began remodeling the underworld. He would absolutely ensure that person had enough good experience. "What is that thing?" Hugo pointed at Kelly's pocket, feeling a bit confused. He had never seen a pen fly out on its own before. "It's a divine artifact," Kelly replied. As soon as she finished speaking, the lights in the emergency room went out, and the unconscious Gregor was pushed out. His entire face was deathly pale. The doctor who operated on him sighed, saying, "His mental state should be very poor right now. As family members, you need to stabilize him. This suicide attempt has caused considerable damage to the tendons in his hands." After saying this, the doctor sighed again. They were colleagues and fellow doctors. He certainly didn't want to see this situation. Everyone returned to the ward once more. Not long after, Gregor lying on the bed opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling, not caring to see who was around, completely ignoring everyone. At present, he seemed like a doll with only a body but no consciousness. Audrey couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing, "Dr. Flynn, please cheer up, please don't be like this." Seeing Audrey beg so humbly, Hayward watched her a few more times, somehow feeling uncomfortable. Only hearing the noise did Gregor slowly turn to look at Audrey, then turn to see Kelly. His eyes sparkled for a moment but quickly dimmed. He laughed bitterly. "Lately, the comments online about me have been terrible. I should have caused some impact on Tyra. Never thought that one day I would drag you down. If I knew, I shouldn't have been your second brother." "Don't talk nonsense," Hugo immediately said. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to hit this guy. "Why so despondent?" "I'm not talking nonsense, I'm being honest," Gregor said. He looked out the window, ignoring everyone. A doctor without hands, what kind of doctor was he? Unable to do what he loved, living from now on was unnecessary, and most importantly, nobody believed him now. "Second brother, can you live a few more days?" Kelly asked. She walked to the bedside and looked at Gregor. "Give me a few days, I'll make your hand better and break those baseless rumors." Kelly's voice was firm. He turned to look at her, shaking his head with a helpless smile. He raised his utterly useless hand, trying to control his fingers, but he couldn't. "I've become completely useless. Even advanced scientific instruments can't save me. As for reputation, whatever," Gregor said. Hugo really didn't like this listless appearance. How could such a little setback knock him down? Kelly raised an eyebrow. "When I said I'd treat you, I didn't mean using scientific instruments." After saying that, she took Gregor's hand, divine power gradually seeping into his meridians, reconstructing the damaged pulse network. Areas originally numb started to feel warmth. His expression changed to surprise and disbelief. She always knew Tyra was different from ordinary people, never expecting her to be so powerful. Could there really be hope? Mortals couldn't bear too much divine power in one day, so Kelly said she needed a few more days. Within Gregor's limit, she withdrew her hand, telling him, "Now, try to feel." He tried hard to control his fingers, assuming it wouldn't work this time too, but surprisingly, it moved. Although it only moved slightly, it did move. My hand can be used?" Gregor said in disbelief. Kelly nodded with a smile. "Yes, your hand can be used. Second brother, believe that I can cure you. Can you promise me what I asked just now?" The hope for life burned in his chest, and Gregor was deeply moved at this moment. "All right. I will stay by your side to take care of you these few days," Audrey said eagerly. Hayward pressed his lips and spoke. "You just came back from outside and need rest. If you don't sleep, it might affect your health." However, Audrey ignored him completely and looked seriously at Gregor. He nodded. "All right." When he agreed, Audrey's smile was very bright. She was extremely happy. Kelly and Hassan exchanged glances, then they came to the door. She took out the judging pen and handed it to him. Go downstairs and aim this pen at the man holding the banner, okay? Hassan nodded, okay. He knew she was about to do something, so he didn't ask more questions and turned to go down with the pen. Andres was already eager and impatient. Kelly returned to the ward, waved her hand, and the screen rose in the air again. Audrey was surprised. Sister Brooke, why are you showing us this now? Are we going to watch the shaman of Nanjong tribe? Not exactly, let's watch the man downstairs just now, Kelly said. Seeing Audrey looking puzzled, she explained, this pen can connect to the person who is judged by the judging pen, allowing us to see their lives inside. He made second brother suffer like this, of course, I have to make him pay the price. This thing had never been heard before, it was not even in TV dramas. Gregor and Hugo both watched the screen in surprise. Because the Merrill hadn't entered yet, it was still dark on the screen. Hassan walked downstairs and did as Kelly instructed, and the screen lit up. At the hospital entrance, the Merrill looked puzzled and touched his eyes. Seeing him, Gregor's face immediately became extremely ugly. If he could choose, he would never save this man, absolutely not. Chapter 533, Different from Reality. On the screen, the Merrill had an extremely blank expression, clearly not reacting to what had just happened. My eyes? He touched the area around his eye sockets, his mouth wide open in fear, his whole body trembling with terror. If one had never seen light, darkness would be tolerable. But this Merrill was no longer the same as before. Hey, aren't you supposed to have a guide dog? The nurse's concerned voice reached the Merrill's ears. He reached out and felt someone supporting him. Where are you going? Let me take you there, the nurse offered kindly. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the Merrill directly shoved her away. Is it your hospital that did this to me? Because I caused trouble at your hospital, you made me blind again. Are you even human? The Merrill screamed at the nurse, not seeing that many people had gathered around to watch the spectacle. The nurse was bewildered, she had never seen this person before. What trouble? What about making him blind again? Although pushed aside, out of professional duty, the nurse stepped forward again and asked anxiously, Sir, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the psychiatric department? To the Merrill, this sounded like mocking him for having mental issues. How could he bear it? His face contorted with anger, he kept swinging his hands wildly, trying to hit the nurse. However, noticing something was wrong, the nurse had already taken several steps back. The onlookers also gradually dispersed, and some sharp remarks reached the Merrill's ears. Losing sight is indeed pitiful, but it's not necessary to behave like this. What did the nurse do to him? TSK, I think he probably asked for it and got beaten up. How disgusting. We should put him online so others can stay far away from him. Be careful not to catch rabies from this mad dog. Hearing these words, the Merrill shouted angrily, What are you talking about? I was born blind. Not because someone beat me. Outside the screen, Audrey rolled her eyes. Born blind? Dr. Flynn restored 80% of his vision, yet he still isn't satisfied. How can there be such people? It's like a dog biting Lou Govenbin, just looking at them makes you angry. She fumed indignantly. Hayward looked at her with complicated eyes and said softly, Girls shouldn't get too angry, it might harm your health. Audrey snorted coldly. If I don't get angry, I'll suffocate myself. Hayward's concern seemed trivial to her. He does have a point. Breast nodules are no good, Gregor remarked. Upon hearing this, Audrey's face turned slightly red immediately. She lowered her head shyly and nodded lightly. Okay, I understand. This reaction differed greatly from how she reacted earlier, causing Hayward to clench his fists unconsciously. His mood became hard to describe. He thought Audrey was just a friend, and even an old adversary. So why did he feel so uncomfortable seeing her different toward another man? Kelly, nearby, observed everyone's reactions. She raised an eyebrow. Who would have thought? I want to find Gregor. The Merrill roared inside the screen, successfully drawing everyone's attention to him. He managed to restore my vision before, he can definitely do it again. Let him operate on me. This is what your hospital owes me, the Merrill shouted furiously. However, his words only made the nurse think it absurd. What Gregor? We don't have a doctor by that name here. Don't mess with me. Call him out now. The Merrill was teetering on the edge of losing control. He thought these people were crazy. Seeing that communication with this person was impossible and that he didn't seem to be seeking medical help, the nurse shook her head and walked away. The onlookers watched at a distance. The Merrill stood there alone, eventually ignored. Where are they? He asked tentatively. A few laughs came from all around. The nurse was chased away by you. You still want to see anyone? You deserve it. Truly crazy, mentally disturbed. Thinking blindness gives you a pass to create trouble at the hospital? You said yourself that your blindness is congenital. People should go out more often, seeing everything can be quite interesting. Watching real-life drama was certainly better than online gossip. When the Merrill leveraged public pressure against Gregor, it felt satisfying to him. Yet when these insults were directed at him, he couldn't take it. But what could a blind man do? The Merrill stood there, breaking down, screaming heart-wrenchingly. After getting bored, the crowd left, completely ignoring him. People came and went in waves. Time sped up in the video, and before long, it was evening. The Merrill had already screamed himself hoarse and sat on the ground, utterly spent. He couldn't figure out how his eyesight vanished in a blink. What was going on? Moreover, where was Gregor? It seemed like nobody here knew him. Unbeknownst to the Merrill, he had entered a bizarre world. Everything inside was controlled by Andres, who could do as he pleased. And this Merrill would only experience unbearable pain, the retribution he deserved. Sir, what happened to you? A soft, concerned female voice reached his ears, slightly easing his anger. He lifted his head instinctively toward the source of the sound. Hello, who are you? He asked. I'm a volunteer caregiver who loves to do good deeds. Are you having trouble getting home? Do you need me to take you there? Moxie said. The Merrill nodded, yes, thank you. Thinking it was futile to sit here longer, he decided it would be better to go back first. A volunteer caregiver sounded like a good person. The Merrill had made up his mind. Once Moxie took him home, he would keep her there to serve him from then on. Lost in wild thoughts, the Merrill failed to notice that the arm holding him was unusually thick, not at all like a woman's. And the height didn't match either. Andres sure knows how to play, Kelly laughed from outside. She felt that Andres must have watched many TV shows, movies, and read plenty of novels recently for the plot to be so abundant. Seeing the Merrill heading in a completely different direction from reality, genuinely suffering, Gregor felt much better than before. But he was very puzzled. Where is that man taking him? Don't know, Kelly shrugged, feeling quite excited now. Under everyone's gaze, the burly man supporting the Merrill pretended to hail a taxi and directly sat in a Wuling Hongguang parked by the roadside. Unaware of being taken along, the burly man exchanged a glance with the Dayton, clearly knowing each other. Chapter 534, The Volunteer is a Man? After getting in the car, the Merrill exhaled deeply. Seemingly feeling that he could finally go home, he appeared much more relaxed and even playful. Beautiful lady, I can tell you're very pretty from your voice. Do you have a career friend? The Merrill asked. As he asked this question, his hand rested on the Aurelio's thigh, gently caressing it in a rather ambiguous manner. The Aurelio's expression soured, and when he spoke again, his voice was still laced with a high-pitched tone. I'm not all that pretty, and I don't have a career friend. Strange, no matter what, the men I've encountered never liked me. While saying this, the Aurelio actually showed a hint of maidenly bashfulness and sorrow, causing discomfort among those watching outside the screen, who wrinkled their brows repeatedly. Who knows what kind of taste Andres has? Kelly mocked inwardly. The Merrill laughed heartily twice. Not having a career friend is great. You must be an innocent little girl, so kind-hearted and adorable. Uncle likes kids like you the most. Would you like to stay for dinner tonight? You can have anything you want. The Dayton in front turned around, his expression quite meaningful, while the Aurelio just kept his head down as the Merrill continued exploring forward on his leg. Finally, the Merrill's hand reached between the Aurelio's legs. The smile on the Merrill's face froze as he pinched there again in disbelief, then abruptly looked up. In those hollow eyes, there was now visible shock and fear. At this moment, the Merrill finally felt fear. Who are you? What are you going to do to me? You're not a woman. Actually, the Merrill had been cautious earlier, knowing how easily a blind person could be deceived, but he had long forgotten this caution in his abnormal lifestyle. The Aurelio sneered, grabbing the Merrill's wrist with force. When did I say I was a woman? This time, he spoke in his own rough, unpleasant voice. The Merrill's face contorted in pain as he struggled to pull his hand back, but it was useless. His grunts went unheard. F***ck, if I were really a woman, I'd definitely be toyed with by you today. So don't blame me, neither of us is a good person. But seriously, even bullying disabled people? The Merrill asked. You may be physically disabled, but your mind isn't. Thinking about molesting young girls, don't think I don't know, the Aurelio mocked. He continued holding the Merrill's wrist tightly, regardless of the apologies, struggles, and pleas for mercy. The car continued its journey to an unknown destination. Time sped up again in the screen, and it was nearly dawn. By now, the Merrill had lost all his strength, slumped in the seat like a dead dog. Knowing what might come next, he dared not sleep despite the fatigue. The car finally stopped. The Aurelio locked the Merrill inside while he and the Dayton stepped out to smoke. They squatted by the curb, casting malicious glances at the Merrill who was trying to unlock the door, uselessly. How could a blind person manage that? Any attempt was just futile, wasting energy. This guy was easy to get today, but who knows how much we'll get for him. Probably not much, the Dayton said impatiently. Who cares? I can't stand looking at this thing anyway. Sell it for whatever price, the Aurelio replied, thinking of how disgusting it felt being touched. If not for selling him, he would have killed the Merrill right away. Alright, let's see what they offer. The Dayton stubbed out his cigarette on the ground and extinguished it, returning to the car. Exhausted from all the turmoil, the Merrill couldn't resist falling into a deep sleep. Upon arrival at the destination, seeing the sleeping Merrill, the Aurelio spat and shot him a mouthful of phlegm. Being able to sleep under these circumstances, it's fitting that you're blind, he cursed. The Merrill, awakened by this, immediately flared up and tried to hit the Aurelio, struggling fiercely. Of course, he ended up getting beaten even harder. A blind person couldn't possibly match a able-bodied person. Lying on the seat, gasping for breath, the Merrill felt suffocated, almost like dying. The car door was violently yanked open, and he was dragged out roughly, landing heavily on the ground. The Merrill grimaced in pain, unaware that many people were standing before him, led by a Eli with a scarred face. This time, you brought this kind of cargo? This guy is good for nothing except harvesting organs. He won't fetch much money here. The Eli kicked the Merrill a few times, his face full of disdain. Hearing about selling organs, the Merrill froze on the spot, thoroughly frightened. He had only intended to find a young and beautiful volunteer for some fun. How did it end up being about selling organs? Terrified, the Merrill began to cry and sob uncontrollably. My body is not in good condition, my organs aren't worth much. Please don't sell me, I'm useful. I want to live, please, gentlemen, can you spare me? The Merrill knelt on the ground, pleading frantically. Seeing this scene, the pent-up anger inside Gregor finally dissipated, and his expression improved. Kelly, who had been closely watching his reaction, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that second brother was really no longer fixating on this matter and was willing to live well from now on. Actually, Kelly had everyone watch the screen because she wanted her second brother to feel satisfied. Only by seeing those who harmed him receive retribution could he regain the desire to live, and she could feel more at ease. Ezekiel and the Eli in the screen completely ignored the Merrill. After all, in their eyes, he wasn't even considered an animal but merely merchandise. Please, really please. The Merrill kept begging, which only made the other two feel more nauseated and annoyed. The Eli stepped directly on his chest and said viciously, if you dare to be a bother, do you think I won't cut off your head right now? It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars, I can still afford it. The murderous intent in the Eli's tone wasn't fake. Even though it hurt, the Merrill dared not make any more sounds. This cowardly appearance actually pleased them. A human punching bag would probably be quite satisfying to vent on. The Eli took interest in the man before him. Alright, for this kind of merchandise, I can give you at most 50,000. If you want it, take it. If not, take him away and see if there are other places that will accept him. The Eli said this with disdain. In fact, apart from him, where else would dare to accept such goods? 50,000, this kind of merchandise was already worth a considerable amount. Chapter 535, The Fate of the Middle-Aged Man. Initially, even the burly man and the Dayton only thought of extorting 2 or 3 10,000 yuan. For them, 50,000 was a pleasant surprise. Thus, they naturally had no objections, taking the money and leaving immediately. Hearing the car drive away, the heart of the Merrill was utterly broken. He knew that in this place, if he had no value, he could only be killed. So, he hurried to speak up. I can commit fraud, my skills are excellent, and I can definitely deceive a lot of money for you. As long as you don't kill me or take my organs, I'll do anything. I have no conscience, I don't feel bad about deceiving my fellow countrymen. The words spoken by the Merrill were quite true. Any person with a conscience would never harm the doctor who saved their life from dire straits. Only someone like him could be so shameless. But upon hearing these words, the Eli laughed. You go and commit fraud? A blind cripple like you probably doesn't even know how to use a keyboard, yet you still think about pulling off a scam? From now on, your task is just to be our punching bag. Got it? After saying this, the Eli kicked the Merrill again. His strength caused the Merrill to scream loudly. Thus, he was taken back to the compound and strictly guarded. Actually, being a punching bag was just a joke. After all, since he was bought for 50,000 yuan, how could they really not make use of him? On the same day, the Eli brought doctors to conduct blood tests, bone marrow extraction, and other useful procedures on the Merrill. If there was any wealthy individual needing an organ that matched his, those organs would change hands. Not knowing what else to do, the Merrill protested by refusing food and drink. However, the compound staff didn't care at all, merely coming daily to draw blood. After all, the discomfort of not eating wasn't theirs to bear. After holding out for several days, the Merrill was already barely clinging to life. When he caught the scent of food, it felt like meeting a long-lost relative, and he ate happily and contentedly. Days passed like this until what the Merrill most dreaded finally happened. A rich person's organs matched with his. The Eli immediately arranged for the organ transplant. This time, the organ needed was his heart. Other organs removed were placed in special bottles for future use. These people didn't administer anesthesia when extracting organs, as they saw it as unnecessary expenditure, nor did they experience pain themselves. Outside the screen, everyone watched as the Merrill grimaced while his heart was carved out, losing consciousness soon after. However, after the heart was taken, death did not come immediately. Instead, he experienced more intense pain as organs were systematically removed from his body, and he could do nothing about it. Now unable to resist, the Merrill couldn't help but recall those few days of light. Was it all a dream? Had it never existed? His mind was now confused. Had those days been a dream, or did they truly happen? As the Merrill died, he revived in reality. Hassan saw the judge's pen float back into his hand and realized the mission might be completed. He then took the pen back to the ward. For the Merrill inside the screen, a short life had passed, but outside, it was only minutes. Apart from him, nothing had changed. Seeing the restored sight before him, the Merrill touched his eyes joyfully, tears streaming down his face. I'm alive. I'm actually still alive, not dead. Ha ha ha, I'm alive. People who had indignantly condemned Gregor now watched the Merrill act crazily, puzzled as to why he behaved this way. Could his mind be problematic? In the upper ward. This is truly exhilarating, Audrey couldn't help but sigh. She felt only one word in her heart, gratifying. She finally understood what it meant for evildoers to get their comeuppance. A man like the Merrill should have his arrogance thoroughly shattered by a greater evildoer. Unfortunately, in real life, he remained alive and couldn't be killed. But what good was such societal scum anyway? Hassan returned to the ward and handed the judge's pen to Kelly. What happened? He asked curiously. Kelly replied, Andres gave that man a fabricated space where he became a commodity sold to others. Hassan nodded, finding it interesting but regretting not witnessing it. Audrey looked down at her phone, exclaiming suddenly. Everyone in the ward turned to look at her. With a joyful expression, she handed the phone to Dr. Gregor. I knew Dr. Flynn's efforts in saving so many would prove worthwhile. Now everyone is testifying online about what a great doctor you are. All those negative comments will dissipate. Speaking, Audrey opened a video. First appeared her mother, holding a medical record in her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Dr. Flynn is a good person. That year, I was beyond saving and received multiple critical condition notices, but it was he who saved me from the brink of death. Because my family had limited funds, he even helped raise the fees and contributed a significant amount himself. Why should such a good doctor be insulted and slandered? I will start proving Dr. Flynn's kindness by myself. Thinking of those past events, Audrey's eyes also shimmered with tears. Without Gregor, her family wouldn't have known what to do. The screen switched to another person, a slender Merrill. I'm also one of those whom Dr. Flynn saved from the brink of death. Haha, you wouldn't have guessed it, but aside from being skinny, I am now in robust health, all thanks to his benevolence and superb medical skills. Roughly a dozen patients took turns coming forward, recounting their stories with Dr. Flynn. In their words, Gregor was like a divine presence. And they admired him greatly, even swearing on their lives that these words were absolutely true. At the end of the video, images of those dozen patients were arranged in small grids. Dr. Flynn, light will eventually pierce through darkness. We all hope you can stay strong, cheer up, and remember that we appreciate your goodness. We will never allow others to defame you again. Together, they spoke these words, which were incredibly inspiring. Tears rolled down Gregor's cheeks. Thank you for still remembering me, thank you for being willing to help me. He said. Even knowing the patients couldn't hear him, he still spoke because it was heartfelt gratitude. Moved, Audrey scrolled down to read the comments. So many patients from around the world, all filled with sincere hearts. Wow, if I were Dr. Flynn, I would be truly touched. This proves that Dr. Flynn is indeed real and capable. I've wanted to say this for a while, to be able to save so many people born blind, what more could patients want? The previous commenter is right. Cyberbullying has been really harsh during this period. Chapter 536, The Malicious Middle-Aged Man. I never understood Dr. Flynn before, but the online public opinion during this period has introduced him to me. I initially thought he was truly an unethical and conscienceless bad doctor, but it now seems that isn't the case. What's the truth? I somewhat believe these patients, after all, they are of different ages and accents, indicating they come from all over the world. Is there a possibility that the Flynn family intervened, using their wealth to whitewash someone? How convenient it would be for them. All I can say is that we should remain cautious and wait, without speaking hastily. Now, some netizens believed it while others still dared not believe it. However, people's attitudes were no longer so radical and became much more rational. With the influence of these patients, you can release all the medical records and materials about this surgery on the internet. Netizens will know who to believe, Kelly said. She didn't expect the patients to be so touching, helping her second brother voluntarily. She thought they'd have to investigate for a while longer. Tears welled in Gregor's eyes as he nodded. He felt a stronger desire to live. He had to try for those patients who were looking forward to his recovery. Seeing the black aura around him gradually dissipate, Kelly heaved a sigh of relief. Then you focus on your work first, we'll leave. Her second brother must be quite confused now and needed time alone. Okay. Gregor nodded. After a few people left the ward, Todd said, I'm still a bit worried this guy might act rashly. You all do your own things, I'll stay outside and watch him. He was scared by Gregor's sudden suicide attempt and didn't want to leave even a step away. Audrey felt the same way. I don't want to leave either. If Dr. Flynn needs dinner or anything at night, I may be needed. Besides, I'll contact my mom. Maybe she wants to come and see him. Kelly understood her heart and nodded, leaving with Hassan and Hayward. Hayward had been frowning from beginning to end, with a very unpleasant expression. He could feel real displeasure within himself. Why did Audrey care about Gregor so much when Flynn obviously wasn't interested in her at all? She was too immature, like a bean sprout. How could she possibly handle the aloof doctor? Downstairs at the hospital. The Merrill sat directly on the ground, his mental state nearing collapse. After all, he had genuinely experienced death inside the judgment pen. Only he remembered those memories, and no one else could understand him, nor knew why he became this way. Kelly stood in front of the Merrill, looking coldly at him. Some people in the crowd recognized her as a big celebrity, immediately taking out their phones to record videos, ready to post on social media. It wasn't every day they encountered such a big star. After filming Kelly, someone recognized Hassan and filmed the two of them. They didn't mind these cameras, just stared unsmiling at the Merrill. Someone boldly asked, "Kelly, do you have any thoughts on what happened to your second brother? Can you give us a statement?" The surrounding crowd nodded, eager to hear her response. Kelly looked into the camera held by the questioner. His hands shook several times, breathless from beauty. They knew this sister was famously beautiful in the entertainment circle, but they didn't expect her to be even more beautiful in reality. One glance could take someone's soul away. "Give a statement?" Kelly repeated those 4 words. Crossing her arms, she continued, "I think it's the patient and public opinion that owe my second brother a statement. He reviewed countless documents and cured the patient. Do you know how much effort it takes to cure someone who has been blind since childhood?" Hearing this, everyone became slightly silent. They had only followed trends without considering these details. Kelly added, "My second brother put in so much effort, just to let a blind person see the sun and understand the world he had never seen. But ultimately, he got this kind of outcome." She snapped her fingers and looked down at the Merrill, who raised his head at this moment, his eyes seemingly unclear. "Why did you frame my second brother, damaging his reputation publicly downstairs at the hospital?" Kelly asked. She had cast a spell on the Merrill so he couldn't lie. So the Merrill said, "Of course it's because of money. It was just a small operation, why should it cost so much? Besides, my eyes are already healed, and I won't need that doctor anymore, so naturally, I should get my money back." The Merrill spoke this as if it were completely reasonable. Everyone else was wide-eyed with disbelief. None of them expected that they had been supporting such a person. "Did my second brother really hold back and not fully treat you due to disputes between patient and doctor?" Kelly asked again. Hearing this, the Merrill laughed out loud. "Of course not, it was all fabricated by me. I didn't expect so many people on the internet would believe me. At first, I didn't know if I could be cured either and didn't hold much hope. But it actually worked. I can't deny that the doctor does have some medical skills." Kelly's expression turned ugly. "Then why didn't you thank him but instead tried to ruin his reputation?" The Merrill tut-tutted, "Of course, it's because of money. I asked him to return the money, but he told me it was all collected by the hospital. If there were any problems, I should talk to them. Please, I was disabled before. This doctor is shameless, taking advantage of a disabled person for money. And I heard he's a rich second generation. Why couldn't he pay my medical bills? It's his own fault for being stingy." Hearing this, the onlookers could no longer hold back. "What do you mean by saying he's stingy? That money was supposed to be paid by you. Just because someone is wealthy doesn't mean they should donate everything. Heaven, I never thought there could be such bad people in the world. Just looking at him makes me feel disgusted. I even supported him before. Damn me. What about Dr. Flynn's hands? He is a good doctor with genuine medical skills who could save more lives in the future, but his hands are now damaged." Hearing this question, the Merrill opened his mouth again. "I wanted his hands to be ruined, intentionally. Those hands fixed my eyes. Why should they fix others too? I don't want anyone else to regain their vision like I did. The world needs more disabled people." As he spoke these malicious words, his face showed an actual look of terror, bewildered at what was happening to him. He clearly didn't want to say those things, yet he did. Kelly snapped her fingers once more, retracting her divine power. While forcing the Merrill to tell the truth, she also cured his mind. A person like him didn't deserve to go mad so easily. She wanted him to fully experience her second brother's pain and receive due punishment. This was his karma. Chapter 537, No Food Left. Are you even human? Do you feel guilty towards Dr. Flynn? She cured your eyes. Heavens, we have actually been harming a good doctor during this period. Why did it come to this? The onlookers were heartbroken. They wished they could immediately kneel in the ward and apologize. After this experience, they would likely not easily engage in online abuse of others. Those words weren't my intention. I don't know why I said them, the Merrill tried to explain. He was the one who incited the public to abuse others and knew how terrifying this could be. However, his explanations did not sit well with the crowd, leaving the Merrill having to accept responsibility. I used to think like that, but now things are different." Before he could say more, Kelly interrupted him. "I'm notifying you, concerning your defamation, my second brother will gather the evidence and take legal action. In this world, not everything you say stands true, there is the law. The law will prove who is telling the truth, and who is right or wrong," Kelly stated solemnly. With these words, she turned around and left in front of the bewildered Merrill, with the other two following closely behind. The Merrill was truly stunned. He couldn't understand why these wealthy people would still bother with someone like him, an ordinary citizen. Feeling genuinely angry, the Merrill revealed his true self maliciously. "Bitch, sue me if you dare. I'm the weaker party here. In this world, justice always leans toward the weak. The judge would rather listen to me than to you. Unbeknownst to him, someone nearby had already recorded everything on their phone and posted it online. While everyone indeed has sympathy for the weak, that sympathy only applies to real underdogs, not pretenders. As soon as the Merrill's true colors were exposed, Dr. Gregor's reputation underwent another drastic change. What the hell, so disgusting, just looking at this makes me sick, what a hideous face. Family members, stop talking. Now, I feel embarrassed. Does anyone want to join me in apologizing to Dr. Flynn on social media? I can't believe it, a doctor like this has his hand ruined. Sigh, it hurts inside. Now, the real underdog was Dr. Gregor, and the Merrill would pay the price. When people checked his account, they found that he had updated it with new content, photos of his medical records. Everyone noticed that initially, treatment seemed impossible, but Dr. Gregor had provided proof of all the research he conducted, showing that he had hardly slept for days. Finally, he managed to find a solution to restore the Merrill sight, yet the patient whom he cured ended up ruining him. This revelation made everyone even more uneasy and felt a sense of injustice. Some bolder individuals even offered proxy services. For a price, they would go to the hospital and beat up the Merrill. Of course, this required a considerable sum. However, the enraged netizens crowdfunded enough money for it. Thus, the Merrill was beaten up, and the attackers were taken away by the police. These attackers had prior records and didn't intend to settle, accepting the short detention as part of the deal. The Merrill never expected events to escalate to this extent. He was completely dumbfounded, unable to process the beating. Meanwhile, Kelly had already parted ways with Hassan and returned to the Flynn residence. Just as she was about to enter the code at the gate, she felt something was off. Was the password lock broken? No, it was almost evening, and the villa should have been lit up, but everything was pitch black. Kelly suddenly had an improbable thought. Would Todd have closed the shop directly? She felt a sudden headache and pulled out her phone to call. The person on the other end answered immediately, likely engrossed in their phone. Third brother, why isn't the password lock working? Kelly asked. Oh, the password lock? I cut off the power to the house, so it won't work. There's a key under the carpet, just use the key to open the door, Todd explained. Hearing this, Kelly took a sharp breath, feeling as if the world was absurd. Without power, what's the point of getting in? Where do I reset the circuit breaker? She asked through gritted teeth. Todd replied belatedly, also under the carpet, at the far left position, just press the button. I set this up when Tamara and Beck weren't paying attention, and I didn't expect it would come in handy now. Not bad. Kelly pressed the button in silence, and finally, the lights came on. She registered her face on the password lock, and the door opened. As she walked inside, she continued to ask, has the house been empty recently? Yeah, I wanted to avoid hurting them. As a son, I did pretty well. Tamara and Beck might be moved when they find out, Todd said proudly. As soon as Kelly entered the living room and turned on the light, she saw 3 people lying haphazardly on the sofa. All 3 looked like they were barely holding on to life, their faces ghastly pale, as if they had been starving for days, now in a state of unconsciousness. Todd, did you leave any food? Kelly was so angry she called out his full name. There was silence on the other end of the phone, then the call was abruptly hung up, clearly because someone felt guilty. Deciding not to deal with him for now since he would face their parents eventually, Kelly walked forward and sent 3 strands of divine power into the bodies of the 3 people on the sofa. The 3 people opened their eyes. Tyra, am I seeing things? Adonis had never been this before. He rubbed his eyes, which were red and swollen. Farrell and Alea also looked at Kelly in shock before exchanging glances. We must be dead. It's said that one can see the person they care about most before death. Sob, what will Tyra do on her own? The couple hugged each other and cried in genuine distress. Adonis also shed tears. He had never imagined he would die like this. Tyra, whether you're real or not, remember to eat well and sleep well if you're alone. If you have the strength, beat your third brother for us so he can come down and reunite with us, Alea sobbed. Seeing the 3 becoming increasingly distressed, Kelly spoke up, I'm alive, and so are you, Tamara and Beck, and brother. I've come back. Third brother didn't leave you any food, so I'll order some from a food delivery app first. After saying this, Kelly sat down somewhere and opened the app, placing frantic orders as she knew these 3 must be incredibly hungry. The 3 looked at her in shock, probably not believing they were still alive. After starving for several days, they were dazed, sitting in their spots without saying anything or doing anything, just staring blankly. Not until the delivery finally arrived and they stuffed themselves did they finally feel they were truly alive, belching after eating. In this lifetime, Farrell, Alea, and Adonis had never eaten so messily. Chapter 538 Todd's Conscience. Alea looked at Kelly, knowing that this obedient daughter had saved them. Tears welled up in her eyes as she hugged Kelly tightly. Tamara thought I was going to die, and you were just a hallucination. I didn't expect you to be real and actually save us. That good-for-nothing third son of ours wanted to kill us. When he left, he even turned off all the power. Sniffle, we almost starved to death. Alea spoke with gritted teeth, wishing she could drag Todd over and kill him directly. If she had known her son would turn out like this, she might as well have strangled him at birth. I should have thrown him against the wall back then. Farrell couldn't hold back any longer and voiced his bold thoughts. Kelly knew what they meant and coughed slightly, saying, actually, third brother had good intentions. He was too hurried when he left and forgot to leave food for you. It wasn't intentional. After speaking, she immediately recounted what had happened to second brother during this period. Alea's tears flowed once more as she listened. She hadn't expected that while she was suffering, her second son was also having a hard time, being defamed like that. Fortunately, the truth had come to light. As parents, they had been unable to help. How could they not feel terrible? Suddenly, the living room door opened, and Todd burst in, panting heavily. He stared in shock at the three people sitting on the sofa, finally exhaling deeply in relief after confirming they were unharmed, but his expression was very grim. Beck, Tamara, eldest brother. While speaking, Todd's legs went weak, and he knelt down right away. When I left, I really did forget these things. I didn't expect to harm you this way. Just now, Tyra told me about not leaving food. To be honest, I was quite dumbfounded myself. He even knocked his head on the ground, knowing that showing flexibility could save him from getting beaten. Beck, Tamara, I know I'm a useless bastard. You can hit me, beat me to death if you want. Todd stammered out this sentence. In his heart, he knew his parents wouldn't go that far, but Alea's eyes were already searching for something to use. Farrell picked up a cup from the table and threw it forward without hesitation. The cup hit Todd's forehead, causing him to clutch it in pain, but he dared not say anything. At this moment, he felt like a sinner. Just hoped Beck, Tamara, and elder brother wouldn't hit too hard. Next, Kelly watched as Todd got beaten. She didn't try to stop or protect him. This punishment was well deserved. Moreover, his parents and elder brother knew their limits and wouldn't hurt him badly. Suffering some pain was fitting. Half an hour later, the three finally stopped. Todd lay on the ground, breathing heavily. For a moment, he thought he was going to die, only to realize he was still alive. Sniffle, truly grateful for the family's leniency. With this beating, let's consider our grievances settled, Adonis said. He sighed deeply, finding comfort in his stomach after such physical activity post-dinner. As for caring about whether his younger brother lived or died, there was no need. Farrell rolled his eyes, not voicing opposition. Clearly, he had also put it behind him. Although the two had beaten Todd the hardest, they still had a bit of sentiment. However, Alea wasn't about to let it go so easily. She said through clenched teeth, this can't be forgotten. It's not easy maintaining my figure, and now after starving for days, I'm thin like a skeleton. I haven't slept properly for nights, my face has sunken in. Todd, you better think of a way to make amends. Alea spoke angrily, clenching her chest as she sat down, clearly very upset. Todd shrank his neck. Though Tamara looked fierce, she was actually the easiest to talk to. He crawled forward with a smile. Tamara, you can hit and scold me however you want in the future. Just forgive me. I know I went too far this time. How about I become your punching bag? He wore a flattering smile, rubbing his hands together, looking quite lovable. Usually, this act would melt Alea's heart. But this time, she wasn't buying it. You disloyal child. Alea cursed between clenched teeth. She pointed to the door, I don't want to see you right now. Get out, or else don't blame me for continuing once I regain strength. From now on, you cannot sit at the dinner table. Eat by crouching beside the coffee table. Knowing that he had truly angered his mother this time, Todd nodded and agreed to roll out obediently. He even really rolled out, if not for the fear of people outside seeing, he might have rolled all the way out after opening the door. It could only be said that this Corey had a truly good attitude in admitting his fault. Hakeem, who had been a business tycoon for many years, truly didn't know how he ended up with such a foolish son. He turned his head to look at his clearly upset wife. Sigh, these past few days without food at home, he was heartbroken seeing his wife hungry every day. He almost wanted to cut off a piece of his own flesh to feed her. Let's keep some necessities at home from now on, like compressed biscuits. Don't be upset, being upset makes you age faster. Besides, it's not worth getting mad over that kid. He's stupid all the time. Should normal people like us fuss over him? This tone was like coaxing a child, and Verity obviously responded well to it. She nodded, leaning into her husband's arms with a feeling of grievance. You say we're normal people, and the other two kids we had are also normal, even our daughter. Why is only the third one so out of tune? Should we check his IQ somewhere? Verity asked. After saying this, she realized something was amiss, leaving her husband's embrace and squinting her eyes to scrutinize him. Did you hit third son's head just now? Clearly, he's already so stupid. If you hit his head, what if he becomes even stupider? You'll end up killing us all. Hakeem also came to realize this, hitting his left hand against his right. That's right, why did I hit his head? The couple started a new round of complaining, while Kelly couldn't help but chuckle. Adonis gave his sister a glance, and they both headed upstairs together. Is Mingchen really okay now? He asked. He was still worried about his brother, after all, as an elder brother. Kelly nodded, knowing her eldest brother could handle more, so she told him everything she hadn't dared to tell their parents earlier. Second brother attempted suicide, but the doctors revived him. Now the online public opinion has turned around, and his reputation has improved. His hands can be treated by me. Hearing this, Adonis sighed in relief, feeling better knowing his brother was alive. But thinking about how that Meryl had driven his brother to this state, his aura became noticeably more intense. I will have our company's legal department liaise with that person. This matter will not be taken lightly, he declared. Looking at her eldest brother, Kelly suddenly understood what netizens meant by domineering CEO. Chapter 539, Engagement Consideration? Sure, you can handle these matters on your own, Kelly told Adonis. He nodded and suddenly asked, what do you plan to do with Hassan? Although Beck and the brothers in the family don't want you to get married too early, since you two have a good relationship, it should be finalized. Finalized, Kelly wasn't quite sure what he meant by this. She tilted her head, brother, do you mean getting married? Adonis choked a little, then sighed helplessly, if you want to get married, that's fine, but I prefer you two to get engaged first. Marriage is a complicated matter. It's not just between the two of you, but also between two families. You should think about it carefully. In fact, Adonis knew Hassan's family very well. He knew his aunt and uncle were kind people, but he didn't want to let his sister go too soon. It was only after much effort that they found their biological sister, and not long after, this girl found a career friend. Every time Adonis thought about this, he felt uneasy and wanted to beat up Hassan. Oh, engagement, these things you can arrange, I don't mind, Kelly said. Adonis nodded, alright, I'll discuss with Uncle and Aunt Hope. As for Hassan's opinion, he didn't care at all. Even a fool would know the guy would definitely agree. This kid really had it easy. By the way, there's a charity gala coming up soon. Many reporters will be taking photos. Do you want to represent our family? Adonis asked. Celebrities who associate with resource industry tycoons are highly praised by journalists, so it's a great opportunity. Kelly shook her head, no, I'm not interested. Okay, Adonis replied. He recalled how Adrian would beg their parents to attend such grand parties whenever needed in the Flynn family. Her goal was naturally to establish herself as the perfect daughter in front of netizens. It really took a lot of effort. Thinking of Adrian, Adonis suddenly felt like it had been a long time ago. He wondered how she was doing now. Of course, he wasn't missing her, he was just feeling nostalgic. You rest. I'm leaving. Adonis said. Okay, Kelly nodded and watched her brother leave the room. As soon as Adonis left, the judge's brush floated out, and Andres' figure appeared in midair. I didn't expect your background to be so complicated. TSK, a mountain god descends to become a true heiress, quite interesting, he remarked. Lately, Andres had been browsing non-stop on his mobile phone, finding it incredibly fascinating. Anything from south to north could be seen, especially celebrity gossip. Just input a star's name, and tons of information would pop up. And it was only then that Andres realized Kelly was already so famous. How could everyone be gods yet only she achieved so much? I advise you to stop looking at those pointless things, Kelly muttered. Andres shook his head with a smile, I find it interesting. You and your career friend are amusing too. When your brother said you two might get engaged, there will surely be a flood of news about you online. TSK, fans must be thrilled. This guy's chatter was getting more offbeat. Who knew if it was because of the internet? Kelly wanted to snatch the phone from him but thought he was too bored and let it go. By the way, your divine soul can exist in the judge's brush. Can other deities' souls do the same? She asked. Andres nodded, of course, but finding their weapons isn't easy. At that time, the celestial realm was popularizing embedding part of one's soul into weapons to enhance intimacy and functionality. Who knew this trend would actually lead to my successful reunion? Thinking about this, Andres truly thanked his tendency to follow trends. Kelly's eyes sparkled, then I'll pay attention to acquiring some divine artifacts. Sure, Andres nodded. I've also been cultivating divine power recently. I wonder what your divine power is like. After it entered my body, I felt a sense of vitality. Could you be the legendary savior? Andres' words made Kelly puzzled. What savior? I've never heard of it. Andres smiled and shook his head, that's because you're too young. We old-timers have lived for millions of years. Sometimes it's better you don't know certain things. I hope you're not that savior. After saying this, Andres vanished, seeming reluctant to talk further. Kelly frowned, curious. At this moment, her phone rang. It was Edison calling. Was he pushing for another live stream? Kelly felt a bit exhausted. It seemed that being a celebrity wasn't easy either. However, as an agent, Edison didn't have it any better. The netizens first urged him. Thinking of this, Kelly answered the call, and Edison's carefree voice came from the other end. The renovation workers called me, saying that the Lou Galing Mountain Villa is ready. It's equipped with a password lock. I've sent you the password on WeChat. You can go and check it out whenever you have time. However, don't move in for the time being. After all, it's newly renovated, so there might still be some harmful substances. Take care of yourself. I need to get back to work. The villa is actually finished. Kelly's eyes lit up, eagerly looking forward to checking it out. The next day. Waking up in the morning, Kelly had indeed been very tired lately, and even though her divine soul was supporting her body, rest was still needed. She yawned as she went downstairs. Alea was already radiant and smiling at her daughter. Tyra, you're awake? Alea hurriedly asked the maid to reheat the meal. Lately, Todd had claimed he had a bad head, but in reality, it did help. He didn't consider how his parents and elder brother should be dealt with, but he thought about the maids and other servants in the house. He had sent them all away on a holiday during those days, leading everyone to wonder what had happened. Sitting beside Alea, Kelly saw that although she was more energetic, she still had large dark circles under her eyes, which made Kelly feel very sorry. Alea, who cared so much about her appearance, must have been troubled by this. Tamara, let me help you remove the dark circles, Kelly suggested. Alea touched her eye bags, full of surprise. Can they really be removed? I just called my regular beauty salon. They said injections are required to remove them. But I really don't want all sorts of things injected into my skin. It sounds disgusting. Kelly nodded. She gently touched Alea's eyes with her hand. Her hand contained a small amount of divine power, which was very gentle, so Alea didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt cool and comfortable. After a while, Kelly moved her fingers away. Done, she said. Chapter 540, Something is off with Hurley. Verity immediately picked up the small mirror from the coffee table to check. The dark circles under her eyes, which had been so prominent just now, were completely gone. She was actually cured. Moreover, all those fine lines under her eyes also vanished. So amazing, she couldn't help but marvel. Her daughter was worth more than countless beauty parlors combined. Verity felt a warm glow in her heart. Tamara, if you have any skin issues next time, come to me for help, Kelly said. Verity nodded enthusiastically and took out her phone to send a message inviting the ladies for mahjong. Today they will definitely ask where I did my beauty treatment. These people are always comparing their looks. Today, I can definitely outshine them all, making them envious. Kelly smiled and nodded, finding her mother quite adorable. Inside the judge's pen, Andre sucked in a breath. He had never seen anyone use divine power this way. It was truly a waste. This girl really spoiled her family. Even he felt a bit jealous, wishing he could have a daughter. But as just an ethereal spirit, how could he really have a daughter? Andres felt very conflicted. He could only work harder at cultivating himself, hoping that one day he could transform into a physical being. After breakfast, Kelly went to the hospital and gave Gregor his daily treatment. Now he could lift light objects with his hands. Complete recovery was just around the corner. If it weren't for Tyra, I don't know what I would do, Gregor couldn't help but sigh. He felt incredibly fortunate to have met this sister. Meeting me means second brother has good luck, Kelly said with a smile. Gregor nodded earnestly. Audrey, seeing that he was really alright, felt relieved and almost wanted to cry. It had been such a difficult time. Recently, online reviews had slowly started to improve, giving Audrey a sense of vindication. Elspeth has also been taking very good care of second brother, Kelly suddenly remarked. As she spoke, she blinked her eyes, causing Audrey to lower her head shyly, her face flushed red. Yes, we must really thank Elspeth and her mom, Gregor said seriously. Yesterday, he had privately contacted some patients and learned that it was Audrey's mom who organized everyone to record that video. He was deeply moved. Second brother, mere words aren't enough, you should show your gratitude practically, Kelly said. Now she was thinking about playing matchmaker. Audrey understood and blushed even more. Gregor didn't get it, what do you mean? Of course. Before Kelly could explain, Audrey hastily interjected, it means nothing. Sister Brooke just likes to talk nonsense. Huh, Dr. Flynn once saved my mom, and we've always remembered your kindness. Verbal thanks are enough. There's no need to make things so formal between us. This girl really lacked courage. Kelly sighed, while Audrey knew she was a bit cowardly but couldn't help it. Perhaps love is like this. Whenever she saw Dr. Flynn, her mind became too muddled to think clearly and she could only feel admiration. After I recover, I will certainly treat more patients diligently and live up to everyone's expectations, Gregor said. Audrey nodded, I believe you. Gregor needed rest, so the two left the ward. Why are you so timid now when you used to be so talkative? Kelly teased Audrey. Blushing, she shook her head, feeling embarrassed. Sister Brooke, I know you've seen through my thoughts. Sigh, Dr. Flynn is like the moon in the sky to me. I really don't dare to approach him. Consider me cowardly. Using moon in the sky as a metaphor, Kelly helplessly flicked her forehead. Actually, my second brother is very easygoing. You'll understand if you interact with him. The problem is I'm too scared even to interact with him, Audrey said. Today, Kelly finally understood the frustration of wishing someone would toughen up. But thinking about the possibility of this little girl becoming her sister-in-law made her feel a bit alarmed. Forget it, let's leave it at that, she said. Audrey nodded, as long as I can stay by Dr. Flynn's side, I'm content. For me, that's already the best outcome. A confirmed romance brain, Kelly raised an eyebrow, silently criticizing in her heart. Oh right, when will your variety show resume? I can't wait, Audrey asked, her eyes shining brightly. She clearly couldn't wait to see it again. Don't know, probably in a while, Kelly replied. Okay, Audrey drooped her head again. Kelly's pocket buzzed twice. Cliff called. She slid her finger to answer. Tyra, I. Cliff's voice seemed to carry a note of terror. What could have frightened this experienced veteran to such an extent? Hurley seems to be acting out of his mind today. After waking up, he's become a completely different person, insisting on jumping off the building. My mother and I couldn't persuade him, so we had to tie him to the bed. I think he might be possessed. Can you come over and check? As Cliff spoke, several furious roars could be heard in the background. You're the one who's possessed. Your whole family is. Old good for nothing. Daring to scold me. Who do you think wants to be here anyway? Such irascible words couldn't possibly come from Hurley himself. After all, he didn't have the guts for it. Kelly immediately agreed. All right, I'll go take a look. What happened? Audrey asked. There's a situation with Hurley. Do you want to come along? Kelly said. Audrey sensed a juicy story, her eyes lighting up instantly. Sure, of course we should go. The two set off immediately, taking a taxi downstairs to Dunk's place, just narrowly missing Hassan. Today, he woke up to hear his parents discussing engagement plans with Adonis, leaving him utterly stunned, hardly believing it. So after breakfast, Hassan went straight to find Kelly, rushing to the hospital upon learning she was there. He wanted to ask if it was true. Now his feelings were just like those of someone who had just won several million unexpectedly, hard to believe yet filled with anticipation. However, Hassan found no one at the hospital. Gregor's face clearly showed that he was unwelcome. But Hassan seemed oblivious to his expression and sat down next to him, still wearing that bewildered smile. Gregor felt goosebumps all over, unsure what wind had blown through him. He had never seen Hassan act this way before. Do you know? Hassan suddenly spoke, making Gregor snap to attention. My parents were talking about my engagement with Tyra today. Gregor was incredulous, sitting up in bed. Chapter 541, Divine Beast Mateo? Almost instinctively, Gregor immediately retorted, you wish. He still needed to carefully evaluate things and did not want to marry Kelly off so soon. Hassan, who should have been angry upon hearing this, instead chuckled in a dazed manner. If his fans saw him like this, they would undoubtedly exclaim how adorable their idol was. Right, I thought so too, but it turns out to be true. After the engagement, Tyra will be my wife. When Hassan said the word wife, he spoke very softly with a voice full of sweetness, nearly driving Gregor to distraction. Get out of my ward now. I don't want to see you. However, Hassan paid him no heed. He opened his phone and entered his alternate account to browse the fan group dedicated to him and Tyra's couple status. Indeed, right from the start of their relationship, he had joined anonymously and was already recognized as a master of posting sweet moments between them. Hassan silently sent a message. Hold on everyone, let me talk first. The red notification flashed, and everyone instantly stopped scrolling. Smiling, Hassan continued typing. Based on my inside information, Brooke Jing's CP is very likely to get engaged in the near future. Instantly, the group erupted. No way, they're really getting engaged. I heard Kelly's family wasn't okay with it. What happened so suddenly? This will surely make Hassan incredibly happy. None of the CPs I've followed ever made it this far. If this pair actually gets engaged, I'll be happier than Hassan. This informant has always been accurate, so we can start celebrating. Those Alice fans were saying recently that Hassan has someone else on his mind. This is going to be a huge slap in their faces. I'm so happy. I've been dieting these days. After knowing this good news about brother and sister, I won't hold back and will order some delicious takeaway for myself. Seeing all the congratulations in the group, Hassan felt extremely delighted, completely ignoring the man beside him who kept rolling his eyes. Feeling great today, he happily chatted more with the netizens. Meanwhile, Kelly had arrived at the Dunk residence. She had barely climbed the stairs when she heard wailing and shouting from inside. I ended up possessing a brat's body. Who allowed him to buy me stuff? How did this happen? I want to leave. Ah, such humiliation. Suddenly, Judge Cody's scribe pen emerged and spun around a few times. Kelly knew it wanted to speak but was worried about scaring Audrey. Elspeth also practices mystic arts. You can speak directly, she said. Judge Cody instantly appeared in midair. Even Audrey gasped at the sight. What kind of high-tech is this? It looks impressive, she remarked. Ignoring her comment for now, Judge Cody urged, I think I recognize the person inside this room. It's Mateo. Just hearing all the Lotsa makes me sure it's him. What a foul mouth. Recalling Mateo's loquaciousness, Judge Cody felt nauseous. Though they used to argue frequently, it was interesting now since everyone was gone. Kelly, having heard tales of the divine beast Mateo before, knocked on the door, quite curious. Judge Cody quickly hid in her pocket, not wanting to confront Mateo yet due to their unpleasant past. The door opened, and Draper rushed out. Seeing Kelly, he looked like he'd found a savior. I once thought this guy was stupid and useless, but never imagined he'd end up like this, giving us both and his mom a headache. Especially frustrating, I wish I could punch him. Kelly nodded. Let's go inside and see what's going on. Draper led them in, while complaints continued. You dogs, dare to restrain me, thinking that by confining me, I'll obey? If I still had the power I once did, I'd kill you all to show the consequences of opposing me. Hearing repeatedly grated on one's nerves. Draper sighed deeply. If this thing weren't using my son's body, I'd have killed it already. Entering the room, Kelly saw Hurley, struggling violently and looking up with fierce eyes. Another one of our kind. There are still others alive in this world. Fantastic. Hearing this, Draper looked shockingly at the two, unable to comprehend what was happening. Are you Mateo? Kelly asked. Hurley nodded heavily. Yes, it's me, but I remember I was dead. This morning, for some reason, I came back in this ordinary human body. My reputation of a lifetime being swallowed by a human, how could I not be angry? Hearing this, Draper pouted. The ones who should be angry are my son and I. He was fine until you messed him up like this, and now we have to put up with your abuse. Hurley rolled his eyes. What do you mean, fine? It must be something your son did that caused me to end up like this. Draper was clearly unconvinced. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Kelly felt her headache intensify. Can both of you stop talking for a bit? Let me see how I can fix this, she said. Hearing the possibility of a solution, both of them, though glaring at each other, obediently shut their mouths. Kelly snapped her fingers, forcing Judge Cody to float in midair. Mateo immediately squinted his eyes. Scribe pen of Cody? Could it be that not only I have revived, but this guy has also come back? Cody reluctantly left the scribe pen, appearing in midair. Upon seeing him, Mateo bared his teeth, an instinctive reaction of dislike. Hurley's usually handsome face now looked fiercely wild. Audrey watched with bright eyes. He looked even more attractive this way. Cody, when did you revive, and why aren't you in a human body? How do you still have your own body? Mateo demanded. Cody pouted. Who says I have my own body? Only my divine soul revived. What about you? How did you end up parasitizing a human? As a god, doing such a thing is a laughingstock. If our former companions knew, they'd laugh at you. I didn't want to. Mateo retorted immediately. Seeing that they wouldn't stop, Kelly felt increasingly irritated. If you two keep spouting nonsense here, do you believe I won't make you unable to speak? She said coldly. Chapter 542 Temporarily suppressing Mateo. Confronted with the enraged Kelly, the renowned Mateo and Cody were both intimidated. After all, they were only divine souls now, whereas she was truly formidable. Finally, there was peace in her ears. You couldn't have entered Hurley's body out of nowhere. There must have been a medium. What happened? Kelly asked. This time, Mateo did not dare to babble nonsensically but instead frowned and pondered deeply, then his eyes lit up suddenly. Right, he bought my jade pendant, he said. As he spoke, Mateo reached into his pocket and pulled out a jade pendant adorned with a lifelike and vivid image of the divine beast Mateo. It seems he was injured, and a drop of blood fell on the jade pendant, then I woke up like this out of nowhere. Mateo sounded very aggrieved as he spoke. After all, he was a divine beast. Cody turned his back, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter, showing no trace of sympathy between the two. Seeing his demeanor, Mateo gritted his teeth in anger. If only he could transform into his divine beast form right now, he would give this guy a lesson on his behind. Kelly turned to look at Cody, realizing what he was doing. She sighed deeply. Stop laughing. Do you know what's going on? Cody turned around, his face flushed red from obvious mirth, yet he tried to feign seriousness. Yes, I have a rough idea, he said. Everyone inside looked at him expectantly. Cody felt immense pressure and casually sat down in the air, even crossing his legs. Kelly was about to snap but held back because Cody was her senior. The situation is this: as a divine beast, Mateo doesn't have his own life-bound talisman. This jade pendant is so lifelike that it lured his divine soul to inhabit it. When a human accidentally dropped blood on it, they successfully formed a contract. In other words, from now on, Mateo will be this human's mount and must call him master. He's currently inside the human's body because the human is too weak. Once Mateo learns to control his power, he can leave. Hurley had inadvertently contracted Mateo without knowing it, leaving it uncertain whether this was good or bad luck. Cliff gaped in disbelief. So, does this mean my son isn't an ordinary human anymore? Cody nodded. You're smart. You can put it that way. Suddenly, Cliff felt like something exploded in his head. His greatest hope had always been for a grandson. How could he think about grandchildren if his son wasn't even human? Oh no, the dream of having descendants to bring joy in old age, was it all over? Seeing Cliff's expression as if the sky had fallen, Kelly understood what he was thinking. She felt somewhat helpless but still offered an explanation. Calling him not human is just saying he has special abilities. With Mateo's power at his disposal, he can still marry and have children, unaffected. The prospect of using powers while still being able to marry and have children brought a smile to Cliff's face again, clearly feeling hopeful for the future once more. But while he rejoiced, Mateo was seething with rage. Why should I serve this ordinary human as a mount? Do you know who I am? Just thinking about it drove him mad, especially since Cody would definitely mock him over this. It was unbearable. After some thought, Mateo suddenly found this body not entirely unacceptable. Why not just live inside it? Why leave? Fine, stop thinking about kids. From now on, I'll be the master of this body. Saying this arrogantly, Mateo suddenly sensed the atmosphere turning odd. Turning to Kelly, he saw her looking extremely stern. His instinct as a divine beast told him that if he dared to take over this body, it would end disastrously, though he felt utterly frustrated. Don't you feel ashamed bullying an ordinary human? Are you really a divine beast? Cody added from the side. If you dare, you can try, Kelly muttered coldly. Mateo used Holly's face to express his aggrieved feelings. What should I do? Does anyone here care? A tear seemed to shimmer in the corner of his eye. Seeing his son act this way, Cliff gnashed his teeth, wanting nothing more than to punch him twice. It was sickening. Audrey also felt speechless. She turned away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Hurley was no longer the cool, handsome guy in her eyes. Audrey also felt speechless. She turned away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Hurley was no longer the cool, handsome guy in her eyes. Ha, he'd become a fool. Of course we'll manage you. If you're willing to stay inside him and behave well, I promise to help your divine soul grow stronger, Kelly assured. She started to paint a rosy picture. This way, there's a chance you might be able to recover your divine body in the future, which of course means you can leave this body. Mateo stared at Kelly, thinking. As a divine beast, he naturally couldn't match humans in intellect. After careful thought, he did feel it made some sense. But you have to keep your word and help me, otherwise, I have 10,000 ways to let this body die, he said. Just after Mateo made his threat, Cody added quietly, do you think if this body dies, you will still live? Kelly raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, I always keep my promises. Now, try to reduce your power. Hearing this, Mateo obediently followed the instructions. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and fell onto the bed. Cliff gasped in shock and rushed to guard beside the bed, fearing his son would fall as well. The person on the bed opened his eyes again. Hurley looked bewildered at the crowd by his bed and hurriedly checked if he was clothed. Only after confirming he was dressed did he sigh in relief. He grabbed the blanket to cover himself and asked in confusion, why are all of you surrounding me so early in the morning? You finally came back to life, brat. Did you know you were almost dead just now? Cliff immediately stepped forward. He really slapped Hurley, still shaken from the scare. Why did you have to buy that jade pendant? Now we're connected to this big shot. How are we supposed to live from now on? Hurley felt aggrieved and bewildered. He woke up to find a crowd around his bed, and his own father even hit him. Gathering his courage, he pushed Cliff aside, about to ask what happened, when he heard his father scream. Cliff slammed heavily into a wall several meters away. The crack in the wall showed how much force was exerted. Hurley looked down at his hand in disbelief. He had only lightly pushed. What happened? Where did this strength come from? Chapter 543, Fusion with Mateo. What's going on? I was just an ordinary person, and now I've suddenly become a super strong man? Hurley, bewildered by what he said, slapped the bed on which he was lying with all his might. Instantly, a booming sound erupted within the room. The entire bed collapsed under the impact, causing him to roll off onto the floor, tumbling for several rounds until he landed in front of Draper. Although middle-aged, Draper still had decent physical fitness. However, this time, his son's strength really took him aback, leaving him drawing cold breaths due to the pain. Unable to hold back, he stomped on Hurley right in front of him. Draper knew it must be because of that Mateo, but he felt furious inside. How could he establish any authority in front of his son after being beaten up like a dog by him? Seeing his father stamping on him with such force, Hurley thought it would hurt terribly. To his surprise, it didn't at all. It felt as if something was shielding him, tickling his body instead. Beck, did you skip breakfast today? He asked innocently. Draper immediately felt as though he were experiencing heart failure. He turned to Kelly and asked, this Corey is completely lawless. Tyra, tell me, is there any way to make him suffer? He really wanted to kill someone. Kelly shook her head. Surprisingly, his body has fused well with Mateo. From now on, it will be hard for him to get injured or sick. There could actually be such good fortune in the world. Audrey couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, even fools have their lucky moments. She also wished she could randomly form a contract with something. As for Hurley himself, he was utterly confused. Why couldn't he understand what they were saying? Though angry, Draper still explained to his son what had happened. After listening, Hurley's eyes immediately lit up. He stood up from the floor and pulled out a vivid jade pendant from his pocket. So I've become the chosen one of this world, right? Oh my god, can you believe such good luck? Murmuring to himself, Hurley looked very surprised, as if he wanted to swallow the jade pendant. Seeing his foolish expression, Kelly felt a headache building up again. She told Draper, since the matter has been resolved satisfactorily, I'll take my leave now. Call me if you have any problems in the future. I will visit you and Mateo again in some time to talk and give him some divine power. Okay. Draper nodded heavily in agreement. Upon leaving the Dunk family home and reaching the apartment complex's entrance, Audrey finally dared to speak the words she had been holding back. Daphne, there are actually real gods in this world. But when you mentioned God's souls and other issues, it seems these gods all have problems. Has something happened? Audrey now felt that Kelly could do anything. She had even met the Lord of the Netherworld and Mateo. Moreover, those two deities seemed very afraid of her. What kind of powerful ability was this? Of course there are real gods. Didn't you forget I had you worship the deer spirit mountain deity before? You received guidance from it, didn't you? Kelly asked. Hearing this, Audrey nodded bashfully, but people need to see things with their own eyes to truly believe. In the past, the deer spirit mountain deity directly implanted knowledge into my mind. Actually seeing them now is naturally different. She understood the logic behind it, so Kelly nodded. Yes, there are gods in this world, but they went through a cartoon-like transformation and are currently very weak. They will recover eventually. How long will it eventually be? Audrey asked. Kelly's expression suddenly turned nostalgic. It could be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. But as long as there's hope, it's fine. They will all come back eventually. I miss them. Audrey's heart pounded uncontrollably several times upon hearing Kelly say this. A faint golden light surrounded her when she spoke. An impossible idea flashed in her mind, but wasn't this too fantastical? Alright, do you want to go home alone or come back with me? Kelly asked. I should check on my parents first. They call often because they're always worried about me due to my profession, Audrey said with a smile. From her facial expression, it was clear she had a very happy family. Alright, then go back first. I'll watch you hail a cab before I leave, Kelly said. Audrey opened her phone and ordered a ride, remarking, Daphne, you're so attentive. If I ever have a career friend in the future, he won't be able to meet your standards, and I'd definitely feel let down. Pity you're set in your gender, and you already have a career friend. Otherwise, I'd give it a try. Hearing this, Kelly smiled helplessly. Having spent so much time in modern society, she naturally knew that young people didn't care much about gender anymore. She also didn't mind, believing love should be pure and unaffected by labels. However, she remained heterosexual. Before long, the ride-sharing car arrived in front of the two, and Audrey waved her hand vigorously. Bye, Daphne. I'm going home to continue watching your variety show as if we're still together. Alright, Kelly replied. As she watched the car leave, a taxi happened to stop in front of her, and she immediately hailed it. During the ride, Kelly opened her phone and found numerous messages from Hassan. He had never messaged her so intensively before, something must have happened. She scrolled up, wanting to check the earlier messages first. Tyra, I never expected such a sudden surprise. I thought your family would allow us to truly get engaged much later. This is great, from now on, we'll start our own little family. Do you have any preferred place to live? I can buy a new house, or do you like any particular wedding dress or ring that I should customize? How about making the entire venue filled with flowers on our engagement day? Roses? Tyra, when I went to Uncle Flynn's house, they told me you were at the hospital. By the time I got there, you had already left. But it doesn't matter. I sat there for a while to calm down. Your second brother seemed unhappy about our engagement, but I ignored him. I really miss you so much and want to share this joy with you. Posting this on Weibo should be fine, right? Anyway, everyone will know eventually. It was clear that Hassan was almost ecstatic with happiness. Kelly sighed helplessly, her smile sweet. The Zachariah, who had been secretly glancing at her through the rearview mirror, couldn't resist speaking up. Miss, you really look like a celebrity. Her name is Kelly. Are you her? This celebrity is extremely popular now. My friends are all fans, and my girlfriend likes her so much that she keeps saying she wants to be her wife. I'm quite jealous. Hearing this, Kelly looked up. The Zachariah appeared honest and kind, but his partner didn't seem to be doing well. I am her, she said. Chapter 544, Forced Marriage. The Zachariah was shocked and delighted when Kelly agreed. He never thought that one day he would actually encounter a celebrity while driving a taxi. So, could you give me an autograph? I have a picture of you in the drawer of my car. My girlfriend looks at it every time she gets in the car, saying she wishes she could be as beautiful as you. Oh, there's also a pen in the drawer because I thought there might be a chance to meet you and ask for her autograph. The Zachariah wished he could get everything himself, but since there were no traffic lights ahead, he had to let Kelly do it herself. She leaned forward slightly, took the items, and signed her name on the photo. My girlfriend will definitely be thrilled. Thank you. From now on, I'll definitely encourage her to keep supporting you. We'll both be your fans. You're really a good person, the Zachariah said emotionally. Actually, Kelly didn't quite understand why people loved her so much, but she felt happy too. Thinking for a moment, she reminded him, isn't your girlfriend back home? The Zachariah was taken aback, not expecting Kelly to know this. Then he remembered how his girlfriend always praised her, saying she knew everything from astronomy to geography and could even predict the future. He used to think it was just part of her public persona, but now it seemed like it was true. Yeah, my girlfriend's parents said an elder was sick recently, so she went back home to check on them. Sure enough, she was right. Kelly nodded and continued, your girlfriend doesn't usually have a good relationship with her family and has been out of touch with them. The Zachariah gasped inwardly, thinking it was really amazing. Mainly because my girlfriend's parents are terrible people. They named her Philomena, hope for a brother, and wanted her to work hard from a young age to support her younger brother. What could my girlfriend do? She ran away from the mountains, picking up trash to put herself through school. Every time I think about it, I feel so angry. As he spoke, tears welled up in the Zachariah's eyes. Clearly, he cared deeply for his girlfriend. Their conversation grew deeper, and Kelly became more accurate in predicting his girlfriend's situation. Without a word, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Hassan. I have something to take care of now and probably won't be back until tonight. Can we discuss the engagement tomorrow? Hassan replied immediately, agreeing. He always gave Kelly space, so he didn't say anything more. Young lady, your girlfriend is in danger right now. Turn around and head to her hometown immediately, Kelly said after putting her phone away. The Zachariah exclaimed in surprise, clearly not understanding how their pleasant chat suddenly turned into a warning of danger for his girlfriend. This time they asked your girlfriend to come home not because an elder was sick but because they want to marry her off to a single man in the village and use the dowry to buy a car for her brother. Upon hearing this, the Zachariah's expression changed dramatically. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, thankfully able to switch lanes soon after. He quickly turned the car without considering whether what Kelly said was true or false. If it was false, that would be best, but if it were true, he must go. How can there be such heartless parents? They're not even human, deceiving their own child like this. They should be sent to jail, animals. If it's true, I'll grab my girlfriend's brother and punch him in the face the moment I get there. As a man, he should strive instead of relying on selling his sister. It's disgusting. The Zachariah cursed loudly, completely ignoring the fact that a female celebrity was sitting behind him. He was furious. Kelly understood completely. Just a few curses were too lenient for those people. Without her involvement, the girl would indeed be sold to an old bachelor. On her wedding night, she would be tied up, unable to resist. The next day, when freed, she might immediately try to hurt herself by hitting the wall. It was unimaginable how painful it would be for the girl to be betrayed by her own family. Even when Kelly predicted such a scene, she found it nauseating. Should we take another mode of transportation? Will taking the taxi get us there in time? The Zachariah asked, wanting to reach the place as fast as possible. Of course it will be in time. Your girlfriend's hometown isn't that far from here, Kelly replied. Her eyes flashed as she voiced her thoughts. Today is the day of their wedding. At our current speed, we will arrive just in time to see your girlfriend being forced to attend the wedding tied up. When that happens, you'll have evidence, and you can do whatever you want. The Zachariah immediately understood. Thinking of his girlfriend being forced to marry a bachelor, he was almost fuming. He would definitely not let those people off easily. Even if he called the police, justice would still be on their side. The rest of the journey was spent in silence. Kelly gazed out the car window, watching the scenery recede. She would stop occasionally to calculate, confirming they would arrive in time. In fact, even if the car's speed wasn't fast enough, she had other ways to prevent this. They arrived at the village just before noon. The village was small, and as soon as they reached the entrance, they could hear the sounds of drums and cymbals. The Zachariah cursed under his breath and rushed towards his girlfriend's house without another word to Kelly. When he got there, he saw his girlfriend with her hands tied, tears streaming down her face, struggling for dear life. Sis, you're my real sister. How can our family harm you? Uncle Dung has wanted you for years. After you ran away, he didn't say anything. Now he still wants you and doesn't mind that you have a career-friend. Such a good man is hard to find. Your current career-friend hasn't proposed yet, otherwise, why wouldn't he have mentioned the dowry? So don't blame us, blame your career-friend for not caring about you enough. Her brother, grinning slyly, encouraged her, clearly the biggest beneficiary of this situation. He hoped his sister would marry the old bachelor. The parents, impatient, grabbed their daughter's arms and pinched her flesh. You ungrateful thing, it's your wedding day, why are you crying and disgracing our family? If we knew you'd be so rebellious, we should have smothered you at birth, saving all the trouble of raising you only to have you disobey us. I think being seduced by that career-friend made you wild. You never acted like this before you found a career-friend. The insults grew worse and worse, until the Zachariah could no longer bear it. He charged forward and punched the girl's brother in the face. To hell with you. Why don't you earn your own money instead of eyeing your sister's dowry? We'll see how you hold the wedding today. Seeing her career-friend, the girl's eyes lit up with joy. Chapter 545, Having a Meal at Home. Seeing that Moxie's family was about to take action, Kelly immediately snapped her fingers to stop them. Those who were rolling up their sleeves and grabbing tools to rush forward stopped in place, unable to move, with only their eyes filled with panic showing any sign of life. Watching her brother about to be beaten to death, the girlfriend quickly rushed forward to hug the Zachariah from behind, stopping him with a startled cry, "Way, stop it. If this goes on, something bad will happen. If something happens to you, what will I do? I'll surely be forced to marry someone else. Is it worth going to prison for such a beast?" Her words succeeded in making Xavier stop his hand. He kicked his brother hard again, causing another pained scream. With his anger finally somewhat relieved, Xavier turned to look at his poor girlfriend with concern. "Galenly, luckily I came today, otherwise I don't know what would have happened to you." Sierra nodded heavily, her eyes filled with admiration and happiness as she looked at him. Suddenly, both of them froze. They suddenly noticed something was wrong. Why wasn't anyone around moving? It was as if they had all been petrified. Xavier turned to look at Kelly. Was it you who made them stop? His mind was buzzing with disbelief. In the past, he had only seen people freeze others in TV shows. He never imagined it could actually happen in real life. Could this person really be a true immortal? Kelly nodded and snapped her fingers again. The previously frozen people returned to normal, frightened out of their wits. Ghost. There's a ghost. They shouted and scattered, not daring to lay a finger on anyone, fearing being targeted by the ghost. Xavier and Sierra embraced each other, standing still. One reason was because Kelly had helped them, so they weren't scared. The other was that Sierra was too stunned by meeting her idol. Pinch me. See if I'm dreaming. My goddess actually appeared before me. Sierra, in shock, pushed Xavier, feeling so happy she could burst with joy. It's real, Kelly said, smiling as she walked closer. You two have a rightful connection. From now on, your path will be smooth and full of love. Moreover, they would support each other in their marriage, and their lives would gradually improve. Heaven. You're actually Kelly. Sierra was nearly overcome with excitement, while Xavier looked back at the direction of her home and said, let's get in the car and leave this cursed place. We'll never come back. Once your parents are old, we can regularly send them pensions. In Xavier's opinion, Sierra's brother was nothing but trouble and had no prospects. They needed to stay far away from these people. After getting into the taxi, they sped off without hesitation, regardless of what the villagers thought. Scaring them would be for the best, preventing any further mischief. In the car, Sierra took deep breaths and turned to look at Kelly beside her. She couldn't understand how someone could be so beautiful. Not just her skin but also her facial features were perfect, and she smelled wonderful. Seeing his girlfriend's less than competent appearance through the rearview mirror, Xavier felt a bit annoyed, as if he sensed betrayal. Since you've helped us so much, we don't know how to repay you. It's almost evening, would you like to come over for dinner? Xavier asked awkwardly. He was very poor, but his cooking skills were decent. He had originally planned to open a restaurant, but lacked the capital. Knowing Kelly loved food, Sierra eagerly added, my career friend cooks especially well. I can always finish 3 bowls whenever he makes food. Checking the time on her phone after hearing this, Kelly saw it was exactly 6:30, and having dinner wouldn't take too long. Then I should go try it, she said with a smile. Sierra nodded vigorously, becoming even happier. The rented apartment was in an old residential complex on the 6th floor, accessible only by stairs, but Kelly was in good physical shape and didn't feel the strain. It was Sierra and Xavier who were panting, clearly exhausted. Upon opening the door, they entered the small space, which was rather cramped but exceptionally clean, with a fresh scent in the air. It was evident that the residents kept it well maintained. You probably haven't seen such a small home, Sierra said embarrassedly to Kelly. Only now did she realize inviting someone over for dinner might have been a mistake. The place was indeed quite shabby. I've lived in unfinished homes during filming before. Your place is great and feels warm, Kelly smiled warmly to ease the tension. Sierra relaxed and nodded vigorously. She sighed inwardly, appreciating how kind and likable Kelly was, a truly deserving idol. Xavier went to cook in the kitchen while Sierra accompanied him. Kelly was seated on a small sofa, and with some free time, she checked her phone to find many messages from Edison. Why didn't you inform me in advance about your engagement? I need some time to prepare on my side. Now Weibo is down, the higher-ups just talked to me. I really am the most unfortunate agent ever. Most importantly, besides being agents, we are also friends. Keeping this from me seems a bit too much, doesn't it? Not in the mood to read through more messages, Kelly raised an eyebrow. Even she herself was unaware of this news. Had the date been set already? She opened Weibo and saw that the top trending topic was indeed about this. It was posted by Hassan, and joy radiated from every word he wrote. Netizens below were all congratulating him. Finally able to marry your loved one, huh? Don't be too happy, big bro. We fans thought you'd end up alone forever, never expecting such a beautiful sister-in-law. Ha 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 ha, previously I also thought Jeff in the entertainment circle could not be matched by any star until Kelly appeared. She's stunning. Feeling like there's mysticism around Kelly. Though she grew up with innocence, her present self feels entirely different from before. She has an extraordinary beauty now even though she has the same face. The floor above, it's because of her aura. A person's aura can change dramatically. Seeing the blessings from netizens, Kelly thought for a while and chose to retweet Hassan's post. Since she had no idea what was happening, it was best to follow his lead for now. Shortly after posting, she felt the page freeze, turning completely white. Only after exiting the app did it return to normal. Kelly's phone buzzed. It was Edison calling. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she clicked to accept the call. Ancestor, stop harming me like this. Not only did Hassan not inform me, but you didn't either. Did you even look at the messages I sent? Edison seemed ready to burst into flames, tears welling up in frustration, looking quite pitiful. Yet Kelly found it amusing. Chapter 546. Someone is following. I thought that since Hassan had already made the announcement, netizens wouldn't be so agitated. I didn't expect it. Kelly said guiltily. Edison sucked in a cold breath. Do you know how many fans both of you have? Combined, it's probably a few 100 million. There are many people who pay attention to you. So, next time never do this kind of self-assumed thing again. I'm really afraid that during my sleep at night, Weibo's upper management might send someone to assassinate me. Thinking of this possibility gave Edison goosebumps all over his body. Was it still in time if he turned off his phone now? Okay, next time if there's any situation, I'll notify you first, Kelly said. Edison sighed and hung up the phone on his end. He felt that being an agent was truly difficult. Ordinary people couldn't handle the psychological pressure. On Kelly's side, Sierra brought a plate of braised eggplant over, placed it in front of her, and fetched an empty bowl and chopsticks. Our meal here will still take some time. You eat first, no need to wait for us. After all, we're preparing this meal just for you, she said. The braised eggplant looked very appetizing. Kelly felt a bit hungry, so she nodded in agreement. After Sierra returned to the kitchen, Kelly used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised eggplant and put it into her mouth. The slightly sweet and fragrant taste satisfied her very much. Indeed, it was delicious. They finished the meal with great satisfaction. Kelly looked earnestly at Xavier and asked, with your cooking skills, have you ever thought about opening a restaurant? He laughed and shook his head when he heard this. Forget about opening a restaurant, our family doesn't have that much money. I've thought about it, but it's not easy. Sierra nodded beside him. Actually, we're saving up to open a restaurant, but even initial capital needs at least 100,000 yuan. Now we only have 20,000. They still had daily expenses, and their salaries were not high. Therefore, these 20,000 had been accumulated with great difficulty. Kelly nodded. She wasn't someone who liked to seek trouble for herself, but Xavier's dishes were so amazing that she wanted to try them again next time. In that case, I can invest in you, but I want shares, she said. Sierra and Xavier's eyes instantly widened, clearly not expecting such good fortune. I'll send someone over in a few days to discuss it with you. Just wait, Kelly said. She didn't understand these matters, so she had to ask her brother first, have him send a lawyer to talk things over in detail. Thank you so much, Sierra stood up, crying. During their chat in the kitchen, Sierra learned from Xavier that if it weren't for Kelly, she would have been sold to that bachelor today. It's okay, meeting me is also fate for both of you, Kelly smiled. Seeing Sierra crying more profusely, she quickly stood up and said she needed to leave, telling Xavier to stay behind to take care of his girlfriend without seeing her off. When she walked down to the residential building's entrance, Kelly let out a deep sigh. She really didn't like watching others cry. Although she knew Sierra was moved, it still gave her goosebumps all over. Taxis were hard to come by in this old neighborhood, so Kelly had to walk outside first. Footsteps not too far or too close sounded behind her. Her ears twitched slightly, and she glanced sideways unobtrusively. They seemed to be two men in work uniforms walking in the dark. If one had poor eyesight, they definitely wouldn't see clearly. What did they want to do? Just as Kelly was puzzled, the judge's pen floated out of her pocket. There was no reaction behind her, indicating that Clyde had voluntarily concealed himself to avoid being seen by ordinary people. There are two people following you. They don't seem to have good intentions. Clyde's figure appeared in midair, saying this to Kelly. She nodded, let's see. I'll help keep an eye on them, Clyde said. His gaze fiercely focused on the two men behind, while Kelly maintained a calm expression, steadily walking forward. Before long, she heard sparse voices talking. Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Damn, I've got goosebumps all over, feeling terrible. At this late hour, who could possibly be watching us? Don't imagine things. Follow this woman first. Such a low voice, ordinary people wouldn't hear it, but the ones they were following today were Kelly. Knowing their evil intentions, Kelly slightly adjusted her path towards a more remote area. Clyde immediately understood what she meant. Do you want me to let these two people's souls enter my judge's pen and weave a nice dream for them right now? He asked. Clyde was eager, enjoying the feeling of creating dreams for others, doing whatever he wanted. Kelly gave him an affirmative look, and he immediately returned to the judge's pen to start acting. The two men behind had no idea what was coming for them. How is this woman getting further and further into remote areas? Isn't she afraid something might happen? Walking into a secluded area is just convenient for us too. There are indeed fools like this nowadays, daring to go out late at night and even looking so beautiful. They deserve to be targeted by us. Upon hearing this, Kelly felt a bit itchy in her hands. She also thought that the two men behind deserved to meet her today. It would be unforgettable for them. When she reached the end, there was a wall in front of her, and she stopped. The two men quickly approached, and when Kelly turned around, she saw their appearances. They were ordinary-looking, even somewhat ugly, resembling river dwarfs. Each of them held a pocket knife, baring their teeth and trying to look fierce. Hold it up, hand over everything valuable you have. Tell you, there's no surveillance here, don't try any tricks. Right, give us the money. As they looked at Kelly's attire and appearance, they felt more confident that tonight was going to be a sure thing, definitely getting a lot of money and having free fun with a woman. You want money? How much? While speaking, Kelly opened her bag, which contained nothing but a mobile phone. Young people nowadays use mobile payments when they go out, very convenient, and she was no exception. What's wrong with you? Not even a single coin. Go to the nearest bank ATM now and get cash. Don't make us do it ourselves, and best if you listen and cooperate. The two men commanded menacingly again, looking as if they couldn't wait to swallow Kelly alive. They did have some brains. If she transferred money via phone, they could be traced. Giving cash made them less traceable. What if I'm too lazy to go to the bank? Kelly asked innocently. The two men immediately widened their eyes upon hearing this. What do you mean too lazy to go to the bank? Do you not want to live anymore? Do we need to kill you right now? PFT, you bitch, are you playing with us? Upon hearing this, Kelly nodded, yes, I'm playing with you. Her answer was so casual that the two men stared at her in disbelief, clearly finding it hard to believe. How could someone be like this? In a normal situation, wouldn't someone be scared after being robbed? Are you thinking we dare not kill you? One of them stepped forward, holding a pocket knife menacingly. Chapter 547, Bring a Girlfriend Back. Whether you dare to kill me or not is none of my business, I only know that you are going to be in big trouble. Kelly said with a smile. In the bewildered and shocked looks of the two men, she snapped her fingers, and the two men slowly collapsed right before her eyes. Kelly had no interest in seeing what would become of them, nor did she have the time. She turned around and left the neighborhood directly. The fellow Andres wouldn't let them off easily, she knew that much. Inside the space of the judge's pen. In the eyes of the two men, Kelly had inexplicably vanished right in front of them, leaving them utterly confused. Where did she go? Why did she suddenly disappear? No wonder that woman spoke like that just now. She must be some mountain spirit or wild monster. We've met a demon. You're right. Looking so beautiful isn't normal at all. I've never seen anyone in real life who can be so pretty. As they muttered and walked out, a cold sneer spread across Andres' lips behind them. He couldn't wait to get his hands on these two. And behind them floated a female ghost silently. Kelly took a taxi back to the Flynn family house. Everyone was already asleep, so she yawned and went upstairs. The next day, when Kelly got up and tidied herself, the Flynn family was stunned when she came downstairs for breakfast. They hadn't expected her to come home last night. After all, she often came and went without a trace. Sitting at the dining table, Kelly noticed her parents' expressions seemed somewhat odd. Blinking her eyes, she asked, by the way, Hassan told me we are getting engaged. This matter had been discussed by both families, but the two parties involved were completely clueless, one more than the other. But Kelly didn't mind. It could be sorted out, it was just an engagement after all. Yes, it will happen in a few days. You shouldn't work during this period, within a month, said Verity. Looking at her beautiful daughter, she felt sentimental. She must get the most beautiful custom-made wedding dress in the world for Tyra and have a ceremony that attracts everyone's attention. Actually, even when Adrian was still the eldest daughter of the Flynn family, Verity had considered these things. To this day, she couldn't understand why that child had changed so much. I really don't want Tyra to get married. That Corey Hassan doesn't match her at all. I originally planned to find more candidates to check out, but didn't expect. Todd sighed inwardly, feeling quite upset, as if their precious flower was about to be planted on someone else's dung heap. Brother, Arden is really a good person, and I like him too, Kelly said earnestly. Seeing her attitude, Todd immediately put down his chopsticks, his face full of grievance. Good. It's only been such a short time together, yet you value him more than your own brother. Wah, I'm such a wronged brother. This pretentious attitude made Flynn Jia feel embarrassed just watching. Hakeem turned and asked Adonis, didn't you ask you to make an appointment for your brother to check his IQ a few days ago? Is that done? Todd widened his eyes, abruptly stood up after slamming the table. You guys. Why does the elder brother insist on taking me for a physical exam when I just had one a few months ago? Turned out you guys were waiting for me here. How can a living person like me have any IQ issues? Which one of you knows of an IQ-challenged person who can play the piano so fluently? This questioning left everyone in the Flynn family silent, even Kelly found nothing to say. Verity slowly spoke, since your IQ is fine, then you intentionally locked us in the room without food or water, wanting to starve us to death? The furious Todd deflated. Every time he thought of this incident, he felt headache and embarrassment, not knowing how to deal with it. It felt like being bullied by his own mother over this. Well, maybe there is something wrong with my IQ, but if you trace it back, you can only blame Tamara and Beck. After all, it's you two who gave birth to me. I wonder if you did genetic screening at that time. Goodness, even blaming the parents now. Hakeem and Verity exchanged glances, deciding they should probably do something today. Maybe, beat their son? Soon after, cries echoed throughout the Flynn household. Kelly and Adonis exchanged glances, finding themselves helpless. I'm wrong, my brain has no problem, everything is on me. Beck, Tamara, remember I'm your beloved son. As the saying goes, even a fierce tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Todd wailed endlessly. Recently, try on a few wedding dresses with Hassan to see which one fits best. Take photos in advance and print them on the invitations, Adonis suggested. Kelly nodded. She suddenly felt nostalgic. I am getting engaged soon, while elder brother, second brother, and third brother haven't even found girlfriends or gotten married. Isn't it time to prioritize this and bring a girlfriend home? These words gradually erased the smile from Adonis's usually calm lips. He had never imagined that one day he would be urged to get married by his own sister. But after what Adrian had done, he had completely lost any interest in women. Of course, men didn't work for him either. My marriage can wait, you should urge the other two brothers. They seem more likely to find girlfriends than I am. Adonis passed the buck directly. Kelly smiled and raised her eyebrows. Elder brother is almost there with second brother, and third brother will encounter his true love in a few days. Only you are still alone. I remind you so that you won't be surpassed by them. You need to work harder. Hearing this, Adonis turned to look at Todd, who was squawking loudly, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. Someone like him could meet his true love? Adonis nodded, I'll work harder. Why did he suddenly feel a heavy burden on his shoulders? Kelly stood up, still muttering, the road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. One couldn't rush finding elder brother a partner. Seeing Kelly about to leave, Todd immediately panicked. She was now his only connection in this family. If she left, wouldn't he be beaten by the three of them? Tyra, my dear beloved sister, please save me. Todd wailed. Second brother, this is your debt to Tamara and Beck. Pay it back first. Once you've paid it off, I'll rescue you, Kelly replied. She thought it wise not to get involved in family disputes, so she slipped away as quickly as possible. Watching his sister's actions, Todd felt utterly hopeless. After Kelly left, Adonis got up from his seat, walked to the sofa, and sat down. Thinking about how third brother was about to find his true love made him even more unhappy. He murmured, Beck, Tamara, third brother's IQ is higher than an average person's. So I have reason to suspect he might have done it on purpose. Todd stared at Adonis in shock as Mr. and Verity became even harsher in their treatment. Elder brother, what do you mean? Are you still my good brother? The entire Flynn household became even more comedic. Chapter 548, Establishing the Foundation. As soon as Kelly stepped out of her house, her phone rang. The caller was Hassan. What could he want at this time? Was it about yesterday's Weibo incident? Although Kelly was a little puzzled, she still answered the call. Hello. Kelly's indifferent voice came through the phone, and Hassan felt his ears tingling. He suppressed his shyness. Look up, ahead of you. These words left Kelly very confused, but she complied. She raised her head and saw Hassan in casual attire, wearing glasses, looking extremely refined and elegant. Kelly, Hassan waved his phone from side to side. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting onto him, making the scene look like a painting. Kelly had seen many scenes, but this one etched itself deeply into her mind, perhaps for a lifetime. Hassan ran over, hugging her with great excitement. His voice carried joy. Kelly, we've finally come to this point. From today, I belong to you. Kelly was bewildered. Wasn't this just a temporary plan? But feeling his happiness, she couldn't help but smile too. Hearing her response, Hassan became even happier and spun her around several times to express his delight. For the first time receiving such an enthusiastic embrace, Kelly felt a bit awkward and broke free. She extended her hand to Hassan, saying kindly, From today onward, please guide me, Mr. Hope. And you too, Miss Sue. Please guide me from now on. Hassan shook her hand solemnly. At that moment, the phone rang again, breaking the beautiful scene. Excuse me, I need to take this. Hassan suppressed his dissatisfaction, smiling and nodding generously. Go ahead. Kelly walked to the side and answered, Hurley. Kelly? You were supposed to come and help. Where are you? Why haven't I seen you? An irritable voice came through the phone. Kelly quietly moved the phone away from her ear, waiting for Hurley to calm down before replying gently. I'm coming right now. Please wait for me. All right. Surprisingly, Hurley responded with only one word after so much talk, which reignited his anger. Kelly, you have 30 minutes. If you don't arrive, you'll be in big trouble. After delivering this threat, he hung up. Well. Looking at the disconnected call, Kelly sighed helplessly. I need to go to Hurley's house. Do you want to come with me? Together. Wherever my fiancé goes, I will follow. Without asking why, Hassan immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Hurley was pacing back and forth anxiously in the house, muttering to himself, occasionally glancing at the door. Damn it, where is Kelly? Time ticked by. Really, why isn't she here yet? Hurley threw whatever he saw on the ground, producing a series of loud thuds. Mr. Dunk held a teapot, preparing to go to the kitchen for water. Just as he descended the stairs, he saw items scattered all over the living room and his son's face full of anger. He asked puzzled. Feiyu, what's going on? What's going on? None of your business. Go get your water. Hurley replied irritably without thinking. This. Mr. Dunk's hands trembled, almost dropping the teapot. He didn't understand why his usually polite son was so irritable now. He suspected it might be work-related stress. Son, can you tell me what's wrong? If I can help, I will. Mr. Dunk didn't blame Hurley. Instead, he was very patient. You can't help me. Finish getting your water and get lost. Hurley, still in his fit of temper, said harshly. You. Mr. Dunk turned red with embarrassment, pointing at Hurley, trembling. You, what, you? If you can't speak properly, then don't. Baze, who possessed Hurley, didn't have a good impression of humans, let alone a good temper. With Kelly not showing up, his mood worsened. Mr. Dunk quickly descended the stairs, put down the teapot, picked up an item from the ground, and threw it directly at Hurley. Struck by the object, Hurley looked at his father angrily, clenching his fists as if ready to strike. A fight seemed imminent. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Hurley's anger faded, replaced by joy. He rushed to open the door. You're finally here. Just as Hurley reached out to pull Kelly inside, a large hand stopped him. Looking up, he saw Hassan, his eyes flashing disdain. Oh, you're here too. Hassan remained silent, giving him a dark look. Hurley also glared back unyieldingly. For a moment, tensions flared. Feeling this peculiar atmosphere, even if Kelly was slow, she noticed something was wrong. Hey, Hurley, is this how you treat guests in your house? Cliff, seeing Hurley take so long after opening the door, walked over to ask. Feiyu, who is it? Uncle. Before Cliff arrived, Kelly spotted his figure through the narrow gap and greeted him quickly. Hassan also took the opportunity to greet. Kelly, you're here. Ignoring Hassan completely, Hurley pulled Kelly into the room directly. You promised me earlier. Why did you take so long to come? There were too many things to handle, and I forgot for a moment. Cliff didn't expect Hurley's actions and could only look at Hassan apologetically. He had seen Kelly and Hassan's engagement announcement yesterday, so he wasn't surprised that Hassan came with Kelly. This answer didn't extinguish Hurley's anger, but handling the foundation issue was now the most important, so he didn't argue further. Hassan opened the door and saw the tightly clasped hands. He quickly stepped forward and pulled them apart. Hurley, right? Please let go. Who are you? Since possessing Hurley, Mateo had always been worshipped by others. Hearing such commanding tones irritated him. Looking up, just as he was about to deal with this guy, he noticed this person radiated immense virtue, glowing with golden light, almost blinding him. What's going on with this person? Few people have such immense virtue. Didn't expect to see one today. It seems the foundation matter will be resolved soon. Thus, he didn't mind Hassan's rudeness and obediently let go. Hey, how do you know this person? That's none of your business. Now sit on the bed, and I'll help you establish your foundation. Chapter 549, A Gallon Fee Time. It was not Hurley's fault that he did not recognize Hassan. Previously, his only focus was on strengthening his foundation and never thought of paying attention to news reports, hence he did not know Hassan. Hurley obediently sat on the bed, waiting for Kelly to help him clear his foundation. Kelly asked Hassan to sit on the sofa, promising to chat later. Then, Kelly took out a book, mumbled some words, emitted a golden glow from her body, and made several gestures in the air. A muffled groan sounded. Hassan could no longer stay seated and walked over to Kelly, checking her face for any anomalies. Seeing nothing wrong, he gradually relaxed. Hurley slowly opened his eyes, shook his shoulders to adjust his breathing, and realized that his entire body felt light without any previous blockages. It seemed the foundation was cleared. Thank you, Kelly. Hurley got off the bed, clasped his hands in gratitude, and showed his appreciation clearly on his face. Now that your foundation is cleared, quickly return control of the body to Hurley. All right. Baze closed his eyes and reopened them, changing from furious to calm. Hurley opened his eyes, surprised to see Kelly and Hassan standing together in his room. What? We came to help with something. Now that it's done, we'll take our leave. After speaking briefly, Kelly pulled Hassan along, intending to leave. Hey, wait a moment, Kelly, I have something I'd like to ask you. Kelly stopped, looking at Hurley curiously. What is it? Is your engagement to Hassan true? Seeing the engagement questioned, Hassan, who had been silent all along, couldn't hold back any longer. He hugged Kelly tightly and declared possessively, sorry, but yes, it's true. We are deeply in love. He kissed Kelly's cheek to show that Moxie in his arms belonged to him and no one else should even think about it. Hurley's eyes instantly turned red, but he still held on to hope, holding back his tears. Kelly, is what he says true? Yes. Kelly replied indifferently, leaving Hurley with eyes brimming with tears, knowing he had lost the qualification to pursue her. Adhering to the principle of not coveting another man's wife, he wished them a long and harmonious life together. Thank you. Mr. Dunk, having waited for a while without seeing them come out, went to Hurley's room, witnessing this scene. He sighed inwardly but didn't stop Kelly and Hassan, simply patting Hurley's shoulder in consolation. Standing outside Dunk's door, Hassan let out a deep breath, holding Kelly's hand tightly. Being officially engaged feels great, finally, we can openly announce it. Yep. Kelly understood Hassan had been anxious in their relationship, so it was understandable for him to be happy now that he could declare ownership. So, my dear friend, where should we go next? Let's go to the amusement park. Speaking of which, we haven't had an official date yet. Let's start today since we have time. Sure. They arrived at the amusement park. Since they were celebrities and it was crowded, people might easily recognize them. Before coming, Kelly had cast a spell so people couldn't clearly see their faces. Hassan held Kelly's hand, buying tickets for the amusement park. Although online purchases were available, there was a different kind of sweetness in buying tickets in person. While buying tickets, an ice cream shop nearby caught Hassan's eye. He saw a couple sharing an ice cream stick, giving him an idea. Kelly, wait here a moment, I'll be right back. Okay. Kelly sat on a bench, holding the ticket and waiting for Hassan's return. Under the sunlight, Kelly watched people bustling in the amusement park, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Missing your beloved career friend? Hassan handed her an ice cream stick humorously. Feeling the coolness, Kelly looked up at Hassan, who smiled gently. You just bought this? Yeah, the weather is hot. This will cool us down. Hearing this, Kelly felt warmth in her heart, taking a bite of the ice cream. At the same time, Hassan also lowered his head and bit into it. Kelly widened her eyes as she watched Hassan wipe his mouth. This. What? Isn't it normal for couples to share an ice cream? Kelly eyed him suspiciously, thinking Hassan might be joking, but it wasn't entirely impossible. Hassan pointed to the surrounding couples, showing his words were genuine. Kelly glanced around and found couples doing just that, so she didn't say anything more. To prevent Hassan from snatching bites again, Kelly finished the ice cream quickly. So, what's next? Hassan watched Kelly with a doting smile, his eyes becoming even softer. Bumper cars. Bang, bang, the sound of cars colliding echoed. Ha ha ha, you lost. Not yet, again. After an unknown amount of time, a clear and joyful voice rang out, Hassan, you lost. Okay, I lost. Hassan raised his hands in mock surrender, saying helplessly, my skills are not up to par, I concede. Even though he had lost to Kelly, Hassan felt no resentment. Instead, he was happier than ever. After all, he had never seen Kelly so happy before, and losing any number of times would be worth it. What's next? Speedway. Hassan pointed to the area where screams were constantly heard. It was full of twists and turns, with significant highs and lows, making it look terrifying. Let's go. Kelly showed no sign of fear on her face, rather, she seemed more enthusiastic, pulling Hassan to buy tickets. Sure. Kelly's expression was clearly unexpected by Hassan. He had thought she would be afraid and hide in his arms, allowing him to display his masculine embrace and make her fall for him even more. But it didn't work out as he had anticipated. Before long, the sky turned dark. They had almost finished all the attractions at the amusement park. Hassan glanced at his watch and hurriedly pulled Kelly to the Ferris wheel, bought tickets, and sat inside. Wow, the view from up here is really different. Kelly gazed out the window, where the twinkling lights below looked warmer from such heights, and she couldn't help but sigh in appreciation. Aha. Hassan responded intermittently, keeping an eye on his watch. Excited, Kelly didn't pay much attention, finding everything outside the window even more interesting. Suddenly, fireworks began to explode in the sky. Hassan knelt down on one knee, took out the ring box, and looked at Kelly earnestly. Miss Kelly, will you become Mr. Hassan's fiancée? Kelly looked at his gesture with a mix of laughter and tears but nodded anyway, extending her hand as a sign for him to put it on. From today onward, you finally belong to me, and I belong to you. I swear I will cherish and love you for the rest of my life. Yes, me too. Hassan looked at their intertwined hands with rings, overwhelmed with affection, and kissed her. Kelly also responded very cooperatively. Chapter 550, Hot Search Incident. The two walked off the Ferris wheel in a sweet manner when suddenly screams erupted from the crowd as people started to flee frantically. Help, help. They exchanged glances. What was going on? As they approached the crowd, they found a man in black with a short haircut waving a knife around wildly. As several security guards in police uniforms joined the crowd, the knife-wielding man grew even more frenzied, muttering under his breath. Today I'm going to take someone with me. He then rushed toward a nearby Corey who couldn't escape, ready to strike down with his knife. Oh no. Kelly snapped her fingers, and instantly everything became silent. The amusement park rides stopped moving, and so did the people. Kelly quickly walked over to the assailant, rescued the child, knocked the knife away, and dragged the security guards towards the attacker. With another snap, everyone resumed their movements. The security guard immediately caught the assailant and thanked Kelly gratefully. Thank you. Though time had been halted, he could still see what had happened. You're welcome. The security guard then took the assailant away. A chubby woman rushed over, pulling the child next to Kelly and anxiously checking him over. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Tamara, I'm fine. Thanks to the big sister for saving me. The child, just freed from danger, didn't seem too shocked but instead looked happily at Kelly. The woman looked at Kelly but couldn't clearly see her face, finding it strange. However, considering what she had witnessed earlier, she felt Kelly must be a deity rather than a monster. Thank you for saving my child. What's your name? I will surely repay you. No need, it's nothing, Kelly refused straightforwardly and left with Hassan through the crowded throng. Tamara, is that big sister a goddess? The child watched Kelly leave and asked his mother. She must be, his mother replied, thinking anyone who saved her son must be a godsend, regardless of their nature. Finally escaping the crowd, Hassan looked worriedly at his girlfriend. If this gets posted online, will it affect you? It won't. Didn't I make sure no one could see our faces? Relax. Alright. Though she answered like this, Hassan remained concerned. Meanwhile, a hot topic exploded online. A video clip showed Kelly using divine powers to save the child. This immediately caused an uproar among netizens. Is this not from a mythological drama? This scene is too bizarre. Who is this person? She can actually use magic. Yet, we can't see her face. Who knows if she's good or bad? What if she intends to destroy the world? The previous poster has a point. We can't simply assume she's good because she saved someone. We should look at both sides. Comments poured in. Then another video surfaced showing Kelly and Hassan fleeing, and Kelly revealing her true appearance after lifting her divine spell. Another storm broke out online. Fans of Hassan and Kelly, whether students or workers, rushed to inquire about the day's events. Hassan really struck gold. Having a girlfriend who can use magic and is super beautiful. So enviable. Many expressed envy, but there were also jealous voices. Kelly can use magic, which is so creepy. Could she intend harm? People who aren't human ultimately want to harm humans. I don't trust this. Various comments flooded Weibo, but the protagonists had yet to appear. After parting ways with Hassan, Kelly returned home without knowing the chaos online. Suddenly, she received a call from Cliff. Kelly, check the hot search online. Browsing through the trending topics, Kelly was surprised. She couldn't believe it was exposed so quickly. Recalling that no one was around when she lifted the spell, she wondered how it was filmed. There was silence on the other end of the line until Cliff spoke gently. Do you want me to handle this? No, I'll deal with it myself. Alright, if you can't, come to me. Cliff didn't ask for details but offered support. Sure, Kelly smiled slightly, agreeing. Just as she hung up, Hassan called. Before she could speak, he said anxiously, Are you okay? No one will harm you. Sure, I trust you. Although Kelly had the ability to handle these matters, it was also nice to listen to her girlfriend's words. After chatting for a while, she finally hung up the phone. However, her phone kept vibrating with incoming messages. What are you doing? Check online. Next time, please be more careful when you act. Blaine's messages kept coming. Okay. Kelly replied indifferently, not caring about the storm she caused online, and walked back home. Meanwhile, Hassan was using money to get the Weibo hot search topic taken down. Netizens who were watching the information found that they couldn't find it anymore. What happened? At the same time, a new hot search appeared. Kelly really has magic, otherwise, how could this hot search disappear so suddenly? People attributed the disappearance of the hot search to Kelly, becoming even more puzzled by her, and began to believe that supernatural powers truly existed. At the same time, in the hospital room, Audrey was also browsing the hot search and saw these pieces of information. Jingjin, Kelly is on the hot search? Gregor, who was cutting fruit nearby, said indifferently, Isn't this normal? When hasn't she been on the hot search? Don't make a fuss over nothing. Come, have some fruit. Handing over the cut fruit, Audrey ate while saying, This isn't a trivial matter like before, it's about Kelly's magic being caught on camera, causing a huge stir online. Here, look. She handed over her phone to Gregor to see the hot search, but unexpectedly, it wouldn't load. Are you sure you're showing me a blank screen? Chapter 551, I galenk you, what about you? Hearing Gregor say it was a white screen, Audrey couldn't believe it as she brought her phone up to her eyes again, and indeed, it had turned completely white. She searched for the entries related to Kelly's name again, but they were already gone without a trace. It seemed that someone had cleared them behind the scenes. Guess the matter has been resolved, Audrey sighed in relief. Gregor nodded. Tyra always attracts drama. In the past, when Adrian was a star, she also had very high exposure, but all of it came from her fans commenting under other stars' Weibos, which eventually led to disputes against her. After all, everyone in the industry knew that fairy fans were all a bit crazy. However, now Kelly and her fans were very polite, usually only engaging in activities within their own super topic discussions. Yet, for some reason, they were still constantly targeted. As an older brother, Gregor had thought about helping her handle comments, but every time he offered, he was turned down. Kelly's attitude was that rumors end with wise people. Since you can't control others' mouths, let them say whatever they want, it doesn't matter. Most importantly, actions have consequences. People who behave badly don't end up well. I think those people are just jealous, Audrey said. Her expression was very serious. In my heart, elder sister Brooke is a perfect person, beautiful, kind-hearted, and knows so many things we don't know. But because I like elder sister Brooke, I admire her and want to be like her. I've never felt upset for not measuring up to her. But others may feel differently. Audrey's words made sense. Gregor nodded and looked at her. Previously, he thought this girl seemed silly, but he didn't expect her to possess such wisdom. In recent days, she had been staying in the hospital room to keep him company. He could naturally feel something wasn't right, hesitating on how to refuse her gently. However, at this moment, Gregor suddenly felt his heart beat several times faster. He couldn't deny that he started having different feelings for this simple yet honest girl. He was someone who followed his heart, so he asked directly, "Do you like me?" Audrey was still thinking about Kelly when she heard this question and was momentarily stunned. She opened her mouth wide and stared at him, looking even more adorable. Gregor felt another flutter in his heart. If he had been wearing a sports watch, it probably would have detected his heartbeat quickening. "What did you say? Did I hear wrong?" Audrey asked. She felt as if she had gone insane, daring to fantasize about Dr. Flynn. It was too presumptuous. Audrey's cheeks flushed red, and her eyes seemed to shimmer with moisture. Dr. Flynn was always her unattainable ideal in her heart. She couldn't tolerate such frivolous thoughts. So she stood up. "Dr. Flynn, I think there's something wrong with my mental state. I need to go see what's happening." Saying that, Audrey turned around to leave. Gregor hadn't expected such a reaction from this young girl. He felt like he might be taking advantage of her innocence, but still, he pulled her back. "There's nothing wrong with your mind. That question was mine. I like you. Do you like me?" he asked. Audrey didn't dare turn back, fearing her face would betray her overwhelming joy. At that moment, it felt like something exploded in her brain, brimming with excitement. What did Dr. Flynn just say? He said he liked her. Oh my God, who would have thought that her secret admiration could come true one day? Gregor's voice sounded slightly puzzled from behind. Taking a deep breath and trying hard to control her expression, Audrey finally turned to look at him. It had to be admitted that the Flynn family genes were truly excellent. None of the 4 siblings were unattractive. Imagining dating and having a baby with someone of such genes filled her with indescribable happiness. What if our future child is named Flynn Tion? Audrey blurted out the thoughts in her mind. She sucked in a sharp breath and clamped her hand over her mouth, ashamed of herself. How could she be so undignified? Dr. Flynn must think she's nuts. Who plans a child's name so soon into a relationship? What should she do now? Gregor chuckled, finally understanding why Kelly always said Audrey was a delight. Indeed, she was very cute. "Sure, whatever you say, I respect your ideas," he replied. Tears welled up in Audrey's eyes. She hadn't expected such a response from Gregor. Are you really going to date me?" she asked. "In our Flynn family, we don't talk about dating, we only talk about marriage," Gregor smiled. "Well, can we start by dating first? If you find me not good or I find you not good, we can call it off." "Directly getting married seems too much pressure," Audrey suggested. She quickly waved her hands after saying that. "I didn't mean we should break up right after starting to date. I just want to give you a chance to regret it. After all, my looks can only be considered cute. Everyone around you is so beautiful, and my personality is just average. I love eating, and sometimes I'm a bit silly." Audrey ticked off her flaws on her fingers as if she wanted to tell Gregor everything about herself. What she didn't know was that this made her even more charming and desirable to fall for. "I know your flaws. I'm the exact opposite of you. I'm meticulous and don't like eating. The outside world says I'm too shrewd," Gregor said. "So, the two of us need to complement each other. With harmonious genes, our child will look like both of us. What do you think?" he asked softly. In the past, Audrey never imagined he would one day speak to her in such a gentle voice. Now, she was bubbling with happiness. "As long as you agree, anyway, once you get on my boat, you can't get off," she said with a cunning smile and a playful tone. Gregor smiled and beckoned. "Not at all, come over." Seeing him wave, Audrey sat back on the edge of the bed. When she sat here earlier, they were still ordinary friends. Now, they had become career-friend and girlfriend. She felt incredibly happy. If possible, Audrey would even want to buy this ward that witnessed her finally getting a partner. While lost in her thoughts, she felt something heavy on her head, followed by gentle rubbing. Kelly often rubbed her head like this. She should have been used to it by now, but looking at Gregor in front of her, her heart began to race again. Oh, how could Dr. Flynn be so handsome and so gentle? "You're very cute," Gregor said. "Don't say that when we've just started dating. I can't handle it." Audrey covered her nose with her hand, only revealing her big round eyes to look at him, fearing she might blush or start crying. Gregor chuckled, shaking his head. He really didn't know how much this little girl liked him. He found it quite strange himself. "When did you start liking me?" he asked. Audrey lowered her hand and thought carefully. Chapter 552, Adonis's Urgent Blind Date. "It seems to be the year you treated my mom." "No, it also seemed like when I saw your photo on my phone," Audrey said. Only after answering instinctively did she realize she had let slip her secret again. She felt utterly embarrassed. Why did she say that again? If Gregor knew she had been thinking about him for all these years, would he think she was a little crazy or a stalker? Under her pitiful gaze, he raised his eyebrows. "How come I never knew?" Since he wasn't angry, Audrey muttered, "We didn't even know each other back then, of course, you wouldn't know. I also wondered why my heart skipped a beat upon seeing a single photo and why I refused so many friends for you, leading me to still being single. Now your career friend is me," Gregor said. Audrey tilted her head with a sweet smile and nodded. "Right, my career friend." Gregor held her hand tightly. On the other side, Kelly didn't know that her best friend had become a couple with her second brother. She could only estimate the time roughly but not precisely as it was family affinity. However, even if she knew, she would be happy. After all, second brother had been single for many years, which had made Alea worried every day, trying to find the matches, but none of them agreed. Finally having one now, she could finally feel relieved. More importantly, she knows her mother well, and Alea likes this little girl Audrey very much, always talking about wanting to adopt her as a goddaughter. The reason she hadn't thought of adopting her as a daughter-in-law was because although she was anxious about her son's marriage issues, she was still someone who respected their wishes. As long as they were unwilling, she wouldn't pressure them. Tamara. Adonis's heavy voice echoed upstairs. Alea, who was playing with her phone beside Kelly, looked up. What's wrong? Just as she was about to eat an apple, she heard him say, arrange a blind date for me. Alea froze in place, not even looking at her phone, and turned to look at him. The apple in her hand dropped to the ground as if it too was shocked. Son, are you feeling unwell today or running a high fever? Surprised, Alea rushed upstairs and felt Adonis's forehead. Finding no fever, she was confused. Why would a healthy person start speaking nonsense? After saying this, she suddenly thought of another possibility, being possessed. She quickly turned to Kelly. Tyra, come check if there's anything strange about your elder brother. I suspect something has possessed him. Tamara, don't worry, nothing strange can get into our house, an elder brother is fine, Kelly replied. Adonis looked helplessly at his mother. He just wanted a girlfriend. How did it turn out like he was brain damaged? Didn't she keep urging before? Alea's face was full of surprise. Could it be the incense I burned yesterday for our ancestors worked and finally changed my son's orientation? At that moment, she couldn't help but be elated and wanted to call friends immediately to send photos of their daughters over. As a well-known influential figure among the wealthy second generation, Adonis was truly the golden bachelor king. Many families in the circle had their eyes on him, yet he never showed any intention of finding a girlfriend. Now that he does, those people will be delighted. Alea was just about to make a call when she received a call from the second son. Initially, she intended to hang up but thought maybe the second son also wanted a match and answered it. After hanging up, her expression turned even more surprised and excited. Adonis curiously asked, Tamara, what did second brother say? He had never seen her so happy as if she won a huge lottery prize. Alea couldn't close her mouth. Your second brother has done well, found a girlfriend. Can you guess who the girlfriend is? Elspeth. Kelly instantly answered. Alea nodded. That's right, that girl. I've always thought that girl had a good face and looked adorable, destined to join our family. It turns out it's true, I couldn't be happier with this daughter-in-law. Today must be a good day. Alea happily hummed a song and began making inquiries for her eldest son. Kelly and Adonis exchanged glances, successfully catching the alert expression on their eldest brother's face. It seemed he really didn't want to be the last single man in the Flynn family. Originally, everyone not having a girlfriend was fine, but these brothers betrayed him. Most importantly, Adonis knew that the youngest brother would soon meet his destined soulmate. Kelly watched as her eldest brother's romantic destiny became more complicated. After all, finding a girlfriend shouldn't be rushed. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. That day, she had only intended to remind him. Eldest brother, your mindset is wrong now. If you bring a girlfriend home just to outdo second brother and third brother, it won't end well. A girlfriend isn't a toy for you to compete with, she will be your lifelong partner. Do you understand what I mean? Kelly reminded him again. Adonis certainly understood. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. All right, thank you, Tyra. Seeing that his romantic prospects were getting back on track, Kelly nodded with a smile. It's great that eldest brother will also find a good sister-in-law. On the other side, Alea had already sent Adonis photos of various young ladies from reputable families. These girls all have good reputations, appearances, and personalities. Our family doesn't value lineage, so whichever one you like is fine. But I don't know if they'll fancy you either. After all, you're like an ice block. Even your mother finds you cold, let alone others. The renowned Adonis was thus belittled by his own mother at home, with no retort and could only nod in agreement. He tried to keep his emotions stable, looking through the photos as he climbed upstairs. His hand paused on one particular photo. The woman had a gentle smile, large round eyes, and a soft but not overly stunning appearance that was very comforting. She wore a rounded hat, holding its brim with one hand, looking calm and composed. Adonis suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He clutched his chest, realizing he genuinely liked this girl. Tamara, this one. He immediately sent the photo to Alea. Oh, you have good taste. This is the Dunk family's daughter who just returned. Many families are vying for her attention, but she hasn't shown interest in any of them. It seems she has someone in her heart, Alea remarked. Hearing this, the smile on Adonis's face slightly faded. He pursed his lips, his eyes dimming. But it's okay. Your Aunt Dunk and I are close, I can arrange a meeting between you two. Maybe you can click and even surpass expectations, Alea added. Chapter 553, Steel Tough Man Adonis. As they were talking, Alea had already sent a photo of Adonis to the other party. Kelly's lips twitched at the side. She didn't know whether she should remind her that the photo sent was somewhat unflattering. The angle of this photo was quite awkward, taken from below upwards, making Adonis's entire face look both hard and cold, as if his temper wasn't too good either. If Kelly were that girl, she would not be able to accept it. Unexpectedly, the other party immediately replied expressing willingness to meet. Alea looked up and told her son who was still waiting on the stairs, "They are willing to meet you, this afternoon at 4 o'clock. All right." Adonis's tone was notably more relaxed as he went back upstairs again. After he completely left, Alea lowered her voice and gestured to Kelly. "Tyra, Tamara can see that your brother really likes Dunk family's daughter, but this Corey has always been reticent since childhood. People outside may find him cold, calling him some sort of domineering president, but actually, we family members all know that when it comes to matters of love, your brother is pretty timid. I'm just not at ease, so can you watch over him today?" Kelly nodded. "Of course, with me here, you can rest assured." Alea gave a thumbs up. "Great." At 2 in the afternoon, knowing Adonis's character, Kelly waited on the sofa in advance. Indeed, it wasn't long before he came downstairs. It was clear that he had dressed up deliberately today, wearing light gray casual clothes which made him look much younger. His hair, usually combed upward, now covered his eyes, giving off a bit of a Korean vibe. Adonis's face was undeniably handsome. "Tyra, I'm heading out," he said. Kelly nodded. "Wish brother success in everything, I've got the golden mouth." Adonis grunted in agreement, walking out mechanically. Thinking about what Alea said earlier, Kelly couldn't help almost bursting into laughter. This was indeed an unexpected side of her brother. After hearing the sound of the car leaving, Kelly got up to contact Hassan. Knowing their exact meeting place, she wasn't in a hurry to head there. The car was already parked outside. Sitting in the passenger seat, Kelly fastened her seatbelt as she heard Hassan ask, "Your brother is going for a blind date?" His tone seemed to imply it was unbelievable, as if he couldn't understand how this could be true. "Yes, apparently it's Dunk family's daughter," Kelly replied. Hassan nodded. "I know, Dunk family has a daughter studying abroad named Dunk Wanru. She's quite famous in our circle, being many young masters' dream girl. She's also the most adept woman at dealing with people I've ever met, even I feel inadequate compared to her in some ways." Given such a woman, Hassan felt that she and Adonis might be quite well matched, both would be formidable figures, surely leading to great things in the future. "This sister-in-law I like," Kelly remarked. Driving toward their destination, any further words now were useless. They had to see how Adonis would perform himself. A girl chased by so many definitely wasn't ordinary. If he didn't do well, it would be over, and they'd need to look elsewhere. The place chosen by Adonis and Dunk Wanru was a cafe, a location set by Alea. She chose here for the convenience of Kelly observing them. This couldn't exactly be called spying, it could only be described as helping Dunk Wanru vet her brother properly. Alea had already reserved the perfect spot, so the two could sit down directly. In front of them were the two people on the blind date, very close by, naturally enabling them to hear every word clearly. "Hello, I'm Adonis here for this blind date. My current assets are, my age is, and I've never had a girlfriend before." Adonis's voice was both cold and hard. Gallensteining to him like this, it was likely to make others think he was forced into the blind date. Kelly nearly burst out laughing, while Hassan raised an eyebrow, curious to see whether he would end up winning the lady's heart. For someone like Dunk Wanru, it probably wouldn't be easy. Pfft. A delicate laugh sounded from the girl. "Hello, my name is Dunk Wanru, my age." She followed by introducing herself thoroughly. Finally, she added, "I've never had a career before." Adonis nodded. "I have a feeling of love at first sight with you, so my mother helped arrange this blind date for me. What do you think?" "Undeniably, I did notice your external conditions, but I investigated you beforehand. You are an excellent person. Whatever the case, I hope you will give me the right to pursue you." The sincerity was almost laid bare by Adonis, yet this was precisely what women disliked the most. Kelly didn't have much to say, she was also half clueless about matters of love, while Hassan beside her started rubbing his forehead. How could such a decisive man in business become so clueless when it came to emotions? Didn't know how to please a woman? And still hope to win the beauty's heart? "All right, I'll give you this opportunity," Dunk Wanru replied. Hassan and Kelly both found this response very surprising, exchanging glances. Could it be that the man Dunk Wanru liked was Adonis? Kelly wanted to calculate the probability but couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. Since the two had never interacted before, there were no prior connections. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Please tell me what you like and dislike," Adonis said formally. His current demeanor resembled negotiating a business deal, presenting demands, which indeed made pursuing women seem complicated. However, Hassan didn't interrupt this time but listened quietly, suspecting these two might really be compatible. "All right, I have many likes and dislikes. Please pay attention as I list them," Dunk Wanru replied. Then they listened as she spoke one-sidedly, laughing from time to time, likely finding Adonis interesting. Dunk Wanru probably hadn't encountered this type of man before, and few people generally would. "Oh, I have one more favorite thing," she added. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a jolt, assuming she was about to mention her crush. But unexpectedly, Dunk Wanru said, "I like your sister, Kelly, I'm a big fan of hers. If possible, please convey this message home. Next time you come to meet me, bring me a signed photo of her, and I will be grateful and treat you to a meal." Through his sister, Adonis got a second chance to meet her, and he naturally agreed immediately. "Okay," he said. Then the two fell silent until Dunk Wanru's voice broke through again. "So, shouldn't you introduce yourself to me?" Adonis shook his head. I am pursuing you, not the other way around. This information is sufficient. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Alright, Dunk Wanru replied. Hearing all this, Kelly discreetly texted her mother, venting about her brother. Upon learning of her son's straightforward approach, Alea was momentarily blinded, completely bewildered. She couldn't understand how such a steel-tough man came to be. Chapter 554 Trying on the Wedding Dress. After the blind date, Alea had originally thought that things were going to fall through. Although Kelly said that Dunk Wanyu seemed interested in Flynn Chinua, she believed that Dunk Wanyu was just embarrassed to refuse in person and was just putting on a show. Alea never imagined that she would actually receive news that Dunk Wanyu was willing to further develop their relationship, leaving her dumbfounded. She didn't think her eldest son had this kind of charm. If she could have Dunk Wanyu as a daughter-in-law, Alea would genuinely want to offer incense to their ancestors. No. She must do it now. The children are receiving good news one after another. This must be the ancestors' blessings. I need to thank them properly. Alea muttered to herself as she went upstairs, fearing that if she thanked them too late, the ancestors might not be pleased and take back the good match. Meanwhile, after Dunk Wanyu left, Kelly and Hassan remained seated at the cafe. The two ordered 2 cups of coffee and discussed what just happened. I feel like that girl likes my elder brother, Kelly said earnestly. She now understood human emotions better. From Dunk Wanyu's accommodating attitude just now, it was clear there was potential. It does look like that, but there has never been any information circulating about your elder brother interacting with her before, Hassan asked. Kelly shook her head. It seems they haven't, otherwise my brother wouldn't act so distant. Then this future sister-in-law is all but set. Hassan raised an eyebrow with a smile, teasingly. He had never seen Flynn Chinua in such a position and was quite curious. From the conversation earlier, it was evident that Dunk Wanyu had taken the lead throughout, and if they were together, she would likely be the dominant partner. Let's not worry about my brother for now. What should we do next? Kelly stirred her coffee, looking bored. Hassan smiled. How about trying on a wedding dress? His eyes gleamed as he looked at Kelly. Actually, I've already custom-made a wedding dress for you, but I never got the chance to tell you. Now is the perfect time to try it on and take some photos. Even though they weren't officially engaged yet, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to marry Wei Wei right away. To him, she was his treasured gem, glowing brightly, and he needed to guard against anyone else taking her. Wedding dress, Kelly repeated the words. She could hear her heart pounding loudly. No woman could resist a pure white wedding dress, and neither could she. However, Kelly was a bit curious. When did you prepare this? Hassan lowered his eyes, his ears slightly red. On the day you agreed to be with me, I decided to marry you. Wei Wei, I told you I only love you and will never change my mind. After saying this, as if he gained courage, he lifted his gaze and looked at Kelly with sincere eyes. The world around them seemed to fade away as their gazes met. In their hearts, there was only each other. I believe you, Kelly smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. She rarely felt this happy. Hassan's eyes moved, wishing he had a camera to capture this moment. After finishing their coffee, the two stood up and headed to the bridal shop. Mr. Hope, the movie star, the shop assistant greeted, seemingly very familiar with him. Seeing Kelly, she was clearly impressed. Miss Sue also came along. Are you here to try on a wedding dress? Yes, Hassan replied. The assistant led them inside, removing the black cloth covering the wedding dress. Embellished with tiny diamonds, the dress sparkled under the lights, causing Kelly to squint slightly. It was as if a galaxy had unfolded before her, and she loved it immediately. It's beautiful, she said. The assistant interjected with a smile, Miss Sue, this dress was made by the famous Milanese designer area. He usually doesn't accept such detailed custom orders, and I've only seen one of his works. We were all amazed when we saw this dress and believe it will make you look incredibly special. As she spoke, the assistant couldn't help but eagerly want to help Kelly put on the dress to see how beautiful she would look. Everyone loves admiring beauty. Would you like to try it on now? The assistant asked. Kelly nodded, sure. The assistant smiled and pointed to a direction, Mr. Hope, please sit over there and wait for a moment. Hassan sat down on the sofa, filled with anticipation. Soon, the curtain of the fitting room opened, and Kelly walked out with assistance from the staff, wearing the wedding dress. The dress was beautiful, but Kelly was even more stunning. Hassan couldn't tear his eyes away. Having worked in the entertainment industry for so long, he had seen countless beauties who had extended invitations to him, but none had ever stirred his heart. But the sight of Kelly in front of him made Hassan's heart race wildly. He placed his hand over his chest, afraid it might beat out of his body. Does it look good? Holding the hem of the dress, Kelly twirled around in front of Hassan, her smile blooming like a flower. I thought Miss Sue would be overshadowed by this wedding dress, but unexpectedly, they complement each other beautifully. She's breathtaking. If it weren't for the need to respect customer privacy, she really wanted to take a picture and post it on social media for everyone to admire. Very beautiful, astonishingly so. Her beauty leaves me at a loss for words. No poems or descriptions can express how I feel right now, Hopihan said. He walked up to Kelly and gave her a light kiss on the lips. The assistant immediately covered her mouth, not expecting to witness such a sweet moment. Oh, good thing she didn't take the day off today. There are still people around, Kelly said helplessly. The assistant quickly waved her hands. Oh, there are other customers in the store who need my attention, I'll just step aside, yes, yes. She turned and walked away dizzily, afraid of disrupting their intimate moment. Look at how flustered she is, Kelly said helplessly. Tyra, I suddenly regret getting this wedding dress made for you. You're so beautiful, I don't want anyone else to see. Hopi-han sighed and then added with pride, no, I should let everyone in the world see how beautiful my girlfriend is. Make up your mind, Kelly found his rambling amusing. I don't know, you've stunned me, Hopi-han said. She wasn't sure where he learned so many sweet words from, and she couldn't keep up with them. Blushing, she stood in front of the mirror, admiring herself. Even she was astonished by her own beauty, it was indeed gorgeous. This extravagant dress suited her perfectly, making her figure appear even more flawless. Kelly lifted the hem and twirled, loving the perfect curve it created. Do we use this dress for the engagement photos? She asked satisfactorily. Yes, I'll go change into my suit, Hopi-han replied. He went into the fitting room, leaving Kelly to admire herself in the mirror. Kelly? A surprised female voice called out, approaching quickly on high heels. Kelly turned around and saw a familiar yet unrecognizable face. It must be someone the original owner knew, otherwise, she wouldn't have forgotten. Chapter 555, Meeting an Old Friend, Sierra. Kelly nodded gently at Moxie with courtesy. Hello. The smile on Moxie's face seemed to freeze for a moment, and anger and sarcasm flashed quickly in her eyes. She crossed her arms and sneered. Now that you're a big star, you want to distance yourself from us ordinary people, she remarked. I'm sorry, I've met so many people lately that I can't quite remember who you are, Kelly explained apologetically. Despite her sincere tone, Moxie rolled her eyes disdainfully. If you're treating us differently now that you've become famous, just say it instead of pretending like this. I remember you were recently paired up closely with Hope Yeating in all those movies. What's going on now? Are you coming here to try on wedding dresses? Tisk, TSK, don't tell me you're marrying someone else. I guessed long ago that you must have a sugar daddy backing you. Should I ask your sugar daddy to introduce me to a man? The woman asked coldly. Feeling the growing hatred from the other side, Kelly felt puzzled, and her expression turned neutral. I don't have a sugar daddy, and wearing a wedding dress has nothing to do with you, she replied. This response drove Moxie into a frenzy as she gritted her teeth and looked at the gown on Kelly. Who says it has nothing to do with me? I want this gown. Where is the shop assistant? The woman hollered loudly, and the sales clerk rushed over promptly. Miss, may I help you? Are you interested in trying on a wedding dress? The clerk asked kindly. Dissatisfied, Moxie retorted, what's wrong with your store? In other shops, salespeople follow me around, carrying my bags and offering water. How come you're so ignorant? I want the gown this woman is wearing, take it off her right now and let me try it on. Pointing at Kelly, Moxie's expression became extremely difficult. Sorry, this gown on Miss is custom-made, one of a kind in the world. It's only temporarily displayed here, and we don't have the right to sell it, the clerk explained. Hearing this, Moxie frowned, I don't care, I want this one. Why keep it if you won't sell it? That's your mistake, not mine. She refused to back down. The clerk was at a loss, sweating profusely, knowing there was no point arguing with such unreasonable demands. No matter what, she dared not give the gown to Moxie herself without permission since it was priceless, with every diamond real and significant in size. Even if one diamond fell off accidentally, her salary wouldn't cover the compensation. Sorry, how about looking for another gown? We can offer you a discount, as our way of apologizing, the clerk suggested. At the mention of a discount, Moxie's eyes lit up, but she couldn't bring herself to admit it. Clearing her throat, she insisted, I want this one. Given Moxie's insistent attitude, the clerk had no choice but to call the manager for advice. Just then, Hassan pushed the door open. He was dressed in pure white tuxedo, decorated with tiny diamonds, perfectly matching Kelly's gown. The couple looked like a prince and princess duo, strikingly beautiful. Anyone watching them would marvel at their perfect match. The woman approached Hassan smilingly. Still unaware that the couple was preparing for their wedding, she blurted out. Hope Yeating. She flicked her hair, throwing flirtatious glances. It's great to meet you. I'm Sierra. I've been a huge fan of your movies and often tagged you on Weibo. Surely, you remember me? She smiled confidently and glanced back at Kelly as if mocking or informing her that she intended to steal her man. However, the recipient of this challenge wore a calm and indifferent expression, watching indifferently. Frowning and stepping back, Hassan tried not to sneeze due to the strong perfume smell wafting from Sierra. Keeping his manners, he nodded slightly. Hello. Despite his cool demeanor, Sierra didn't mind getting closer. She sized up Hassan and laughed merrily, complimenting, this suit suits Hope Yeating very well. When you opened the door, I thought a prince from an animation stepped out of the screen, you look really handsome. I wish I had such a handsome career friend. I wonder why I'm not as popular as Tyra, I haven't had many Corys confess to me. I've always been ridiculed as a straight girl destined to be alone. You can't imagine how popular Tyra was in school, dating many male classmates. I envied her so much. Through these words, Kelly triggered the original owner's memories and immediately understood who Sierra was. Sierra was a classmate from the same art school as the original owner. Contrary to Sierra's claims, the original owner was closely watched by Helena and wasn't allowed to interact with male classmates, let alone date. On the contrary, Sierra was a well-known socialite in the industry who had affairs with many tycoons. She was recently embroiled in a scandal where she was accused of being a homewrecker, and a capitalist's wife threatened to blacklist her in the circle. At that time, it caused quite a stir, but now it seemed like nothing happened. Maybe she caught the eye of another tycoon who helped her resolve the trouble. However, this kind of woman has boundless ambition and is never satisfied. So even now, she still wants to flirt around and even steal other people's career friends. Although Hassan didn't know what Sierra had done before, from her words and behavior, he knew she wasn't a good person. He turned around directly and walked to Kelly's side, pretending not to have heard her words. Tyra, how about taking wedding photos in this outfit? He asked. Kelly nodded with a smile, very handsome. Seeing their interaction, Sierra's eyes widened instantly. She had thought they were just playing around. True feelings in the entertainment circle were impossible. Unexpectedly, they were actually getting married. How could Kelly marry such a great man? She was just a pretentious trash. Fury and jealousy filled Sierra's heart. She wanted to tear them apart right then and there but didn't dare to. Tyra, are you really getting married? Why didn't you tell me? She asked with an awkward smile. Kelly replied indifferently, just ordinary classmates, no need to inform. Besides, your current reputation is clear to you. Associating with you would bring me bad luck, so I'd rather not. Knowing that the other party was not a good person, Kelly had no need to be polite in her words. Sierra hadn't expected her to be so sharp-tongued. Her lips twitched twice, but she couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Yes, our wedding doesn't need unnecessary people around, Hassan added. Looking at their harmonious demeanor, Sierra felt more sourness in her heart. What skills did Kelly have to make Jeff protect her so much? Bitch, always seducing men. If anyone else were treated this way, they would have left long ago for dignity, but clearly, Sierra didn't care. Chapter 556, Engagement Exposed. How can you consider me as just a random person? I used to be Tyra's best friend. All those love letters she sent to Corey's were with my help, she herself felt too shy. Sierra said with a smile. She sized up Kelly from head to toe, her expression becoming increasingly insincere. I just didn't expect that after some time apart, Tyra would be completely different from before. It feels like she's almost two different people now. Her appearance has clearly changed. She must have had some kind of medical beauty treatments. Can you recommend it to me? I also want to look beautiful. Sierra spoke faster and faster, as if afraid Kelly would stop her. After finishing, she looked at Hassan earnestly, hoping to see disdain or anger on his face. She was disappointed. He showed no change, even frowning at her. Should we ask her to leave? Hassan asked. They had finally come to try on the wedding dresses, and this was their first experience. He did not want it ruined by random strangers. Kelly nodded. I find her quite annoying too. Their blatant disregard for her presence infuriated Sierra almost to madness. What did they mean? Did they really treat her like nobody? Sierra gritted her teeth in anger, staring at Kelly. Once someone she could easily bully, Kelly was now on top, truly enviable. I'm sorry, miss, but the manager says whoever made the reservation is who gets to make the final decisions. We cannot let you try them on, a shop assistant said, approaching with an apologetic tone. Sierra's expression instantly stiffened further. What trial? She wants to try on the clothes I reserved. Hassan coldly questioned. The assistant nodded apologetically. This miss insisted, but our store has already refused her. Ask her to leave. Hassan couldn't take it any longer. If earlier he could tolerate it, now he couldn't endure it for even a moment. Sierra's face turned red, knowing she couldn't stay here any longer. She turned and left, preferring to go on her own terms rather than being forcibly removed. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief, nearly fearing for her job. Truly troublesome. Running into such a customer was bad luck. Kelly and Hassan exchanged glances. Seeing the deep anger on his face, she lightly tugged at his sleeve. Don't get mad over unworthy people. Let's take some photos and send them to our fans after we confirm the date. Hassan's expression softened as he nodded. The assistant immediately volunteered to take pictures of them, deciding that she'd become a fan of their couple after today. Oh, they were such a perfect match, so handsome and beautiful. After taking the photos, the suit and wedding dress were stored back in the store. Hassan firmly stated that under no circumstances should anyone else try them on, they were custom-made at a great price. The assistant assured them multiple times, and the two finally left. After they departed, the other staff members gathered around. Weren't those two celebrities? Wow, we never thought we'd see stars in our store. So handsome, so beautiful. I know those two are currently the hottest sugar CP. I followed them closely before, but never thought I'd actually see them in real life. These two are genuinely beautiful. I've never seen such good-looking celebrities in real life. Their appearances are unparalleled. The staff members clasped their hands together, hoping the two would remain loving forever, especially given their stunning looks. What none of them knew was that news of the two getting engaged was already posted online, by none other than Sierra. Feeling indignant, why should Kelly get such a good romance when she used to be so ordinary? While she looked pretty, she used to be nothing special among crowds. But now, Kelly has made a comeback, becoming the most beloved female star, bar none. Sierra believed she should be the one everyone adored. How could she bear the huge gap between them? So, she secretly took photos outside the store and uploaded them to her personal social media account, with overly sweet words congratulating Kelly. Indeed, this move brought her a lot of traffic. Sierra was once unknown in the entertainment circle, but linking herself to Kelly now drew a lot of attention from netizens. So Kelly and Hassan are getting married? They seem to be taking engagement photos. Wow, could it be that my favorite couple is finally going to marry? Anyone know how excited I am? I really want to see their wedding. I suggest they live stream their wedding online. There will surely be millions of viewers, and I'll definitely be one of them. This Kelly's friend also looks very pretty, with a sweet and natural appearance. So, beauties only hang out with other beauties, right? Seeing the compliments online, Sierra immediately responded in an affected manner to thank the person. She was feeling incredibly pleased. Feeling elated at climbing up by stepping on Kelly. While Sierra was browsing through Weibo comments, her screen suddenly froze. Refreshing multiple times, it remained blank. At that moment, Edison was woken up from his dream to learn about the two getting engaged. He never expected that he, their manager, would know later than netizens. Moreover, they didn't even notify him. Edison felt like the sky was falling down. He immediately called to confront them, asking what was going on. But he found both of their phones were off due to no battery. Desperate, Edison could only call the Flynn family, politely inquiring what happened and complaining about his bad luck. Although managing high-traffic artists meant less supervision, the trouble was that the traffic was too high. Yes, Tyra and Arden, we talked about them getting engaged a few days ago. We just finalized the date. If you're free, come join us. Verity said this with an indifferent tone, and Edison could almost hear his heart breaking. He wanted to cry but couldn't shed tears, saying, I'll definitely attend and give them a big gift. The words, big gift, were spoken with such intensity by Edison that it seemed he wanted to grind his teeth to pieces. Verity cheerfully agreed, completely unaware of the seriousness and thinking their manager was quite nice. After hanging up, Edison went to their Weibo accounts, sending messages to notify netizens of the engagement details. He also subtly criticized Sierra, as if she didn't understand their intentions and was in too much of a hurry to announce it. Having spent so many years in the entertainment industry, he could easily see through someone's true motives, realizing she was trying to gain attention and wasn't well-intentioned. Fans quickly caught on. Surprise faded, replaced by judgment. Trying to climb up by stepping on others, how could it be so easy? Chapter 557, Want to replace her? Comments under Sierra's Weibo account turned into cold ridicule from netizens. Oh, since you claim to be friends with Kelly, why haven't you two ever posted photos together before? And the angle of the Weibo picture looks like a paparazzi shot. Can't you take pictures of your friend properly? Cheer up, sister. I really don't understand what those people praising her beauty in the comments are thinking. That face is obviously surgically enhanced. How disgusting. I also thought this woman looked familiar. She's that homewrecker who made it to the hot search list a few days ago. Why do these types love seeking attention so much now? My goodness, such a person is truly repulsive. Kelly is upright and honest. There's no way she would be friends with someone like her. Under the scrutiny of netizens, all of Sierra's past deeds were exposed, leaving her with no privacy online. Furthermore, because of this incident, she received a call from the director of a new script she was set to star in. What? You're going to replace me with another Kelly? Sierra's voice was filled with disbelief. She was stunned, never expecting that just posting on Weibo could cause such severe consequences. At that time, because that Weibo post had brought benefits, she had been very happy. The producer was also at a loss. This female celebrity was contracted by a major investor. However, the backlash from netizens was too intense. Keeping her would surely provoke public outrage. Worse yet, deeper investigation into matters behind the scenes might come to light, which would ultimately cost everyone involved. So before coming to communicate with Sierra, they first contacted the investor, who agreed that the role could be replaced, indicating dissatisfaction with this canary as well. I'm sorry, as stated in our contract, if there are negative impacts, we reserve the right to replace personnel. There's no other choice this time. Hopefully, when your reputation is restored, we can collaborate again. After saying this, the producer hung up immediately, fearing even an extra second might result in a harsh scolding. Sierra stood frozen in place for a long time before coming back to her senses. Then, she frantically called the investor, wanting to tell him that everyone was bullying her and asking him to intervene. However, the investor who had been infatuated with her and even promised to marry her just days ago was now nowhere to be found, not even a shadow remained. Her phone kept ringing busy tones, and Sierra belatedly realized she seemed to have been abandoned by the investor. At that moment, her WeChat dinged. Upon checking, she found a photo sent by her plastic sister. In it, her sister was hugging the investor in a selfie. More messages followed. Thank you for introducing Brother Govind to me. He is so gentle and different from any man I've met before. But given your tarnished reputation now, following him might affect his career. I will work harder and take better care of Brother Govind than you in the future. Please don't contact him anymore. Also, thanks again to my sister for finding me such a good man. Love you. One blow after another pushed Sierra to scream out in frustration. In her fury, she threw her phone on the ground, hoping those messages had never existed. How could this happen? He said he would be with me forever. Why did he betray me? Brother Govind, how could you treat me like this? What am I supposed to do now? Sierra sobbed quietly. She felt helpless and terrified, not daring to imagine the hateful comments she saw online. At the same time, she envied Kelly more than ever. Why did she receive so much love from netizens, even landing a career friend who was an award-winning actor, about to get married? Are you angry? Jealous? Do you want revenge? Think about this. While you're in such a mess, Kelly might be enjoying tender moments with her career friend or even picking out a wedding ring. Surely, with your excellent conditions and beauty, you shouldn't be in anyone's shadow. Don't you want a career friend like hers and a family background as good as hers? The alluring voice made Sierra's expression dazed. She stood up, looking around uncertainly, tears still streaking down her face. Who are you? Where are you? Sierra's small face was pale white. Could it be a ghost talking to her? I don't need you to know who I am, but you should know that I can help you. If you agree, I can make you completely replace Kelly. Become the one-of-a-kind beloved actress of netizens, catching both handsome men and money. Wouldn't you envy and desire such a life? The enticing offer became more appealing, and Sierra's eyes slowly darkened. I want all that, but I can't just kill Kelly, can I? How can I take her place when we look so different, she asked. As she spoke, Sierra touched her face. Actually, her natural appearance wasn't bad, but she always wanted to be more beautiful. Thus, she underwent numerous cosmetic procedures. The once pretty face now had an unnatural feel, looking like a monster in real life. However, with various beautifying apps and filters online, she naturally looked much prettier. What if I switch your souls? You become Kelly, and she becomes Sierra, using this body while bearing the infamy you once spread. Doesn't that sound great? Sierra nodded emphatically, smiling broadly, yes. Let's do it. At this moment, her breathing quickened with excitement, filled with an overwhelming sense of joy as she couldn't wait to see Kelly's misfortune. No one understood better than Sierra herself how terrible this body was and how bad her reputation had become. If she could escape from it, she would be infinitely grateful. Now listen to me, sit on the ground and focus on replacing Kelly. The mysterious voice said this, and without hesitation, Sierra sat down immediately, concentrating as instructed. Suddenly, she felt waves of heat throughout her body, as if her soul was gradually being extracted. She immediately became both surprised and hopeful. Was it really possible to replace her? After intense pain, Sierra's entire soul was stripped away, entering a warm body. She couldn't wait to open her eyes. From now on, she was Kelly. But what she saw was entirely different from what she had imagined. Sierra was lying on a prison bed, iron bars in front of her, next to a toilet area, and a book placed on the table. What was going on? She looked down at her hands and touched her face. It was indeed a woman's body. At this moment, a guard walked over, pulling out a baton and heavily knocking on the iron bars. Sierra, with a stunned and puzzled look, lifted her head. The guard growled fiercely, Nyla, once you're in here, don't even think about getting out. All those strange words you mutter daily, what good are they? After saying that, the guard turned and left, muttering something about bad luck. He really didn't know what was wrong with Nyla. Since being locked up, she had been acting crazy, even biting and attacking people when taken outside. Even electrocution with a taser didn't deter her. Her skin was as tough as stone in a pit latrine. Chapter 558, Taking Over the Body. Sierra was completely stunned when she heard the name from the guard's mouth. What's going on? Wasn't she supposed to have a glamorous transformation into Kelly? Why did she turn into Nyla? No way. This absolutely can't happen. Regret filled Sierra's heart. She clung to the iron bars and shouted at the top of her lungs. I'm not Nyla. Is there anyone who can save me and return me to my true body? I truly regret it. From now on, I will never dare to think of replacing anyone again. I just want to be myself. This outburst didn't make any guard come over. Because every day before this, Nyla would say the same thing, making them believe she was insane. Even her cellmates were used to it by now. Nobody knew that all her previous behavior was preparation for today's situation. Who would believe Sierra? Nobody. And Nyla successfully used a new identity to start anew. Even though the man's memories were absorbed and all her powers were stripped away, she knew how to slowly cultivate them back. Every day, as she sat cross-legged on the bed, seemingly mumbling nonsense, Nyla was actually practicing. She barely managed to let her soul float out, seeing Sierra instantly, knowing that she could be used as a pawn, so she took over the body without hesitation. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Nyla felt incredibly relieved. She walked to the window and opened it, allowing a cold wind to blow in her face. She didn't feel cold, instead, a broad smile spread across her face. It was too pleasant. Compared to the prison, this place was paradise. Her phone rang. Nyla looked down to see the caller ID displayed as Chelsea. The phone screen was cracked, but it still worked fine. She hadn't communicated with anyone for a long time, so she curiously slid to answer. Indescribable sounds came from the other end, causing Nyla to frown and her expression to turn cold. Sierra, I'm calling to thank you. The woman's voice was intermittent, busy yet remembering to express gratitude, quite an effort indeed. The sugar daddy says he can't forget you either, but publicly he can't take care of you, so the three of us can play together privately. But I know you're usually a bit proud, no, you should say you pay more attention to this aspect. So I'm asking if you want to play, if not, I'll reject Brother Govind for you. Play. Nyla responded with a, I'm bored anyway. Give me the address, I'll find you. Her eyes gleamed, wondering if they could afford to play. What? You really agreed? The woman's voice was no longer calm, even somewhat anxious and incredulous. It was clear she had only called to show off and hadn't expected to bring Sierra along again. In a deliberately raised tone, she said softly, I'll send you a message using Brother Govind's phone later. Nyla hung up without another glance at the phone, instead sitting cross-legged on the ground to absorb the memories of this body. Learning that Kelly and Hassan were planning to get engaged, her gaze turned icy with rage. How dare these two? Now, Nyla thought Hassan was as despicable as Kelly. He had promised to marry her but chose another woman after she went to jail. This unfaithful man deserved to die. After spending so much time in prison, Nyla's mindset had changed. She was no longer obsessed with competing but more focused on destroying. Hassan didn't belong to her and didn't even like her. Fine then, she would kill him. But first, she needed to deal with this sister duo, Dong Yun. That call she made was too disgusting. Her phone chimed again. Nyla glanced through the messages. The first message from someone named Brother Govind included photos that were unbearable to look at, followed by the hotel's name. Holding the phone, Nyla rushed downstairs, eager to find those two and play. She wondered how long these two lives could last. Meanwhile, inside the hotel. Dong Yun read the text message saying Sierra would arrive soon, panic showing in her eyes. She had intentionally called to provoke, not expecting that lowlife to climb the vine. Clearly, she was still pining for Brother Govind and unwilling to give him up. Such a man, who could make women tense, was beside Dong Yun. With his protruding beer belly and greasy face full of pimples, he looked disgusting to normal people. But he was rich and generous, giving each woman who followed him 1 million per month, and any time they could take him shopping, he'd buy whatever they wanted. Men like him were the darlings of the circle of sisters. Sierra had met him with good luck before, and Dong Yun had managed to rise in status this time with difficulty. She would never allow Govind Ge's heart to be stolen away again. So, she moved closer to the man once more, feeling the fishy breath and the sweat smell emanating from his body, causing her breathing to catch. But to maintain her position, Dong Yun still put on a coquettish voice. Brother Govind, I think Sierra is truly unwanted by anyone this time, which is why she's willing to come to you and even join us. Govind Go laughed loudly twice, picked up the cigar from the bedside table, and started smoking. As he exhaled smoke, Dong Yun coughed from the fumes, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't get used to the smell but didn't dare complain. There were plenty of women eyeing Brother Govind, and she had finally latched onto him. She couldn't let anyone replace her. Sierra is actually quite interesting. I like her petite figure. As long as she's obedient and sensible, keeping her around for fun isn't bad, said Brother Govind. It was clear that he still had different feelings for Sierra. Dong Yun almost gritted her teeth until they cracked. She sighed. I knew Brother Govind was a good man, but Sierra doesn't deserve your kindness. I can't stand seeing this, she said with feigned indignation. Hearing this, Brother Govind looked at her with confusion, nodding for her to continue. Dong Yun spoke in a strained voice. You don't know, Sierra came to me the day after being with you, complaining that you were fat and old, and that you smelled bad, like you had body odor. But today, it smells fine to me, there's no foul odor at all. So, I just feel it's not worth it for you. If you spend so much money on her, any woman who knows how to appreciate it would have agreed to live with you. She's just taking advantage of your fondness for her, making trouble online and causing you huge troubles. Govind Ge's face darkened upon hearing these words. What he hated most was women daring to disdain him. These bitches relied on him to make money, yet after enjoying his wealth, they had the nerve to insult him. He viciously stubbed out the cigar in the ashtray, looking extremely displeased. Very well, Sierra goes on about brother this and brother that, flattering me all the time, but behind my back, she does such things. Does she really think I'm a pushover? Chapter 559, A Strange and Violent Death. Yes, Brother Govind, you really need to be more careful, Dong Yun said. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Brother Govind would never forgive Sierra without resentment after this incident. As long as there were misunderstandings and conflicts between them, it would give her the chance to come between them. You're always so sweet, both pretty and flattering. Your words are like honey, Brother Govind said. Dong Yun felt disgusted as he touched her face, almost wanting to vomit, but she maintained an embarrassed expression on the surface. What are you talking about? She cooed. Her image with Brother Govind was one of a daring yet innocent young girl, so much so that she even went to the hospital to get some work done. Wasn't this the type men preferred? Dong Yun was determined to win Brother Govind over. Just then, there was a knock on the hotel room door. Dong Yun knew it had to be Sierra. She put on her clothes and opened the door, deliberately acting as if her legs were weak. Brother Govind nodded in satisfaction, thinking that despite his age, he was still as virile as ever. Upon opening the door, Sierra stood outside. What puzzled Dong Yun was that Sierra's expression looked unusually cold today, quite different from before. Was she really that upset? But Dong Yun didn't care. She affectionately hugged Sierra's arm, putting on a sisterly act. We've been waiting for you. I can't believe you agreed to come. It's great to have both of us here. Nyla followed inside expressionlessly, wrinkling her nose at the foul smell within. Dong Yun smiled and closed the door behind her. Unbeknownst to her, closing the door wasn't just that, it was also sealing her fate. Are you here? Brother Govind spoke coldly, determined to humiliate this presumptuous woman. Nyla nodded, securing the lock with her power, and walked over to him. Seeing her face made Brother Govind increasingly excited. As a nouveau riche, he had a particular preference for those who had undergone cosmetic surgery, especially Sierra's, which he found perfectly done. She was truly alluring. But recalling what Dong Yun had told him earlier, Brother Govind's voice remained icy despite his desires. The recent scandals online led investigators to my company, tarnishing our reputation, causing significant loss of clients. How do you plan to compensate me? The word compensation was emphasized, his gaze lecherous. While Dong Yun smiled outwardly, inwardly she cursed. Was this old man ever satisfied? Hadn't she just fed him? How should I compensate you? Nyla glared at the man before her. Neither Dong Yun nor Brother Govind knew that she was already planning how to kill him. Simply slitting his throat would be too merciful, she needed a more fitting execution. Brother Govind chuckled. I have a few brothers who haven't tasted flesh. Perhaps you could accompany them tonight. That statement clearly meant to ruin Sierra. Dong Yun nodded with a laugh. Indeed, it's a good idea, she added. If Sierra wants to apologize and regain Brother Govind's favor, she needs to show sincerity, Dong Yun stated. Nyla eyed the two disgustingly, feeling it was futile to continue playing along. With her thumb bent into a claw-like gesture aimed at Dong Yun, a faint smile spread across her face. Then, her fingers clenched. Dong Yun gasped, her expression hideous as she sensed the surrounding air vanishing. An invisible hand seemed to choke her neck tightly. Why is this happening? To Brother Govind's bewildered gaze, Dong Yun collapsed softly to the ground. Not knowing what had transpired, he assumed it was part of the act. Just as Brother Govind prepared to speak, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw a gash spewing blood. His obesity made it easy for a single swipe to reveal a lot of flesh. Dumbfounded, Brother Govind watched as more cuts appeared on his body while Nyla sat beside, calmly tracing each cut with her finger. Was this your doing? What's going on? Brother Govind fell onto the bed in agony, staring at Nyla in disbelief. It is indeed my doing. I simply don't want you alive anymore. After all, someone like you only makes me feel sick and burden society, Nyla said dispassionately. With that, she slashed another knife between Brother Govind's legs. He screamed louder than a pig, rolling on the bed in pain. The torment did not end. One cut after another, until Nyla finally stopped when she felt satisfied. At this moment, Brother Govind had turned into a blood-soaked ball. Anyone who pushed the door open would be too terrified to speak. Really boring, these two couldn't even withstand any torture. I need to find something more interesting to play with, Nyla said. She got up and left the hotel room, and on her way out, she used her powers to invade the camera system, ensuring there was no footage inside before truly leaving. Let's just say these two died mysteriously. She wondered if their deaths would cause panic among the public. To her, it was kind of amusing. In fact, her guess was correct. The next day, Brother Govind didn't come down to renew his room, nor did he call the front desk, which was completely unlike him. So, under the instruction of the front desk, the housekeeper opened the door with a key card. She was immediately scared speechless because the entire room was splattered with blood and flesh, clearly a horrific crime scene. Brother Govind was unrecognizable except for his face, which was still intact. Dong Yun's eyes were tightly fixed on the door as if asking for help, but she was already dead. Draper received the news and rushed to the hotel immediately. After multiple inspections, he found no issues. There were no fingerprints from anyone else on Dong Yun and Brother Govind, not even a murder weapon. Could they have committed suicide? How strange, almost like a ghost story. One policeman voiced this thought, and Draper nodded immediately. He also felt it was supernatural, so he called Kelly, asking her to come over urgently to figure out what happened. The entrance of the hotel had been cordoned off, preventing people from entering or leaving. The hotel owner stood not far from the room, sneakily glanced at the horrifying scene inside, and instantly felt tears welling up in his eyes. Why am I so unlucky? Just when business was picking up, this happens. These past days have been awful. In the future, who would dare to stay at my hotel after this? This place would be unsellable. You can't turn a prime location into a cemetery. After saying this, the hotel owner sighed heavily, feeling almost ready to break down. He had been having a really tough time lately. If this case wasn't so severe, it could be suppressed, but alas. Chapter 560, let Mateo take a sniff. Kelly, fully equipped, rushed to the scene, and the surrounding policemen immediately made way for her. The moment she entered the room, she sensed something was off. She instantly spoke up, "There's something strange about these two deaths. If I'm not mistaken, they were killed by some supernatural force." "In that case, we'll need your help," Cliff said. They could also apply to have someone from the Mystic Department come over, but the approval process is too cumbersome and could take an unpredictable amount of time. The sooner, the better. Kelly used her divine power meticulously, dispersing the bloody aura around her. In doing so, she faintly caught a trace of black energy. She hissed, thinking she might have sensed it incorrectly, and repeated her actions carefully once more. But the result was the same. "Has Nyla left the prison?" Kelly asked. Cliff immediately felt like he was facing a great threat and called to inquire, only to find out that she was still there. "It's impossible. Apart from her, it must be that man, but he vanished right before my eyes," Kelly said. She tried to calculate with her fingers, yet she couldn't get a clear answer. Nyla had been lurking in the prison for such a long time, and it wasn't just to hone her abilities, she had also learned how to conceal herself. "Now what do we do?" Cliff asked, perplexed. Kelly shook her head. "Don't worry, we'll eventually find her trail. It might have been troublesome in the past, but now with Mateo, all problems could be solved effortlessly. Mateo has an incredibly sensitive nose. After sniffing, it can find out where the person is. Is Hurley available? Can you call him over, or should we go to your house to find him?" Kelly asked Cliff. Cliff scratched his head, looking rather embarrassed. "That kid has been acting weird recently, as if he lost his soul. I locked him up at home because I thought his mood was bad. Let's go back and find him," he admitted guiltily. In fact, it wasn't that Hurley had any issues, it was just that Cliff remembered being sent flying by his son that day. It was too embarrassing, so he decided to use another method to re-establish his authority as a father. Absolutely cannot let Hurley think he's above the law. Kelly didn't pay attention to these details. As long as they could find the person, it was fine. She nodded. "Let's go." The two of them got into the police car and headed toward the Dunk family residence. After they had driven far away from the hotel, Kelly turned around and looked back, her phoenix eyes gleaming fiercely. Why did she feel something was off there? At this moment, Nyla emerged from a corner, a sinister and cold smile on her face. No matter how formidable Kelly used to be, she couldn't catch her now, allowing her to wreak havoc freely. Nyla hailed a taxi by the roadside and gave the address of the Hope family villa. The Dayton, while waiting at a traffic light, couldn't help but glance at her in the passenger seat. This woman was quite beautiful and seemed familiar, like a small celebrity. "Beautiful lady, are you a star?" the Dayton asked. He initiated a conversation, and Nyla mechanically turned her head, giving him a slight smile that concealed deadly intentions. "Yes," she replied. Her face might not stand out much in the entertainment industry, but to ordinary people, she was like a celestial beauty, especially with her excellent figure. Seeing the beauty, the Zachariah was instantly captivated, almost drooling. He couldn't resist continuing the conversation. "I knew you were beautiful, and you definitely aren't an ordinary person." As expected. "Beautiful lady, do you have a career friend?" "No," Nyla replied. The Dayton felt even more hopeful. He chuckled. "Then can I be your career friend?" "Yes," Nyla agreed while marking the Dayton. Anger filled her heart, and only killing could vent her rage, which would also relatively boost her strength. How could Nyla let such a lowlife like the Zachariah escape when he offered himself? "You really want to be my girlfriend?" the Zachariah asked incredulously. He was just teasing, never expecting the beautiful woman to actually agree. This was truly a blessing from heaven. If he brought such a girlfriend in front of his fellow Datons, he'd be envied to death. "Of course it's true," Nyla answered expressionlessly. Despite her cold attitude, the Zachariah didn't mind at all, laughing heartily. "Then when we arrive, we'll exchange contact information and addresses. Or after you're done with your business, notify me, and I'll come pick you up to show you around," the Zachariah said. Nyla hummed in agreement, silently adding to herself that it was indeed entertaining, but the price of playing was the Dayton's life. The car stopped outside the gate of the Hope family villa. After exchanging contact information, the Zachariah reluctantly drove away. He was afraid the little beauty might be tricking him. After all, many women online said they would first agree to men's advances and then secretly delete their friends. The security gate of the Hope family villa was child's play for Nyla. She broke through it directly and walked forward very slowly, step by step. She liked this feeling, like she was the Grim Reaper who could decide others' lives, just slowly like this. On the other side, Kelly had already arrived at the Dunk residence. As soon as she entered the house, she heard Hully wailing, "Beck, are you back? I really didn't mean to. You know I can't control my power now. That day was an accident. Are you my real dad? Would I harm you? Tamara, you have to help me talk to Beck. I'm going crazy in here, and I have work to handle." Mrs. Dunk reluctantly stepped forward but never commented on her son's and husband's quarrels. She let them be, after all, it wouldn't kill anyone. He keeps shouting like that without even drying his throat. Indeed, the contract with Mateo has done him good, Cliff remarked sourly. A celebrity like Hurley didn't need such a powerful monster. If the young cops in the station had it, that would be better. Yeah, I think so too, Mrs. Dunk agreed. Kelly's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She had an ominous premonition. Without chatting with Mrs. Dunk, she went straight to Holly's room. The originally locked door opened with just a light twist from her. The Dunk couple exchanged glances, finding Kelly truly impressive. Her skills were indeed extraordinary. Cliff couldn't imagine how busy the police station would be if a thief had these abilities. Seeing Kelly, Hurley immediately put away his snarling expression and started to mind his image. Why did you come? To find me? To rescue me, he asked hopefully. Kelly shook her head. Mateo needs your help with something. Hurley froze in place, his expression shifting from smug to arrogant. What do you need me to help with, Mateo replied. No matter what, this woman was crucial to its revival, so respect was necessary. It shouldn't curse. Moreover, Mateo had recently understood modern society. Chapter 561 Hassan will be killed. In modern society, the most important things are civility and politeness. One must never speak in terms of me or myself all the time, or they won't be respected by others. Bays naturally didn't care whether they liked it or not. It was the grandest divine beast in the world. However, it didn't want to be disliked either. Smell this black aura and lead me to its source, Kelly said. She released the black aura she had been holding in her hand into the air, and Bays instantly curled its lip. I'm a divine beast, not a dog. There's no way I will lead you. You'd better find someone else. It said. Kelly knew it wouldn't cooperate. A sneer appeared at the corners of her lips as she nodded. Alright, then I'll let you reside inside a dog's body, she replied. Bays stared at her in disbelief, not expecting her to resort to such despicable methods. You're too much, it exclaimed. I revived you just to ask you for a little favor, which you refused. How am I being too much? Kelly countered. With these words, Bays felt it might have been a bit unreasonable. Its expression showed a hint of guilt. Alright, then give it here. Let me smell what it is. Kelly waved her hand, and the black aura shot into Bays's nostrils, making it cough several times. It glared angrily but helplessly at her, feeling that she was getting personal revenge. But it didn't dare say anything. What could it do? It was now humbly living under human control. If it could regain its former powers, this young girl would bow before it and address it respectfully as grandfather. Thinking about this, Bays carefully sniffed the black aura, frowning immediately. It didn't expect this evil thing hadn't been completely eradicated and was still being learned by some people. Many humans yearn to ascend rapidly, and for them, this was their ladder to heaven. Initially, Bays had taken it lightly, but now it was genuinely serious. It had to eliminate this evil thing, otherwise, it would cause great harm later on. Let's go, it said. Kelly followed Bays downstairs. Cliff wanted to join them but was stopped. There might be a confrontation with Adrian, and his presence as an ordinary person would only hinder and distract them. Cliff actually wanted to witness such events firsthand, but he couldn't change it when rejected, so he stayed home waiting for good news. Meanwhile, Kelly and Bays began using their abilities. The passers-by felt as if a strong gust of wind blew past them, though it was just fleeting. Everyone felt a bit strange but didn't take it seriously. I can sense that the owner of this black aura is very agitated. People like this only feel this way when harming others, Bays said solemnly. Kelly pressed her lips together. Adrian was already a major hazard, so it wasn't surprising that she continued harming people one after another. Bays also pressed its lips together. Damn, whatever it takes, we must deal with whoever uses this stuff. I remember in modern society there's a rule of law, so perhaps maiming them instead. It had a secret technique that could extract the brain marrow from anyone or any animal, leaving them alive yet truly dead. As a divine beast, Bays rarely used this ability despite having it. But now it truly needed to use it. At the time, make sure they stay alive, or Cliff won't be able to explain it, Kelly said. Bays snorted roughly through its nose. Both started moving more quickly. The further down this road they went, the more familiar it became to Kelly. Wasn't this the way to Hassan's house? Her ominous premonition deepened. Could Adrian be targeting him? Considering her destructive nature, destroying what she couldn't possess, it was indeed possible. Especially after cultivating such malevolent techniques, her mind would become even more unstable, ultimately leading to harm both for others and herself. Finally, Bays stopped in front of Hassan's villa. It twitched its nose. I can feel it's here, and the black aura seems to be intensifying. She might be harming someone right now. Kelly immediately sprinted towards the villa as fast as she could. She didn't want anyone inside to get hurt and didn't want to see that scene. Bays found Kelly's urgency intriguing and followed suit, rushing inside. Inside Hassan's room. Hassan was entirely restrained by black strands, making his face appear even paler. Adrian gazed deeply at his features. Originally, she planned to kill him outright, but unexpectedly, she couldn't bring herself to do it. His appearance was truly appealing. She hooked her finger, and the black mist surrounding Hassan moved him closer, contorting his expression further. Adrian's fingertips traced his face gently, her tone ambiguous. Should I extract your soul and leave this body behind? Brother Arden, do you know who I am? Only Adrian used that term of endearment. You forcefully possessed someone else's body? Hassan gritted his teeth and asked. Adrian sneered, not at all by force. She was willing to offer herself to me, otherwise, how could I really enter? That fool actually thought I would help her. The rest of her life will be spent in prison, living a miserable existence. After saying this, Adrian glared coldly at Hassan again, almost forgot, it's because of you all that I've come to this end. So you must die. Brother Arden, we did have feelings for each other before. As an exception, I'll let you choose how you want to die. Isn't that good? Adrian felt like she was a god who could control others' lives and deaths. She enjoyed this feeling very much and liked it a lot. In fact, she preferred to see Hassan begging her desperately to let him go, which would surely be very amusing. However, he just pressed his lips together, unwilling to say anything, completely refusing to communicate with her. Still so defiant under my hand? Don't you really think I won't kill you? Adrian said coldly, then slapped Hassan's face directly. With her immense strength, the slap was extremely heavy, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath from the pain. But even at this point, he remained silent, very strong-willed. Damn! The black aura around Adrian surged intensely. She was now almost on the verge of losing control. Just as the black aura was about to pierce into Hassan's body, the door of the room was kicked open. Standing at the doorway was Kelly, her divine radiance shining brightly, forming a barrier to shield Hassan from the fatal blow. A look of reluctance flashed across Adrian's eyes as she drew back some of the black aura, preparing herself. If Kelly launched an attack recklessly while all the black aura was outside her body, it would be disastrous. Well, didn't expect you to be so fast. I thought you would only come after Hassan was dead, Adrian taunted. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. But you coming today is perfect. I was originally planning to kill him first and then find you. Now it saves me the trouble. Kelly showed no expression, but Mateo couldn't help but speak up, you? It could tell that the human in front of them was just half-trained. While she indeed had life or death power over ordinary people, she was now provoking a deity. Chapter 562, Engagement and Thinking of Marriage. Moreover, compared to their broken bodies, Kelly truly possessed a divine soul. Killing Adrian would only require her to lift a finger. Just me? Provoked, Adrian tightened her grip on Hassan, causing his expression to become even more agonized. What if I kill all of you? She sneered coldly. Adrian had no guard against Hurley. She considered him an utterly ordinary person at best, merely someone who fawned over her. Did he deserve to speak to her like that? When do we make our move? This woman is truly too arrogant, I can't stand it. Mateo used the secret technique for deity-to-deity communication directly with Kelly. It was itching for a fight, feeling a bit peckish for some brains. Now. Kelly's divine power surged towards Adrian with such speed that before she could react, the black aura enveloping Hassan's body was severed. Her face contorted in pain, laced with fear. Mateo chuckled, so cocky, aren't you? How are you feeling now? It lunged forward, knocking Adrian to the ground, then sucked emptily at her brain, causing her expression to immediately turn vacant. At this point, she had lost her consciousness. Finding her brain unpalatable, Mateo smacked its lips, contemplating spitting her out but feared she might cause trouble later. It reluctantly swallowed, planning to eat something delicious tonight to compensate. As for whether Hully would want to eat those things, it didn't care. To Mateo, he was just a useless vessel. Are you okay? What about Uncle and Chelsea? Kelly supported Hassan, worriedly asking. Still shaken, he shook his head. Tamara and Beck were looking at wedding venues for us. They weren't home today. Fortunately, this avoided a bigger conflict. Given Adrian's nature, if she found Hope's parents at home, she would have attacked them first. She wouldn't have hesitated. Yes, that's good, Kelly replied. Mateo watched the young couple affectionately and belatedly realized they needed to talk after nearly dying. Scratching its head, I'll take this woman back to Cliff to explain the situation and ask how to handle it. Okay, Kelly agreed. Just one glance from Mateo, and Adrian followed it slowly away. Only when she completely disappeared did Hassan feel relieved. We've really had bad luck. Why did we end up with such a character, he said. Kelly smiled and shook her head, it's not that big of a deal. We solved it. As long as you're safe, that's the best outcome. Hassan looked at her, his smile spreading. She rarely said sweet things, so hearing this meant a lot to him. Yeah, it's the best outcome, he replied. Their fingers intertwined tightly, giving him immense comfort. Is Adrian dead? Hassan asked. He hoped for an affirmative answer, but Kelly shook her head, not exactly, but she can be considered dead. Her consciousness has dissipated into the universe. As long as she doesn't come back to cause trouble, it's fine, Hassan sighed. Don't worry, even if she wanted to, she couldn't, Kelly assured him. Hassan chuckled, my heart is finally at ease. Tyra, you were amazing earlier, I really admire you. They chatted a bit more, then he pulled out his phone. Tyra, do you want to see what netizens are saying about our engagement? Lately, they've been coming up with new antics. Thanks to Sierra leaking the news in advance, we saved ourselves some trouble. As he spoke, Hassan opened the comments section, revealing various comments before Kelly's eyes. Finally getting engaged, my blessings to you too. By the way, can I join your marriage? I'm not here to break up the family, but to join. I sent 10 red packets of 88 each on your engagement day. I'm so happy, who knows how I feel. My first shipped couple got engaged. The previous poster is rich. I can only send double-digit amounts, but seriously. Wishing the brother and sister longevity and happiness. Most importantly, may you grow old together. I really wish you all the best. Netizens were more excited than the couple themselves. For everyone blessing us, I should return their wishes, Kelly said. She clasped her hands together, golden light spreading like fireflies in different directions. Hassan had seen Kelly perform countless feats, so this powerful display didn't surprise him much. He was already accustomed to it. This mindset was nearly fatal. One hang, your father. Catherine's voice stopped abruptly as she and Hope's father quickly retreated from the room. They just didn't expect that the two young people were being so affectionate with each other. Sigh, had they known this, they wouldn't have come in to interrupt them. It took them so much effort to cultivate their feelings, and yet these two old folks were really thoughtless. Hassan and Kelly exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh, clearly not expecting such a situation. The two walked downstairs. Hope's parents put down the photos they were holding on the table, obviously choosing venues for the wedding. Seeing them, both of their expressions turned awkward at the same time. Cough, aren't you two playing anymore? We didn't see anything just now, just pretend we weren't here. Embarrassed, they muttered these words. Kelly shook her head and sat next to Catherine. We were just chatting before. Her tone was calm, and her demeanor gentle, inadvertently putting people at ease. Catherine sighed with relief. I was afraid of disturbing you, but seeing how well you two get along makes me happy too. She took out the photos and laid them in front of the two young people. These are all the nice places we picked out. Do you like any of them? If not, we can find new ones. Although we're short on time, everything should be done to perfection to make the Flynn family feel assured about marrying their princess to our family. It's only an engagement, no need to be so grand, Kelly said helplessly. Catherine shook her head upon hearing this. This is not grand at all, just a small gesture. We'll have a huge celebration when you two get married, making everyone remember your marriage of the century. After all, both kids were stars. And it had to be perfect in every way. Then she felt a bit embarrassed. It was just an engagement, and she was already thinking about future wedding matters. Wouldn't she start imagining having a baby after the wedding? But one thing at a time. First, they needed to deal with the engagement as grandly as possible. I think this one is quite good, Kelly pointed to a photo featuring a stage set up with ancient architecture. Being from ancient times, she preferred the authentic traditional Chinese style, finding it unique in its own way. Chapter 563, A Prosperous Engagement. Ah, Tyra is just destined to be my daughter-in-law. We have the same taste. I also think this place looks great, Mrs. Hope said. She happily took out her phone and started contacting the venue. Mr. Hope quietly made tea, pouring a cup for Kelly as well. And Hassan was ignored from start to finish, with no one caring about his opinion. He could almost see his miserable life ahead. The whole family would revolve around his wife, and so would he, quite an interesting situation indeed. After confirming the venue, both families began preparing intensively. Kelly was strictly forbidden to meet Hassan. They had a rule here that unmarried men and women couldn't see each other for 10 days before the engagement and could only meet on the day of the engagement. Additionally, the three Flynn brothers came up with a mean trick, prohibiting even chatting or video calls, which had to be completely avoided. Hassan had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it, eagerly looking forward to the engagement day. He almost fantasized every night before sleep about how he would put the ring on his beloved Tyra's hand and embrace her for a kiss. To everyone's surprise in the Flynn family, Todd actually brought a girl back. She happened to be the wedding planner responsible for Kelly and was also his fan. Todd, who wasn't playing the piano temporarily and had nothing else to do, naturally became busy with wedding arrangements, hopping around the venue. In this way, he gradually got to know the girl. Milagros's name was Galen Tanton, who indeed liked talking a lot. This was what Kelly had predicted about Todd's romantic fate. Seeing this, Adonis cheered herself up, wanting to quickly win over her love. However, the other side didn't clearly state whether they agreed, so they kept chatting casually. He was anxious but helpless, having to wait for the girl's response. Finally, on the long-awaited engagement day for Hassan. To thank their fans, the Hope family decided to live-stream the event on their platform for free, with every viewer getting red envelopes from the Hope family. Sending a "Forever Together" blessing in the live stream would earn viewers 9.99 yuan, which could be directly withdrawn. Though it might not seem like much, with so many people involved, it was almost astronomical. But neither the Hope family nor the Flynn family cared about the money, they just wanted everyone to have a joyful time. Kelly was the jewel in their palms, and they had to give her the best and most spectacular event in the world. Before the ceremony began, the live broadcast camera had already started recording. Gallant chat comments filled with "Forever Together" wishes appeared, mixed with others. I've never seen such a luxurious engagement scene. It really amazes me, a simpleton. Rich people are truly amazing. Anyone understand? I plan to get engaged soon, and I thought the venue was fine until I saw this one. I'm envious and can't help but feel sad for not meeting a rich person myself. Don't think like that. They married into wealth because they're excellent and their families are wealthy too. Ordinary people like us value genuine affection, thinking too much is pointless. As netizens chatted, Hassan appeared in the live stream camera. The chat instantly changed from blessings to compliments about his good looks. His nervousness was evident, being in front of a camera for the first time. Edison, as a guest performer, pointed at the camera. Don't forget your wedding is being streamed live. Be careful, or people will mock you. Whatever, Hassan replied. He kept watching the entrance, almost turning into a stone gazing for his bride. Edison, seeing this stubborn blooming, wondered if marriage was really that great. Should he also find someone to settle down with? Just as this thought appeared, Edison shook his head fiercely, nearly getting influenced. At that moment, a luxury car stopped at the entrance of the wedding venue, and Hassan immediately became excited. Kelly, dressed in a wedding gown, stepped out of the car, capturing everyone's attention. The live stream audience reacted even more strongly. Too beautiful, almost unreal. My mom asked why I screamed like a mole rat, so I showed her, and she screamed too. This is true match made in heaven, a perfect couple. As always, the sugar CP is legendary. As the live stream chat exploded, Kelly walked step by step towards Hassan, who couldn't wait and slowly walked towards her. Their mutual approach touched the audience, making them exclaim again. The engagement went off smoothly as practiced, and some viewers even managed to grab 1,000 yuan red envelopes, leading to endless praise for the hosts. Could such lavish weddings happen more often? The engagement ceremony concluded perfectly, and Hassan's teary speech successfully trended on the hot search list. Netizens once again flooded the screen with comments that he truly loved her. With the reluctant gazes of the Flynn brothers, the newlyweds headed to their new home. On the way, Hassan, whose eyes were still slightly red, held Kelly's hand tightly. Finally, you're mine, he said. I'm still me, and you're still you, but we are together now, Kelly redefined the statement. Hassan nodded vigorously, his smile visibly sweet. Edison, driving in front, was genuinely impressed. How did he end up taking this job, drowning in so much dog food? Entering the new home, Kelly was very satisfied with the setup she saw before her eyes. She didn't intervene at all during the preparations, but Hassan knew her well. Who should go take a shower first, Tyra? Hassan asked this question somewhat shyly. Kelly shook her head. Would you like to go somewhere with me? He paused. Okay. Anyway, he trusted her completely and wasn't afraid of being sold out by her. Kelly pulled Hassan and snapped her fingers. He instinctively closed his eyes, then opened them again to see vast wilderness and stars around him. They had clearly appeared on Dear Spirit Mountain. Since I'm happy today, it's fine to waste some divine power, Kelly said. She no longer wanted to rush in collecting faith energy. Galenth was short and she wished to accompany Hassan through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter left in his life. Holding your hand, growing old with you. The lives on Dear Spirit Mountain seemed to be blessing Kelly as well. The grass rustled, leaves fluttered, and animals chirped with vigorous energy. Kelly snapped her fingers again, and the lights in the nearby villa lit up. Would you like to go to my place tonight? She asked. Hassan nodded, sure. In another blink, they were back in the villa. All the facilities are ready. You can go take a shower now. The little animals have decorated the room for us, Kelly said. Hassan understood what she meant, eagerly entering the bathroom where everything was prepared. Even the shower gel and shampoo were his usual brands. After showering, he returned to the bedroom, where Kelly lay on a bed made of petals. Her black hair spread out, looking both sacred and seductive. Hassan smiled and approached her. From this moment forward, they would wholly belong to each other, living in love forever. The end.